Chapter 1. How could a Scion submit to a woman? As the final bell rang for the last class of the morning, AI Ran yawned and awakened from his slumber, his biological clock remarkably precise. The moment the class bell chimed, drowsiness overtook him. As long as there was no lecture from a certain older unmarried woman, he could sleep soundly until noon. Stretching lazily, AI Ran caressed his belly and smacked his lips. It was time for a meal. Life was truly splendid at this moment, devoid of the constant toil of demolition work across the universe, laboring under the tyrannical real estate mogul, Frisia. Forget about wages and benefits. If that boss was displeased, the very next moment could see an entire planet obliterated. His former superior, King Vegeta, had ruffled the feathers of some powerful figures, leading to the obliteration of their home planet. Vegeta, reduced to cosmic dust amidst Frisia's maniacal laughter. The mere thought of that colossal energy sphere sent a shiver down AI Ran's spine. He couldn't help but muse. Though this life is rather mundane, I must admit that having peaceful days like this is quite delightful. In truth, AI Ran was a time traveler, one who had traversed realms not once but twice. In his previous life, he was an ordinary recluse who, after being struck by a massive truck, found himself inexplicably transported to the Dragon Ball universe. Perhaps due to the scarcity of individuals in Japan, the trucking industry had failed to fulfill its quotas for sending people to other worlds, prompting them to seek out recruits in China across the sea. Thus, AI Ran was born as a superior warrior on planet Vegeta. However, prior to Frisia's devastation of Vegeta, AI Ran had not regained any memories of his former life. Instead, he underwent the most authentic Saiyan education. For instance, the 108 methods to eliminate an adversary. What kind of force could cleanse a planet of its indigenous inhabitants without annihilating it entirely? As a superior warrior among the Saiyans, how could one transform into a mighty ape without succumbing to madness and destroying one's comrades? Thus, AI Ran spent the initial 16 years of his life in a fulfilling yet blood-soaked existence. Until one fateful day, after he and several Saiyans had cleansed the planet, they received orders from Frisia's army demanding the immediate return of all Saiyans to planet Vegeta. Completely oblivious to the impending doom, AI Ran unwittingly stepped into a trap of death. It was only when Frisia's energy sphere was on the verge of striking planet Vegeta that AI Ran regained his past lives' memories. However, in that dire situation, what could he have done even with those memories? He was merely a Scion with a power level of 5,000. Thus, AI Ran resolved to meet his fate with some semblance of dignity. He raised his middle finger to the sky and bellowed, "Damn you, Frisia!" That was all he could do at that moment. To this day, AI Ran remains uncertain of what he was truly thinking back, then perhaps such a demise held a semblance of dignity. Ultimately, AI Ran and planet Vegeta were reduced to cosmic dust. Later, due to certain peculiar circumstances, he found himself transported to this mundane world. His current mission is to locate the tainted Dragon Balls in this realm and purify them. Of course, as a reward, upon purifying all 7 Dragon Balls, AI Ran would be granted a wish. Initially, AI Ran was extremely reluctant to accept this task. A single wish? What paltry sum! Did they truly think he was unaware that the Dragon Balls could grant 3 wishes at once? Unfortunately, his new employer was even more tyrannical than Frisia should AI Ran disobey. He would be reduced to ashes, with no chance of even reaching the afterlife. Even a Scion would find themselves compelled to comply under such conditions. Resignation was not disgraceful. AI Ran ambled slowly towards the classroom exit for a Scion. Eating and fighting were the 2 most essential pursuits in life. At that moment, a cool female voice called out from behind him, "AI Ran, are you looking for another excuse to skip club activities today?" Upon hearing that voice, AI Ran's body tensed slightly, and the carefree smile vanished from his face. He turned helplessly to face the beautiful and academically gifted girl, responding, "Yukino Shida, what a coincidence. I just finished class, and here you are. But I have no intention of skipping club activities. You must allow me to grab a bite at the cafeteria before heading to the clubroom." With that, AI Ran sidestepped the girl and quickly made his way towards the back door of the classroom. However, Yukino was no longer convinced by his flimsy excuse, trailing closely behind him, having heard the same excuse 3 times before. Sensing the girl still following him, AI Ran sighed in resignation. Ever since a certain older unmarried woman had coerced him into joining the so-called service club, AI Ran had not experienced a single day of peace. As a time traveler, AI Ran was well aware of Yukino, she was his beloved fictional character from his past life. Yet, perhaps due to the long hours spent engaging in violence since becoming a Saiyan, or perhaps because of the Saiyan genetic predisposition to favor strong women, AI Ran now found Yukino merely bothersome and stubborn, devoid of any romantic feelings. As for participating in club activities, AI Ran had absolutely no interest whatsoever. This marked the 4th time Yukino had ambushed him. Although he had evaded her the previous 3 times, the absolutely correct Yukino was determined to fulfill her teacher Hiratsuka's request. Chapter 2. Yukino always speaks her mind. Yukino followed AI Ran, silently observing the man adorned with a gray hemp rope at his waist, and sighed. AI Ran, I feel it is necessary to remind you once more that in the previous exam, your deviation score was the lowest in the entire school. Apart from a few science subjects, your scores in other disciplines were all single digits. It is precisely for this reason that Hiratsuka Sensei assigned you to the service club, allowing me to guide you at all times. I hope you do not take her goodwill for granted. Moreover, you must take responsibility for your future. AI Ran ignored Yukino, maintaining his pace as he continued towards the cafeteria. However, he couldn't help but internally scoff. Study? What nonsense! He had barely mastered the knowledge from his previous life, and now he was expected to learn anew. Moreover, he had diligently studied many subjects during those 16 years. For instance, he had learned about killing, arson, and planetary destruction. In the school cafeteria, amidst the astonished staff, AI Ran purchased 30 servings of bread and bento boxes in one go. Behind him, Yukino stared in disbelief at the mountain of food, her brows furrowing as she gently poked his back with her finger, saying, AI Ran, if you have arranged to dine with someone, please enjoy your meal and come to the activity room alone afterward. Confused, AI Ran looked at her. I haven't made plans with anyone. Then why did you buy so much food? Can you possibly finish it all by yourself? Wasting food is a disgraceful act. Yukino gazed up at AI Ran, emphasizing the last few words with great intensity. Not at all, this will only suffice for a light meal. However, it's not good to overindulge at lunch. Since you're here, why not do me a favor? AI Ran flashed her a neighborly smile. Help me carry some of this, I can't manage all of it alone. Minutes later, AI Ran and Yukino exited the cafeteria, each carrying the spoils of their midday feast. Yukino glanced at the 2 plastic bags filled with bento boxes in her hands, feeling somewhat disheveled. Is this lunch? In the mind of a normal person, such a quantity was far too much for one individual to consume, even for those famed for their hearty appetites. Moreover, AI Ran had just claimed this would only suffice for a light meal. After escorting AI Ran to the activity room, Yukino took her seat by the window and addressed him sternly. AI Ran, I understand your intentions. AI Ran stared blankly at Yukino, perplexed as to what intention she believed she understood. As the student with the lowest scores in the school, and with a super cute girl like me tutoring you, as a teenage boy, it's understandable you might engage in peculiar antics to capture my attention, she explained in a calm tone. AI Ran was even more bewildered. Yukino continued in her most matter-of-fact tone. While I comprehend your intentions, they do not justify your wastefulness. One must hold a fundamental respect for food. Many people in the world are starving. Please cease your foolish and ridiculous behavior, as it only serves to make me despise you more. Yukino voice lacked warmth as she gazed directly at AI Ran, her aversion to his actions unmistakable. Puffed. AI Ran couldn't help but laugh, intrigued as he observed the girl. He had known in his previous life that Yukino was a kind-hearted girl, albeit one who struggled with social interactions and had no qualms about expressing her thoughts. However, When Yukinoshida's sharp tongue was aimed directly at herself, Iron found it exceedingly amusing. I never would have guessed that your imagination was so vivid. It's my first time witnessing someone extolling their own cuteness with such conviction. I am indeed adorable, and that is a fact, Yukinoshida replied nonchalantly. If you receive countless love letters daily since elementary school, and are consequently ostracized by all the girls in school, if your indoor shoes have been hidden 60 times, 50 of which were by girls, 5 by teachers, and 5 by dogs. After experiencing all this, one can comprehend the exceptional individual they truly are. One also learns what kind of exclusion outstanding individuals face in this society. No one is perfect, which is why I decided to establish this club. The Servitude Club was founded with the intention of aiding others in their transformation, thus changing the world. Therefore, you need not concern yourself with those matters. I will undoubtedly save you, Aaron. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a halo upon Yukinoshida, giving her an almost ethereal quality in Iron's eyes. However, Iron's stomach emitted a series of grumbling protests, shattering the atmosphere. Iron shrugged. I find it difficult to explain my appetite, but I am genuinely quite hungry. Regardless, I will be having lunch in the activity room today. If you don't believe me, you may observe from the sidelines. As for finding you interesting, to be frank, you're not my type. If Iron were to seek a partner, Saiyans typically prefer a more voluptuous figure. After all, one should not let hardship befall the children. As he spoke, Iron opened the first food container, casting a wistful glance at Yukinoshida's chest. Noticing Iron's gaze, Yukinoshida crossed her arms defensively and took a cautious step back. Iron couldn't help but laugh again. After taking a few bites, Iron suddenly recalled a question he had longed to ask in his previous life. By the way, Yukinoshida, you mentioned that 5 times your shoes were hidden by dogs. Could you elaborate on that? I find it rather intriguing. Yukinoshida. Chapter 3. Iron, you truly haven't fully evolved, have you? A Saiyan's digestive system resembles a high-capacity shredder. In a state of hunger, a Saiyan is nothing short of a pure feeding machine. The first bento vanished into Iron's stomach within mere seconds, followed by the second and third. Yukinoshida, sitting beside him, was utterly astounded. While it is true that stomachs have a certain elasticity and that individuals possess varying capacities based on their physique, some competitive eaters can consume dozens of portions in one sitting. Yet, those are merely videos who would eat like that in reality. It is evident that such a manner of eating would undoubtedly harm one's health. What kind of creature is this boy? Or perhaps it is simply that she has had little interaction with boys, leaving her unaware that they have evolved to this extent. Yukinoshida stared dumbfoundedly at the boy across from her. For a full 20 minutes, Iron continued to eat voraciously, his table piled high with empty bento boxes, the towering stack even obstructing Yukinoshida's view. A typical person would first check the temperature of their food, blowing on it before savoring each bite slowly, ultimately swallowing. But what is the matter with this man across from her? He could devour a loaf of bread in a single bite, and finish a bento in just 2. Did he even chew? Could he truly taste the food? At last, after polishing off the last morsel, Iron nodded contentedly. Although I am only half full, the flavor of this food is quite delightful. For the previous 16 years on planet Vegeta, Iron had scarcely tasted proper food. After all, one cannot expect a band of battle-crazed individuals who know nothing but violence to prepare anything palatable. The Saiyan diet has always been remarkably simple, succinctly captured in 2 phrases: meat and fill me up. The cooking process is inconsequential, as consuming it raw is acceptable. The specific type of meat is irrelevant. There are Saiyans who enjoy devouring aliens directly, but it must be plentiful and satisfying. Upon regaining memories of his past life, Iron often felt a wave of nausea when reflecting on those 16 years. At this thought, Iron silently expressed gratitude towards his new boss. Though she is a heartless capitalist who seeks to exploit him, at least she has brought him to Earth. Staying on planet Vegeta would be far worse. He might as well descend into the underworld. At that moment, Yukinoshida's voice interrupted Iron's musings. I apologize, I initially thought you were trying to show off and were about to waste food. I never expected. As she trailed off, Even though she was a gifted girl, she found herself at a loss for words to describe Iron's earlier eating spectacle. Iron, noticing Yukino Shida's discomfort, casually remarked, "You need not apologize after all. My appetite is indeed rather exaggerated. To avoid drawing attention, I used to eat alone on the rooftop during lunch." Indeed? Suddenly, Yukishida appeared to discern some oversight, regarding Aaron with a serious expression and inquired, "Aaron, if I recall correctly, the rooftop door has always been locked. How did you gain access?" "You mean that rusty lock? I merely tugged at it gently, and it fell away," Aaron replied. "As a result, the headmaster even sought me out personally. However, after my explanation, he forgave me and granted me permission to use the rooftop at my leisure." Noticing the skepticism etched on Yukishida's face, Aaron recounted the particulars of that day in the office. Just a few days prior, Aaron was summoned to the office of the bald-headed headmaster for interrogation. The headmaster pointed to the remnants of the rooftop door lock on the desk and insisted that Aaron demonstrate once more how he had vandalized school property. Thus, Aaron took the iron rod that lay upon the desk and twisted it into a spiral. Upon witnessing this, the headmaster and the nearby teacher instantly transformed from fearsome dragons into meek chicks. Although AI Ran has consistently ranked at the bottom of her class, she has never committed any transgressions. It is likely that her visit to the rooftop yesterday was a response to the overwhelming academic pressure she has been facing. Sleeping during class? Not a concern. At Zhongwu High, we prioritize the mental well-being of our students, and such behavior is entirely understandable. At this point, AI Ran has already packed away her empty meal container, preparing to dispose of it shortly. She turns to Yukino Shida and remarks, "They said as long as I pay for the damages, I won't face any penalties." Though she has long been aware of the unreliability of her teachers, she never imagined it would reach such a level. It appears that the esteemed reputation of Zhongwu High has indeed waned. Having witnessed female teachers smoking, drinking, and even assaulting students, now the school seems to tolerate a modern-day primate rampaging through its halls. Yukino Shida feels exasperated. What was once a respectable institution is rapidly transforming into a zoo. Perhaps a transfer would be the best course of action. Yukino Shida sighs and rises. "Have you been eating this much every day?" AI Ran responds, "Well, although I can only manage to eat enough to feel somewhat satisfied, I can just barely hold on until school ends." It seems that AI Ran is indeed quite unwell. One must remember that humans cannot consume such excessive quantities at once. At this juncture, Yukino Shida hesitates momentarily. Is AI Ran truly human? Could she be a bipedal gorilla or some other primate? The notion of a being capable of consuming 30 portions of bento and bread yet only feeling partially full certainly warrants further investigation. Aaron gazed at the enchanting young woman before him, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Today, you have been an immense help, Minister. Perhaps you could accompany me to buy lunch tomorrow." His time, after all, was exceedingly precious, not to be squandered on catering to the whims of a gorilla. Yukino tucked a strand of her raven hair behind her ear, averting her gaze. "However, if you can consistently attend club activities with sincerity, I might consider it." Chapter 4. Does purifying the Dragon Ball require romance? Aaron found himself unable to dismiss Yukino's request. After school, he continued on his way, heading directly to his apartment. It was now April 15th, a Monday. 15 days had elapsed since his arrival in this world, and he had spent 10 days attending classes at Sobu High. Yet he still felt out of place in this surrounding environment. Observing the people and objects around him evoked a sensation that was both familiar and alien. The more bustling the atmosphere, the more pronounced his sense of dissonance became. In his previous life, he had already surpassed 20 years, drifting aimlessly through existence. After being struck by a massive truck, it felt as though he had merely taken a nap, only to awaken as a remorseless killer. The memories of the past decade remained vividly etched in his mind, no matter how he rationalized it. He could not deny that the individual in those memories was indeed himself. At the age of 7, he first accompanied a team to conquer a planet inhabited by over 100 billion beings. Within mere days, he had joined forces with several Saiyans to eradicate every living creature on that planet, regardless of age or species. Any form of life was met with annihilation. The thrill of slaughter ignited a fervor within him, while combat stirred his very soul. The innate aggression and malevolence were woven into the very fabric of Saiyan genetics, awakening Aaron's bloodline completely. Even now, with the memories of his past life restored, he found himself powerless to resist the impulses encoded in his DNA. He yearned for battle and bloodshed. From the ages of 7 to 16, Aaron undertook countless missions, with the lives he extinguished numbering in the billions. By the age of 16, he possessed a battle power of 5,000, a figure that marked him as a prodigy even among Saiyans. In fact, Vegeta had once extended an olive branch to him. However, the pride and reserve of the Saiyan race compelled him to decline. Fortunately, Eren rejected Vegeta's offer. Otherwise, he would not have had the opportunity to return to a world that mirrored his previous life with an uncanny resemblance of 99. AI Ran now revels in the sensation of wandering the streets alone. The gravity, merely 1/10 that of planet Vegeta, imbues him with a perpetual sense of walking on clouds. The cherry blossoms lining the path continuously cleanse his spirit, and the lingering metallic scent of blood seems to have faded significantly. One must concede that, despite lacking the breathtaking beauty of scenes from his past life as anime, there exists a certain charm here. Whenever cherry blossoms flutter in anime, even the most subpar visuals transform into high-definition, or even ultra-high-definition, imagery. AI Ran cannot help but ponder if this is some kind of stringent criterion in this realm. His thoughts drifted far away, and upon regaining awareness, AI Ran found himself back in his apartment. This upscale residence consists of 25 stories. Upon his first arrival, AI Ran felt an inexplicable familiarity with the building. It must be said that although the unscrupulous landlord continues to exploit his labor, the accommodations and meals are quite satisfactory, far superior to what he experienced under Frieza. During his time with the Frieza Force, Saiyans were required to bring their own provisions when heading into battle. I have returned. Eren pushed open the door to room 1508 and, as per her employer's request, called out a greeting. Upon closing the door, a sphere of violet light materialized within the room, swiftly transforming into the figure of a young girl with rosy skin. The girl greeted Eren with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Hello, hello. Little Ran, have you returned so early today?" AI Ran directly passed through the ethereal projection created by the luminous sphere, entirely disregarding the peculiar moniker the girl had bestowed upon her. Observing AI Ran's indifference, the girl remained unperturbed and continued, "Have you found the contaminated Dragon Balls today?" Seated upon the sofa, AI Ran fell momentarily silent upon hearing the girl's query, protesting, "Oh, Lord Kaioshin of Time, how could I possibly find them so quickly? Moreover, you have yet to transmit the Dragon Ball radar I requested. Even if you wish to assess my KPIs, you must furnish me with the necessary tools for the task." Not so fast, little Ran. The Kaioshin's illusion floated before AI Ran, adopting the tone of an adorable young girl. The contaminated Dragon Balls have already found their hosts. Thus the Dragon Ball radar cannot locate them. However, I have confirmed that the 7 Dragon Balls are indeed on this planet. Furthermore, peculiar occurrences will invariably surround the host of the Dragon Balls. As long as you remain attuned to your energy, you will surely uncover them. A mocking chuckle escaped AI Ran's lips. After all, she was an ancient being of billions of years, yet the deity feigned the demeanor of a youthful girl. What a twisted sense of humor this god possesses. Little Ran, are you secretly calling me an old hag? The Kaioshin warned in a voice that was deceptively cute, while conveying terrifying implications. Blaspheming a deity incurs severe repercussions, like being reduced to ashes. Unable to even reach the afterlife, AI Ran, faced with such dire threats, promptly conceded, "I apologize. I was wrong to speak ill of a deity in my thoughts." She then continued her inquiry, "Lord Kaioshin of Time, how should I purify the Dragon Ball host if I find them? Should I annihilate them with an energy blast? Even if I learn to sense energy from you, my combat power is merely over 5,000. If I were to encounter a 1-star dragon or something similar, I would likely be reduced to ashes before you even intervene. Fear not, little Ran. This is your first task as a time patroller. Therefore, you will not be required to engage in combat. Simply channel the positive energy generated by love to purify the 7 Dragon Balls. It is quite simple, is it not?" "Love?" AI Ran sensed something amiss. "What do you mean by love? Romantic love?" "Precisely. Little Ran, you are quite astute. Based on my observations throughout the timeline, Saiyans generate sufficient positive energy when they experience love." Upon hearing the Kaioshin's explanation, AI Ran instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am a Saiyan, the mightiest warrior race in the universe. How could I possibly engage in romance with a human?" However, based on my observations, it appears that aside from being fiercely combative, Saiyans possess an inherent talent for living off the affections of others. Who told you that? Be cautious. I might accuse you of defamation. Chapter 5. The crimes one must bear alone. In response to AI Ran's protests, the Kaioshin of Time chose to ignore her completely. She shed her previous demeanor and regarded AI Ran with a serious expression, stating, "Little Ran, there is one matter I must impress upon you. You do not possess the right to refuse my task. Should you truly wish to evade execution, your only recourse is to return to the underworld to atone for your sins, eventually erasing your memories and being reincarnated. What kind of heartless overseer could impose such a coercive labor contract? To avoid work is to face death? It is akin to the treatment of those unfortunate souls deceived into servitude in northern Myanmar. AI ran, filled with sorrow and indignation, inquired, "Why did you save me before? Is the position of the Time Patroller truly so vacant?" "No," came the reply. "In the original timeline, you were destined to perish at the hands of Frisia. My presence near planet Vegeta was to ascertain the safety of the Saiyan infant who fled to the North Galaxy. He is the linchpin of the future world. However, just before planet Vegeta's complete annihilation, I noticed a significant waning of the malevolent energy within you, although your heart still harbors darkness. A flicker of light has emerged amidst the shadows. Thus, this mission serves not only to purify the Dragon Balls, but also to cleanse your own soul. You must live in this world as an ordinary human. The sins you have committed must ultimately be shouldered by you alone." Upon hearing the profound words of the Kaishin of Time, AI Ren fell silent. In truth, for the past decade and more, he had merely been devoid of his previous life's memories. Yet, AI Ren was certain that he remained fundamentally the same. It was he who had committed acts of murder and arson, he who had revered strength, and he who had lost his humanity. Even now, upon regaining his memories, AI Ren felt no remorse for the countless lives he had taken. His daily existence continued unabated. This was the essence of a Saiyan's lifestyle. And no one perceived anything amiss. The laws of survival in the universe are simple. The weak perish at the hands of the strong. What is inherently wrong with the strong obliterating the weak? After all, were not the Saiyans themselves nearly annihilated by Frisia in an instant? Prior to this moment, AI Ren had always held such thoughts. Thus, upon arriving in this peaceful world, he felt an acute sense of dissonance. Suddenly, a shiver ran down AI Ren's spine. Why was he able to perceive slaughter and death so nonchalantly? Why did he feel no pangs of regret after extinguishing so many lives? He succumbed to profound self-doubt, questioning whether he was truly the Saiyan AI Ren or merely the reclusive AI Ren from Earth. Time passed, and he was abruptly engulfed by a wave of dizziness. Struggling against the rising nausea, AI Ren turned to the Kaishin of Time, his voice hoarse as he declared, "I accept this mission." Seeing AI Ren's newfound resolve, the Kaishin of Time nodded in satisfaction, her demeanor shifting back to the youthful charm she initially exuded. With a cheerful tone, she remarked, "Excellent, little AI Ren. I believe you will succeed in your mission. However, I must remind you of a few things. First, you cannot kill indiscriminately as you did before. Second, do not sever your tail merely out of convenience. I have stored some divine energy within it, and our communication is facilitated by that power. Of course, this is but one of its many uses, as it will serve critical purposes in due time. Well then, I believe we have discussed enough for today. Ensure you complete your mission, and live as an ordinary human during this period. Farewell." With that, she vanished from the room. Once the Kaishin departed, AI Ren collapsed onto the sofa like a lifeless fish, burying his face deep into the cushions as he murmured to himself, "Must I bear the weight of my own sins alone?" Aaron's stomach emitted a resounding protest. Never mind, it would be best to have a meal first. A hungry Saiyan simply cannot think clearly. The following day, Aaron, as usual, was sprawled on his desk at school, lost in a deep slumber. Just as he was enveloped in his dreams, the table was rapped insistently. Knock, knock, knock. With a groggy lift of his head, he found himself confronted by an irate older woman standing before him. "Hey, you little brat, how was your rest? You actually managed to sleep through until the afternoon dismissal. You certainly have some nerve." Jingpingjua clenched her fists, ready to deliver a decisive blow if Aaron failed to provide an adequate explanation. "Apologies. I've had some matters to attend to these past few nights. I'll be more mindful in the future." Aaron's response was somewhat perfunctory, yet he spoke the truth. The King of Time declared that the Dragon radar was futile, as there were no detectors. Thus, Aaron had to embark on the arduous journey of learning to sense Ki from the very beginning. Although Saiyans possess an innate ability to utilize Ki, they cannot achieve Ki perception without systematic training. Observing Aaron's nonchalant demeanor, Heizuka sighed in resignation and said, "Youngster, come with me for a while." "All right." AI Ren slowly rose to his feet, only to realize that he was not the sole individual summoned to the office. A classmate, with lifeless eyes, stood despondently behind Shizuka Hiratsuka. Chapter 6. Hachiman Hikigaya arrives. Youth is a web of deceit, a form of wickedness. In short, may all those who revel in their lives meet their downfall. Inside the office, Shizuka Hiratsuka, donned in a white coat and a cigarette perched between her lips, was vociferously reading aloud the text on a sheet of paper. Upon finishing the final word, a dangerous glint flickered in her eyes. "Hey, Hikigaya, can you enlighten me on what this is?" Reflecting on his high school life, Hachiman Hikigaya, the listless student standing before Shizuka Hiratsuka, responded weakly. The tuft of hair atop his head quivered, perhaps in response to his trepidation. Yet, despite his fear, he mustered the courage to declare, "I believe this is the closest representation of my high school experience." Mid-sentence, Hachiman Hikigaya abruptly halted as Shizuka Hiratsuka's fist loomed perilously close to his abdomen. AI Ran watched with great interest, captivated by a scene he had only witnessed in anime during his previous life. Experiencing a live-action version for free was truly exhilarating. However, he could not remain a mere observer for long, as an instigator soon approached. Helping Zongjing, momentarily suppressing her anger, turned her gaze towards AI Ran. "While I can understand someone like Hikigaya being lackadaisical, AI Ran, why have you not even attempted to write anything? Since your transfer, you have not submitted a single assignment. Yesterday, I inquired with Yukino Shida, and you have not participated in any club activities. Do you harbor some resentment towards me?" Hikigaya's deadpan eyes subtly scrutinized this transfer student, who had enrolled even later than he had. Although they wore identical uniforms, this individual's attire was rather peculiar. What sort of person uses a coarse gray rope as a belt? The white shirt barely concealed his muscular physique, complemented by an exceptionally fierce gaze. This fellow must be a notorious delinquent. With this thought, Hikigaya instinctively took a step back. Upon hearing Hiranuma Seiji's inquiry, Iron instinctively uttered the standard response of a Saiyan confronted with such inquiries. "Humph. As if I would waste my time on such trivial matters." However, a sudden shock coursed through him. How detrimental habitual responses can be. The Supreme Kai of Time had brought him to this school not only to seek the Dragon Balls but also to reintegrate into human society. Yet, before he could ponder further, Hiranuma Seiji's iron fist was already aimed at his abdomen. What a feeble attack, Iron silently critiqued. He then encircled Hiranuma Seiji's fist with his hand. Admittedly, by human standards, the punch was quite commendable. AI Ran grasped Ping Zhongjing's hand and casually remarked, "I apologize. I am accustomed to speaking this way. I will complete this assignment for you later, and I will participate in the club activities subsequently." With a sigh, Ping Zhongjing replied, "Well, never mind." She could tell that AI Ren seemed to have not rested well. At the age of 16, boys are often overwhelmed by surging hormones, making them difficult to manage, and it would not be appropriate to reprimand him further. After a moment's contemplation, she extinguished her cigarette and stood up, saying, "You too. Come with me." At that moment, Hakiya appeared outwardly meek, resembling a little chick. Yet, internally, he was in turmoil, exclaiming, "What did I just witness? A confrontation between delinquent students and delinquent teachers? Should I follow? Am I at risk of being silenced?" AI Ran smiled at Hikigaya and patted his shoulder, saying, "Come on. You wouldn't want to endure Teacher Hiratsuka's iron fist, would you, great teacher? Great teacher? I am Hikigaya Hachiman." Aaron raised his hands in a gesture of apology, stating, "I'm sorry, but just now the teacher recited your remarkable work and found it quite intriguing. Thus, I extend this respectful title to you." Hachiman Hikigaya remained silent, pondering. A dividing line appeared as Shizuka Hiratsuka arrived at the entrance of the service club's classroom, accompanied by two individuals. The door stood closed yet unlocked, with a swift motion. She flung it open and announced cheerfully, "Hey, Yukino Shida." From within the classroom came a resigned sigh. "Teacher Hiratsuka, I believe I mentioned that you should knock before entering." Unfazed, Hiratsuka replied nonchalantly, "Well, it's not my fault you're too slow. Take heed next time." "Haha, this time, I've not only brought Aaron along for you, but also a new member." Upon hearing Hiratsuka's words, Yukino Shida shifted her gaze toward Aaron, who dutifully stepped into the classroom and seated himself across from Yukino Shida, retrieving several books whose titles eluded his comprehension. Though unaware of Aaron's sudden compliance that day, Yukino Shida nodded with satisfaction, having prepared for her fifth attempt to recruit him. Thus, the simpleton standing beside Teacher Hiratsuka is our new member? Hikigaya, who had been staring blankly at Yukino Shida, suddenly jolted in surprise. "A member of the club?" Hikigaya queried, puzzled. "Hey, when did I ever express a desire to join this club?" Hiratsuka raised her fist, her smile concealing a menacing aura. "Oh, do you have any objections?" "And no." Hikigaya averted his gaze, having succumbed to Hiratsuka's intimidating presence. "As you can see, this fellow's disposition is as unpleasant as his gaze. Rectifying his distorted character is my commission." Yukino Shida crossed her arms, eyeing Hikigaya warily. I must decline. Being scrutinized by such a lecherous gaze makes me quite uncomfortable. Furthermore, our club already harbors one unevolved creature. We cannot afford to add another pervert. I fear for my safety. Unevolved creature? Hiratsuka regarded Aaron with curiosity. Meanwhile, Aaron, perplexed by the incomprehensible text before him, protested, "Hey, can you refrain from dragging me into this?" Chapter 7. The first Dragon Ball lies within Yukinoshita? Well then, Yukinoshita, as you can see, your service club now boasts 2 members. Hikigaya has some issues, and as for Aaron, Hiratsuka's sentence trailed off, her judgment of Aaron still unclear. After observing him for half a month, she noted that Aaron possessed an array of problems that left one speechless, orphaned and devoid of basic life knowledge. It was unclear from which mountain he had descended. He consumed copious amounts of food, possessed great strength, yet his intellect left much to be desired. All while wearing a disdainful expression. It was difficult to imagine how Aaron would manage to integrate into society. Surprisingly, Yukinoshita did not seem greatly averse to him and appeared determined to assist Aaron. They would likely coexist harmoniously. As Hiratsuka contemplated this, she noticed Yukinoshita, looking troubled, state, "Teacher Hiratsuka, the lewd gaze from this Hikigaya classmate makes me feel that his inclusion in the club poses a considerable risk." Rest assured, Hiratsuka replied with conviction. Hikigaya's risk assessment is quite sound. He wouldn't engage in such behavior. Besides, Aaron will be here to help, right? With Hiratsuka's reassurance, Yukinoshita hesitated before declaring, "Very well. I shall accept this commission." Upon receiving her affirmative response, Hiratsuka waved her hand. "Then I leave them in your capable hands. Ensure you all get along well." With that, she turned and exited the classroom, leaving an air of silence in her wake. At this moment, AI Rand had already slumped over the table. The book was utterly unbearable, and managing to stay awake for 5 minutes was a milestone of progress. He squinted, continuing to adeptly sense the atmosphere around him. In his perception, the aura from Yukinoshita was despondent yet gentle. Hiding outside the door, Hiratsuka's presence was significantly more robust and fervent than that of an ordinary person. Suddenly, AI Ren furrowed his brow. Yukinoshita's energy, true to her name, was pure and snow-white, yet it subtly emanated warmth. However, as his sensing deepened, AI Ren discerned a hint of malevolence lurking within her aura. It seemed he needed to participate more in club activities. This sensation must be the tainted essence of the Dragon Balls. Yukigaya pulled a chair and sat far from AI Ren and Yukinoshita, twisting his body in search of a sense of security. "May I ask what club this is?" he inquired. "The service club," Yukinoshita replied, her tone still cold and indifferent. "The service club?" Yukigaya's expression soured slightly. The name sounded rather suggestive. Seemingly perceiving his thoughts, Yukinoshita glanced at him and remarked icily, "Is that all that occupies your mind? Such a base interest, dead fish eyes." "Well," he murmured, scratching the back of his head, not particularly bothered by Yukinoshita's sharp tongue. "So, Yukinoshita, what are the primary activities of this service club? Why not take a guess?" she suggested, giving him a hint that what we are currently doing constitutes a club activity. Yukigaya instantly responded, "Sitting and reading? The study club?" Yukinoshita sighed. "It is my fault. I should not have held any expectations for you." At that moment, AI Ren rested her head on the table and began to lament. The affluent bestow their benevolence upon the impoverished. This is what is termed philanthropy. Of course, these were the words spoken to me by the former minister. My understanding of the club is that it serves as a pro bono establishment, yet despite its lack of remuneration, customers remain elusive. This is merely a reflection of your superficial comprehension, AI Ran. Given your still evolving intellect, I find it commendable that you have grasped even this much. As she spoke, Yukinoshita unconsciously rose to her feet, arms crossed before her chest, adopting an imposing stance as she addressed Hikigaya. "Welcome to the service club. We are delighted to have you join us, Hikigaya." Erin slightly tilted her face, which was originally buried between her arms, revealing one eye as she gazed at Yukinoshita and Hikigaya. Although Yukinoshita offered words of welcome, her tone cast doubt on whether her greeting was genuine or merely a fade. "Since Hiratsuka-sensei entrusted you to me, I shall diligently rectify Hikigaya's missteps while also striving to enhance Erin's academic performance. Feel free to express your gratitude." Hikigaya rolled his eyes, feeling quite displeased. "You. Of all people. Though I admit I might be a bit odd, I am still quite exceptional. I ranked second in the humanities in the school-wide mock exams. And I don't look too shabby either. Aside from lacking a girlfriend and friends, I am fundamentally outstanding." Beside him, Aaron, Upon hearing Hikagaya's words, buried her face once more. She felt unqualified to partake in such a conversation between academic elites, deeming it more important to contemplate the aura emanating from Yukino Shida. How could she possibly extract the Dragon Ball from her? Moreover, how does one generate positive energy? Perhaps I should consult Lord Kai of Time when I return. Yukino Shida's expression turned frosty. What is there to be proud of in being second? I understand now. It is due to your awkward nature that you remain friendless. Yukino Shida. If I recall correctly, you two have always been alone, haven't you? The illustrious flower of SBU High, the flawless and righteous Yukino Shida Yukino. A polymath with boundless charm and an icy demeanor. Even Hikagaya, oblivious to the intricacies of female relationships, had heard rumors about such an exceptional person never forming friendships at SBU High, piquing his curiosity. It is because I am simply too outstanding, Yukino Shida declared, gradually making her way to the window. Yet, this world is peculiar. The more exceptional one is, the more they are ostracized. Such a reality seems profoundly unjust. Hence, I am determined to establish this club, initiating change within each individual, ultimately transforming this world. She lifted her head and gazed out the window, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. At that moment, Aaron's gaze happened to meet hers. The sunlight graced the girl's face, momentarily halting even the breath of a straightforward boy like him. Chapter 8. Change is the first step to self-redemption. With Hikagaya's addition, the narrative appeared to be gaining momentum. Yukino Shida and Hikagaya rose to engage in a spirited debate. Outside the door, Hiratsuka Shizuka was likely eavesdropping with a smile on her face. Aaron, however, had little interest in such matters. He was squinting his eyes, attuning himself to Yukino Shida's aura. It was now almost certain that the tainted Dragon Ball resided within Yukino Shida. That malevolent energy was beyond human possession, and it fluctuated with the tides of her emotions. Yukino Shida Yukino remained as haughty as ever, though her face was obscured. Aaron could envision her expression. If you can converse with a girl like me, then surely you can engage with most people. Perhaps that is a slight correction. Just how confident are you? Hikagaya retorted, speechless. Just as their argument reached an impasse, Hiratsuka Shizuka entered the room. Yukino Shida, I must interrupt. It appears our efforts to correct Hikagaya's behavior are not progressing favorably. Upon hearing this, Hikagaya expressed his discontent. Correcting implies that I wish for others to meddle with my true nature. That is clearly avoidance. Yukino Shida countered. Isn't so-called change merely an evasion of the current situation? Why can we not affirm our present and past selves? If that were the case, no issue would ever be resolved, and no individual could attain salvation. After listening to their exchange, Hiratsuka raised her hand to intervene. Now, both of you. Let us calm down. Historically, when opposing ideals clash, resolving them through competition is a time-honored trope in SHN manga. AI Ran remarked from the side. Must they really compete to determine their gender? Is it not evident? With a sharp glare directed towards AI Ran, Hirano Kazaka Shizuka continued. Therefore, let us hold a contest within this club. It shall be a trial to see who can better serve others. The victor shall have the authority to issue any command to the other. Yukino Shida Yukino stepped back, crossing her arms, and stated, I refuse. Confronting this man, I sense a significant threat. That is mere prejudice. A second-year male is not preoccupied with such lewd thoughts all day. AI Ran quietly lay there, continuing her internal critique. Hiranokazuka Shizuka interjected at an opportune moment. Yukino Shida, could it be that you fear defeat, hence your reluctance? It is rather an obvious form of provocation. Yet I accept it. Yukino Shida then turned to AI Ran and inquired, will you participate, AI Ran? With her head still bowed, AI Ran lazily replied, I don't want to. I'm very busy and wouldn't participate in such a tedious affair. That is not acceptable. The servitude department must cultivate a spirit of teamwork. Everyone is required to participate. Shizuka Hiratsuka interjected. Well, if I have time, I'll join. However, I have some matters to attend to today, so I'll take my leave now. See you tomorrow. With that, AI Ran stood up, picked up her backpack, and walked towards the door. Watching AI Ran's retreating figure, Shizuka Hiratsuka sighed. Compared to Hikagaya, AI Ran's character issues were far more intricate. Although it seemed that his demeanor had changed significantly during this period, Shizuka Hiratsuka, based on her life experience, sensed that he had not truly transformed at all. His current attitude was merely a reflection of his desire to avoid interaction with others. She couldn't help but reminisce about their first encounter. His gaze at that time was utterly devoid of humanity. After leaving school, AI Ran found a secluded corner and took off into the sky, swiftly heading towards his residence. I'm back. Upon returning home, AI Ran recited the words he had promised to the Kai of Time. Sure enough, as soon as AI Ran finished speaking, the apparition of the Kai of Time materialized in the room. Little AI Ran, you found me so quickly. Were you missing me? Not at all. AI Ran replied, settling onto the sofa. Today, I discovered the trace of a Dragon Ball. How can I extract and purify it from a human body? Ah, you are truly impressive, finding the first Dragon Ball so quickly. The Kai of Time playfully responded. Witnessing this, AI Ran rolled his eyes. Can we skip the pleasantries? Lord Kai, I need to know the specific steps for purifying that Dragon Ball. Do I really have to engage in a romantic relationship to purify the Dragon Balls? With a more serious demeanor, the Kai of Time contemplated for a moment before stating, Currently, little AI Ran, you are not yet capable of this. Both extracting the Dragon Ball residing within a human body and the subsequent purification require a sufficient amount of positive energy. This necessitates a kind heart. However, given your current circumstances, this is absolutely unattainable. AI Ran was left utterly dumbfounded. Then what should I do? Having found it, I can't extract or purify it. This job is incredibly frustrating. Don't worry, little AI Ran. First, you must live well as a human. Of course, love is the only way for Saiyan to generate positive energy. However, you should also keep a close eye on those hosts. The tainted Dragon Balls may bring about undesirable occurrences. AI Ran sighed and waved her hand at the God of Time. Very well, I understand. There's nothing more to discuss. You may leave now. The God of Time muttered discontentedly, Honestly, do you regard me as merely a convenient tool? With that, she vanished from the room. After a while, AI Ran slowly approached the window, gazing at the scenery outside, murmuring to herself, without enacting change, no problem can be resolved. Is there truly no salvation for anyone? Chapter 9. The sudden anomaly. Erin sat cross-legged on her bed, eyes closed as she sensed whether any unusual energies existed in the world around her. Yet, this endeavor proved futile. No matter how she looked at it, this was merely an ordinary, mundane world. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something. Opening her eyes and scratching her head, no wonder this building seems familiar. Yukino Shida lives right across from me? How ironic that I failed to notice her presence so close by. It appears my training is still lacking. With that thought, Erin directed her entire focus onto Yukino Shida, who is now the host of the Dragon Balls, and she could not afford to let anything happen to her. This was crucial to whether she could grant herself a wish. Contemplating this, Erin found herself daydreaming. If she could realize a wish, what would it be? Just past 8 o'clock, in room 1507 of the same building, Yukino Shida had finished washing up and changed into her pajamas. The white spaghetti-strap nightgown had one strap slipped down her shoulder, exposing a generous expanse of her smooth skin. Yet, she paid it no mind, as she was alone and felt secure in her surroundings. Sitting on the sofa, she held a cat magazine, while a pre-recorded anime featuring Mr. Pan played on the television. This was already her nth viewing of the series. As a seasoned cat enthusiast, she adored any creature associated with the term cat. So, is a panda merely a giant cat? As time passed, the indoor temperature gradually dropped. Feeling the chill, Yukino Shida involuntarily shivered. She pulled a blanket over herself and murmured, It's already April. Hasn't this winter ended yet? However, the temperature continued to plummet, and within mere minutes, it fell below 10 degrees. Unable to endure the cold any longer in her thin attire, she rose to turn on the air conditioning. Suddenly, a portal-like luminescence appeared in the apartment's living room. The moment it manifested, it radiated an intense chill, causing an immediate freezing phenomenon within the space. Moreover, it exerted a powerful gravitational pull on Yukino Shida, threatening to engulf her entirely. At that moment, Yukino Shida's face turned pale. The cold dulled her thoughts, rendering her incapable of any actions or sounds. In just a few seconds, she could no longer hold on, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, as she despairingly closed her eyes for the final time. The door of room 1507 was forcefully kicked open, and Erin rushed in. Yukino Shida, Erin exclaimed, enveloping Yukino Shida in her warm embrace. So warm, Yukino Shida murmured before completely losing consciousness. In a snow-laden, isolated realm, Yukino Shida let out a soft groan, gradually awakening from her stupor. Dazed, she gazed up at the sky, bewildered. Just moments ago, she had been in her apartment. How had she suddenly arrived here? At that moment, a voice reached her ears. Ah, you're awake? To freeze into unconsciousness and awaken after merely 2 hours. Minister, your health is impressive. Upon hearing this voice, Yukino Shida sat up abruptly, tightening her black coat and regarding the source of the sound with suspicion. Only upon recognizing Aaron did she relax slightly, though tension quickly returned. Aaron, where are we? What just happened? Dressed only in a white shirt, Aaron approached Yukino Shida and sat beside her. I'm not entirely sure, but we can confirm that we are no longer on Earth. After all, Earth has no snow-covered tundras filled with malevolent energy. Yukino Shida? AI Rant's recent remarks have transcended her understanding. What does it mean to no longer be on Earth? And what is this malevolent aura she speaks of? Ignoring Yukino Shida's expression, AI Rand continued with her musings. The ability to materialize something akin to a portal is simply bizarre, is it not? Upon hearing AI Rant's words, Yukino Shida recalled the luminous arc that had appeared in her apartment. AI ran. What exactly is that light circle? At that moment, a chilling breeze swept through, causing Yukino Shida's voice to quiver slightly. Even though she is a delicate flower, the suddenness of this situation inevitably instilled a sense of fear within her. Aaron, witnessing the situation, felt a sense of helplessness. The human body on Earth was indeed exceedingly fragile. It appeared imperative to swiftly find a means of returning, as the environment here posed significant dangers for Yukino Shida. Yukino. Amidst Yukino's astonishment, Aaron liberated the tail that was coiled around her waist and cradled it in her hands, commencing a silent incantation. O great Kaioshin of time, can you hear my voice? The power you bestowed upon me should prove useful at this moment. Beside her, Yukino Shida Yukino stood in utter shock. Although she had previously inquired whether Aaron had yet to achieve full evolution, the revelation of Aaron's tail left her utterly bewildered. Indeed, the Monkey King had truly grown a tail. Aaron, what are you doing? Perhaps due to the multitude of extraordinary events she had encountered that day, Yukino's capacity for acceptance had suddenly expanded significantly. Aaron, with a serious expression, held her tail and calmly responded to Yukino Shida with 2 words, summon the deity. Yukino Shida Yukino? In that moment, Yukino Shida felt as if the worldview she had constructed over the past decade had utterly shattered. Chapter 10, Must I stay for an entire year before I can depart? Aaron clasped her tail, engaging in prayer for over 10 minutes, yet silence prevailed. Beside her, Yukino Shida Yukino found herself at a loss for words. Were it not for the myriad of events that had transpired today, she would surely suspect that Aaron was suffering from some form of delusion. Moreover, Aaron's physical condition was deteriorating. Clad only in a thin nightgown and draped in Aaron's school uniform, she was ill-equipped to withstand the biting cold of -10 degrees. As time wore on, impatience began to gnaw at Aaron. Where was the divine power that the mediocre deity had promised to leave within my tail for emergencies? Why was there not a single sign of response? As AI Rand's complaints slipped from his lips, a pink orb emanated from his tail, swiftly coalescing into the form of the supreme Kai of time. Little Ran, I heard that. Are you speaking ill of the gods behind their backs again? At this rate, you will surely incur divine wrath. You might even find yourself in hell. The supreme Kai of time began her playful banter upon arrival. Yet AI Rand promptly interrupted her, gesturing towards Yukino Shida beside him. Supreme Kai of time, this is Yukino Shida, the host of the Dragon Ball. A few hours ago, an anomaly appeared beside her, and we were transported to this world through a portal. Do you possess a means to return us? The Supreme Kai of Time peered curiously at Yukino Shida. Hi. Hello. I am Kai Kane. I can sense that you possess a kind heart. Greetings, Supreme Kai of Time. Yukino replied with a gentle nod towards Kane, though her mind was a tempest of unanswered questions. The term Dragon Ball host echoed in her ears. What did it signify? Moreover, could this little girl truly be a deity? Yukino was beset by inquiries, yet she discerned that this was not the opportune moment for questions. Enough of the unnecessary pleasantries. Supreme Kai, please devise a way to send us back to Earth. Humanity cannot endure in such an environment for long. Sensing the urgency in AI Rand's tone, Kane offered a knowing smile. Oh, little Ran is now concerned for humanity? What a significant advancement. Aaron turned her head to the side, exclaiming in frustration, TCH. The tainted Dragon Ball resides within her. I cannot afford any mishaps before completing the task. Kane, displaying a mysterious smile, chose not to continue the argument with Aaron and began observing the icy tundra surrounding them. The King of Time, now in work mode, retracted her relaxed demeanor, her expression turning serious. After a moment, Kane addressed Aaron. This is an alternate space, akin to the room of spirit and time utilized by deities. Based on my experience, the tainted 3-star ball is lodged within Yukino under snow. If you wish to leave, there are only 2 methods, Kane continued. Upon hearing the possibility of escape, Aaron eagerly inquired, what are the methods? Kane cast a glance at Aaron, interrupting her eagerness with a knowing look, and proceeded. The first method involves me forcibly extracting the 3-star ball from Yukino's body. Once that is accomplished, you simply need to defeat the 3-star dragon to exit. However, the combat prowess of the 3-star dragon is likely superior to what I previously described regarding Super Saiyan 3. Kane paused, her expression morphing into one of disdain as she glanced at Aaron. It was evident what she intended to convey. Someone with a mere battle power of 5,000 was unworthy of standing before such a formidable opponent. Aaron's face flushed with indignation. How could this seemingly powerless third-rate deity look down upon her? Yet, she maintained her meek demeanor, not solely out of need, but also from a sense of frustration regarding her own limitations. Observing the turmoil within Aaron, Kane nodded. Despite this Scion's tendency to act haughty, since rescuing her on planet Vegeta, Aaron's malevolent inclinations had gradually diminished. Progress was being made. Without further ado, Kane revealed the second method. The alternative is to remain here for a year. After that period, a portal will reappear, allowing your return. What? A whole year? The despair in Yukino's eyes deepened as she realized her current state. Surviving even a single day seemed an insurmountable challenge. The thought of disappearing for a year tormented her. Her parents and sister would surely be frantic. Kane, possessing the ability to read minds, gazed gently at Yukino and assured her, "Do not worry. Aaron will find a way to ensure your survival. Although my ability to assist is limited, I will do my utmost." Furthermore, this space resembles the room of spirit and time. While time here flows unevenly, a year spent within will equate to merely a few hours outside, at most a day. Upon hearing the reassurance from the King of Time, Yukino's previously despondent spirit began to lift. Although uncertainty about the future lingered, hope for a return to normalcy flickered within her. "Little Yukino, I am the deity of time, and due to certain regulations, I cannot intervene excessively in the purification of the Dragon Balls. Thus, I can only provide you with some warm clothing and a sense of being." Kane expressed her apologies. "I am truly limited in what I can offer." Seeing Kane's apologetic expression, Aaron waved her hand dismissively, replying, "This is more than sufficient. Thank you." King of Time. Chapter 11. The Year of Solitude begins within a cave sheltered from the wind of the snowy tundra. Aaron and Yukino would spend the night. Rather than a cave, it was more like a large indentation in the rock, barely accommodating 2 individuals. Moments after the apparition of the King of Time vanished, Yukino's clothing and the sense of being materialized. Interestingly, the garments were reminiscent of Yukino's winter attire, leaving her curious about how Kane managed this. Upon receiving the clothing and sense of being, Aaron could not help but scoff at the limitations of a third-rate deity. After all, in the world of Dragon Balls, there existed miraculous capsules that could effortlessly resolve their predicament. Clearly, the King of Time was unable to intervene significantly in the purification of the Dragon Balls. Yukino meticulously spread some dried moss and soft grass upon the stone floor to create a makeshift bed, her mind wandering as she prepared to share a cave with another man. Although Aaron appeared to be a decent individual, she felt a twinge of discomfort. But was Aaron even human? The Scions, despite possessing tails, bore an uncanny resemblance to humans. Yet, recalling Aaron's ability to fly and unleash devastating energy blasts, Yukino found herself questioning whether Aaron could truly be classified as a carbon-based life form. As she worked, her thoughts spiraled into a maze of contemplation, deities, extraterrestrials, Dragon Balls. These concepts required considerable time to comprehend and digest. "Everything is ready, Aaron." Yukino's tone remained cool, yet under the moonlight, her ears betrayed her with a hint of warmth. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a wife urging her husband to retire for the night. Suppressing her tumultuous thoughts, Yukino adopted a composed demeanor and addressed Aaron, "Let us rest early. Tomorrow, we have much to accomplish: constructing shelter, foraging for sustenance. All right, you take the inner space, and I will rest at the entrance. If anything seems amiss during the night, just call my name." AI Ran gazed at the fire flickering at the cave's entrance, a creation of his own using the chi cannon. Observing the solitary figure of his companion, who would share a year of his life, Yukino, lying beneath the snow on the soft grass, found her sleep elusive. "I truly appreciate your presence today. Had I arrived in this world alone, I might have quietly perished," she murmured. "There is no need for gratitude. My mission is to purify the Dragon Ball within you. Until that task is accomplished, I shall ensure your safety." AI Rant's blunt dismissal of her thanks drew a subtle frown from Yukino. This man consistently repelled those around him, shrouding himself in isolation. And AI Ran. Yukino instinctively perceived a creature akin to an unkempt stray cat, perpetually wary and resistant to the world. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired, "Could you share how you lived your previous life?" "My past holds no significance," AI Ran replied, his tone tranquil yet resolute. He recoiled from the memories of the past decade, a reclusive individual who had languished in peace, only to reincarnate as a ruthless harbinger of chaos. He felt a dissonance within, the brutality coursing through his veins urging him to revel in destruction, while the moral compass forged in his former life incessantly reminded him of the horror of such actions. Noticing the perplexed expression on Yukino's face, AI Ran resolved to steer the conversation elsewhere. "Director, I see you, much like myself, tend to navigate school life alone. It seems you might not have many friends there?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted them. What friends could Yukino possibly have at this stage? Sure enough, after a moment of silence, she responded with the anticipated reply, "To have friends, one must first define what constitutes a friend." AI Ran suddenly perceived a charming quality in Yukino Shida. "What is amusing about that?" Yukino Shida's expression gradually became somewhat rigid. "No, it is merely that your forced explanation of having no friends strikes me as somewhat endearing. However, I must admit that I am genuinely curious. Judging by appearances alone, it is hard to believe that Yukino Shida does not have any friends." AI Ran stretched leisurely and began to speak. "Indeed, I have been quite charming since my childhood. However, it is precisely this allure that has led every man who approaches me to harbor a fondness, albeit a superficial one, merely due to my appearance." Yukino Shida reminisced about the incident from her childhood involving the shoes hidden in the storage room, and her expression gradually turned cold once more. AI Ran chuckled softly, remarking on Yukino Shida's awkwardness. However, the way she casually expressed her own cuteness revealed a certain degree of narcissism in the girl. Yukino huffed in defiance, retorting, "Humph. AI Ran, you have no right to call me awkward." It was evident that she rarely interacted with others at school, preferring to sleep instead. After uttering her words, she turned her back, indicating that she had lost interest in continuing the conversation with AI Ran for the night. "Has she fallen asleep?" AI Ran murmured a question to himself, but upon receiving no response, he reclined upon the soft moss he had prepared beneath the snow. The biting cold wind howled outside the cave's entrance. Thus began their year-long solitude together. Chapter 12. An unreliable beginning in a state of drowsiness. AI Ran sensed a warm body enveloping him like an octopus. He slightly opened one eye. Indeed, even though they were sheltered from the wind in the cave, it had been quite chilly the previous night. It was only natural for the girl to instinctively seek his warmth while they slept, especially since the cave's entrance was situated closer to the fire. However, upon closer inspection, Yukino Shida was undeniably rather charming. As he observed the sleeping girl using his chest as a pillow, a faint smile graced AI Ran's lips. Aaron gazed outside, noting that dawn had fully arrived. He gently cleared his throat, rousing the girl who had been resting on him, then closed his eyes once more, feigning slumber. With his eyes shut, Aaron sensed that Yukino Shida, though barren, was surprisingly soft. Upon awakening, Yukino Shida realized she was tightly embracing Aaron, and with a startled gasp, she swiftly retreated deeper into the cave. However, the confined space offered little room for her escape. Ouch! She accidentally collided with the stone wall. The pain brought tears to her eyes as she tenderly rubbed the back of her head. Noticing that the man before her showed no signs of waking, she quickly subdued her voice and movements, gingerly crawling out of the cave. Though the previous moment had been rather embarrassing, Aaron's continued slumber reassured her that it was not too grave. As Yukino Shida stealthily exited the cave, as if she were a thief, Aaron suppressed a chuckle. He was tempted to awaken suddenly and tease her, but considering her delicate sensibilities, he opted to remain in his feigned sleep. "Aaron, at last. You have awakened." Yukino Shida sat quietly on a rock not far from the cave entrance, casting a glance at Aaron as he emerged. At that moment, she recalled the incident of the previous night when she had inadvertently clung to him, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. "It must be because I often slept with Mr. Pan at home." Yes, Aaron must have been mistaken for Mr. Pan. In a flurry, Yukino Shida concocted the most rational explanation for her behavior from the night before. The weather today was far more pleasant than yesterday, with a gentle breeze wafting through. Aaron stretched lazily and casually remarked, "I stayed up quite late last night on watch. The weather today is splendid, and we must hasten to search for sustenance and establish a shelter." Yukino Shida gazed at the boundless tundra and instinctively nodded. After the events of yesterday, She had completely come to regard Aaron as her steadfast ally in surviving this wilderness. Next, Aaron stroked his chin, deep in thought. He had sensed that there were no formidable creatures in this area. This was both a blessing and a curse. The absence of powerful beings indicated a lack of dangerous foes. However, it also suggested a potential scarcity of food, given Aaron's still developing sensitivity to energy. He was uncertain about this aspect. Scions require copious amounts of nourishment. Pardon my intrusion, Yukino Shida. With that, Aaron suddenly embraced Yukino Shida and swiftly soared towards the lake he had discovered the previous day. Moments later, a tremendous scream echoed through the air. At several hundred meters above ground, Yukino Shida instinctively buried her head in Aaron's chest, trembling uncontrollably, although she was reluctant to be held by him. She felt utterly helpless and on the brink of madness. She had suddenly been whisked into the sky by Aaron, with her eyes tightly shut. She heard the rushing wind around her. This was not her first experience in the air, after all. She had flown many times on airplanes, but the sensation of flying without any windows was truly terrifying. At that moment, she no longer cared whose arms she was nestled in, nor did she concern herself with whether Aaron, the not yet fully evolved ape-like being, was taking advantage of her. All she desired was a safe corner to hide in, to ease the frantic beating of her heart. Thus, she clung more tightly to Aaron, her face pressed firmly against his chest. Observing the Yukino Shida who sought refuge in his embrace, Aaron felt a touch of exasperation. It was only then that he recalled that Yukino Shida seemed to have a fear of heights. Aaron slowed her flight, lowering her head to say, "I apologize." Upon hearing Aaron's voice beside her, Yukino felt a surge of fear, yet she ultimately mustered the courage to lift her head slightly. At that moment, tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, rendering her particularly endearing. Nevertheless, even in this instance, Yukino could not afford to display any weakness. She glared fiercely at Aaron, for she dared not turn her gaze away from her. The howling winds swirling around her incessantly reminded her of their altitude, several hundred meters above the ground. Observing Yukino Shida's demeanor, Aaron shyly rubbed her nose, yet in an instant, she resolved to take action. If Yukino Shida were to survive a year in this place, she would need to conquer her fear of heights. After all, should any danger arise, it would be Aaron who would bear the responsibility of flying with her. Moreover, if she could not overcome her fear in such an environment, it was unlikely she would ever do so in her lifetime. Thus, the hand that had been casually resting on Yukino Shida's shoulder suddenly moved to her waist. As Yukino Shida felt a mixture of warmth and embarrassment, she was abruptly lifted and spun counterclockwise. What are you doing?" she stammered, her voice trembling. Suddenly released from Aaron's secure embrace, she quickly shut her eyes, unable to ascertain her surroundings due to her acrophobia. At that moment, Aaron's hands were fully encircling her waist, leaving Yukino Shida's heart racing in confusion about what was to come. Aaron gently lowered her head and whispered softly into her ear, "Yukino Shida, do not be afraid. I am right behind you. Slowly open your eyes." Above them stretched an endless expanse of azure, while below lay a breathtaking panorama of nature's grandeur. Before you is a scene perhaps never before beheld in your lifetime. Do you not wish to enrich your memories with this unparalleled experience? Upon hearing Aaron's words, Yukino Shida trembled slightly, her heart stirred. Ultimately, she gradually opened her eyes. The verdant tundra and snow-capped mountains reflected against the cerulean sky, while in the distance, nestled within the depths of the coniferous forest, a tranquil lake lay like a mirror. What do you think? The scenery is quite splendid, isn't it? In truth, the heights are not as daunting as they seem. Enraptured by the view, Yukino Shida nodded in agreement. Aaron smiled gently and continued to soar towards the lake. He had made up his mind that would be their campsite for the coming year. Chapter 13. The Gradual Disappearance of Power. AI ran squatted by the lake, letting out a sigh as he dipped his tail into the water, patiently awaiting a fish to bite. Yukino Shida, not far from the shore, was searching for drywood. Upon witnessing AI Rant's peculiar behavior, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Hearing her laughter, AI Rant's face flushed with embarrassment. To avoid startling any fish that might be lurking below, he whispered, "What's so funny? If it weren't for the need to protect this water source, I would have blasted it to the sky. That would make catching fish so much easier." "That's not right," AI ran. "Destruction is never justified, no matter where you are." Yukino replied. TCH. AI ran turned his head away in irritation, closing his eyes to concentrate on the sensations beneath the surface. Are there fish approaching? He suddenly opened his eyes and moved his tail with greater urgency. "Bite. This is your favorite, big fat worm. Here it comes." below the water's surface. A fish weighing dozens of kilograms clamped onto AI Rand's tail. In an instant, he felt a shock, as if electrified, and his entire body began to numb. This is impossible. I perfected my tail's training years ago. How could this happen? Before he could ponder further, the immense force dragged AI Rand into the depths. AI Rand. Seeing this unfold, Yukino discarded her firewood and desperately called out his name while rushing towards the lake. However, by the time she reached the water's edge, the churning surface had returned to calm. She knelt at the lake, tears streaming down her face as she murmured, "It's all my fault. If it weren't for saving me, AI Rin wouldn't have come here." Suddenly, the water began to exhibit anomalies. Initially, it was just a few scattered bubbles rising from the depths. But soon the entire surface erupted. The massive fish was flung from the water by a tremendous force, and AI Rand burst forth as well, kicking the fish towards the shore. After accomplishing this, AI Rand gradually descended beside Yukino, wiping the water from his face and exhaling in relief. Phew, that was close. I nearly met my end at the hands of that beast. AI Rand. Yukino abruptly stood, ignoring the fact that AI Rand was drenched, and tightly embraced his neck. Upon feeling his warmth, she finally broke down, sobbing, "I thought you were dead." Cough, cough. "Hey, let go. I was fine until you nearly choked me." After a while, Yukino slowly calmed down, her face flushed as she released the nearly strangled AI Rand. She began to inquire about what had just transpired. "So you're saying your strength is rapidly fading?" "Of course. Otherwise, how could I have almost been choked to death by you?" AI Rand rolled his eyes at Yukino and continued, "The tail is the source of a Scion's power, and also its only weakness. However, I overcame that weakness years ago. When that beast bit my tail, I lost my strength in an instant. Even now, though I'm no longer restricted, I can feel my power waning." As he spoke, AI Rand faced his palm towards the wood Yukino had collected, preparing to unleash a ki blast. A wisp of green smoke emerged from his palm, only to vanish moments later. Nearby, the fish rolled in the water, seemingly displaying a hint of intelligence, gazing at AI Rand with a look of bewilderment. Though it was on the verge of being eaten, it felt it was not a loss to witness such a spectacular display. "Just wait, I'll deal with you soon." Realizing the fish were mocking him, AI Rand's expression darkened. Reluctant to accept this humiliation, he gathered all his strength, veins bulging on his forehead, and a small energy ball emerged from his palm. It moved at an agonizingly slow speed towards the pile of wood, igniting it. This was AI Rand's final ki blast. I'm stuffed," AI Rand remarked contentedly, patting his belly. Yukino gently wiped the grease from her mouth and glanced at the fish skeleton before turning to AI Rand. "No matter how many times I see it, your appetite is astonishing. Scions are like that. To sustain this body built for battle, massive amounts of food are essential." Yukino looked at AI Rand and nodded softly. "I actually envy your strength and physique. If I had such power, I could surely make the world a better place." "Make the world a better place? If you possess such power, perhaps you would, but Scions typically do not." "Why not?" Yukino asked, puzzled. Aaron lay on the ground, gazing at the sky for a moment of silence before speaking. "Our purpose is to plunder. The cost of this power is that our people are devoid of any sense of compassion, the pursuit of strength and disdain for the weak. The wanton acts of plunder and destruction constitute our very essence. These traits are deeply ingrained in our genes, persisting until the day of our extinction." At that moment, Yukino, with a serious expression, interrupted Aaron. "The Aaron I know is not like this." With a self-deprecating smile, Aaron turned to face Yukino, saying, "Is that so? Perhaps you have misjudged me." Yukino gently shook her head. "I cannot be mistaken. My instincts are infallible." Feeling somewhat embarrassed under Yukino's unwavering gaze, Aaron turned away. "My strength is rapidly waning, so while I still possess some, you maintain the fire here, and I shall fell a few large trees. We must finish building the shelter today. You cannot afford to sleep out in the wilderness with your delicate frame." With that, Aaron strode into the forest. Chapter 14. The Gradual Approach of Distance Baying. With a resounding crash, Aaron placed the final massive log at the designated spot indicated by Yukino. Although most of his energy had dissipated, his inherent physical prowess as a member of the Isaiah allowed him to move such burdens, leaving him merely slightly breathless. AI Rand stood bare-chested, hands on his hips, gazing at the modest wooden cabin before him, nodding in satisfaction. Although lacking tools, the cabin was small and unsightly, barely accommodating 2 individuals. Yet, AI Rand could sense its sturdiness, deeming it sufficient as a long-term refuge. Turning his head, He beheld Yukino beside him and praised, "Yukino, you are truly remarkable. To craft a structure relying solely on mortise and tenon joints is no small feat. My family is in construction, and I've always aspired to assist at home like my sister, so I've taken the time to learn during my leisure." Upon mentioning her sister, a shadow crossed Yukino's eyes. She had tirelessly endeavored to surpass her sister in hopes of gaining her family's acknowledgement, yet her sibling was nothing short of perfection. No matter her efforts, her sister consistently outshone her. Suddenly, Yukino felt a warm hand resting atop her head, momentarily disorienting her. At that moment, AI Rant's voice reached her ears. "All my life, I have excelled only in combat and destruction. This is the first time I have ever built something myself. Without you, I could not have accomplished this. Though our strengths manifest differently, Yukino is undoubtedly the most resilient person I know." AI Rant's affirmation stirred something within Yukino's heart. She turned to glance at the man beside her, finding him smiling at her. It struck her that this was the first time she had witnessed AI Rant smile, and she found herself momentarily captivated by his expression. An air of subtle intimacy enveloped them, but before long, Yukino became acutely aware of her surroundings. Blushing, she lowered her gaze and, with a voice barely audible to AI Rant, insisted, "You should put on your clothes. How can you be bare-chested in front of a lady? Clearly, you have not yet fully evolved." My apologies. Erin swiftly withdrew her hand and hurriedly donned her clothing. A gentle breeze swept through, instantly dispelling the enchanting atmosphere that had lingered. As nightfall approached, the ambience transformed. Once the fire was relocated to the cozy wooden cabin, the interior was illuminated, and the temperature rose significantly. Erin sat comfortably before the crackling fire, her tail swaying joyfully behind her. Beside her, Yukino was diligently preparing their evening meal. Before nightfall, she had discovered a flat stone, which she meticulously cleaned, serving as their sole cooking implement for the time being. Heating the stone, she placed upon it the game Erin had hunted earlier that afternoon, along with the mushrooms and wild vegetables Yukino had foraged. Despite the rudimentary conditions, Yukino was earnest in her efforts to prepare this meal. "The meal is ready to be enjoyed, dear friend," she announced. After blowing on a piece of meat, AI Rant placed it in her mouth and mumbled, "I never expected that the stone slab could be used for cooking. It's truly remarkable, Yukino. I thought I would be stuck eating charred, blackened food for the entire year." Yukino shot AI Rant an exasperated glance, and after leisurely finishing her meal, she replied, "Dear ape, please refrain from speaking while you still have food in your mouth. Cooking with stone slabs is not an uncommon practice. Such techniques are preserved in various cultures around the world. If you were to apply yourself to learning, you would not be so astonished." AI Rant was momentarily taken aback, surprised that even in this place, Yukino had not forgotten to remind her to study. How persistent could one be? After swallowing the morsel in her mouth, AI Rant responded nonchalantly, Yes, once we leave here, I will diligently study in the club." One could only hope. It had only been 2 days since arriving in this world, yet the sudden mention of studies and clubs gave Yukino an almost surreal sensation. Stealing a glance at the voracious eater beside her, her gaze softened considerably. "In truth, I'm not remarkable at all. Without you here, I would struggle to survive even in the most basic sense. The warmth I feel now is a gift from you." After finishing the last piece of food, AI Rant suddenly had a thought. "Yukino, I've noticed that tonight's arrival seems to be a few minutes earlier than yesterday." "A few minutes earlier?" Yukino, having lost track of time, paused at AI Rant's statement. Suddenly, she realized and asked urgently, "Are you suggesting that there might be polar nights in this world?" "Well, it's merely a conjecture, but we need to gather some food soon. After all, I can hardly fly now, and my combat ability has dwindled to its limits. If polar nights do exist, finding food will become impossible." "Understood. Tomorrow, I shall strive to gather edible plants. Then let us retire early. We have much to accomplish tomorrow." With that, AI Rant lay down on the plush grass mat that Yukino had prepared and quickly fell asleep. In truth, since completing the house in the afternoon, he had realized that not only had his combat ability diminished, but his stamina recovery had also slowed considerably. The King of Time had mentioned that this place resembles a spiritual time chamber. The only known other such chamber has a gravity 10 times greater than normal. This place, too, possesses its own unique qualities for training. Seeing AI Rant fall asleep so swiftly, Yukino was reminded of that morning when she had awakened in AI Rant's embrace, her ears flushing a deep crimson. After a moment's hesitation, she gently bit her lower lip and stealthily approached the plush grass mat. Lying down less than a meter away from AI ran. In the latter half of the night, light snow began to fall outside the wooden cabin, while the two already asleep inside unconsciously inched closer together. Chapter 15. The Talking Cat. The following morning, Yukino was the first to awaken. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered her head resting on AI Rant's arm. Once again, in her dreams, she had clung to this man. At that moment, AI Rant's tail had also wrapped around her waist, bringing them into a tight embrace, allowing Yukino to feel his warm breath. What struck her as odd was that she did not seem to mind this close proximity to AI Ran. Yukino could ascertain that had it been any other man, she would have reacted with outrage, yet now all she sensed was warmth and comfort. This unusual feeling left her somewhat flustered. Perhaps it's because he resembles a monkey so much that I don't perceive him as a man? After quickly finding a justification in her thoughts, she recalled AI Rant's cold exterior juxtaposed with his various clumsy antics, and a faint smile unconsciously appeared on her face. She gently shifted her position, but the movement startled AI Rant awake. Their eyes met in close proximity. Gazing at Yukino's flushed cheeks, AI Rant awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, Yukino. My hand has gone a bit numb. Springing up as swiftly as possible, Yukino adjusted her attire while casting a side glance at AI Ran. Don't misunderstand. I'm accustomed to sleeping with a plush toy, so I haven't quite adjusted yet. I will correct this habit as swiftly as I can. Erin slowly rose to her feet, gazing at Yukino in bewilderment. I had thought you merely felt cold after dozing off at night. Today, I shall see if I can seize an opportunity to procure some fur. Your current state cannot withstand the polar night. Indeed, I lack the extraordinary physique of a certain being. However, I must admit that I am quite surprised you managed to think of this on your own. Hey, surely, even I could have come to such a conclusion. What sort of image do you hold of me in your mind? Yukino pondered for a moment before responding uncertainly. Impolite, with a mind filled solely with thoughts of muscle-bound humanoids? TSK, what a woman devoid of perceptiveness. Aaron raised his head with an air of arrogance, strutting past Yukino, and exited the wooden cabin with an unmistakable swagger, although he intended to project an image of a gentleman who refrains from quarreling with women. The truth was that he could never match Yukino in a battle of wits. Fully aware of this reality, he made the decisive choice to retreat strategically. Observing Aaron's demeanor, Yukino could not suppress a smile, covering her mouth as she chuckled. After breakfast, Yukino meticulously wrapped a bento in leaves and handed it to Aaron. Her face etched with concern as she cautioned him. Be careful on your journey. You have lost your strength, so if you sense danger, do not take any risks. Be sure to return before nightfall. Aaron turned his head to the side and retrieved his lunch, feeling somewhat awkward at the sudden display of concern. Not only had he never experienced such a sentiment in the past 16 years, but even in his previous life, it was foreign to him. No need to worry. I am still quite formidable, he declared. Just ensure you gather edible plants without straying too far from the cabin, and wait for my return. With that, he swiftly dashed into the depths of the forest, soon vanishing from Yukino's sight beneath the snow. As she watched him depart, Yukino clasped her hands together, silently praying for his safety. After a moment, she began her tasks for the day. Meanwhile, Aaron raced with astonishing speed deeper into the woods, sensing a formidable energy emanating from that direction. Although his powers had been compressed to their limits, rendering flight and ki blasts unusable, he was still stronger than a low-ranking warrior encountering his elder brother for the first time. In the heart of the forest, a giant bear, blind in one eye, lay sleeping on the ground. Suddenly, its ears twitched as if it sensed something, and it rose to its feet, sniffing the air, drool dripping from its maw. What fortune! Both meat and hide were at hand. Aaron's figure materialized before the bear, his curiosity piqued as he observed it. The bear, unaware of how Aaron had arrived, was taken aback that such a small creature would dare challenge it. As the ruler of this forest, it could hardly tolerate such insolence. Rising to a height exceeding 6 meters, its exaggerated muscles bulged menacingly. With a roar, the bear unleashed its fury. Simultaneously, a tremendous crash reverberated through the air. In a heartbeat, the bear's life force dissipated entirely, as Aaron had already shattered its heart with a single punch. Wrinkling his nose in disgust, he remarked, "This creature has a truly foul stench." At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. "Roar? Human, you possess some skill. But might I request that you relinquish this prey to me?" Startled, Aaron whirled around to behold a colossal tiger, towering 3 stories high, squinting at him with keen interest. A talking tiger? I cannot sense its energy at all. Erin's heart tightened, as if she were bracing herself for a formidable battle. Oh, you dare to challenge me? She inquired. If you relinquish your prey now, I shall allow you to depart unscathed. The tiger bared its fangs at Erin, yet curiously, it refrained from launching any further assault. Despite its menacing words, a fine sheen of cold sweat began to beat on its forehead. Chapter 16. Beneath the snow of the cat slave there is no murderous intent. Its aura is not particularly strong, nor does it initiate an attack. This scene seems rather familiar. AI Ran had been wandering in the cosmos for quite some time, and thus had become quite knowledgeable. In the vast universe, there were numerous species that wielded the power of transformation to assert their dominance. After swiftly assessing the situation in his mind, he leapt into action, slightly tempering his strength, and struck down upon the great tiger's head. Indeed, upon being attacked by AI Ran, the great tiger let out a piercing roar, clutching its swollen head with its forepaws. Rolling on the ground in agony, AI Ran crossed her arms, a smirk adorning her face as she gazed at the so-called mighty tiger. What? You, so feeble, dare to seize my prey? You must be utterly oblivious to the meaning of death. Allow me to escort you to the depths of hell. Ah, I was mistaken. Please. Spare me. The tiger pleaded, quickly dropping to its knees in desperation. In the next moment, a resounding thud echoed, enveloping it in a cloud of smoke. As the mist dissipated, a blue cat, suspended in midair, materialized before AI Ran. Upon witnessing the cat's true form, AI Ran instinctively exclaimed, Poir? Is that not the shape-shifting feline that accompanies Yamcha? My goodness, you recognize my son Poir? The blue cat gasped, astonished. No, I am unfamiliar with your son. I merely thought of that name upon seeing you. What is your name? How did you come to be in this realm? I am Poirot, hailing from the south. A few days ago, after I dropped my son off at a transformation kindergarten in the south, I was unexpectedly sucked into a portal. Before I could comprehend the situation, I found myself in this world. Poirot continued to lament the tribulations he had faced in recent days, yet AI Ran was hardly attentive. His mind was in a whirl. How could a creature from the Dragon Ball Earth end up here? Was it also a consequence of the tainted Dragon Balls? That third-rate deity had provided me with nothing but a single task, leaving me in the dark about everything else. As AI Ran was laboriously pondering with his barren mind, suddenly his thigh was ensnared by a certain cat. A plaintive voice reached his ears. Brother, please accept me as your little brother. I can wash, cook, and warm your bed. Gazing at the pitiful Pulu, AI Ran was rendered speechless. Do all of your kind enjoy playing the role of a subordinate? What utility could a mere shape-shifting cat possibly possess? Emergency rations? Just as he was about to decline, a vision of a devoted cat owner flickered in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, Very well, I shall reside here with a companion for a year. During this time, you may accompany us. After a year, we shall part ways. With that, AI Ran hoisted the corpse of a giant bear and made his way toward the wooden cabin. Thank you so much. Pulu graciously bowed to AI Ran. When it lifted its head, it discovered that AI Ran had already ventured quite far ahead, prompting it to hastily pursue him. Wait for me, brother. I don't even know your name. Please refrain from calling me brother. My name is AI Ran. Understood, brother AI Ran. I will remember. Brother AI Ran. AI Ran. As the night fell, it seemed to descend a tad earlier than the previous evening. Yukino leaned against the railing, lost in thought as she gazed towards the forest. Suddenly, she perceived a rustling sound emanating from that direction. Hastily, she stepped out of the wooden cabin and peered towards the source of the noise. After a brief moment, she beheld AI Ran emerging from the woods, shouldering a hefty load of meat. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, dispelling the worry that had clouded her expression, and an inexplicable joy enveloped her. Yet, she quickly reined in her emotions. When AI Ran finally reached her, Yukino inquired coolly, Did I not instruct you to return before dusk? Apologies. I took a bit longer than anticipated, AI Ran replied, placing the meat on the ground and presenting the already roasted bear skin to her. After all, the dismemberment of an animal can be rather gruesome. I thought it best to handle everything before returning. Upon hearing AI Ran's explanation, a flicker of tenderness appeared in Yukino's eyes. She accepted the bear skin and gently remarked, Next time, do not act so recklessly. In our current circumstances, we must face whatever may arise together. I am not as fragile as you presume. As AI Ran prepared to respond, a sudden voice rang out from the forest. AI Ran, why didn't you wait for me? What's the hurry? Startled by the voice, Yukino peered around AI Ran to glimpse the figure behind him. In the dim light, she spotted a feline creature darting towards them. Upon reaching AI Ran's side, Purila gasped for breath, exclaiming, "AI Ran, you ran too fast. I couldn't keep up." Yukino stood in astonishment at the sight of Purila. Unable to contain herself, she extended her arms and embraced Purila tightly. Meow. A delightful sound escaped her lips. Suddenly seized, Purila struggled vigorously and called out to AI Ran, "Help me. This woman is going to suffocate me." Yet, AI Ran remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to Purila's cries. The sound of Yukino's meow echoed repeatedly in his mind, and he realized, to his surprise, that his heartbeat had unconsciously quickened. Chapter 17. The harsh winter approaches. Outside the lakeside cabin, Aaron commenced the process of smoking bear meat, adhering to Yukino's philosophy. In the absence of sufficient salt, transforming the bear meat into jerky proved more advantageous for preservation. Upon completing all the procedures, he turned to gaze at a certain individual, who was utterly captivated by her feline companion. Yukino cradled Purila in her arms, gazing down at it with an expression of rapt fascination. Meow? Purila looked up at Yukino with an expression of exasperation. "Miss Yukino, I am capable of speech. Could we perhaps communicate using human language?" Yukino nodded gently, her tone imbued with a hint of tenderness. "Yes, I am aware, but I feel that when you remain silent, I can more profoundly appreciate your adorable qualities." Despite her recent encounters with extraterrestrials and deities, the re-emergence of a talking cat presented a challenge for Yukino, who believed she required additional time to fully accept this phenomenon. At that moment, Aaron, seated beside Yukino, inquired with curiosity, "It seems you truly adore cats. If that is the case, why not keep one in the apartment?" Yukino shot Aaron an exasperated glance, somewhat annoyed that he had interrupted her cherished time with her cat. "Cats are not permitted in the apartment. Only dogs are allowed. Hasn't Jean the orangutan noticed the management regulations after all this time?" Aaron, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and confessed, "I have never been fond of reading textual materials. Thus I have completely overlooked the documents provided by the Community Management Committee." Sighing, he added, "Oh, Ren, this is simply unacceptable. Is it not the divine wish for you to assimilate into human society? The instinct for knowledge is indeed the most fundamental distinction between humans and primates. Therefore, upon our return, I shall rigorously urge you to engage in your studies." Upon hearing the word studies, a shiver ran down Aaron's spine, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. "Did you just mention that the apartment only allows dogs?" Indeed, Yukino sighed, her affection for cats unabashedly evident as she continued. "It is an utterly unreasonable regulation. Banning dogs would be far more logical. Cats are simply adorable." After her words, Yukino lowered her gaze, continuing to stroke the blue fur of her beloved Purila, her eyes instinctively narrowing in delight. As AI Ran gazed upon the picturesque scenery, a gentle smile unconsciously graced his lips, and in that moment, he experienced a long-lost tranquility. He soon found himself relaxing completely, drifting into slumber without realizing it. In his drowsy state, he inadvertently rested his head upon Yukino's shoulder. The instant AI Ran leaned against her, Yukino was momentarily taken aback. But she quickly discerned his condition. Rather than rousing him, she slowed her movements as she pet the cat in her hands. Slightly tilting her head, she gazed at AI Ran's face. The defiance that often adorned his features, along with the subtle vigilance he typically exuded, was now absent. Through the flickering firelight, she noticed the faint dark circles under his eyes. Unable to resist, Yukino gently caressed AI Ran's hair, murmuring to herself, "Indeed, you resemble a stray cat." It is only when utterly exhausted that one can finally lower their guard, revealing their vulnerable side. "Thank you, AI Ran," she whispered softly, tilting her head to rest against him as well. The following morning, the tranquility was interrupted by the plaintive cries of Pururu outside the cabin. "No, boss. Don't leave me. Take me with you. Stop it." With a look of disdain, AI Ran grasped the scruff of Purila's neck and flung it away. "You stay with Yukino and ensure her safety. If anything happens to her, we'll be having cat meat for dinner tonight." Hearing the commotion, Yukino hurried over and cradled Purilu in her arms, shooting a fierce glare at AI Ran. "Why are you being so harsh on Purilu?" Faced with Yukino's protective demeanor, AI Ran reluctantly turned her head away. "Oof, I'm heading out now. Be careful and don't stray too far from the cabin." Since this morning, a sense of unease had settled over AI Ran. The malevolent aura in this space seemed to have intensified. Even though Yukino was searching for food nearby, AI Ran felt an unsettling worry. Although Pulyalu lacked combat abilities, it could still buy time by bluffing in case of danger. Moreover, another matter weighed heavily on AI Rand's mind, the possibility of the polar night truly approaching. If things continued this way, there might be less than 2 months of daylight remaining. One must prepare for the worst. If a polar night were to last for 10 months, the issue of food would become dire. Nevertheless, above all, Yukino must be protected. Pulyalu, remember my words. Safeguard Yukino. With that, AI Rand secured her lunchbox at her waist and swiftly dashed into the depths of the forest. After AI Rand's departure, Pulu's droopy ears reflected a sense of despondency. This scene stirred a hint of jealousy within Yukino. Despite AI Rand's harsh demeanor towards it, she had always treated it with kindness. Once she composed herself, Yukino gently reassured, there is no need for concern. AI Rand will surely return before nightfall. Indeed, Pulu nodded, but suddenly gazed at Yukino with curiosity. Miss Yukino, are you and the boss married? Should I refer to you as sister-in-law? Upon hearing Pulu's words, Yukino's face flushed crimson, rendering her speech somewhat disjointed. Why you? How could you say such a thing? AI Rand and I are merely ordinary classmates. But you both clearly slept together last night, Pulu insisted. And I even saw you embracing while you were asleep. At that moment, Yukino felt her mind nearing overload. Chapter 18. The sudden appearance of the malevolent dragon deep within the forest. AI Rand, having bathed in a small river, hummed a tune as he leisurely led a large reindeer back to the campsite. Today marked his final excursion for hunting. Eren and Yukino have now spent 2 months in this frigid realm. Since a few days ago, the duration of daylight has dwindled to less than 2 hours. And as night descends, the weather becomes extraordinarily severe. Hurricanes sweep through this world, accompanied by blizzards, and temperatures plummet to over -30 degrees. Under such conditions, even if Eren ventures out to hunt, he is utterly unable to find any prey. However, Eren and Yukino have already stored an ample supply of food, allowing them to remain quietly in their camp for the time being. Of course, during these 2 months, aside from hunting, Eren has also made significant improvements to their campsite. He not only reinforced the original cabin, but also enclosed the entire camp with wooden fences. Furthermore, Eren constructed 2 additional cabins, one to serve as a food storage facility and the other for cooking and bathing. Indeed, even with 3 wooden cabins now, the 2 continue to reside together as before. As for Purulu, each night, he is relegated to the storage room by Eren, fulfilling his sole function of pest control. Curiously, Yukino, the devoted cat owner, has not opposed Eren's decision this time. AI Rand moved slowly, burdened with a reindeer as he trudged along a path blanketed in over a meter of snow, making it impossible for him to quicken his pace. Suddenly, the anxious voice of Pulyalu echoed from a distance. AI Rand, where are you? Miss Yukino is in trouble. Upon hearing the call, AI Rand's heart tightened. He hastily dropped the reindeer and sprinted towards Pulyalu. Soon, he was met by the tear-streaked face of Pulyalu. Speak quickly. What has happened? AI Rand demanded. A blue-skinned creature with wings appeared at the camp and attacked us. It has also encased Miss Yukino in ice. Upon hearing Pulyalu's words, AI Rand's expression darkened instantly. Anger surged through him, manifesting as prominent veins on his forehead and fur bristling on his tail. That must be the 3-star dragon. How could it appear at this stage? Without time to ponder, AI Rand dashed towards the camp at full speed. Inside the camp, Yukino found herself in a dire predicament. Her body was entirely frozen except for her head and hands. Her face was pale, and her limbs were completely numb. Despite her helplessness, she refused to succumb, glaring fiercely at the blue-skinned creature before her. Aren't you in despair yet? Is it ignorance that breeds your bravery, human? The 3-star dragon sneered at Yukino. In your current state, you will lose consciousness in just 15 minutes and perish tragically within an hour. Hurry, let me relish the sight of your despair. Yukino gritted her teeth and replied resolutely, I will not yield, you pervert. Haha, that is of no consequence. You will despair. Once you are dead, I shall traverse to that previous world and bring an end to all humanity there. Your cries of anguish will be the most exquisite melody to me. The 3-star dragon licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile. The Dragon Ball still resided within Yukino's body, preventing the 3-star dragon from killing her, as it would result in mutual destruction. However, as long as he could lead her into utter despair and generate sufficient negative energy, he would have the chance to escape from the so-called host. The 3-star dragon circled around Yukino slowly, inching closer to the young girl, and ominously stated, Tell me. There must be many people you care about in that world. Your parents? Your sister? What a pity. You will not be able to hear their cries. With each word the three-star dragon uttered, Yukino's face grew paler. Who among normal people does not fear death? Especially when the three-star dragon mentioned her parents and sister. A fleeting moment of despair washed over Yukino. Suddenly, the image of Ren appeared in her mind, dispelling all fear and hopelessness. That man had promised to protect her. Seeing Yukino's previously despairing gaze transform into one of determination, the three-star dragon felt a flicker of impatience. Yet, he maintained his composure. Hoping to further provoke Yukino with his words, "Are you relying on that Saiyan? It's futile. He is merely an incomplete monkey. I could crush him with a single hand. If your only hope dies before your eyes, what kind of despair would you offer me?" I eagerly awaited. "You are the one who should despair. Die, you scoundrel." At that moment, Ren finally arrived. Without wasting any words, he launched a kick directly at the three-star dragon. However, the strike did not land. It passed straight through his body. A tightness gripped Ren's heart. Is it an illusion? He swiftly began to sense the position of the three-star dragon. "Roar? Are you searching for me? Worthless?" The voice of the three-star dragon suddenly materialized behind Ren. Bang! A fist struck Ren's back, causing his body to lurch forward and collapse onto the ground. Immediately after, the three-star dragon appeared beside him, delivering a kick that sent him flying. The tremendous force hurled Ren against the camp's fence, where he was subsequently buried beneath broken wood. Silence ensued. Ren. Seeing this scene, Yukino screamed his name in despair, yet received no response. I can feel it. This is the negative energy born from despair. The three-star dragon rejoiced inwardly, realizing that soon he would have the opportunity to break free from this host. Chapter 19. The Scion's ultimate move. As he absorbed the relentless stream of negative energy, the three-star dragon grew exhilarated. "Continue to fear. Continue to despair," he mentally exclaimed. In his previous world, the three-star dragon had never had the chance to gather sufficient power. Thus, he devised a plan to draw the host of the three-star ball into the snowy realm. This world, shrouded in darkness for 10 months of the year, would undoubtedly provide enough malevolent energy to fully corrupt the three-star ball and manifest him. His plan had succeeded halfway. There was indeed enough evil aura here for him to materialize, but for reasons unknown, the monkey beside Yukino continuously generated positive energy, constraining his power to its limits. Finally, he could no longer contain himself. If this persisted, the Dragon Ball would surely be cleansed entirely. As he continued to absorb negative energy, the three-star dragon erupted into triumphant laughter. "Is this your last glimmer of hope? Ha ha ha. The sensation of personally obliterating humanity's hope is simply exquisite." Yukino could no longer discern the repulsive creature's words. Tears blurred her vision. Yet, she persevered, striving to catch a glimpse of the place where Ren lay buried. Suddenly, a flicker of anticipation appeared in her eyes as she thought she saw the pile of wood that had covered Ren shift slightly. A roar of fury erupted from within the timber, followed by brilliant beams of white light shooting forth. In an instant, all the wooden debris was reduced to ash. Ren emerged from the wreckage, his attire tattered and torn. He tore off the remnants of his clothing, clenched his left fist to assess his condition. His left arm was broken, 2 ribs were fractured, and his internal organs had sustained varying degrees of injury from the impact. However, bolstered by the Scion's indomitable vitality, he should still be able to fight for a while longer. Spitting out the blood that had pooled in his mouth, Ren first turned his gaze towards Yukino. "Why are you crying? These are mere trifles. Once I recover, I will rescue you immediately." With that, he fixed his eyes on the three-star dragon. He had realized that this malevolent dragon was far from at full strength. Otherwise, that previous blow would have been sufficient to obliterate him entirely. The Kaishin of Time had once stated that the three-star dragon's power could rival that of a Super Saiyan 3, if it were at its peak. Crushing him would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Although he could not sense the dragon's energy, there was still hope. First, he would assess the disparity in their fighting abilities. If necessary, he had one final trump card. Ren suppressed his concerns for Yukino and took a deep breath. "I'm going in," he declared, vanishing from his spot. The malevolent dragon observed Ren's performance leisurely, realizing that Ren's presence could directly influence the host's emotions. If that were indeed the case, he resolved to dismantle this monkey piece by piece in the most cruel manner possible. Should Yukino confront such a hellish scenario, it would undoubtedly plunge her into deeper despair and fear. He grinned wickedly, his eyes darting quickly until he spotted Ren. "Oh, high-speed movement? Child's play." With that, the three-star dragon also accelerated. To Yukino's eyes, it appeared as though both figures had vanished simultaneously. However, a tremendous sound soon erupted from the sky. Struggling to lift her gaze, she saw nothing but the sonic booms resulting from their clash. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their battle reverberated like raindrops striking the ground. Gradually, Yukino became too intimidated by the sonic booms to witness the conflict above. Meanwhile, Eren, while launching a full-force attack on the three-star dragon, silently assessed his combat prowess. Indeed, even if this dragon was not at its peak, he was still far from being its match. The disparity in physical strength was too great. In just a brief exchange of blows, several of his bones had fractured. What had initially been mere internal shock was now threatening to rupture. Yet, if he unleashed his ultimate technique, he could surely defeat him. With a plan forming in his mind, Eren swiftly distanced himself from the three-star dragon. The dragon, however, did not pursue. Instead, crossing his arms with a mocking expression as he regarded Eren. What is the matter? Are you, little monkey, preparing to surrender? Too bad I want to grant you a swift end. I intend to slice you into pieces, bit by bit. With a sinister grin, the three-star dragon summoned icy energy. And in an instant, a scythe forged from ice materialized in his grasp. Pururu, from now on, you must protect Yukino. Get her away from here. And find a way to thaw her. Eren suddenly let out a loud shout. He had sensed Purula's presence since approaching the campsite. At that moment, Purula stealthily reached near Yukino. Yes, boss. Transform. A cloud of smoke enveloped him, and Purulu morphed into a hovering small vehicle, placing Yukino upon it, and fleeing towards the outskirts of the camp. However, a wall of ice abruptly materialized before Purulu and Yukino as Sangwon raised his hand, blocking their escape. Trying to leave? Just as he prepared to descend and seize them, Eren appeared in front of Purulu, obstructing Sangwon. He tossed a small bag onto the vehicle. Seize the opportunity to escape. After unfreezing Yukino, make her consume what's inside the bag. Yukino, aboard the vehicle, witnessed Eren's grim state, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. You must be careful. If you perish, I shall die with you. Such scum cannot kill me, he retorted. You all must flee. With that, Eren strode towards Sangwon without a glance back. Let us continue our battle, he bellowed. And a sphere of white light manifested in his hand, which he hurled into the sky. Thank goodness. Though my power has waned, the artificial moon remains functional. The artificial moon ascended, illuminating the entire forest, and Eren watched as its tail flickered rapidly, his breath quickening. Thud. His heart resonated with a thunderous beat, its rhythm accelerating. Thud, thud, thud. Finally, the transformation of the Saiyan commenced. Chapter 20, The Temporary Retreat of Nightmares. Oh no. Sangwon gasped, sensing the rapidly swelling power within Eren. No longer concerned about Yukino and Purulu, he soared directly towards Eren, brandishing his scythe in a lethal arc aimed at Eren's neck. Yet, the anticipated spectacle of separation did not materialize. The rapidly growing hair of Eren obstructed the blow, and the enlarging physique rendered the strike from the scythe merely a small cut. As a superior warrior, although Eren could not maintain full consciousness like Vegeta while transformed into a great ape, the distinction between foe and ally remained clear. Roar. As the colossal ape transformed from Eren roared at the three-star dragon, a crimson energy beam erupted from its mouth. The three-star dragon barely evaded to the side. Yet the beam surged into the depths of the forest, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion reminiscent of a nuclear detonation. Glancing back, the three-star dragon felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. He was not at his peak strength. Thus, facing such an onslaught left him in a state of uncertainty. In truth, even if he could not unleash his full power, the three-star dragon's combat prowess still surpassed that of Eren significantly. However, he was not a warrior. As an embodiment of evil, his nature was treacherous, cowardly, and self-preserving. Any hint of danger could render him immobile. Yet, Eren's assault did not relent. The enormous hands continued to strike toward him, forcing the three-star dragon to retreat further. Soon, their battleground shifted to the frozen surface of a lake. Seizing this opportunity, Purulu maneuvered the vehicle away from the camp. Yukino, struggling against the harsh conditions, turned her head to glance at Eren. Worry etched across her face. You must be all right. If possible, I would rather you not exert yourself so fiercely to protect me. Your safety is all that matters. Miss Yukino. We should head into the forest. I can devise a way to break the ice binding you there, Purulu suggested. However, Yukino shook her head resolutely. No, we cannot stray too far. I need to remain within sight of AI Ran. Even if I lack such power, I will not allow him to bear everything alone. Understood. But we must also find a place safe from the chaos. Moreover, you have suffered severe frostbite. If we do not alleviate this ice soon, it may not kill you, but it could leave you incapacitated. Sensing the urgency, Purila hastened his pace. The battle between AI Ran and the Samsung Dragon rages on. Caught off guard. The Samsung Dragon is struck down by AI Ran, enduring a relentless barrage of blows. Enough, you wretched monkey. The Samsung Dragon unleashes a freezing beam, instantly encasing one of the giant ape's arms in ice. Aaron could not suppress a cry of despair as he stumbled back 2 steps. Seizing the moment, the 3-star dragon flapped its wings and ascended into the sky. The recent blow had inflicted significant injuries upon it, and gasping for breath, the 3-star dragon glared menacingly at Aaron, exclaiming, "To hell with you, you wretched monkey." A frigid aura rapidly coalesced around it, forming a colossal sphere of ice and snow that hurtled towards Aaron. Upon witnessing the impending attack, the giant ape let out a furious roar and, in the blink of an eye, unleashed its destructive cannon towards the icy sphere and the 3-star dragon. The 2 energies collided mid-air with a resounding clash. "You damned monkey!" The 3-star dragon incessantly cursed, exerting all its might to force its energy sphere towards Aaron. The veins on its forehead throbbed ominously, feeling its life threatened. Aaron too began to fight with desperation. He poured all his strength into the destructive cannon, amplifying its power significantly. After a brief stalemate, the 3-star dragon, despite its advantageous position, began to falter. "I can't die. I have yet to inflict suffering upon all humanity." Such thoughts incessantly echoed in its mind. Yet, in a moment of crisis, how could it possibly triumph over the resolute Aaron? At last, Aaron seized the opportunity, even in his transformed state as a giant ape. A singular thought consumed him. Even at the cost of his own life, he would crush this detestable creature's head. With a roar, blood began to spill from the corners of the giant ape's mouth. Yet the strength of the destructive cannon surged once more. The ice sphere was gradually pushed towards the 3-star dragon. At that moment, the dragon's resolve shattered. It decisively relinquished its energy sphere and fled into the sky in a panic. However, the uncontrolled energy sphere was instantly shattered by Aaron, the remaining energy engulfing the 3-star dragon. "Ah!" The dragon's anguished cries echoed in the air. "I shall not vanish. As long as the Dragon Balls remain unpurified, I still have a chance to resurrect. Next time we meet, I will surely crush you, monkey." Its struggles were brief, as the 3-star dragon howled in despair, transforming into a wisp of black smoke, completely vanishing beneath the onslaught of the destructive cannon. Once the 3-star dragon disappeared, the giant ape form of Aaron collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. At that moment, he vaguely regained some consciousness. Overextending his life was no trivial matter. He was left with barely half a life. Yet, there remained one final task. He lifted his head and summoned the last of his strength towards the artificial moon above. With that, the moon began to fade from existence. Aaron gradually reverted from the form of the giant ape, collapsing onto the frozen surface of the lake, unconscious. Meanwhile, Pulu had already freed Yukino from her icy prison. At this moment, Yukino's limbs were entirely necrotic, rendering her immobile upon the ground. Pulu retrieved a small pouch given to him by Aaron, extracting the soul miraculous being within. "Miss Yukino, this is a directive from Aaron. Please consume it without delay." Upon hearing it was Aaron's instruction, Yukino instinctively opened her mouth. As the bean entered her stomach, the damaged tissues swiftly regained vitality. In a mere moment, Yukino was revitalized, urgently pulling Pulu closer and exclaiming, "Hurry. The sounds of battle have ceased. We must find Aaron at once." Initially, Pulu considered persuading Yukino to wait a while longer. But upon witnessing her desperate, pleading gaze, he acquiesced, transforming into a hovering vehicle and whisking Yukino toward the lake where the battle had recently transpired. Chapter 21. The Challenge of Naming in the Dimness. Yukino and Pulu fervently scoured for Aaron. Suddenly, Pulu exclaimed with excitement, "Miss Yukino, I see the boss. Quickly, let us hasten." Upon hearing his call, Yukino dashed toward the direction Pulu indicated. Before long, they discovered Aaron, unconscious and bloodied, lying on the frozen lake. The moment Yukino laid eyes on him, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Aaron was laid bare, drenched in blood. How could this happen? She cried inwardly as she rushed to his side, shedding her outer garment to cover him. In her frantic haste, her long hair fell messily around her, while her snow-white hands became stained with Aaron's blood, exuding a strange odor. Biting her lower lip, Yukino fought to suppress her trembling and said to Pulu, "We must return to the camp swiftly." "Of course, Miss Yukinoshita," Pulu replied, transforming into a van. Once Yukino had helped Eren aboard, Pulu sped towards the camp with all his might. Inside the vehicle, Yukino cradled Eren in her arms. Her hollow gaze reflected only anxiety and guilt. Mechanically, she raised her hand, watching as droplets of blood fell to the ground. She struggled to swallow her tears, her voice choked as she quietly wept. "If it weren't for saving me, Eren would not have fought so desperately." Sensing the unusual atmosphere within the vehicle, Pulu voiced his concern. "Miss Yukinoshita, you must remain composed. The boss needs us to heal him." Upon hearing Eren's name, a flicker of light returned to Yukino's vacant eyes. She wiped away her tears and nodded. Eternal night had begun, and in an effort to escape the bitter cold, all creatures sought refuge in their lairs. The world fell eerily silent, save for the roaring sound of Pulu, transformed into a van, speeding along. Days later, a sudden wail erupted from the small wooden cabin at the camp. "Damn it, this hurts like hell." Startled by the voice, Yukino and Pulu rushed inside in a frenzy. "You're finally awake," Yukino exclaimed with joy, her voice tinged with tears as she moved to Eren's side. AI Ren struggled to open her eyelids, and what greeted her was the sight of two faces, each bearing a different hue, yet remarkably unified in expression. It took several moments for her sluggish mind to delve into the depths of her memory and retrieve the events that had transpired earlier. AI Ren opened her mouth, her voice dry and parched, reminiscent of a long drought desert. "I'm sorry, Yukinoshita. I'm so hungry. Could you prepare something for me to eat?" "It's good that you're awake. It's good that you're awake." Yukino's repeated words resonated with the most genuine emotion. She gazed deeply at AI Ren and then said, "Please wait for me. I will prepare a meal for you right away." With that, she made her way to the adjacent wooden cabin. At that moment, Purila flew in front of AI Ren, sobbing, "Wah, boss, you were so gravely injured. I thought you were done for." "You were lucky. It was a close call." AI Ren glanced at the bandages adorning his body, all fashioned from strips of Yukinoshita's own clothing. It was remarkable how she managed to do so without tools, considering that physical weakness was the only vulnerability of that young girl. With this thought, the lines on AI Ren's face gradually softened, and he turned to Purilu, gently saying, "Purilu, you did exceptionally well this time." Purila stopped crying, a grin spreading across his face. "Of course, I am your loyal little brother." Eren smiled faintly as she began to assess her injuries. The wounds she had sustained this time could be deemed the most severe of her life. Her body bore multiple fractures, internal bleeding, and her energy had been completely depleted. "Oh, Lord of Time and Space, you have truly assigned me a formidable task." A faint smile of bitterness graced AI Ren's lips. Suddenly, a radiant pink light illuminated the wooden cabin, and the projection of the Kaioshin of Time reappeared before AI Ren. "Little Ren, have you been murmuring about me once more?" AI Ren gazed at the sudden appearance of the god of time, momentarily taken aback. "Why is it that every time I mention you, you appear right on cue? Are you secretly watching me?" The deity responded, "Of course not. Divine beings do not engage in such voyeurism. I observe openly and with great transparency." Eren gazed at Cain in speechless astonishment, for it was the first time he had encountered someone who so unabashedly justified their act of peeping. Ignoring Eren's incredulous expression, Cain tilted her head slightly. Speaking with a haughty demeanor, "I detected the presence of the colossal ape, little Eren, through the divine power emanating from your tail. After all, I am a goddess, and my time is quite precious." Indeed. Does the esteemed Supreme Kai have any directives for us? If there is nothing of import, you may take your leave. Considering how busy deities tend to be. What nonsense. I am also concerned for you, as you are my very first employee. Upon hearing Eren's dismissive remarks, Cain muttered under her breath, "Well, this time you could be considered a casualty of duty. Rest assured, this is not a heartless establishment. I shall send you a celestial being shortly. Furthermore, it will grant you a single wish. Do you have something in mind? Such a fortunate offer?" Eren replied with uncertainty. "Then let us return at once." At this request, Cain lowered her gaze, her demeanor faltering as she stammered, "To leave, one must remain for a full year. That exceeds my capabilities. Perhaps you might consider another wish?" AI Ren. Indeed, one should not harbor any expectations towards this third-rate deity. After pondering for a moment, AI Ren gazed at Cain and articulated his desire. Chapter 22. The Unspoken Barrier. When Yukino brought the food over, she noticed a flicker of pink light within the wooden cabin. She seated herself beside AI Ren, fed him a piece of meat, and inquired, Did that deity come by just now? Yes. AI Ren hardly chewed, swiftly swallowing the meat down his throat. He gestured to Yukino Shida Yukino to hasten her feeding. Another piece of meat was delivered to AI Ran's mouth, yet there lingered a hint of unease in Yukino's gaze. Was there something amiss? Nothing much. I suppose my performance has been satisfactory. The boss has come to enhance my employee benefits, and that is her only purpose, AI Ran remarked with a resigned pout. Yukino Shida Yukino, perplexed, inquired, employee benefits? Hiki, you'll find out soon enough, AI Ran replied with a mysterious smile before urging, Yukino Shida, can we refrain from chatting for now? Just give me the meat. I've missed 15 meals after being unconscious for 3 days. Yukino Shida Yukino rolled her eyes at him, saying, your mind certainly sharpens when it comes to matters of food, and calculated on a 5-meal-a-day basis no less. With that, she focused intently on feeding AI Ran. Meanwhile, Pururu discreetly took his leave, as he had the significant duty of a warehouse manager. The cabin gradually fell silent. After the previous events, Yukino Shida Yukino found herself relishing this tranquility. If only it could last indefinitely. After savoring the last morsel of meat, AI Ran contentedly let out a satisfied burp. Suddenly, a pink light illuminated the room. The dazzling glow instinctively caused Yukino Shida Yukino to shut her eyes. At that moment, AI Ran's voice reached her ears. It has finally arrived. Although that third-rate deity is inept in many respects, the speed of delivery is truly commendable. Upon opening her eyes, several boxes appeared within the cabin. Yukino Shida Yukino glanced at AI Ran, puzzled, and asked, what is this? I had the Supreme Kai send over some gifts. Open one and see, he replied. As Yukino Shida Yukino opened a box, she discovered a small pouch atop a collection of winter attire meant to keep her warm. This is. Picking up the small pouch, she stared at the celestial beings within, momentarily stunned. She recognized this little being. It was the very one AI Ran had instructed Pururu to feed her when he himself bore such grievous injuries. Yukino Shida Yukino took slow, measured breaths to calm her emotions, and proceeded to open 2 more boxes. Inside lay a plethora of books and a dozen cans of cat food. That third-rate deity also promised to grant me a wish, AI Ran continued. However, her abilities were limited to delivering these items, so after some thought, I requested her to send you and Pururu some supplies. Now that winter nights have set in, you want to be bored with some books to read. Pururu had performed admirably this time, so I asked the Supreme Kai to send him some cat food as a reward. Aaron's voice drifted from behind, and Yukino Shida Yukino clutched the magical bean at her chest, whispering in a tone only she could hear. Even at this moment, you still think of everyone else. What about yourself? Truly foolish. What are you mumbling about over there? Yukino shook her head and sat beside Aaron, feeding him the magical bean. As the bean slid down his throat, Aaron's injuries miraculously healed in an instant. He sprang up with a swift motion, feeling an exhilarating surge of power within him. Indeed, recovery from wounds brought about a remarkable enhancement of strength. His combat prowess must have surpassed 10,000 now. Seeing Aaron restored to health, Yukino's anxious heart finally found solace. Please, do not exert yourself so recklessly again. I am not worth such sacrifice. Aaron lowered his head in contemplation and solemnly remarked. Purifying the Dragon Balls is my duty, and safeguarding you is an integral part of that responsibility. Yukino Shida Yukino's expression clearly indicated her discomfort with this response, prompting her to question, is it solely for that reason? Of course. It appears I am the only surviving Saiyan diligently fulfilling my role. That mediocre deity has nothing to say about it. Haha. With that, Aaron placed his hands on his hips and laughed boisterously. Suddenly, his laughter ceased abruptly, as he sensed a chilling aura emanating from behind him, causing the temperature within the wooden cabin to plummet. Yukino Shida Yukino was glaring at him with an unfriendly gaze. So it's merely about completing your task, is it? The girl's icy voice sent a shiver down Aaron's spine. Well, it's not entirely that, he stammered. His cheeks flushed. During their time together, Aaron had indeed found himself growing fond of the adorable yet resilient girl. It seemed that Saiyans were inherently drawn to powerful women, whether that strength manifested physically or mentally. Most importantly, Yukino Shida Yukino was an exceptional cook. Yet, Aaron struggled to articulate his feelings. Is that so? Observing Aaron's hesitance, Yukino Shida Yukino suddenly felt a flutter of anxiety. She hastily tidied the tableware and made her way outside. This time, her steps were notably lighter, and a smile crept unconsciously onto her lips. Chapter 23, The Promised Land 2998, 2,999, 3,000. In the courtyard of the camp, Aaron executed one-handed handstand push-ups. The emergence of the malevolent dragon had profoundly illustrated his own frailty. A degraded version of a 3-star dragon had nearly claimed his life. If he did not intensify his training, he could hardly fathom how to confront future adversaries. Yukino sat on the porch, engrossed in a book, occasionally stealing glances at Aaron. Enveloped in the polar night, she lost track of how long they had been there. Yet, life had returned to a semblance of tranquility. After completing his rest for the day, Aaron collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Yukino approached him, offering a towel. No matter how many times I see it, your stamina is truly astonishing. After accepting the towel and wiping his face, Aaron flashed a grin. My training is still far from sufficient. Yukino found herself momentarily entranced by his smile, feeling a warmth spread across her face. She could not pinpoint when it had begun, but she realized she was often caught off guard by this boy. Now, even a simple smile could send her heart racing. They shared a bed every night, after all. What's wrong? Why are you just standing there? Nothing. I was just pondering how long we've been here in this perpetual night. I've lost all sense of time. Yukino casually turned away, crossing her arms over her chest and inhaling gently. AI Ran had not noticed anything unusual about Yukino. He scratched his head and contemplated for a moment. It should be nearly a year now. Considering the number of meals we've shared, I believe we can return soon. I find it hard to fathom why you measure time by the number of meals. Yukino shot him a sidelong glance, but a tinge of melancholy lingered in her heart. Once we return, will our relationship remain as it is? Or will it gradually revert to the former dynamic of leader and subordinate? Anxiety engulfed her heart. The familiar routine was just around the corner, yet at that moment, Yukino couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Just then, AI Ran's voice broke through her thoughts. By the way, we are neighbors, right? When we return, can I still come over to your house for meals? Having grown accustomed to your cooking, I can no longer tolerate my own culinary disasters. That will depend on my schedule and your performance, Yukino replied with a faint smile. Indeed, after experiencing so much together, there is no need for concern. Didn't he promise to always protect me? This guy unknowingly makes me feel at ease. My performance? AI Ran looked puzzled. Yes. Once we return, you must study diligently under my guidance. Not a single subject of yours has scored above double digits. While I don't hold high expectations, you must at least manage to graduate. Upon hearing Yukino words, AI Ran's expression fell instantly. As the moment of parting drew near, Purura clutched a cat food can. Eating while crying. Wah, boss, are you leaving? This can is so delicious. Yukino gently stroked Pururu's smooth fur, her face filled with reluctance. After hesitating for a moment, she said to AI Ran, can we really not take Pururu with us? No, Pururu doesn't belong to our world. Besides, it is children waiting for it in the other world. Hearing AI Ran's words, Yukino sighed and cradled Pururu in her arms. While cherishing their final moments together, she spoke to Pururu. Thank you for saving me before. I have no way to repay your life-saving grace, so I can only express my gratitude with these meager words. If fate allows, our separation is merely a temporary divergence at different crossroads of life. We can eventually reunite in Rome, if we are not destined to meet again. I wish you a swift return to your promised land. With that, Yukino turned her gaze to AI Ran. It seems I have already found my promised land. Not wanting to intrude on this tender farewell between human and cat, AI Ran walked alone into the courtyard, gazing at the slightly pale sky. He found himself ill at ease with this scene of parting. For a full 10 months, the sun's rays shone upon this land once more. His pupils constricted slightly as he quickly adjusted to the daylight. Parting, it seems I have no one I feel particularly reluctant to bid farewell to. Suddenly, he felt a hand grasping his own. Turning his head, he saw Yukino standing vivaciously beside him. I have already said my goodbyes to Pururu. AI Ran nodded slightly, instinctively tightening her grip on Yukino's hand. Feeling AI Ran's warmth, Yukino gently remarked, having spent a year here, despite the harsh conditions, I find myself unexpectedly reluctant to leave. Before the purification of the Dragon Ball is complete, I shall remain by your side. Yukino nodded with a smile. Through their prolonged companionship, she had gradually come to understand AI Ran's awkward disposition. The words she had just uttered might very well represent the utmost limit of AI Ran's current emotional expression. At that moment, the portal that had transported them reappeared once more. They exchanged smiles and stepped inside together. On the other side, a portal also manifested beside Purulu, a brilliant light engulfing it completely. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before the transfer concluded. This time, it found itself in an alley nestled between two towering buildings. Purelu, filled with trepidation, surveyed its surroundings. Where am I? Did I not return to the south? Suddenly, a voice reached Purelu's ears. Oh, no, this is Tokyo. By the way, can cats actually speak? Monster, boss, save me. Purelu crouched in a corner, clutching its head, convinced that there had been no one here moments ago. Where then? Did this voice originate? The voice belonged to a young girl who stood quietly a short distance away, though her expression was devoid of any emotion. The hint of exasperation was unmistakable in her words. Mr. Cat, my name is Kei Kato, and I am not a ghost. I was startled too when I saw a cat speaking. Chapter 24. A return to everyday life. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared within Shida Yukino's apartment. Aaron led Shida Yukino out from the shimmering portal. Taking a moment to survey their surroundings, Aaron sighed with a sense of nostalgia, exclaiming, "At last, we have returned. Once more, I am enveloped by the essence of modernity." Picking up the mobile phone resting on the coffee table, Shida Yukino glanced at the time, which still indicated it was 3 o'clock in the morning. After spending a year in the icy realm, merely 7 hours had elapsed in the real world. At this moment, AI Ran was surveying the residence of Shida Yukino. One might say the dwelling reflects its occupant. Although spacious, it is devoid of any superfluous decor or embellishments, presenting a rather stark ambience. However, the table before the sofa was adorned with an array of books. He casually picked one up. These volumes were akin to those Shida Yukino perused incessantly in the service club, their covers meticulously wrapped. Without unwrapping them, their contents remained a mystery. The 30 Habits of Cats. Perhaps I should peruse another. How to be a responsible pet owner. The story behind Mr. Pan's IP. The differences between cats and pandas. Was it truly the case that this cultured young lady indulged in such literature? What about the works of Lu Xun or Shakespeare? Alas, Shida Yukino had evidently succumbed to the influence of felines. Fortunately, she had parted ways with Purelu this time. Speaking of which, Purelu must have returned to the Dragon Ball universe by now. Suddenly, with a blush, Shida Yukino poked AI Ran, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the unexpected revelation of her private interests. Though between them, the notion of privacy had largely dissipated. You ought to return to your room and rest now, my dear AI Ran. Shida Yukino urged, guiding him towards the door. The Kaishin of time had proven reliable, having previously repaired the security door that AI Ran had damaged. Standing in her apartment, Shida Yukino gently addressed AI Ran as he lingered at the threshold. Make sure to rest well. Yes, see you tomorrow then. AI Ran opened his room door and stepped inside after leaving those words behind. See you tomorrow. Closing the apartment door, Shida Yukino placed her hand over her heart, an involuntary smile gracing her lips. Indeed, even after returning, some things remain unchanged. Tomorrow truly holds promise. Morning, 7 a.m. At the front of the apartment elevator, AI Ren leaned against the wall, awaiting Shida Yukino's arrival. Good morning, Yukino. Even after spending a year in an icy world, Shida Yukino maintained her habitual schedule. Upon spotting AI Ran, she approached him gracefully. Good morning, Ape-sama. Hearing the familiar greeting that came every day, Shida Yukino responded warmly. Pressing the triangular button to summon the elevator, it chimed, and the doors opened. The two stepped inside, one after the other. Today marks the continuation of their school life. Walking side by side along the nearly deserted path, they occasionally glimpsed a few individuals engaged in morning exercise. Breathing in the fresh air, AI Ran remarked. Strolling down this path occasionally feels quite pleasant. How did you commute to school before? I flew, of course, with the window open. I could soar straight to school in just 5 minutes. That way, I could sleep a little longer. You mustn't do that anymore. Why not? AI Ran looked at Shida Yukino in confusion. That deity stated you should integrate into human life. Such deceitful behavior cannot be considered integration, Shida Yukino replied earnestly. In truth, she was concerned that if AI Ran flew to school each time, their moments together would diminish significantly. That's true. After all, I still need to protect you. However, I have just discovered the whereabouts of a Dragon Ball. I wonder where the others have scattered. Reminded of his responsibilities, AI Ran felt a twinge of melancholy, inwardly grumbling about that unreliable deity. In the future, if you plan to undertake any perilous endeavors, please inform me in advance, although I may not be of much help. At least. As she spoke, Shida Yukino's body trembled slightly. Noticing her unusual demeanor, AI Ran took her hand gently. Rest assured, it's not particularly dangerous. and I'm much stronger now than before. Aaron suddenly came to a halt. For Yukino was gazing at him with an expression of utmost seriousness. Very well, if I happen to discover any other Dragon Balls, I shall inform you. This was the right approach. Yukino nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, she realized that Aaron was holding her hand, and a wave of panic washed over her. With a gentle tug, she freed her hand from his grasp and, blushing, softly remarked, "We are almost at school." At this moment, AI Ren also came to her senses, awkwardly placing her hands behind her back. Apologies lingered in the air as the two of them traversed the silence until they parted ways on the second floor of the academic building. Upon reaching the rear door of Class F in the second year, Aaron strode directly inside and took her seat by the window in the back row, a place reminiscent of Wang's hometown. As she basked in the warmth of the sun, she couldn't help but stifle a yawn before resting her head down. Indeed, she found herself quite fond of this tranquil existence. On the other side of the classroom, a certain high school student with lifeless eyes regarded Aaron with suspicion. Had he not just seen her walking to school hand in hand with Yukino? Could it be that they were a couple? If that were the case, would he be forced to endure their affection in the club? After much contemplation, Hikigaya Hachiman resolved to seek an opportunity to discreetly make his way home after school. The club, it seemed, was simply not suited for him. Chapter 25. All Saiyans are actually fat tigers after school. Yukino opened the door to the service club's classroom. AI Ran had already settled into her seat, burying her head in the crook of her arm, resembling a slumbering ostrich in a rather amusing manner. Treading lightly, Yukino gradually passed by AI Ran. Suddenly, AI Ran lifted her head. "Despite my movements being so subtle, you still managed to notice? I caught a whiff of your fragrance. Perhaps it is jasmine? Or maybe lavender?" AI Ran was uncertain, yet this scent was indelibly etched in her memory. AI Ran felt that this was the scent uniquely belonging to Yukino. Hentai. Yukino shot AI Ran a glance, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "Where is it? I merely remembered it unconsciously." AI Ran sat up, his gaze occasionally drifting to the face of Yukino beneath the snow, while at other times he surveyed the entirety of the clubroom's surroundings. It struck him that he had not taken the time to thoroughly observe this classroom. What was he furtively glancing at? No, it was merely a sense of emptiness that lingered. Had he ever considered adding some daily necessities? Perhaps a teapot and cups. For instance, in this wintry realm, even under harsh conditions, Yukino had managed to find some wild tea leaves suitable for consumption. Indeed. Let us procure some tea utensils together, and perhaps some disposable cups as well, so we can entertain any clients that may arrive. Clients? One wonders when they will make their appearance. That classmate Hikitani has yet to show up. AI Ran languidly rested his head on the table, a realization dawning upon him that, unlike in his previous life when he indulged in anime, the so-called service club actually faced a dearth of requests throughout the year. This leisurely state was tolerable for a day or two, but prolonged inaction proved unbearable for his restless Saiyan nature. Sitting beside AI Ran, Yukino nonchalantly produced a textbook and remarked, "Who says there are no requests? You are one, are you not? Teacher Hiratsuka has entrusted me with the task of ensuring that you pass at least one subject in your upcoming exams. Now, take out your book, you promised me." "Very well, I suppose it is time for me to engage in some long overdue studying." AI Ran exhibited a fervent spirit, pulling out his textbook, which bore no signature, appearing pristine and untouched. 5 minutes later, Aaron lay his head on Yukino's shoulder, drifting into slumber. Observing him, Yukino sighed in resignation, supporting her forehead with her hand. "Alas, I should not have harbored any expectations for you in this regard." Yet, despite her words, she refrained from waking Aaron and instead took out a collection of essays to read. Allowing Aaron to rest on her shoulder seemed preferable. Taking a deep breath, Yukino sought to calm her emotions, not wishing to be disturbed by the awakening of her companion while she enjoyed her reading. Suddenly, the door to the service club's classroom swung open with a jolt. Hiratsuka Shizuka entered, dragging Hikigaya Hachiman along with her. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Hiratsuka's mouth fell agape. "What on earth are you two doing?" Hachiman wore an expression of resigned understanding, having escaped only to find himself ensnared in the romantic antics of the pair. The abrupt entrance startled Yukino momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. Gently patting Aaron to rouse him, she stood and approached Hiratsuka, crossing her arms with an icy demeanor. "Did I not mention the necessity of knocking before entering, Hiratsuka-sensei?" The intensity of her presence caused Hiratsuka to instinctively take a step back, awkwardly rubbing her nose. "Ah, I'll be more mindful next time. But what about you and Aaron? What is it?" Aaron, now alert, was still trying to grasp the current situation. "Nothing much. Just reminding Hiratsuka-sensei of basic etiquette." After addressing Aaron, Yukino turned back to Hiratsuka, her tone reverting to its usual chill. "So, Hiratsuka-sensei, are you here to retrieve the runaway member for our club?" Noticing Yukino's deliberate avoidance of the topic concerning her relationship with Aaron, Hiratsuka decided against probing further. The dynamics of these youths were rather poignant. Here she was, at the age of 27, still grappling with unresolved matters while these two had seemingly forged a connection in just a single day. She raised her fist at Hachiman, exclaiming, "Yes, Hachiman, you must reform yourself here. Otherwise, I shall not spare you." With that, Hiratsuka exited the classroom, leaving behind a cacophony of lamentations echoing down the hallway. Reminiscent of a celebration gone awry, Yukino glanced at Hachiman, who appeared on high alert, and urged, "Stop standing there foolishly and take a seat." Once Hachiman settled into a chair near the classroom entrance, Yukino returned to her seat, continuing to face life positively. One must possess a steadfast heart and actively engage in all endeavors, including club activities. "I hope you will earnestly participate in our activities going forward, Hachiman." However, to Hachiman, the sight of Yukino and Aaron together rendered them embodiments of happiness, a state he resolutely wished to avoid. Yet, recalling Hiratsuka's formidable presence, he remained silent, choosing instead to withdraw into the pages of a novel. At this juncture, Aaron began to comprehend the unfolding events. He cast a peculiar glance at Hachiman, pondering whether his presence had disrupted the lives of these two. Yet, he felt no twinge of guilt, for deep down, he shared the innate Saiyan belief. Once something is desired, it must be claimed for oneself. With this thought in mind, Aaron returned his attention to the dreary textbook that beckoned him to sleep. Chapter 26. The long-awaited request has arrived. The classroom gradually reverted to its usual atmosphere. AI Ren appeared to be engrossed in her textbook. Yet her head kept nodding as if she were ready to engage in a conversation with the ethereal Zhogong at any moment. The other two individuals were quietly immersed in their books, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Suddenly, a gentle knock resonated, its clarity accentuated in the serene environment. Yukino Shida Yukino, while neatly placing a bookmark in her book, calmly announced, "Please enter." Apologies for the intrusion, came a timid voice, accompanied by a figure stepping into the classroom. Seemingly aware of being noticed, she cautiously closed the door behind her. Her shoulder-length chestnut hair swayed gently with her movement, and her gaze flitted nervously around the room. After locking eyes with Hikigaya Hachiman, who was closest to the entrance, she expressed her surprise. "Why are AI Ran and the Suna family here?" "Well, I suppose I can be considered a member here, and why do you refer to me as the Suna family?" Hikigaya Hachiman responded, immediately countering her question. At this point, he had taken in the details of the girl before him and formed a mental image. She was the embodiment of youthful exuberance, clad in a stylish outfit with a shortened skirt and 3 undone buttons on her blouse. Adorned with a heart-shaped accessory, an embodiment of the contemporary high school girl who blatantly disregarded school regulations. Naturally, this was all from Hikigaya's perspective. AI Rin tilted his head, only able to see the profile of the girl. However, after a fleeting glance, he silently withdrew his gaze, instinctively shifting his attention to Yukino Shida Yukino, who was studying nearby. Indeed, Yukino Shida Yukino possessed a unique charm. "Shall we sit down first?" Yukino beckoned her to take a seat opposite her. Once the girl settled in, Yukino called out her name, Yui Yubahama, Class 2F, a companion of AI Ran and Hikigaya Hachiman. Yui Yubahama gazed at Yukino Shida in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, you actually know my name." This girl must have memorized the names of everyone in the school, she thought. Hikigaya Hachiman, silently critiquing this, continued to immerse himself in his novel, ignoring the conversation between the two girls. "Well, I know a few." Yukino Shida nodded slightly. "Now, please state your purpose for coming here." "Yubahama-san, I heard from teacher Hiratsuka that wishes can be fulfilled here, right?" Yui inquired, her voice uncertain. "We are merely assisting. Whether your wish is granted depends on you. It is better to teach someone to fish than to give them a fish. Do you understand?" Yui's eyes sparkled with admiration as she responded, "That's amazing. I would like to make some cookies." After her brief statement, she glanced at Hikigaya and AI Ran, feeling somewhat embarrassed to continue with the two boys present. Noticing her discomfort, Yukino Shida turned to AI Ran and said, "Please go get me a drink. You know my favorite flavor, right?" Of course, AI Ran replied, rising to head towards the corridor. Hikigaya, seeing this, instinctively stood up to follow him. As they walked, AI Ran subtly broached the topic. Do you really not know Yui Yubahama? You looked quite puzzled when she called your name. At first, I didn't recognize her. But then I recalled she should be in our class. I think I've heard that name before, Hikigaya replied. How indifferent can you be towards your own class? After exchanging a few more words, Hikigaya began to sense that AI Ran was not as troublesome as he initially presumed and gradually relaxed a bit. He shot a glance at AI Ran, retorting, someone who only knows how to sleep has no right to criticize me. After a brief pause, he continued. I don't need to concern myself with the collective. As long as my actions don't bring me any loss, that's sufficient. Hikigaya expressed, in a roundabout way, that he felt no need to care for the collective, focusing solely on his own interests. Your words are rather obscure, but I suggest you pay more attention to that Yubahama classmate, AI Ran suggested. Why? Hikigaya asked, puzzled. Just a feeling, AI Ran replied. Upon returning to the classroom, Yukino Shida and Yui had concluded their discussion regarding the request. Aaron casually placed 2 boxes of beverages in front of the 2 individuals. Here, please enjoy the drinks. I hope they suit your taste, he said before returning to his seat. Yukino glanced at the yogurt before her, a slight smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Thank you. It's my favorite flavor. Ah, are you treating me? Thank you. Aaron-kun. No need to thank me. Have you finished your discussion? What was the outcome? Asked Hikigaya beside them. Thanks to you, the exchange went exceptionally smoothly. Thank you. Yukino Shida replied without hesitation. That is the worst expression of gratitude I have ever heard. Truly, thank you so much. You're welcome. After taking another sip, Yukino Shida tidied up the table. Shall we head to the home economics classroom together? What do we need to go there for? For Hikigaya, it was one of the 3 places that could inflict psychological trauma. Generally, he would prefer to avoid it unless absolutely necessary. We must go to the home economics room due to Yui's request. Perhaps feeling that she had made herself clear, Yukino Shida said no more, lightly pushing Aaron before setting off toward the classroom. Already aware of what was to come, Aaron shrugged and followed suit. Let's see if there are any materials there. I would like to have some cake or something. Aaron-kun, we are going there to assist others with their requests. Please refrain from fixating solely on food at this time. Yui said, trailing closely behind like a devoted follower. Hikigaya sighed in resignation, leaving his seat to follow along. Chapter 27. The first request has succeeded, hasn't it? In the cooking room, Yukino had already tied her hair back, donned her apron, and taken out the ingredients, ready to begin. Yui, the foolish one, was still struggling to tie her apron. With a sigh, Yukino Shida approached and helped Yui fasten it. I have a question for you, Yui said. Her cheeks flushed. What do you think of girls who are homebodies? I don't dislike them, Hikigaya replied, completely oblivious to Yui's underlying meaning. Rather, one might say that boys, more or less, would want to date such girls. Yui broke into a silly grin, full of energy and seemingly eager. Yukino Shida, overhearing their conversation, cast a puzzled glance at Aaron. Understanding her expression, Aaron leaned closer and whispered, Saiyan men prefer independent, strong-willed women. Hikigaya's words reflected his own dating standards. Upon hearing Aaron's response, Yukino Shida nodded in satisfaction before seemingly coming to a realization, quickly turning away with a blush. Taking a deep breath, she instructed Yui. I'll do it once, and you follow along. Yui nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice and rolled up her sleeves alongside Yukino Shida. They mixed flour, warm water, and sugar together, then cracked the eggs. Well, to be precise, they cracked the eggshells as the shells ended up in the flour. They added cream and stirred. Yet it did not dissolve. Oh right, she also mistakenly added salt instead of the sugar that was supposed to go in. Various seasonings were recklessly tossed in. Perhaps this was Yui's unique recipe. The final result was evidently disastrous. I must say, Aaron mused, now feeling rather confident in his own culinary skills. Yui, what have you made? A viral conglomerate? Or a mutant fried cockroach? Yukino Shida, pale-faced and distressed, held her forehead, clearly disheartened. Why? Why is this happening? It seemed to be her first significant failure. What is going on? Yui asked, bewildered. Perhaps you should be asking yourself that. Yukino Shida pushed the plate of black, mysterious objects toward Hikigaya. Well, it might actually taste unexpectedly good. True enough, Aaron said, pulling over the plate of cookies Yukino Shida had made. He picked one up and popped it into his mouth, closing his eyes in enjoyment. Hurry and try it, Hikigaya. It might really be delicious. What right do you have to say that while munching on Yukino Shida's cookies? Hikigaya felt as though he were on the brink of despair. This isn't a taste test. It's a poison trial. Yui puffed up her cheeks like a pufferfish. Aaron-kun, that's too harsh. Yukino Shida crossed her arms and said coolly, Hikigaya-kun, you must not disregard the goodwill of others. This is also part of our club activities. Hikigaya, seeing Yui's expectant gaze, turned his head away, but ultimately, he shakily picked up a piece of the charcoal-like item, not even glancing at it before shoving it into his mouth and swallowing. Regrettably, the horrifying taste lingered, echoing in his mouth and throat. Gulping down his beloved Max coffee, Hikigaya slumped over the table, his eyes vacant. I finally survived. AI Ran stared at the plate of cookies as if it were a ghost. Yubihama, are you perhaps a master of dark culinary arts? After saying this, he took another bite of Yukino Shida's cookie, then reluctantly picked up Yubihama's cookie and licked it slightly. If this is the flavor. It seems reminiscent of the taste of vegetables being explosively charred, he remarked. Hachiman looked at AI Ran in astonishment. Hey, did this guy just say something terrifying? What vegetables? Chinibu? Yukino Shida silently pinched AI Ran's waist, confirming that he indeed spoke without much thought. However, Yubihama did not pay much attention to AI Ran's earlier comment. She lowered her head in disappointment. I really am not good at cooking. Is there any talent? The only solution is to put in the effort. Yukino Shida said calmly. Yubihama, you just said you lack talent, right? You need to change this mindset. Those who haven't even made the slightest effort have no right to envy those with talent. Losers often fail to realize the immense effort successful individuals have invested behind the scenes. But recently everyone has been saying not to cook. Yubihama unconsciously echoed the crowd. Doing such things feels out of place. Yukino Shida tidied up the flour, placing the small bowl containing it with a decisive clatter on the table. She emanated a chilling aura, akin to a biting winter wind, openly expressing her disdain for Yubihama's earlier statement. Can you please change this habit of conforming to those around you? It is quite uncomfortable. Blaming your own incompetence and foolishness on others, do you not find that shameful and revolting? AI Ran silently stood behind Yukino Shida, gently placing his hand on her back. Moments ago, he felt a slight surge of the sinister energy emanating from the three-star ball. As a warm current flowed into her body, Yukino Shida paused. Realizing that her earlier words had been somewhat excessive, Yubihama, clad in an apron, lowered her head, obscuring her expression. Hachiman Hikigaya felt a twinge of sympathy and was about to say something when he heard an unexpected exclamation. So cool. Yukino Shida stared at her in astonishment. I apologize. I did indeed go a bit too far just now. Well, I understand, Yui replied, even if it was rather excessive. However, unlike me, you don't indulge in superficial niceties. I often conform to others' expectations. I'm sorry. I will strive to improve. The chill that had enveloped Yukino Shida dissipated without her noticing, and she found herself intrigued by Yui's candid nature. In any case, continue as you are. I will be here to guide you. Then, a scene unfolded in the kitchen. This is salt, not sugar, Ahama. Could you please taste it before adding sugar? Yukino Shida pointed out. Why so much vanilla extract? While everyone has different tastes. Surely no one's palate could deviate to such an extreme. What purpose does adding coffee powder to the cookies serve? Is it an expression of personality? Does that mean creating something toxic? Or is it to poison Hikigaya? Yui hurriedly corrected her mistakes, only to discover that 85% of her actions were erroneous. Yukino Shida felt exhausted from the corrections. Fortunately, under her meticulous guidance, Yui finally produced cookies that were indeed edible rather than charred remnants. Hikigaya sampled a piece and declared, "These are suitable for gifting." Yui blinked, perplexed. Gifting? Well, it's the thought that counts, Hikigaya explained. You see, as long as a boy receives a gift from a girl, he is already quite pleased. The taste is secondary, as long as it is edible. Then, let us leave it at that. Thank you, Yukino Shida and AI Ran. And also, thank you, Yui. Hey, why are you so quiet when it comes to me? Hikigaya protested with a frown. I'm the one risking my life to taste this. Chapter 28, Anri Green. Hihama, are you sure this is sufficient? Will the entrusted matters continue later? Yukino Shida expressed her concern regarding Yui's commitment. Turning around, Yui smiled. Well, I think this is enough for now. I'll practice more at home. Thank you, Yukino Shida. As Yui prepared to leave, AI Rin kindly inquired, Are you sure you want to leave wearing the apron? Oh. Yui flustered, hurriedly removing the apron, thanked them, and waved goodbye. See you. We should tidy up here, Yukino Shida suggested, placing the used utensils into the sink. In fact, there wasn't much to clean. With AI Ran's assistance, Yukino Shida watched while AI Ran dried and returned the items to their rightful places. Having lived together for a considerable time, they had developed a harmonious rhythm. After tidying up, they waited a moment, and soon Hikigaya returned from disposing of the trash. The three departed the home economics classroom just as the bell signaled the end of club activities. Once outside the school, AI Ran and Yukino Shida walked side by side along the cherry blossom-lined path. Watching the petals drift down, Yukino Shida sighed. It's been a while since I experienced school life. Indeed. AI Ran replied. While I still prefer combat, this peaceful life is quite pleasant as well. As AI Ran spoke halfway, she suddenly closed her eyes and stood motionless in place. Noticing AI Ran's unusual behavior, Yukino Shida inquired with confusion. What's wrong? I sense a malevolent aura emanating from that direction. It seems to be a tainted Dragon Ball. With a grave expression, AI Ran pointed towards Tokyo. Are you really going now? Yukino Shida grasped AI Ran's wrist, her brow furrowed in concern. The previous appearance of the three-headed dragon had left her with a significant psychological scar, one she had yet to overcome. Yes, I must go. The evil dragon poses too great a danger to this world. Any one of them could utterly annihilate it. Noticing Yukino's worried demeanor, AI Ran forced a light-hearted smile. Do not fret. I shall not act recklessly. Did you not once express your dream of changing this world? Until you realize that dream, I shall protect this place. It is not merely my duty. I sometimes wish to be a partner of justice as well. I will wait for you at the apartment. You did mention wanting to come over for a meal, did you not? I will prepare dinner for your return. Despite her words, Yukino showed no intention of releasing AI Ran's hand. She gazed at him expectantly, hoping to hear a response that would quell her anxiety. Aaron gave Yukino Shida a thumbs up and calmly stated, I want a lot of meat. After saying this, he removed Yukino's hand from his wrist and dashed towards an empty alley, racing at full speed in the direction of Tokyo. In a CAF somewhere in Tokyo, three young women and a man, accompanied by a cat, were engaged in discussion. The handsome youth, adorned with black-framed glasses, spoke with fervor while introducing something. With Erori as the illustrator and Kazusa as the lead writer, we can certainly transform this classmate Kato into the perfect heroine from an ordinary passerby. Or no. My name is Kato, not Ghana, replied Kato, addressing Aki. Kazusa glanced at Kato for a moment before returning her gaze to her notebook, jotting down notes. The proposal for the Shining Girls project had been suggested by Aki a few days prior. After all, a romance game must feature a delectable main course. Having waited nearly half an hour in the CAF, Aki finally arrived with the main attraction. The truly inconspicuous heroine perfectly embodied the essence of the Shining Girls concept. Had it not been for the presence of a blue cat, Kazusa would have remained oblivious to the newcomer beside her. Observing the small commotion unfolding, Kazusa chose silence. Preferring to engage in light banter with Erori rather than analyze the taciturn and expressionless Kato. I'm so sleepy. Kazusa stifled a yawn, her eyes betraying her fatigue. The previous night, she had stayed up late contemplating the plot for Romance Metronome and Shining Girls, resulting in severe sleep deprivation. Aki, if you don't get to the point soon, I might just fall asleep, she remarked. Aki intended to elaborate on Kato's lack of presence, but noticing Kazusa's impending slumber, he hastily placed the crumpled proposal on the table and took a deep breath. Erori picked up the proposal, glanced at it, and then handed it to Kazusa. Aki, are you serious about this proposal? It's just a single page with a few hundred words? I mean, Aki. Kazusa turned to him, and Aki felt an unnameable dread, his body tensing to the point of knocking over his chair. Senpai, do you have something to say? He stammered. I want to know why I'm here, Kazusa replied, her fingers dancing across her notebook with a rapid, irregular rhythm that somehow made Aki feel as if he were facing a fully armed machine gun. I heard 2 days ago about the ideas erupting from your mind like a volcano. After spewing lava, are you planning to unleash volcanic ash as well? The ash can be ground into cement, yet all I see is a wet dream of a nerd. Or do you intend to mix your saliva with the volcanic ash to build an apartment, inviting a dozen beautiful girls to bathe in your soggy fantasies? Senpai. Aki faltered, retreating until he collided with a table behind him. I think if we all work together, we can. Kazusa showed no signs of relenting. Aren't they merely joining the club out of sympathy for the torment inflicted by Aki, forced to endure this wretched existence? Moreover, Kazusa lifted her gaze, locking eyes with the bewildered Erori. Is it truly acceptable for someone who appears perfect, yet is utterly inept to illustrate? As expected, Erori, whose fists were already clenched, abruptly slammed her hands on the table, trembling with indignation, revealing her two adorable canines. Who are you calling inept? I can't fathom why Aki would choose someone like you, a gloomy girl, to write the script. Aki nearly choked on his words, realizing that the newly formed club was on the brink of collapse. Eri, my personality is indeed dark, Aki admitted, but Kazusa interjected, however. I believe I am more straightforward than you. Her expression remained unmoved by Eri's retort. Her tranquil demeanor belying the tumultuous thoughts surging within as she turned her gaze back to Aki. Aki, your proposal has been utilized as merely this pitifully yellowed paper. Has it? Another blow struck Aki, leaving him breathless and incapacitated. At the CAF entrance, Eren watched the unfolding drama with great interest. Initially merely observing the movements of the Dragon Ball, but now captivated by this unexpected spectacle. Moreover, he was astonished to find that the cat, Perlu, was also present. He stroked his chin, pondering the aura of mischief surrounding Aki, Kazusa, Eri, and Kato, who, indeed, was the true host of the Dragon Ball. Chapter 29. Who holds the two-star dragon? Eren gazed at the performance of the four individuals before her, her brow slightly furrowed. The current situation was entirely different from that of Yukino Shida Yukino. The malevolent aura was dispersed among each person, making it impossible to discern who the true host was. Lord Kaioshin, I am Eren. Can you hear my voice? In her moment of desperation, Eren silently called upon Cain, realizing that she still required the intervention of that third-rate deity. After calling out several times, the voice of the Kaioshin of time resonated within his mind. I'm here. What brings you to contact me, little Ranran? I have discovered another Dragon Ball, but its energy is dispersed among 4 humans, and I cannot discern it. Can you devise a solution? Wait a moment, let me check. After a brief pause, Cain's voice returned. This energy belongs to a 2-star dragon. You are fortunate. This is the second weakest being among the evil dragons. If you strategize wisely, you should be able to defeat it. Oh, in that case, please confirm the host as soon as possible. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can conclude my work. Additional charges for overtime will apply. AI Rant's words were tinged with urgency, for there was someone awaiting him in Chiba. This sensation was one he had never experienced in either of his lifetimes. Well, I have been covering all your expenses in the human realm. One must not be excessively greedy. Don't think I'm oblivious. You can easily summon countless earthly currencies with a mere clap of your hands, and all of this is drawn from my hard-earned funds. Humph. Cain expressed her dissatisfaction with a couple of huffs before reluctantly continuing, I cannot discern the situation either. Although the 2-star dragon is feeble, its life-preserving capabilities remain formidable. Its power lies in emitting toxic mist, which can drain the bodily energy of humans upon contact. However, it has yet to fully awaken. Thus it can only draw upon the host's greed to siphon the spiritual strength of those nearby. The gradual absorption of power leaves a trace of its essence on the individuals, which explains why you can sense its presence in all 4 of them. Cain continued her explanation, yet AI Rant's expression grew increasingly grim. This third-rate deity was utterly ineffectual. So what should we do now? AI Rant felt a surge of frustration. We can only wait until it has sufficiently regained its strength. Once awakened, it shall reveal itself. After all, the 2-star dragon is weak. You will undoubtedly triumph over it. Hey, is that something a deity ought to say? Won't these humans perish in the process? Fear not, they will not. Only upon the dragon's complete resurrection will it possess the true capability to endanger human lives. AI Ran let out a silent sigh, conceding, very well. Please attend to your matters. I shall find a way on my own. Before Cain could voice her complaints, AI Ran preemptively severed their telepathic link. Faced with such a boss, AI Ran feared that continuing the conversation would compel her to resign. Meanwhile, the 4-person play starring an Iluan continued unabated. Keiko Kato observed the ongoing debate between Kasumiga Kakashiwa and Sawamura Eri, her expression remaining eerily neutral, with her delicate pink lips betraying not a hint of emotion. It seemed she was oblivious to an Iluan's profound distress. She slowly raised her hand, signaling that she wished to speak. Upon witnessing this, both Kasumiga Kakashiwa and Eri huffed in unison, bringing their argument to an abrupt halt. And Iluan felt as if he had glimpsed a lifeline out of the abyss. Eagerly extending his hand toward this girl, who had serendipitously crossed paths with fate in spring. Why had he never realized how endearing Kato truly was? However, her subsequent words plunged him back into despair. And Ikuan, I believe you found me adorable at a particular moment, rather than appreciating my existence as a whole. Which is why you invited me to the Dojin Club. That should be the correct term, I presume. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crept onto an Iluan's face. He yearned to clarify, but felt utterly drained. especially since he had misnamed Kato just moments prior. Just as the atmosphere became palpably awkward, a voice cut through the tension like a ray of hope for Anilun, as if an angel had bestowed a blessing upon him. "Ah, so you are here, Peru." AI Ran slowly approached Kato Megumi, casting a knowing glance towards Purilu. "Meow?" Purilu instantly became exhilarated. Could it be that its wishes were finally bearing fruit? Was a miracle unfolding? The master had truly arrived. It freed itself from Kato Megumi's grasp and immediately clung to AI Ran's leg. At that moment, AI Ran felt as if he had become the focal point of attention, with 3 pairs of eyes from the seats in front fixed upon him. One gaze was icy and piercing, another radiated unabashed fervent resentment, and finally, there was the somewhat profound look from a certain enigmatic girl. Apart from Kato Megumi, the other 2 girls were visibly displeased by AI Ran's abrupt interruption of their conversation. However, this held no sway over AI Ran. Were it not for the mention of Dragon Balls, he would not have entertained the thought of engaging with these so-called reincarnated figures from his past. He held no interest in individuals who bore no relevance to him. Biologically speaking, they were certainly not of the same species. Of course, Yukino Shida Yukino remained the sole exception, at least for the time being. AI Ran disregarded the others and approached Cat Megumi. "Thank you for taking care of my pet during this time." "There's no need for thanks," Cat replied. "Pearl has always been delightful. Having him by my side has brought me many surprises." Cat cast a knowing glance at Pearl. It seemed she had already discerned the cat's peculiar abilities. "TSK, why does this cat always create so much trouble for me?" Although AI Ran immediately discerned the underlying meaning of the young girl's words, it was of little consequence. Even if she were to inform others about a talking cat, it is unlikely that anyone would believe her, since it remains unclear to whom the Dragon Ball is currently attached. Perhaps it would be wise to devise a plan to infiltrate this group. AI Ran contemplated for a while, yet pondering had never been his forte. He could only proceed step by step. "Is that so? This child has caused you trouble. My apologies. I overheard your discussion regarding game development. Is there anything I can assist with? Consider it my gratitude for your care of Pulu during this time." Keikata did not respond to AI Ran, but instead turned to look at Aki Aritsun, as this was indeed his team. At that moment, Aki Aritsun was gazing at AI Ran with a look of utter fascination. What was that peculiar rope wrapped around his waist? Was it some new cosplay trend? He walked down the street unabashedly, showing no sign of embarrassment. Is this what they call comradeship? Adjusting his glasses, Aki Aritsun cleared his throat. That sounds promising. We are currently in need of more hands. Let us collaborate to create the most exquisite girl game. Wait. Kasumigakaka Shiwa interrupted Aki Aritsun, casting a disapproving glance at this peculiar man. What are you capable of? Programming? Or perhaps music? Although the ethics club resembles a child's playtime, I would prefer not to have just anyone involved. Aaron was momentarily taken aback. What were programming and music? His only expertise lay in destruction and chaos. How could he possibly engage in pursuits that sounded so sophisticated? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he turned to Anki Round, saying, I may not possess those skills, yet I have heard that game development requires significant funding. Are you currently seeking an investor? Chapter 30. The Chaotic First Meeting Investment. The 4 individuals present regarded Aaron with a variety of expressions. The wariness in Samiya Kaza no Oka's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a look of pity directed at Aaron. Who was this foolish scion of a wealthy family emerging from nowhere? Clearly, he intended to invest in such an unreliable club merely because they had rescued his cat. When did money become so easy to acquire in this world? Such individuals truly existed well. There are indeed those who are not particularly astute. Irie whispered, casting furtive glances at Samiya Kaza no Oka. I certainly do not wish to be associated with someone like her. An arrogant young lady who willingly accepted the invitation yet refuses to admit it. I am not. Just as Irie stood up, her face flushed, Aaron interjected, How about this? I will initially invest 1 million yen. If that proves insufficient later on, do not hesitate to inform me. As for a venue, I have an apartment where I currently reside alone. You may use it freely on weekends. Classmate, Ankiren exclaimed, suddenly grasping Aaron's hand. From this moment forth, you are part of our club. Together, let us create the most heartwarming visual novel. By the way, what is your name? Aaron withdrew his hand with a composed demeanor, as he harbored a distinct aversion to such intimate interactions with males. I am Aaron, a second-year student at Chiba City's Sobu High School. Do not mention a mere 1 million. Even 100 billion can be conjured with the snap of a finger by that third-rate deity. Moreover, in Japan, a nation predominantly reliant on cash transactions. There exists no concern regarding inquiries into the origins of such funds. What a formidable ability it is. Alas, this holds no significance for Eren. The singular pursuit of a Saiyan is combat and the relentless quest for strength. He possesses no interest in the wealth of humanity, which lacks the protection of formidable guardians. During his tenure working for Frisia, Eren witnessed countless civilizations obliterated from the cosmos in an instant, many of which he himself had a hand in. As dusk descends, does today bear no progress? Though Eren-kun joined this club due to my influence, what could be the reason for Aki-kun's invitation? I am merely an inconspicuous passerby. In response to Kato-K's inquiry, Aki-Raya felt a twinge of awkwardness initially, but the latter part of his statement compelled him to elevate his voice by an octave. Dana-san, you are not inconspicuous. Wait, what happened all of a sudden? Furthermore, my name is Kato-K. Do not belittle yourself. AI Rand paid no heed to their conversation and settled onto the chair that an Eluin had just moved for him. The moment he sat down, he felt his energy gradually depleting. Although the rate of loss was negligible, he was now certain that the two-star dragon was indeed among these four individuals. However, confronted with the identical auras emanating from them, Eren found himself unable to discern which one harbored the two-star dragon. It seemed he could only passively await the awakening of the malevolent dragon, after which he would launch a decisive strike to send it to its demise. Yet, the ingenuity of devising such a clever plan to infiltrate this society was truly commendable. Eren comfortably lifted the coffee before him, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. Well, it was indeed quite bitter. This was hardly palatable. Without the accompaniment of some light snacks, he would have preferred red tea. Nevertheless, while in pursuit of the two-star dragon, watching this live-action adaptation of an anime was still somewhat enjoyable. Beside him, Aki-Ruri had already delved into a debate about Kata Megumi's character attributes, venturing into another dimension of discussion. Kata Megumi resembled a mirror made of water. No matter how elevated Aki-Ruri's voice became or how exaggerated his gestures were, she remained composed and unfazed. However, the subsequent remarks from Aki-Ruri revealed to Eren that even a seemingly expressionless girl could exhibit clear emotional shifts. Ghana, it's not that you are inconspicuous, rather. You have faltered midway in establishing your character and thus ceased to exist. That is why you remain unnoticed. A profound silence enveloped the room. In Eren's eyes, the luster in Kata Megumi's daisy-like eyes faded, and she softly bit her lower lip, leaving one to wonder whether she was reminiscing about a character lost midway or simply feeling discontent. May I interject? Before Kata Megumi could speak, Sawamura Eri swiftly delivered a light smack to Aki-Ruri's head. You fool, Ruri, isn't that even worse than being inconspicuous? Do not underestimate characters who appear unremarkable, Eri. Aki-Ruri protested loudly. Sawamura Eri, her small fists clenched like a feisty little tiger, had long wished to join the conversation. Feeling perturbed that her childhood friend was engrossed in discussions with girls he had only just met. This is utterly perplexing, isn't it, Ruri? Not at all. Characters with such distinctive traits despite their apparent simplicity are indeed a rarity, Shiyu-senpai. Eren gazed at the individuals before him in silence, utterly perplexed by the nature of their contention. A longing to return home washed over him, accompanied by a twinge of hunger. Suddenly, he realized that once again, he had become the focal point of their attention. It seemed that their internal disputes had yielded no resolution, and now they required Eren, the outsider, to serve as their arbiter. Ran helplessly shook her head and remarked, I must confess, I do not fully comprehend the nature of your debate. I am merely an investor. However, since everyone is eager to collaboratively develop a game, it would be prudent to seek common ground while respecting our differences. Ultimately, what could be deemed the most chaotic meeting in history concluded after the sun had completely set. In essence, no consensus was reached. Consequently, an Eluin suggested reconvening for a retreat at AI Rand's apartment on Saturday, emphasizing the necessity of finalizing the storyline. AI Rand stood at the entrance of the CAF. Shiyu of the Azure Hills and Arari Spencer Sawamura had already departed, parting ways with a piercing gaze that seemed to convey an inexhaustible resentment. Meanwhile, Aki Akane also took his leave, his expression one of sheer contentment. With the issues of funding and personnel resolved, he was certain that he would lead the team to develop the most exquisite Bishujo game in history. AI Rand cradled Pulyalu in her arms, gently stroking its fur. This gathering is rather tedious, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, boss, replied Pulyalu, who had been asleep moments before and was oblivious to AI Rand's remarks. However, Since the boss had declared it dull, he felt it sufficient to simply echo her sentiments. Arno, it seems AI Ran is indeed aware that Puyulu can speak. Upon hearing this voice, AI Ran's heart skipped a beat. How could Kato K still be here? Moreover, she had been completely unaware of her presence until now. No. She had sensed it, yet had unconsciously chosen to disregard it. Aaron gently exhaled, centering his focus. Yes, Kato-san, I am grateful once more for your assistance in rescuing Purulu. It is a cherished companion of mine. Is it you, the host of the Two-Star Dragon? After all, did the Supreme Kai not mention that although the Two-Star Dragon possesses feeble combat prowess, it excels in the art of concealment? No need for thanks. Purulu is quite adorable. However, Aaron-san, could you enlighten me as to who exactly you are? The girl with no particular traits gazed at Aaron, awaiting his response. P.S. I find the concept of the Two-Star Dragon's abilities quite intriguing. Perhaps we could all speculate on who the host might be. Chapter 31. Yano has arrived. Who exactly is Aaron-san? Kato K observed Aaron with curiosity, her gaze unconsciously drifting to the tail at his waist. Surely, it cannot merely be a decorative rope. Is it a tail? Previously, she had heard Purulu describe Aaron's appearance. Kato-san, it is of little consequence who I am. Simply know that I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Until we meet again this weekend. With that, Aaron embraced Purulu and departed, his hunger becoming increasingly unbearable. The thought of the delectable dishes prepared by Yukino Shida Yukino spurred him to quicken his pace. Kato K, lost in thought, watched as Aaron's figure gradually faded into the crowd before finally making her way home. Meanwhile, Yukino Shida Yukino had prepared dinner and sat quietly on the couch, awaiting his return. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. Is Aaron back? A faint smile graced Yukino's lips. Yet, upon recognizing the visitor, her smile slowly dissipated, returning to her usual composure. Sister, what brings you here? I have been longing to see my little sister. Is my presence unwelcome? Yukino Shida Yano teased, her gaze wandering around the room. Earlier that afternoon, she had subtly pried information from Hiratsuka Shizuka, uncovering astonishing news. Her sister might very well be in love? Who could possibly have the audacity to pursue the precious cabbage of the Yukino Shida household? Upon receiving this revelation, Yukino Shida Yano promptly canceled her evening plans and hurried over. Once inseparable as children, they now found themselves burdened by worries and secrets. Communication had dwindled, straining their sisterly bond. However, as the elder sister, Yano deemed it necessary to ascertain the character of the young man if her sister truly had a romantic interest. Observing her sister's demeanor, Yukino Shida Yukino let out a soft sigh, slightly inclining her body. Please, come in, sister. Pardon my intrusion. Yano smiled as she entered. Noticing the table laden with food and inquiring with curiosity, did Yukino invite someone over? Why all this preparation? Indeed, it is merely a member of my club, who also happens to be my neighbor residing across the street. Just a member? Yukino Shida Yano's expression shifted to one of playful intrigue. Not a boyfriend or anything of the sort. Yukino hesitated. Not at this moment. Just not at this moment. It seems you hold a certain fondness for this young man, not outright denying it. Might you introduce me? Not refuting Yano's words. Yukino shook her head. He has stepped out for a while, and I am uncertain when he will return. As she spoke, Yukino paused, her thoughts turning to the formidable challenges Aaron was facing, her heart inexplicably tightening. Yukino Shida Yano also sensed her sister's unease, a multitude of questions swirling in her mind. What manner of young man could elicit such a reaction from her typically stoic sister? At that moment, another knock resounded at the door. I'll get it. Yukino Shida Yano hurried towards the entrance. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a tall Aaron, who carried a messenger bag, momentarily taken aback. Hello, I am Yukino Shida's sister. Yukino Shida Yano. You seem rather dashing. Yano quickly transitioned into her social mode, warmly greeting Aaron. Hello. I am Aaron. Aaron merely exchanged a casual greeting with Yono before shifting her gaze to Yukino Shida Yukino, who stood behind her. Upon noticing Aaron's demeanor, Yukino let out a sigh of relief, though her voice remained icy due to Yono's presence. Don't linger outside. Come in and have a meal. Would it disturb you? Perhaps I should come back later? Aaron seemed troubled for some reason. Oh, little Aaron, that's not acceptable. Yukino has prepared a delightful feast for you. It would be rather rude to decline. As she spoke, Yukino Shida Yono attempted to poke Aaron's cheek with her finger. However, Aaron swiftly evaded, coldly retorting, I apologize, but I'm not accustomed to physical contact with strangers. Despite Yono's cheerful appearance, Aaron felt an unsettling aura, as though the smile was merely a fade. Although Aaron typically shunned social interactions, the chilling atmosphere was unmistakable. Yono, seemingly oblivious to Aaron's earlier remarks, maintained her cheerful demeanor, elongating her words as if expressing genuine interest in Aaron. In such circumstances, Aaron realized she had no choice but to comply. Then I shall intrude. Speaking of which, I am quite famished. With that, she sidestepped Yono and proceeded indoors. Another bowl, please. Yukino calmly accepted the rice bowl from Aaron's hands and retreated to the kitchen to refill it. Despite having purchased an extra-large bowl to accommodate Aaron's appetite, this marked the third time she had refilled it. Meanwhile, Yono gazed in astonishment at Aaron, who continued to shovel food into her mouth. Little Aaron certainly eats with gusto. Really? Perhaps it's just my hunger. However, it's not healthy to overindulge at night. I usually only eat until I'm about 70% full. Oh, is that so? Yono chuckled awkwardly. Isn't this far beyond 70%? You've consumed enough for dozens. Where do you hail from, little Aaron? Yono, not forgetting her purpose for visiting, began her inquiry. I am from abroad. As she casually tossed a piece of sushi into her mouth, Aaron's eyes narrowed in bliss, and her tail instinctively began to wag. This sushi is truly exquisite. No wonder it's Yukino's doing. Noticing the scene at the dining table, Yukino exhaled in relief. She was fully aware of her sister's social tactics, which initially made her reluctant to allow Aaron to converse with Yono. The concept of Saiyans and Dragon Balls was something she had yet to explain to her sister. However, as she prepared to serve Aaron the freshly filled bowl, her gaze suddenly turned blank. Reminiscent of the moments in the icy world when the Monkey King would wag his tail in delight over a delicious meal, Yono caught a glimpse of something moving in her peripheral vision and curiously redirected her attention. There, she spotted the tail, momentarily rendering her speechless. Previously, she had merely perceived the tail around Aaron's waist as a mere cosplay gimmick, but now it was inexplicably in motion. Little Aaron, what is that? Lost in the savory flavors, Aaron instinctively replied, it's a tail. Immediately after speaking, she was taken aback, realizing she had divulged something quite extraordinary. Yono blinked in surprise. Do foreigners have tails? At that moment, Aaron's bag suddenly burst into a cloud of smoke, and a figure, Pururu, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. I apologize, boss. The transformation lasted over 30 minutes, and I simply couldn't hold on any longer. Yono, what on earth is this? Chapter 32. The return gift from Yobahama Yui. Yono departed, initially intent on uncovering the truth about the boy she suspected might be her sister's boyfriend. Yet left in utter bewilderment. Yukino had just revealed all the recent happenings, which far exceeded Yono's comprehension. However, the presence of a transforming, talking cat and a Saiyan with a tail standing before her left no room for disbelief. The notions of Dragon Balls and deities had entirely upended her understanding of reality. As she sat in the back seat of the car on her way home, Yono remained lost in thought for a considerable time. Today's visit to Yukino was indeed significant. At least I learned that the boy she fancies seems quite decent. Yono reassured herself. But her thoughts soon shifted to the fact that Yukino harbored the so-called Dragon Ball, causing her to grow anxious. Perhaps it would be best not to mention this to Mother just yet. I shall keep a close watch on Yukino's situation. After some contemplation, Yono made a silent resolution. Suddenly, a small, orange flame appeared out of thin air within the car, yet neither Yono nor the driver reacted, as everything appeared normal in their view. Ultimately, the flame merged into Yono's body, and the vehicle continued on its course toward the university Yono attended, as if nothing had transpired. On the other side, within the apartment, Aaron stood side by side with Yukino at the window. Your sister's expression just now clearly indicated she was beginning to question her existence. Casting a glance at Aaron, Yukino spoke softly. Given the multitude of events that unfolded before her, I believe it was the right choice to disclose the truth. As she spoke, a smile graced her lips. Tonight had indeed been an opportunity. It had been quite some time since she and her sister had shared such an open conversation. After their heartfelt exchange, Yukino recognized that her sister had always been concerned for her well-being. I apologize for being careless today. Aaron looked at Yukino with a face full of regret. Every time she became overly proud, she couldn't help but wag her tail, a condition that intensified, especially upon encountering Yukino. It's not entirely your fault. I hadn't anticipated that my sister would come over tonight. As long as you're unhurt, that's what truly matters. summoning her courage. Yukino gently leaned her head on Erin's shoulder. The mere presence of the two of them together in such tranquil silence brought her a profound sense of reassurance. Erin trembled slightly, his body involuntarily tensing due to nervousness. Perura glanced at a certain unambitious Saiyan, sighed helplessly, and then curled up on the sofa, succumbing to slumber. The following day, after school, all members of the service club arrived punctually at the activity room. Once again, it was a day devoid of any requests. Eren rested his head on the table, groaning softly. At that moment, Yukino placed a cup of red tea before him. The service club exists to accept requests from students, assisting them in resolving their issues. However, its existence remains undisclosed to the public. With all current requests being introduced by the teacher, Shizuka Hiratsuka, Hikigaya Hachiman remarked sarcastically that seeking someone for consultation inherently reveals one's internal vulnerabilities to others. AI Ran understands the underlying reasons for the establishment of this club. According to Hina Matsuzaka's explanation, Sasuke's martial arts technique, the Lion's Barrage, was inspired by Rock Lee. While Naruto's own technique, the Naruto Barrage, is derived from Sasuke's. She is certain to draw upon the narrative of the manga as a metaphor. Thus, the members of the Servitude Department learn and draw inspiration from their experiences while assisting others. Nevertheless, AI Ran remains in strong agreement with Hachiman Hikigaya's sentiments. He is resolute in his refusal to easily unveil his innermost thoughts to others. Eren glanced at the sky-blue teacup before her, and then at Yukino's white one. Surely, these two cups are a couple set. Observing Eren's puzzled expression, Yukino's cheeks flushed slightly as she explained. I only found these two cups left while shopping yesterday. And I thought they were quite nice, so I bought them. Sitting at the farthest end, Hikigaya Hachiman picked up the disposable cup in front of him with a sour look. What a misfortune. What had he done to deserve witnessing this lovey-dovey display? He wondered if Yugahama had practiced after her request yesterday. Yukino attempted to shift the topic, as she held a certain regard for the outcome of those requests. Hikigaya glanced over, puzzled. That request had evidently concluded, so why bring it up now? I believe that in order to improve oneself, one must challenge their limits. Ultimately, it is for Yugahama's benefit as well. Effort may not betray oneself, but it could betray one's dreams. Even with effort, achieving those dreams is not guaranteed. Rather, most people do not realize their dreams. However, the fact that one has tried can serve as a consolation. Hikigaya casually shared his theory. Upon hearing this, Yukino sighed. That's merely self-satisfaction. It's quite disgusting. With that, she redirected her gaze back to Eren, her previously cold demeanor softening gradually. In the icy expanse, she had observed Eren undergoing inhuman training every day, which piqued her curiosity. She had asked Eren why she subjected herself to such torment. Eren had replied, first and foremost, I relish training and combat. They are the fundamental sources of my motivation. Moreover, surpassing my limits today ensures that I am stronger than I was yesterday. I firmly believe this, especially with things I must protect. Just then, a knock echoed through the room, and Yugahama cheerfully pushed the door open. Yaha hello. Hikigaya inwardly criticized her peculiar greeting, but glanced at Yugahama before returning to his novel. Meanwhile, Yukino and Yugahama had already begun conversing. As a gesture of goodwill, I've brought you some baked cookies. Yukino's expression soured. Yugahama's culinary experiments had left a lasting impression on her. Hikigaya appeared to recall that flavor as well, his demeanor becoming somewhat uneasy. Eren, however, shrugged nonchalantly. What was it but a taste reminiscent of burnt vegetables? Surely, it wasn't that intolerable. Oh, the pretentiousness of humanity. I'm not particularly hungry right now. Thank you for your kindness, Yukino stated bluntly. Yet, Yugahama, undeterred by her refusal, hummed a tune as she retrieved a small bag of cookies from her bag, its pink exterior concealing the dark contents within. Here you go, Yukino. No, thank you. Under Yugahama's relentless advance, Yukino reluctantly accepted the offering. Yukino, where do you usually have lunch? We should go together next time. In the activity room with Eren. No, please don't. I'm not accustomed to eating with strangers, and Yukino's presence is slightly nauseating. Don't call me that. Oh, is Yukino and Eren an item? Not yet. Under Yugahama's overpowering charm, Yukino's resistance seemed feeble. Well done, Yugahama. Your arrival not only dispersed the air of romantic awkwardness, but also granted me an opportunity to escape. Closing his novel, Hikigaya stood up and, almost inaudibly, bid farewell before leaving the activity room. Yugahama noticed this and quickly set Yukino down, retrieving another bag of differently decorated cookies to pursue him. It seemed he could not evade her after all. Observing this, Eren silently chuckled. Chapter 33, The First Retreat of the Game Club with Yugahama Yui's Arrival. The service club gradually became livelier. After resolving the incident involving Maki Zygo's novel, Saturday arrived. Today marked the first retreat of the game club, hosted at Eren's apartment. You need not participate in the retreat. The two-star dragon possesses the ability to absorb the strength of those around it. And I'm a bit concerned about your physical state. Upon hearing Eren's words, Yukino Shida shook her head. I am not as fragile as you think. And I have my concerns about you as well. Rest assured, if I feel unwell, I will return home. Having no choice but to acquiesce, Eren conceded to Yukino Shida. Just then, the doorbell rang. Upon answering, the voice of Anki Rooney echoed, Eren-san, we have arrived at your apartment's lobby. Yes, please come up. I am in room 1507 waiting for you. Soon, a knock resonated at the door. Observing Eren arranging snacks, Yukino Shida sighed in resignation. Let me answer the door. Oh. Thank you. As a responsible sponsor, Eren had taken care of all expenses for the club's two-day retreat, including snacks. The funds conjured by the King of Time and Space were not to be wasted. Opening the door, Yukino Shida briefly scanned the original quartet of the game club. Anki Rooney was momentarily taken aback. Despite being a staunch advocate of the two-dimensional culture, he was slightly awed by Yukino Shida's beauty. Her ethereal presence made him feel as though he had stepped into a two-dimensional realm. Behind her, Kariya Shiyu frowned at Anki Rooney's dazed expression, while Sawamura Spencer Arari covered her mouth, sighing at Yukino Shida's allure. Only Kata Megumi maintained a blank expression, leaving her thoughts inscrutable. Eventually, Anki Rooney regained his composure. Hello. We are here for the club retreat. Is Eren-san present? Yes, please come in. Eren has prepared food for you. Yukino Shida stepped aside, feeling no significant animosity toward the group upon their first meeting. Though Anki Rooney had been momentarily spellbound by her presence, who could blame her for being so charming? Yukino Shida was ever so confident. Upon seeing the members of the game club, Eren nodded slightly. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Let us sit down and chat. AI Ran positioned Yukino Shida at the edge of the sofa, while he settled himself in the center, contemplating the necessity of creating a slight distance between her and the other members of the game club. The ability to absorb energy was no trivial matter. Even though the rate of energy depletion was exceedingly slow, he was unwilling to put Yukino at risk. Aki Akane sat opposite the coffee table, with Arari Spencer Sawamura to his left and Shiyu Kato to his right. As for Kata Megumi, a sudden jolt of surprise coursed through AI Ran's mind. Where had Kata gone? Are you looking for something, AI Ran? A calm voice unexpectedly drifted from his left side. Kata K had somehow taken a seat on the sofa, and AI Ran had failed to notice her presence. Furrowing his brow slightly, AI Ran found himself astonished by Kata's stealth. Such remarkable talent seemed wasted if not employed in the arts of assassination or ninjutsu. It's nothing, AI Ran replied, shaking his head. Let us begin the discussion about the game. Do not mind my presence or Yukino Shida's. With that, AI Ran slipped into a state of heightened awareness. Once he detected the trace of the two-star dragon, he would summon Kane to extract it. As for the game discussion, AI Ran's interest had waned entirely. Besides, as a reclusive individual who had been transported here after a truck incident in 2022, he had encountered myriad games. He was a seasoned player, after all. And Kuin, is the new proposal ready? Oh yes. Anri Rio hastily swallowed the cookie in his hand, surprised that Kanu would take an interest in the progress. AI Ran raised an eyebrow slightly. The moment Anri Rio began conversing with Katu, energy fluctuations commenced. For now, nothing discernible had been detected. However, AI Ran felt relieved that there were no anomalies on Yukino Shida's end. Since we're developing a narrative-driven romantic game, I have drawn inspiration from the majority of existing works on the market for the text boxes and interface design, and subsequently crafted a new proposal. Perhaps motivated by the allocation of funds and personnel, Enri Rio had indeed invested considerable effort into this plan. Kasano Okashiyu glanced over the manuscript, nodding in approval. Zawamura-san, now that Ryukoin's work has commenced, how is your progress? Zawamura Ari was taken aback. Ryu had not delayed this time. She hadn't anticipated Enri Rio's swift pace. Last night, she had spent the entire night in bed reading manga, completely neglecting thoughts of Shining Girl. Her objectives for joining the game club extended far beyond merely creating a romantic game. She had ulterior motives. I've been contemplating, do you think it's easy to devise a style and color palette? It's not akin to popping corn. It requires inspiration. Zawamura Ari could find a work online to pass off, but as a doujin artist, Her pride would not allow her to present anything subpar to Anri Ryo. Kasanooka, what about you? Surely you haven't written a single line of the script? That would indeed disappoint Zawamura-san. Kasanooka produced her notebook, and Anri Ryo hurried to peer over her shoulder. With a glimmer of anticipation, Kasanooka inquired, Ryukuin, what are your thoughts? Well, Anri Ryo read through the entire piece, feeling it lacked substance. Lacked what? Kasanooka pressed for clarification. Anri Ryo incessantly scrolled the mouse, his brow furrowed in concentration. Unable to articulate his thoughts clearly, there was simply a sense that it lacked the impact that other romantic games had delivered. Anri Ryo's response was vague. Yet Kasanooka did not pursue it further. She had not expected the script to pass muster in one go. I will make some revisions and ensure the plot is more detailed. Kasanooka then turned her gaze to AI Ran. AI Ran, could you please pass me that dark chocolate over there? AI Ran cast a surprised glance at Kasumigakaka, for this was chocolate with a purity of 99. He had haphazardly selected it from the supermarket. After tasting it once, he could hardly bear the thought of consuming it again. In AI Ran's estimation, this confection was even more unpalatable than the burned vegetable man. How could anyone willingly request such a distasteful item? Before any action could be taken, Eri Ryuzaki had already picked up that piece of chocolate. Kasumigakaka, this is chocolate with a purity of 99. I am aware, replied Kasumigakaka Shiyu in a calm tone. Since Kasumigakaka insisted, AI Ran could only offer a brief caution. It is truly bitter. Thank you, she said, the corners of her mouth tightening slightly as she placed the chocolate into her mouth. In an instant, her brows furrowed, but she quickly returned to her usual serene yet somber expression, as if the previous change had merely been an illusion. The bitterness of chocolate pales in comparison to the turmoil within my heart. Chapter 34. Speculations about the host. The second volume of the Love Metronome, having received a strong recommendation from Aki Akane, soared in popularity, and Kasumigakaka Shiyu became a celebrated author. Since then, she felt that the wellspring of her creative inspiration had shifted. Change was inevitable, and she was willing to transform for the sake of Ethica. However, Ethica had since ceased to offer feedback on the third volume of the Love Metronome, expressing a desire to witness a work emanating from Shiyu's innermost sentiments. Now, the third volume lay abandoned, and each night she tossed and turned, unable to reclaim the original passion and motivation for her writing. Aaron gazed at the fluctuating expressions of Shiyu from Zayansaku, her clenched teeth and sullen demeanor revealing an accelerated flow of energy. Is it you, the host of the second planet? AI Ran had always believed that the second star was most likely to be found within Kato, for her abilities were exceedingly enigmatic. Now, with her combat prowess surpassing 15,000, AI Ran often found herself unable to perceive her presence. Yet, the emotional fluctuations of Kasumigakaka seemed to directly influence the velocity of energy transmission. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Noticing AI Ran's furrowed brow, Yukino placed her hand gently over his. As she radiated warmth, AI Ran's restless heart gradually found solace. He offered her a faint smile and resumed his observations. Kasumigakaka-senpai is truly putting in a lot of effort, Kato murmured softly, just loud enough for her to hear. Meanwhile, Sawamura Spencer Arari turned her gaze towards AI Ran and Yukino Shida. Have you two heard of the Love Metronome? No, I detest all forms of written expression, AI Ran asserted decisively, though this was also a subtle attempt to probe Kasumigakaka further. He wished to see if uttering something distasteful about Kasumigakaka Shiyu would hasten the flow of energy, thus potentially leading him to the host. Unfortunately, Kasumigakaka Shiyu remained silent, fixated on her computer, with nothing transpiring. Yukino shook her head gently. I don't often read light novels. Is that so? Arari observed as Yukino Shida and AI Ran's hands rested together. Her curiosity piqued. Are you two a couple? It seems your bond is quite strong. Yukino Shida smiled slightly but did not respond to Arari's inquiry. To be precise, she and AI Ran were not yet a couple, as neither had confessed their feelings to the other. But did that truly matter? Although AI Ran harbored a certain trepidation regarding discussions of romance due to various reasons, Yukino understood, for he was constantly confronted with peril and dared not make casual promises to himself. The current state of affairs was quite satisfactory. A naturally blossoming relationship does not necessitate overt confessions to solidify the bond between two individuals. The words of Arari also captured the attention of the other three present. At that moment, Kasumigakaka Shiyu displayed a glimmer of envy in her gaze. The discussion unfolded in a rather light-hearted atmosphere, save for Kasumigakaka Shiyu, who, after her script was rejected by Aki Akane, fell silent, her focus fixated on the computer as she typed away. Thus, the day proceeded accordingly. As noon approached, Aki Akane declared the morning activities concluded, exhaling a sigh of relief. The day had indeed been fruitful. You may rest here for a while. Yukino Shida and I will prepare some food for you, he announced. With that, AI Ran took Yukino by the hand and led her toward her apartment, which was devoid of any ingredients. Though he could eat, he was utterly incapable of cooking. In Yukino Shida's apartment, AI Ran assisted Yukino in the kitchen. With so many dining and a certain voracious eater present, the workload was anything but trivial. Observing AI Ran lost in thought, Yukino inquired, "Are you still pondering the matter of Dragon Balls?" Indeed, the power of the two-star dragon is augmented by absorbing human desires and emotions. Just now, Kasumigakaka Shiyu's emotional fluctuations intensified the malevolent energy. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that she does not resemble a typical host. Aaron confided in Yukino about her troubles and speculations, acknowledging that intellectual pursuits were never a Scion's forte. There was a possibility that Kato might be the host. Have you heard the saying? The peculiar tend to attract one another. The moment Purilu arrived in this world, she appeared before her, coupled with her elusive abilities. It was impossible not to harbor doubts, although the two-star dragon could not harm humans before its complete resurrection. I cannot ascertain whether prolonging this situation would inflict irreparable consequences upon these individuals, thus it is imperative to locate and eliminate it swiftly. After listening, Yukino pondered briefly before responding, "Ningen-kun, you may have fallen into a cognitive trap. The most likely culprit may not necessarily be either of them." "Then who do you think it is?" Aaron inquired, her urgency palpable. "I cannot reveal that just yet, lest my thoughts lead you to form preconceived notions." Yukino Shida gently tapped Aaron's forehead and shot him a disapproving glance. "Now, let us focus on preparing the meal, for, due to a certain individual's actions, our workload has increased considerably. Arno, do you require my assistance? I am quite adept at cooking." Kato K's voice suddenly interjected, startling both Aaron and Yukino Shida. "When did you arrive, Kato?" Aaron chuckled awkwardly, inquiring. "I came along with you, but it seems you both failed to notice me." Kato feigned a look of distress. Though to Aaron and Yukino Shida, her expression appeared unchanged. "Wait, from the very beginning? Does that mean?" "Indeed, I heard everything about the malevolent energy, the Dragon Balls, and the peculiarities. Aaron, could you elucidate further? And what connection do you have with Purilu? What exactly are we experiencing?" Yukino Shida sighed, resting her forehead in her hand. "Ningen-kun, your clumsiness here is of little help. Why not step outside for a moment? Kato, could you assist me in preparing lunch? I promise to explain everything thoroughly." "All right then." Nodded and walked into the living room of Yukino Shida, where she gazed at Mr. Pan. In the kitchen, Yukino Shida and Kata Megumi were already busy at work. Although there was no explicit urging from Yukino Shida, Kata's puzzled gaze lingered. After a brief silence, Yukino Shida organized her thoughts. "Kata-san, the situation is as follows. As for the unfolding narrative, it is anticipated that a pivotal turning point will emerge within 10 to 15 days. I invite everyone to cast their votes on whether the story should follow a multi-female protagonist harem or a singular female protagonist romance. I'm also quite adept at NTR themes, and if there is sufficient interest, I could even create a group to write some GHS side stories. Please feel free to share your thoughts here. I will announce the preferences for singular or harem protagonists in 10 days, which will guide the subsequent direction of the plot. By the way, if you are reading this, I would greatly appreciate a 5-star rating. Thank you." Chapter 35. A dramatic turn of events as Kata Megumi mentioned. Her culinary skills are indeed quite impressive. Aaron placed a piece of meat in her mouth and chewed thoughtfully for a moment, savoring its essence. Although the flavor did not astonish her as much as the dishes crafted by Yukino Shida, it was a rather unremarkable yet wholesome home-cooked meal. Nevertheless, one could still perceive the care infused into this ordinary fare. Indeed, Kato, you will undoubtedly evolve into an exceptional wife in the future. As AI Rant's words fell, the previously harmonious dining atmosphere abruptly ceased, and everyone turned to gaze at him with expressions of bewilderment. Keiko Kadu paused momentarily, then maintained her composure and offered a polite thank you. Anki-ran, however, kept his head lowered, a flicker of gloom crossing his eyes. After all, Kata was the leading lady he had discovered. The room descended into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of AI Rant's fervent eating. Yukino continued her leisurely meal, unfazed by the nonsensical remark made by the ape-like boy. Still, she felt compelled to remind him, "Ape-kun, Such comments should not be casually directed at a girl. Is that so? My apologies. I shall be more cautious next time. AI Ran mumbled through a mouthful of food, his words indistinct. In a conspiratorial whisper, Iri Shirace leaned toward Shiyu Kasa no Oka, murmuring, "Black stockings. That glutton, AI Ran's appetite is truly formidable. I initially thought he wouldn't be able to consume all this food." Shiyu, who had been engrossed in contemplating revisions to the script for Flashy Girl, glanced up at Iri's remark and replied uncertainly, "Boys entering puberty tend to have larger appetites, don't they?" Iri stared at Shiyu in astonishment, incredulous that this hefty woman lacked basic life knowledge. What boy in puberty could possibly consume enough food for dozens without so much as a pause? Suddenly, Anki-rin proposed, "How about we play some games this afternoon? I noticed that AI Ran's home is well equipped." "Sure, feel free to use it. I bought quite a few games before and haven't played most of them," AI Ran replied. Upon arriving in this world, he had scoured the market for every available game. However, after trying them, he found them rather uninteresting. "Excellent," Anki-rin exclaimed, delighted as he had been preoccupied with drafting proposals, neglecting both anime and games. He felt as though he were on the verge of withdrawal. "You are not allowed to play," Iri declared fiercely, her two canine teeth visible. "Why not? Your proposal is just 3 sheets of paper. You haven't even filled them entirely. Is that truly reasonable?" Anki-rin was rendered speechless, collapsing onto the table in despair. Why must it be this way? I long to play games and watch anime. Seeing Anki-rin so distraught, Iri's resolve softened. All right, but only for a little while. Anki-rin gazed at his childhood friend with gratitude, while she huffed in a proud manner, a hint of color rising to her cheeks. At that moment, AI Ran slowed his eating, casually surveying the members of the gaming club, noticing that the rate at which his energy was depleting had significantly increased. Even Yukino Shida felt some of the repercussions. After the meal, Yukino Shida and Keiko Kata tidied up the table while AI Ran escorted the others back to his apartment. Once the gaming equipment was set up, he casually inquired, "What would you like to play?" After pondering for a moment, Anki-rin replied, "How about a gal game? It might inspire our own game. What do you think, Iri?" "Don't ask me, Ren. Then let us play a gal game. To make it interesting, let us compete to see who can achieve the perfect ending in the shortest time." AI Ran, as the host, "Shall we begin with you?" "I think I'll sit this one out. I'm not particularly skilled at dating sims." AI Ran decisively shook his head. "Please. I want AI Ran to experience the allure of gal games. I highly recommend this one," Anki-rin exclaimed, producing a game disc with a look of fervent reverence, radiating the aura of a zealot. Instinctively stepping back at Anki-rin's fervent gaze, AI Ran reluctantly nodded in agreement. Sitting on the sofa, he embarked on his journey through the game. The female protagonist was designed as an older, senior character. An hour later, a glaring bad end flashed across the screen, leaving Anki-rin and the others utterly speechless with shock. AI Rin found herself engulfed in profound doubt. After all, she considered herself quite the experienced player back in the day. Why had it come to this? Ing Lily wore an expression akin to witnessing a ghost. The ability to navigate such a game while flawlessly avoiding all correct options was a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Just moments ago, when the senior invited you to rest your head on her lap, why did you decline? Ing Lily felt her worldview had been severely shaken. AI Ran, with an expression of nonchalance, remarked, "The act of resting one's head on someone's lap is inherently peculiar, isn't it? If one were to maintain such a position, the recipient's knee would surely suffer immensely. If the male protagonist genuinely harbored feelings for that senior, he would not resort to such behavior." In response, Kazano Okashiyu, her eyes glimmering with an unusual light, inquired, regarding the earlier incident in the changing room. Merely choosing to enter would trigger the hidden scenario of accidentally entering the changing room, and there was already a prompt. Such a rare opportunity for a rewarding storyline. Why did you opt to leave instead? In a place like the changing room, how could one not knock but rather intrude directly? Does the male protagonist possess no common sense? If he were to enter, that would surely constitute intentional misconduct. At that moment, an Iluan also expressed his dissatisfaction, asking, "Then why did you choose the way you did regarding the female protagonist's feeding and the unexpected tumble in the stairwell?" "Ah, well?" AI Ran began to reflect on her thoughts while playing the game. The production quality of this game is quite impressive. When I reached those storylines, I truly immersed myself in the experience. However, if a girl were to feed me, it would be far slower than if I were to eat on my own, which is rather cumbersome. As for the incident in the stairwell, of course, I would help the senior if she were to fall. But to assist her and then contemplate taking advantage of the situation, that would be scoundrel behavior, wouldn't it? Is that so? And Eluin muttered, crouching down with his hands on his head, already beginning to question his existence. Rationality told him that AI Rand's points were indeed valid. Yet the realms of the second dimension and the third dimension were distinctly disparate. After pondering for a while, Eluin arrived at his own conclusion. Indeed, the third dimension is nothing but a nonsensical game devoid of common sense and lacking any sense of progression. AI Rand scratched her head, gazing at the three individuals before her with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Am I mistaken? Chapter 36. Interaction with Kato K. The illogical nature of the three-dimensional world is indeed a profoundly frustrating game. And Eluin sat motionless on the sofa, murmuring to himself. Clearly, he had previously believed that AI Rand was also part of their circle, yet her recent remarks had shattered his perceptions, leaving him feeling utterly exposed. AI Rand gazed at the disheartened Eluin, hesitating for a moment before gently placing a hand on his shoulder. He began. Though I am uncertain how you arrived at this conclusion, it is imperative to recognize that many matters cannot solely rely on subjective conjecture. Is the world of the second dimension truly flawless? I cannot say, yet when distinguishing between ideals and reality, it is vital for both creators and individuals alike. The fantasies conceived in one's mind cannot possibly embody perfection. They merely reflect your own interpretations. In my previous life as an otaku, the second dimension appeared exceedingly enchanting, handsome heroes. Beautiful heroines, princes, and princesses, all filled with thrilling adventures. However, reality swiftly delivered a harsh blow. Despite being reborn into a remarkably powerful race, my past years were filled with slaughter, destruction, and demise. All my cherished illusions crumbled under the weight of reality, cast aside in ruins. Were it not for the god of time, I would likely still be atoning in the underworld. Sitting nearby, Kaza no Okashiyu paused momentarily, replaying AI Rand's last words in her mind. Is the image of Ethics Kuin merely a figment of my imagination? Have I overly immersed myself in the role of Sheiki? Shouldn't romance encompass sweetness alongside its bitterness? Yet, this thought was quickly suppressed. Nonetheless, she instinctively shifted her gaze back to Eluin. On the other hand, Eluin felt a profound emotional upheaval upon hearing AI Rand's remarks, which seemed to utterly negate his existence. However, he refrained from expressing his discontent. For AI Rand was an investor, and it was crucial not to jeopardize that relationship. Adjusting his glasses, he responded, I understand what you mean, AI Rand. Now it is my turn. I choose the role of a classmate. With that, he grasped the controller and directed his complete focus onto the game. At this moment, Kaza no Okashiyu's brow furrowed even deeper. Why did Ethics Kuin not contest this? Instead, he chose to yield? Was he refraining from conflict to ensure the game's success and avoid offending the investor? Her gaze shifted once more toward AI Rand, their eyes locking in a shared moment of understanding. Eren gently nodded in acknowledgement before preparing to head towards Yukino's apartment. It was still uncertain who the host was, and the thought of leaving her alone with Megumi for such an extended period caused Eren a twinge of unease. However, just as she reached the threshold, she abruptly halted. The rate of energy depletion had inexplicably surged severalfold. This current state would undoubtedly have an impact on an ordinary human. She mused as she glanced back at the three individuals in the room. Arari stood behind Aki Tomoya, animatedly gesturing and, in essence, revealing spoilers. Kasumiga Kakashiya was fixated on her notebook. Though she was not typing, she merely appeared lost in thought. Despite the obvious signs, could they still not perceive the situation? Eren sighed inwardly and stepped out of the apartment. However, as she turned to leave, a green light materialized within the apartment, vanishing swiftly before anyone could react. When AI Rand arrived at Yukino's apartment, she discovered the two of them engaged in the delightful pastime of petting Pururu. This cat was currently experiencing the zenith of its feline existence, reclining upon Yukino's lap, while Megumi tenderly massaged the pads of its front paws. Yukino playfully teased its chin. Pururu, with its eyes half closed, emitted a soothing purr. AI Rand stepped forward, grasped the scruff of Puyulu's neck, and effortlessly tossed him aside. As a Saiyan subordinate, how could you succumb to such degradation? Hurry, fetch me some tea. Yes, boss. Puyulu exhibited great potential as a subordinate, hastily darting towards the kitchen upon hearing AI Rand's command. Yukino covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Was the recent behavior of the big ape due to Puyulu resting on my lap, inciting jealousy? One could easily discern his feelings from his expression. He truly could not conceal his thoughts at all. Eren sat not far from Yukino, rubbing her forehead, contemplating yet another frustrating task that left her utterly perplexed. At that moment, Kato Megumi's calm voice reached her. Aaron, Miss Yukino Shida just informed me about the situation regarding the second star. I am grateful for your efforts to protect us. It is merely my duty, a job for which I am compensated. Thus, your gratitude is unnecessary. After a brief pause, Aaron began to scrutinize Kato, who she believed was the most likely host of the second star. Kato, have you experienced anything unusual lately? Or do you feel unwell in any way? Kato pondered momentarily before shaking her head. No, aside from encountering Pururu and you, my life remains unchanged. The only difference is that I have joined this gaming club. I see, Aaron instinctively nodded. Despite facing unknown dangers, Kato, the legendary saint, exhibited no signs of concern. Unlike Yukino and her sister, who had taken considerable time to accept the truth, Kato maintained her composure, which earned Aaron's admiration. Kato, there is no need for excessive worry. With my current abilities, I can easily safeguard you from this malevolent dragon. So, please trust me. If anything unusual occurs, contact me immediately. Kato nodded slightly. Yet each time Aaron correctly stated her name, a peculiar glimmer emerged in her eyes. It seemed only her family could evoke such a reaction in her previous life. The feeling of insignificance was indeed vexing. At that moment, Aki Akane's voice suddenly resonated from outside Yukino Shida's apartment. Kano, are you there? I'm here, Kato replied, standing and moving towards the door. We're playing a game, and I thought you might want to join us. Kano, come experience the allure of Gal games. Aki, my name is Kato. Apologies, I'll be more attentive next time. This has happened numerous times already. With that, their voices gradually faded away. Chapter 37. How to deal with delinquents in a slice of life world. On a Sunday afternoon, Aaron accompanied 4 members of the gaming club to Chiba Station. As they were preparing to return to Tokyo, this weekend retreat had not yielded substantial progress in their game. Since Saturday afternoon, Aki and Eri had been completely engrossed in their gaming. Even Kagaya Shiyu, who typically did not play games, and Kato eventually joined in. Even Aki, a seasoned otaku, had to admit that while Aaron might not be the most skilled gamer, his collection of games and equipment was truly comprehensive. Everything available on the market could be found in his home, and for anything lacking, Aaron promised to procure it for their next visit. Such a generous benefactor was a rarity in these times. Everyone, see you next Saturday. If any impromptu events arise, just message in the line group. And I'll be there promptly. As the train approached, Aaron waved goodbye to the 4 from across the ticket gate. However, a tinge of forced smile graced her face. For 2 whole days, her apartment had transformed into a gaming haven for this group. Yet despite this, she had uncovered nothing. It seemed that they could only wait for the second star to awaken on its own, hoping that by then, no lives would be lost. Eri raised her small fist and exclaimed, Aaron, you must model for me next time you come. You must keep your promise. I absolutely refuse to assume such embarrassing poses again. Aaron turned her head and let out a cold snort, recalling the events of the previous night. After everyone had settled down for the night, Aaron began her shower. Once she had finished, she emerged from the bathroom, bare-chested, intending to find a secluded spot in the forest to practice for a while. Just as she stepped out, she collided with Lily, who was making a midnight trip to the restroom. The sudden appearance of a half-naked man startled Lily, prompting her to scream instinctively. The commotion drew the attention of Kasumi no Okashiyu and Kato Megumi. As for Aki Akane, for reasons unknown, he did not make an appearance. It was quite surprising to see that Aaron's physique was so striking. Aaron still recalls how Shiyu of the Kasanaku Hills gently licked her lips and playfully teased him before retreating to her room for some rest. Meanwhile, Kato Megumi maintained her calm demeanor, offering comfort to the still frightened Eri. It was merely an accident, and with the hour being late, after Aaron's brief explanation, everyone retired for the night. However, upon returning from his morning training, Aaron was approached by Eri, who demanded compensation for the previous night's events, such as posing shirtless for her artistic endeavors. Unable to resist her, Aaron was pulled into the bedroom, where he posed in various positions, bare-chested. Throughout the morning, he endured the lewd giggles emitted by Eri as she entered her creative zone. Wasn't she supposed to be rather shy? Truly, she was worthy of being an artist. Waving goodbye to the 4 members of the game club, Aaron turned to leave, his spirit deeply wounded by the morning's ordeal. Now, reflecting on the incident, he had no desire to remain in the company of these individuals any longer. Just as he was distancing himself, Shiyu's voice echoed. Who would have thought? Aaron-kun. You are quite innocent after all. This trait surpasses that of a certain golden-haired, Sundara artist. Who is she referring to? You, the dark-haired, plump woman. If anyone jumps out, I'll call them out. Eren quickened his pace, wishing to avoid this group of individuals for the time being. Today, Akiren appeared unusually subdued, standing alone on the platform. Head bowed, lost in thought. Separation Line Ayaka, a first-year student at Sobu High School, always played the role of the natural girl to blend in, which garnered her considerable popularity among the boys. However, this came at a cost. Mere pretense was insufficient. One must also possess the drive to take action. To maintain her standing, she aspired to make Hayama, the most popular boy, her boyfriend, and thus decisively joined the football club as a manager. In a similar bid to uphold her social status, she was persuaded by her classmates to attend a rather pointless mixer. After the event concluded, she found herself cornered by a delinquent high school student who had taken a liking to her during the gathering. The ostentatiously dressed youth pressed her against the wall. Speaking flirtatiously, Ayaka-chan, why don't you join us for some fun? How about KTV? What should I do? Although she was tempted to go, she hesitated, saying, well, we have curfew at home, so maybe next time? Ayaka's gaze flickered nervously as she endeavored to maintain her facade. The street was bustling with pedestrians. Yet it seemed as though no one acknowledged the scene unfolding before them, all hurrying past without a glance. Internally, Ayaka felt a surge of panic, as this was an unprecedented predicament for her. Anxiously, tears threatened to well up in her eyes. Don't say that. We'll get you back before your curfew, please. Despite his words of persuasion, the boy stepped closer, encroaching upon the young girl as personal space. At that moment, one of his friends, who had accompanied him, suddenly poked him in the side, indicating that something was amiss across the street. The boy, visibly irritated, glanced in the direction his friend pointed. Eren stood across the street, fixated on the group of individuals before him. Without any extraneous movements, he merely observed. Yet the palpable aura of menace he consciously exuded was entirely directed at one particular young man. Under the weight of that gaze, the boy could no longer contain the cold sweat that trickled down his brow. Thus, he made what could very well be the wisest decision of his life. Perhaps we should reschedule for another time. I seem to have suddenly remembered some pressing matters to attend to. Let us leave it at that, Ayaka-chan. With that, he swiftly departed the scene alongside his companions. As he watched the ruffians disperse, Eren shrugged and continued his stroll towards the apartment. What a frigid world we inhabit. Injustice unfolds right before our eyes, yet no one is willing to pause in their stride. There was no need to concern himself with the identity of those he might save. He held no interest in engaging with the unrelated. Nor was there any necessity to validate anything through violence. These individuals were far too feeble to ignite any desire for confrontation. Meanwhile, waiting for his return in the apartment was Yukino Shiryuki, whose aspiration was for the world to become a better place. She surely envisioned him as a potential ally in righteousness. Izuku, having been encircled by thugs moments earlier, had not clearly discerned who had come to her aid, only catching a fleeting glimpse of someone clad in the uniform of Tsubahai. Once her heart had settled, she cast her gaze in the direction from which Eren had departed. Eren had already ventured far away, leaving only a vague silhouette in sight, accompanied by her distinctive feature, the tail wrapped around her waist. Chapter 38. The man appeared in New Day. AI Ren ambled leisurely towards the service club. Although they were classmates, AI Rand and Hikigaya Hachiman were not the type to enjoy each other's company. Aside from their club activities, they had hardly exchanged a word. From a certain perspective, AI Rand and Hikigaya Hachiman possessed strikingly contrasting personalities, though both were rather awkward in their own right. One appeared somewhat muddled, yet could display remarkable clarity in critical moments. The other seemed perpetually alert, but faltered when faced with decisions. For instance, at this moment, upon entering the service club, AI Rand noticed that Yokohama Yui had yet to arrive. The classroom was filled solely with Hikigaya Hachiman and Yukino Shida Yukino, the atmosphere palpably tense, as if the two had just quarreled. What could be amiss today? AI Rand pondered, observing the two. Despite their usual animosity, their interactions were typically restrained in her presence. Yukino Shida Yukino cast a sidelong glance at Hikigaya Hachiman and stated coolly, "Our club's treasurer wishes to withdraw and join the tennis club." What is this about? Wasn't everything perfectly fine before? Moreover, Yokohama had been frequently visiting since last week, and the club had begun to gain some popularity. Yukino Shida Yukino added, "I do not believe you possess the capability for participating in collective activities. Your transformation is far from complete, Hikigaya." Yukino Shida Yukino had always placed great importance on commitments. Hikigaya Hachiman scowled at the two. "I am merely adhering to someone else's request, so." His words trailed off. Rather than endure daily doses of their antics and Yugahama's exuberant personality, he would prefer to join the tennis club. At that moment, Hikigaya Hachiman recalled the visage of a certain angel, his face suddenly flushing with an unnatural hue. AI Ren scrutinized Hachiman Hikigaya. The tennis club? A commission? Could it be that man who nearly swayed the esteemed teacher had made an appearance? Yaha, hello. I've brought the client. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Yui Yugahama energetically pushed open the door, followed by an adorable young boy. Hachiman, Ayaka, what brings you here? Upon hearing Ayaka call his name directly, Hikigaya's face flushed even deeper. Goodness, it seems I might truly be swayed. Aaron cast a glance at Ayaka Hazuka, truly remarkable. In terms of appearance, she was indeed on par with Yukino Shida. It was unfortunate, however, that she was a boy. Noticing the troubled expression on Ayaka's face, I decided to bring him along, thinking that as a member of the club, I should contribute in some way. Yubihama-san, it's all right. You needn't thank me. This is my duty as a member. Yukino Shida replied calmly. Yubihama-san, you are not technically a member yet. Yukino Shida pointed out. Is that so? Yubihama looked at Yukino Shida and Aaron with a bewildered expression. Yes, as I have not received your application for membership, and our advisor has not approved it, you are not yet a member. Upon hearing this, Yubihama let out a lamentation, visibly distressed. Having grown accustomed to Yubihama's eccentric personality, Yukino Shida chose to ignore her and turned her attention back to Ayaka Hazuka. So, Ayaka Hazuka, what is your request? AI ran, with a sense of duty, poured a cup of tea for each individual present, proudly assuming the role of vice president, albeit self-appointed. Meanwhile, Yukino Shida had just concluded listening to the request made by Hazuka Ayaka. Very well, I accept your commission. All that is required is to enhance your skills, correct? Yes. I believe that if I become stronger, everyone will begin to strive together as well. Perhaps. Oh, Angel, Yukihira mused inwardly, turning to Yukino Shida and inquired. What are your plans? Run until exhaustion, swing the racket until fatigue. Are you a devil? Are you serious? Aaron approached the side of Ayaka Hazuka, beginning an examination of his limbs. Ah, Aaron-kun, what are you doing? Ayaka Hazuka exclaimed shyly, instantly capturing the attention of Yukino Shida and Hikigaya Hachiman. Scoundrel, having Yukino Shida already. How dare he tarnish Hazuka? Hikigaya glared fiercely at Aaron, silently voicing his disdain. Yukino Shida also rose to her feet and gently kicked Aaron's calf. Yuan. Have you truly lost control of your primal instincts, that you would lay hands on a boy as well? Am I such a person? Aaron shot Yukino Shida a glance, pondering why she felt threatened today when she had previously shown no jealousy while 3 beautiful girls from the game club resided in his home. Was it truly necessary? AI Ran considers himself to be a paragon of masculinity. AI Ran-kun, have you finished? Hazuka Ayaka gazed at AI Ran with a bashful expression, her voice trembling slightly. Upon hearing her voice, AI Ran looked up, his breath catching in his throat. He felt his heart racing unexpectedly. Goodness, Hazuka is intoxicating. As AI Ran's hand found its way to Hazuka Ayaka's neck and shoulders, grazing her delicate skin, Hikigaya Hachiman looked on with a mixture of envy and jealousy. He admonished, hurry and let go of Hazuka. Why are you all staring at me? I'm merely feeling the bones, AI Ran replied helplessly. Yukino Shida feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, so, did you discover anything, AI Ran-kun? The title had reverted from human ape-kun back to AI Ran-kun, indicating that Yukino Shida's jealousy was nearing its boiling point. AI Ran took a step back, crossing her arms as she gazed at Hazuka Ayaka. I must say, while your physique may not be particularly frail, aspiring to learn martial arts, oh no, I mean pursuing a sport like tennis, which demands considerable physical exertion, may not yield the anticipated results. Have you truly exerted even the bare minimum of effort? Yukino Shida remarked with a hint of defiance. AI Ran sighed, observing Yukino Shida tendency to relentlessly push herself, neglecting the importance of balancing work and rest. This was evident during their previous endeavor, where she assisted Zaimokuza Yoshihida in reviewing a novel. Even though AI Ran urged her not to stay up too late, Yukino still struggled the following day, her spirits noticeably low. With this thought in mind, AI Ran approached Yukino, gently taking her hand. Some aspects, such as our physical constitution, are undeniably innate. It is essential to study diligently, engage in physical activity, rest adequately, and enjoy leisure time. The balance of work and relaxation is crucial. This is my humble advice. Yukino Shida nodded in agreement, realizing that AI Rant's words, although directed towards Yudazuka Ayaka, were equally applicable to herself. Hikigaya and Yui Yugahama found themselves involuntarily subjected to a display of affection, turning their attention towards Yudazuka as the ultimate decision still rested in her hands. Moments later, Yudazuka Ayaka took a deep breath and resolutely declared, "I still want to give it a try." "Is that so?" Then prepared to be thoroughly trained by Yukino Shida. Hikigaya gazed intently at the radiant Yudazuka, captivated by her presence. Behind him, Yui Yugahama puffed out her cheeks, visibly displeased. What kind of expression was that? She had never exhibited such a demeanor before. Chapter 39. I am Issei Ayu, Senpai. On the tennis court, Yui Yugahama and Yudazuka Ayaka were performing push-ups together. While Hikigaya's gaze was drawn to a certain object, AI Ran sat at a distance, gazing at him in silent disbelief. Was Yugahama Yui's affection so evident? How could this fellow show no sign of acknowledgement? If he truly harbored no feelings, why then did he steal glances? Such a clumsy oaf. It was clear that Yuzuki Ayaka's physical condition was rather poor. Her frail arms rendered her incapable of completing even 5 push-ups in one breath. Even Yugahama beside her surpassed him slightly in this regard. What a pity, AI Ran muttered, that this fellow happened to be a boy. At that moment, the voice of Yukino Shida Yukino drifted over. What a pity. Could you enlighten me, Mr. Gorilla? Aaron's body involuntarily stiffened. There was little preparation for the training. Kazuka's arm strength was rather inadequate, rendering the continuation of push-ups rather futile. Aaron resolutely chose to change the subject. Pondering why Yukino Shida Yukino harbored such wariness towards that frail young man. Well, it seems I shall serve as his sparring partner. After all, I am the most suitable here. Yukino Shida Yukino picked up 2 rackets and made her way to the center of the court. Aaron languidly observed the ants scuttling across the ground, reflecting that his presence on the field was indeed rather ill-suited. With a mere exertion of strength, he could likely upheave the entire court. Since arriving in this world of academia, Aaron had never partaken in any athletic endeavors, as the risks involved were far too formidable, particularly for others. In an effort to encourage the physically inept Ayaka, Yukino deliberately tossed the ball to the left and right, prompting her to run in pursuit. Only in this manner could she hope to intercept the ball. However, such exertions, which demanded considerable stamina, often led to falls, and for someone like Ayaka, lacking in physical prowess, the likelihood of mishap was even greater. Indeed, it was not long before she found herself sprawled upon the ground. AI ran inside and retrieved the medical kit from behind her. As anticipated, this scene had indeed unfolded. Would Yushan and Miura Yumiko make their appearance next? AI Ran speculated quietly as she handed the medical kit to Ayaka Hazuka. With a blush, Ayaka Hazuka softly expressed her gratitude. AI Ran awkwardly turned her head, huffed, and walked towards Yukino Shida Yukino. Why is Yaren so clever today? Yukino Shida Yukino looked at AI Ran with a puzzled expression, her gaze betraying a hint of danger. Please, Hazuka is a boy, all right? I'm quite straight. Although he is indeed rather adorable, AI Ran thought, but did not voice it. With a resigned gesture, he shrugged his shoulders. When it comes to sports, I consider myself an expert. Can your stamina keep up? Lack of stamina is your only weakness. If it proves too challenging, perhaps you could substitute Hikigaya. As he spoke, he nodded towards the troubled Hikigaya Hachiman, indicating, look, he would surely agree. All right then. After contemplating for a moment, Yukino Shida Yukino decided to let Hikigaya Hachiman take over. Indeed, many things would not change simply due to AI Ran's presence. Not long after Hikigaya took the reins, AI Ran noticed a group of people making their way towards the court. He sighed. Were they really coming again? Ah, tennis, tennis. A cheerful blonde girl exclaimed as she led the group. Since the tennis court was reserved by Hazuka Ayaka, any outsiders needed her permission to enter. However, this group pushed open the iron gate without asking. It was as if a king and queen were surveying their territory, and the queen naturally assumed control, seeking to claim the court without a care for the expressions of Hikigaya Hachiman, Yugahama Yui, and Hazuka Ayaka standing nearby. Soon, the two parties clashed. Given that Yayama was also a prominent figure at school, well-connected and popular, and with Miura Yumiko being a stunning beauty of exotic allure, their presence drew considerable attention. As Miura Yumiko's voice grew louder, so did the crowd of onlookers. Scanning the surroundings, AI Ran noticed that the tennis court was surrounded by spectators, resembling a pack of wolves drawn by the scent of prey, exuding an invisible pressure aligned with Yayama's side. Ah, mixed doubles would be splendid. I'm so clever. But who would willingly partner with Hikigaya? How amusing. Miura Yumiko's laughter was somewhat shrill, and the nearby audience joined in mirthfully. Hachiman, this could be troublesome. Hazuka felt uneasy, yet he bravely stammered. How about we play men's doubles instead? It would be perfect for my practice. What? Now that I'm here to play tennis. You need a girl on your side. Ayaka interjected. Come on, let's join in. We're all classmates. Hazuka, being quite popular in class and getting along well with everyone, didn't come off too strong, hoping to persuade Hazuka to relent. Hazuka Ayaka appeared frightened, her eyes darting between Miura and Hikigaya, torn between the desire to refuse and the fear of doing so. Sighing, she remained indecisive. AI Ran let out a sigh and said, Yukino Shida, allow me to handle this matter. It is better for me to negotiate with the most popular person in our class. All right, be careful, came the response. AI Ran chuckled softly. Why worry about such trivial matters? Yukino shot him a glare. I'm merely advising you to be cautious. You wouldn't want to injure a classmate and face consequences later. At that moment, the rather dim-witted Yuan Kun seemed to lose his train of thought. My apologies. I will be more careful, he replied. AI Ran let out a light-hearted laugh and strolled towards the court. The debate on the court continued unabated. Look, even Saika has tacitly agreed with my point, Yagami protested, his face flushed with indignation. This is mere sophistry. Come now, let us all enjoy ourselves, suggested Hayama, attempting to mediate, yet his words evidently tilted in favor of their side. I must insist, you all can leave. The court was reserved by Hosatsuka. If you wish to play, you must apply for it yourselves afterward. Kindly refrain from causing a disturbance here. At this moment, AI Ran had already arrived at the center of the court. The once boisterous scene abruptly fell silent. Ever since AI Ran emerged from the office of the headmaster, the legend of him twisting steel into spirals with his bare hands had spread throughout the entire campus. Coupled with his ever-present air of disdain, everyone regarded him as an unparalleled delinquent. As soon as AI Ran spoke, she instantly captivated everyone present. Is AI Ran also going to assist in retrieving the valley? Some expressed reluctance, with Miura Yumiko murmuring under her breath, yet the weight of AI Ran's reputation restrained her from voicing any further objections. Oh, AI Ran, you are here too, Yama greeted her with a smile. Aaron's status in Class Staff is akin to that of Yukino Shida Yukino in Class J. Both are indifferent to others, yet command a certain level of respect and awe from their peers. Furthermore, Yukino Shida Yuzuki has specifically advised him that Aaron will be her brother-in-law in the future, as the son of the family lawyer. Hayama is also reluctant to engage in conflict with Aaron. Hayama, if you wish to play tennis, you must first submit an application. We shall adhere to the established protocols. It would be unseemly to quarrel here and provide amusement for other classes. AI Ran and the group led by Yushan made their way towards the exit of the stadium. Let's take the opportunity to hang out together sometime, but for today, let's disperse, she suggested. This is also an event organized by our service department. All right then, Yushan replied before leading the reluctant Miura Yumiko away. Suddenly, a figure stealthily approached AI Ran and whispered in her ear, Senpai, my name is Ishiki Ayen. Please don't forget it. AI Ran turned her gaze towards Issei Kaiyu, yet at that moment, she had already departed with the crowd. Have we met? Is there any reason to become acquainted? Aaron shook his head in silence, and suddenly the temperature around him dropped significantly. Turning around, he found Yukino Shida Yukino observing him with an amused expression. Chapter 40. The Malevolent Aura of Kasumiga Kakashiki. Huh. So, the Monkey King is acquainted with a first-year female student? Quite unexpected, Yukino Shida remarked, her arms crossed, standing perilously close to Aaron, nearly pressing against him. I don't know her. I've never seen her before, he replied, raising a hand to support his chin as he murmured, I see. That makes sense. After all, the Monkey King has always behaved rather crudely. Though there are occasional moments of brilliance, it seems unlikely that he easily wins the favor of girls. Standing nearby, Hikigaya and Yu watched the unconscious display of affection between the two and instinctively distanced themselves. They felt that lingering in their presence would inflict severe emotional distress. However, their synchronized movements caught each other's attention, prompting them to glance at one another. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, both hurriedly averted their gazes. I say, Hazuka, shall we resume our training? Hikigaya stammered, still somewhat socially anxious, instinctively opting for avoidance in the presence of girls. Hazuka Ayaka responded with a smile. Yes, Hachiman. Let us continue. Angel, Hikigaya mused, feeling considerably lighter as he approached Hazuka, the earlier awkwardness entirely forgotten. AI Ran looked at Hikigaya Hachiman with a disdainful expression. You have been given a chance, yet you failed to seize it. Why are you not taking action? Monkey-kun, what are you gazing at? Aaron turned his head, finding his face nearly touching that of Yukino Shida Yukino. He quickly took a step back, his voice somewhat awkward. It's nothing. Indeed, Aaron was a theoretical type of individual. He was not particularly adept at taking action himself. Kanzaki Shiyu had fallen ill. That very night upon returning from Chiba, she began to suffer from a high fever. As time passed, her muscles started to ache as well. With her parents away on business, no one was aware of her condition. Even at school, her absence went largely unnoticed, for even when she attended, she would merely sleep. Unlike Aaron, she remained the top student in her grade, even while dozing. Following the release of Love Metronome, her occasional absences from school drew little scrutiny. Alone in her bed, she opened lines. Recalling the message she had sent to Arikuin last night that bore a subtle plea for help, it remained unanswered. What was he doing now? Playing games? Planning something? Catching up on homework? Regardless, he ought to have replied to my message. After a few coughs, Kanzaki Shiyu set her phone down, her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling. Before long, she slipped back into slumber. At that moment, a faint green light reappeared in the room, and her fever worsened. Time passed unmeasured, and she awoke once more, her high fever and pain rendering her unable to open her eyes. Even with her eyes shut, she could sense that night had fallen. Suddenly, the sound of her door opening reached her ears, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over her. Would her parents not return tonight? Who could it be? Had a thief entered her home? And in her current state? Despair enveloped her heart once again as she sensed someone standing at her bedside. Lord of the Time Realm, can you feel this malevolent presence? It would surely result in irreversible harm to Kanzaki Shiyu if this continued. Did you not say that the two-star dragon would not inflict substantial harm on humans before its resurrection? How was I to know what would come to this? Xiao ran in. What do we do now? Hey, you're the deity, not I. How can you ask me what should be done? You, a third-rate deity. Why do you call me a third-rate deity again? My divine status is quite high, at least a dozen levels above mere mortals. The dialogue between the two reached Kanzaki Shiyu's ears, leading her to believe she was beginning to hallucinate. What was this about a two-star dragon and deities? It seemed she had indulged too much in novels. Her illness had begun to conjure such auditory delusions. She was uncertain whether to laugh or cry at the absurdity of it all. The conversation continued. Should we take her to the hospital? The senzu beans won't cure her. Will they? Aaron asked Cain, unsure. In 2 lifetimes, he had sustained numerous injuries, yet he had never truly fallen ill. Perhaps it was because he had been a fool in both lives. Fools seldom fall ill. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao ran in. This is the result of absorbing too much life energy from the two-star dragon. How could a human doctor possibly treat it? AI Ran gazed speechlessly at Cain. So what do you suggest? I absolutely cannot accept any casualties within my work scope. Little AI Rant's words increasingly resembled those of a corporate worker. Cain, noticing AI Rant's displeased expression, hastily added, it's not that there are no solutions. Little AI Rant already possesses quite a bit of positive energy. A little reinforcement would suffice. Much like how you treat Yukino Shida Yukino. What nonsense! AI Rant exclaimed, her face flushing with indignation. What have I done to Yukino Shida Yukino? I've done nothing. Oh, come on. It's merely physical contact. The energy within you will naturally flow to her. However, considering the life energy she has lost, you will need to continuously impart positive energy to her for several days. I dislike physical contact with unfamiliar humans. Aaron struggled somewhat. What he spoke was indeed the truth. Since arriving in this world, apart from the long-standing companionship with Yukino Shida Yukino, he had resisted engaging with others. Shaoran, this simply will not do. I aim for you to integrate into human society, not to isolate yourself. I shall leave this to you. I have matters to oversee in the demon realm. And as a high-ranking official, I am quite occupied. Truly. By the way, you must hasten to locate the two-star dragon. Otherwise, lives may be lost among the humans. With that, a flash of pink light enveloped him, and Cain vanished from Shiyu Kasumigakaka's room. The atmosphere once again fell into silence. Lying in bed, Shiyu Kasumigakaka felt a bit dazed. She could now ascertain that the conversation she had just witnessed was no mere figment of her imagination. Was the figure by the window truly Aaron? Had they indeed mentioned Yukino Shida Yukino? The fever clouded her vision, rendering her unable to discern the identity of the man at her bedside, and even her thoughts had slowed considerably. After a moment, she heard the man beside her let out a sigh. Well, I suppose I cannot just stand by and watch you perish before my eyes. Shortly thereafter, she felt herself being lifted into someone's arms. Chapter 41. Whenever night falls, Shiyu Kasumagakaka sensed herself being cradled. AI Rant's arm passed around her waist, one hand cradling her lower back while the other embraced her full, glistening thigh, lifting her entirely from the bed. Huh, she's surprisingly light, AI Ran muttered, her voice reaching the ears of Shiyu Kazunoko. A myriad of emotions flooded her heart: curiosity, shame, surprise, fear, the instinctive yearning for someone to be by her side. A natural response of beings when they are ill or injured. A warm current coursed through her tangled feelings of guilt, sorrow, and pain, drifting through the darkness toward an unknown glimmer of light. Soon, a wave of warmth surged from AI Rant's body, swiftly transferring to Shiyu Kazunoko. In an instant, she felt herself gradually healing. Her once parched spirit began to revive under such comforting warmth. At that moment, she felt as though she had finally broken free from the ocean of suffering, gasping for breath like a drowning soul. Wait, why are you still holding me? You mustn't wake up right now. I wouldn't know how to explain. Shiyu Kazunoko instinctively wrapped her arms around AI Rant's neck. AI Rant struggled lightly. Yet considering her physical state, her resistance was mild. The rate of energy depletion was agonizingly slow. It seemed she would be unable to leave for at least an hour. AI Rant grumbled to herself. To think she could consume chocolate with a purity of 99 on a Saturday indicates that this woman is beginning to lose her sense of taste. How did I not realize this before? Clearly, her condition is not solely due to excessive energy loss. Besides combat, AI Ran was particularly adept at physical conditioning, which was, of course, a supplementary service for her battles. Shiyu Kazunoko's current state was also linked to her prolonged nights and sedentary lifestyle. As time ticked by, AI Ran noticed that Shiyu Kazunoko's body could no longer absorb positive energy. Assessing her condition, AI Ran estimated that in 3 to 4 days, she would likely make a complete recovery. Gently placing her back on the bed and covering her with a blanket, AI Ran prepared to depart. At the door, she hesitated for a moment. With a sigh, she turned back to Shiyu Kazunoko's desk and penned a note before leaving her home. With her eyes closed, Shiyu Kazunoko slowly rose from her bed after confirming that AI Ran had departed. Just an hour of being held, and I already feel so much better? Stretching her body, she approached the desk and picked up the note AI Ran had left behind. An awkward scrawl appeared before her eyes. Hello, after my observations. Your body has been severely overdrawn. Although you may not feel it in your youth, as you age, your physical condition will deteriorate. I hope you cultivate good habits and maintain adequate sleep. Below is a dietary plan tailored to your condition. If you adhere to the suggestions above, your health will soon be restored. By the way, my name is Lei Feng. Shiyu Kazunoko chuckled, covering her mouth. Lei Feng? I never imagined AI Ran would have such a humorous side. Yet, as she laughed, tears began to flow uncontrollably. So this is what it feels like to be cared for. Upon checking her phone, she noticed that an Eluan had replied to her message over an hour ago. Senior, I borrowed a new game from AI Ran yesterday and lost track of time, so I didn't notice your message. Is something wrong? Reading the message, Shiyu Kazunoko displayed a sorrowful smile. Surprise and disappointment intertwined, pain and joy connected. Her tears flowed more freely. Ultimately, she managed to calm her emotions and replied to an Eluan. It's nothing, Luan Kuan. Please finish the project proposal soon. I'm planning to start the 3rd volume. So time is a bit tight. I hope to help you finish the script for Shining Girls before that. On the other side, an Eluan read Shiyu Kazunoko's message. His initial reaction was excitement. His senior was finally starting the 3rd volume. As the first reader, he had eagerly anticipated this moment. However, upon rereading her message several times, he sensed an underlying meaning. Never mind, he thought, and after replying, he grabbed his controller to embark on his own journey into the world of anime. As long as I submit the project proposal by Saturday, there's no need to rush. I need to find some inspiration from these games. At that moment, Shiyu Kazunoko, upon reading an Eluan's message, laughed through her tears. She had come to terms with the situation. An Eluan might have feelings for her, but he didn't truly care. She had waited a day, and her message had sunk like a stone into the ocean. Whether he had seen it or merely pretended not to, the outcome remained unchanged. Since an Eluan valued her abilities rather than her essence, why cling to unfounded emotions on the romantic metronome? She tossed her phone aside and curled up beneath the covers. That night, she cried until her tears ran dry. And by dawn, she vowed not to shed another tear over this matter. As AI Ran soared through the skies, he couldn't help but express his inner grievances. Fortunately, at that moment, he was engaged in training within a forest not far from Tokyo. allowing him to sense the malevolent energy in time. Otherwise, it could have resulted in a tragic incident. This job is truly unbearable. That third-rate deity is utterly useless. It is now nearly certain that Kaza no Okashiyu is not the host. A 2-star dragon would not willingly eliminate its own host before awakening. Whose vessel could it possibly be? Could it truly be Kato? As he pondered this while flying towards the training site, a multitude of questions filled his mind. However, one thing was indisputable. Since the 2-star dragon was no longer harmless as it once was, proactive measures were imperative. What must be done to draw it out? That wretched scoundrel, once I locate you, I shall scatter your ashes to the winds. In a state of bewildered fury, AI Ran could only vent his frustrations with vehement curses. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that during the purification of the 7 Dragon Balls, he had faced 2 perilous moments of near death, one of which was precipitated by this seemingly weakest 2-star dragon. Nevertheless, his foremost desire at present was to resume his training. Ever since he began generating what is termed positive energy independently, his combat prowess had been escalating at an unprecedented rate. His fighting capability had already surpassed 18,000. Chapter 42. Chiba Specialties. On a new day, AI Ran arrived early at the servitude department, only to be taken aback by the fact that Hikiya had arrived even earlier than him. What could possibly be the reason for this? AI Ran gazed at Hachiman with a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty. This fellow typically sauntered into the clubroom only when the bell rang. Today seemed different. I have a request from my sister's classmate, he stated, his expression grave as he regarded Yukino Shida Yukino, for this was indeed a request from his own sister. And he took it with utmost seriousness. No wonder, I nearly forgot that Hachiman Hikigaya can be considered a quintessential example of a sister complex from Chiba. Thus, he shared a tacit understanding with Yukino Shida, both reflecting surprise, although they typically did not accept requests from students of other schools. The thought of his sister possessing the same deadpan gaze as Yukino Shida stirred a sense of melancholy within him. So, what is your sister's request? Yukino Shida Yukino began. Her words sharp, yet her demeanor remained angelic. Hey, my sister is exceptionally beautiful, arguably the most stunning in the world. And what is with those looks you're giving us? AI Ran pretended to ponder for a moment before teasingly inquiring, I've been contemplating love lately. Could you enlighten me? Having spent considerable time with the members of the club, AI Ran had grown more playful, embodying the essence of a typical 17-year-old boy. Suddenly, a thud. Yukino Shida Yukino kicked AI Ran beneath the table, exclaiming, how could you lay your hands on a fellow member's sister? When did you transform into a scoundrel? Yukino narrowed her eyes, emanating an aura of danger. Indeed. Moreover, my sister is still in middle school. Do not even think of casting your gaze upon her. Kamachi is mine. Aaron grasped the hand of Yukino Shida Yukino and, with a playful smile, inquired, Minister, should we simply disregard Hikigaya's recent perverse remarks? It seems hopeless. Perhaps we should resort to execution. With bystanders present, Yukino Shida's face flushed crimson at the sudden touch, yet she did not withdraw her hand. Instead, casting a reproachful glance at Aaron. Hey, refrain from hastily condemning others. My transgressions hardly warrant execution. Aaron's eyes narrowed into slits, but soon shifted to his scrutinizing gaze fixed upon Hikigaya Hachiman. So, you indeed feel guilty, don't you? You have an interest in your sister? Not at all. Hikigaya Hachiman felt an unusual exhaustion. Usually, he merely had to endure the occasional sharing of romantic moments. Yet today, he found himself caught in a couple's playful banter. Perhaps it's best that I don't remain in this club any longer. He inwardly lamented, yearning for Uebina Yui's presence. Yahalo, is sincerity truly the key? At Hikigaya's call, Uebina gently pushed open the clubroom door. What is the matter? She inquired, observing Hikigaya, who lay despondently on the table, before cautiously assessing the atmosphere within the room. We are denouncing a certain pervert who wishes to harm his own sister. Yukino Shida Yukino cast a sidelong glance at Hikigaya Hachiman, who returned her gaze with a pleading look. In turn, Uebina directed a look of disdain towards Hikigaya Hachiman. The final blow landed on Hikigaya, leaving him utterly defeated. After a round of playful banter, he finally disclosed his sister's request. So, you want me to investigate why Kawasaki Saki from your class has been returning home late at night and then persuade her? Yukino Shida supported her chin with one hand, summarizing Hikigaya's earlier statements. Is that so? Hikigaya nodded. Since it was his sister's request, he initially intended to handle the matter alone. However, as is well known, he suffers from social anxiety and has yet to confirm what Kawasaki Saki even looks like. After much contemplation, He concluded that collaboration was essential to accomplish this task. Yukino Shida turned her gaze toward Aaron, who was lost in thought, and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" "Oh, it should be nothing serious. She's probably just working part-time at night. Nonetheless, it's prudent to investigate." Aaron, familiar with the unfolding narrative, expressed little concern but decided against intervening excessively. He believed that through acts of assisting others, everyone in the service club could learn something valuable, including himself. Even though he was aware of the trajectory of events, he was gradually learning how to navigate life as an inhabitant of this world. After pondering for a moment, Yukino Shida proposed, "How about this, Hikigaya? You should first arrange to meet with Kawasaki's brother tomorrow. Once we gather more information, we can devise a plan. Then let us continue to accompany Hatsuka for training today." Yuabina cheerfully raised her hand. In the depths of night, the room of Kasumigakaka Shiyu was enveloped in darkness. She lay on her side, her head resting on her hand, her legs intertwined, the hem of her nightgown revealing a flat abdomen devoid of any excess flesh. The partially opened neckline hinted at her curves, while cascading strands of black hair framed her face, enhancing the allure of her partially obscured smile. The previous night had brought a clarity to her thoughts, illuminating many aspects of her life. Even the love metronome that had long eluded her now seemed ready to flow onto the page. Although her body had yet to fully recover, the pain and inner turmoil had dissipated, allowing the world to regain its former radiance. Suddenly, she heard a faint sound from outside her window, prompting her to pull the blanket over herself. At that moment, a figure stealthily slipped through her window into her room. It must be Aaron. He truly moves like a thief, Kasumigakaka Shiyu thought, a subtle smile appearing on her lips as she envisioned Aaron's current state. Tonight. Aaron did not lift her into his arms but merely held her hand. A steady stream of positive energy flowed between them. The warmth enveloped her once more, reminiscent of the previous night, and she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of contentment. AI Ran looked at Kaizuki Shiyu, who lay on the bed, with a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty. After a while, seeing no signs of Shiyu awakening, he let out a sigh of relief. Alas, it felt as though he were engaging in thievery rather than simply going to work. Aaron continued to channel his energy to Shiyu Kusanagi, exercising utmost caution as the human body remained inherently fragile. As the last vestige of energy was transmitted, Aaron exhaled a sigh of relief. Shiyu Kusanagi was recovering well. Within a day, she should fully regain the energy previously absorbed by the two-star dragon. Moreover, after enduring the pure, positive energy, her condition would likely surpass her former state. Without lingering, Aaron discreetly closed Shiyu's window from the outside and departed. Inside the room, a flushed Shiyu Kusanagi abruptly threw off her covers, gasping for breath. Her face nearly crimson. She muttered a gentle curse, instinctively directing her gaze to the hand that Aaron had been grasping moments before. Chapter 43. What Hikigaya discovered. Hikigaya led the members of the service club to the city library, where he had arranged to meet his sister, Kamachi, and Taisho Kawasaki. "Greetings, everyone. I am Hikigaya Kamachi, the sister of Hikigaya Hachiman." In stark contrast to her brother, Hikigaya Kamachi radiated a lively and charming demeanor, exhibiting none of the social awkwardness that characterized Hachiman. It was as though she were leagues beyond him in sociability. At her side, a young boy politely greeted the group. "Hello, I am Taisho Kawasaki, a classmate of Hikigaya." His voice was steady, and though he was quite young, he made a favorable first impression. However, Hachiman, feeling discomfort, awkwardly turned his head away during Kawasaki's introduction, visibly displeased. The situation became particularly tense when Yukino introduced him, as Kawasaki's calling him brother almost led to his immediate departure. Hikigaya Hachiman grimaced at Kawasaki, expressing his annoyance. "I am not your brother." AI Ran cast a silent glance at the infatuated boy, wondering if it was truly necessary. At that moment, Kamachi regarded Uebahama Yui with a hint of suspicion, pondering why she felt as if she had encountered her before. "Huh? Haha, perhaps you were mistaken," Uebahama chuckled, her gaze somewhat drifting. It was then that AI Ran abruptly interrupted their exchange. The exceedingly sensitive Hikigaya, should he discover that Uebahama was the owner of the dog responsible for his accident, would likely retreat into his shell once more. More often than not, he would probably distance himself from Uebahama Yui. After all, he harbored an aversion to gentle girls, as their kindness towards everyone could mislead him into believing they held affections for him. This conclusion was drawn from lessons learned during his middle school years. However, at present, Uebahama's gentleness towards him stemmed from genuine interest. The members of the service club were among the few individuals in this world with whom AI Ran was willing to communicate. Instinctively, He wished to prevent the unfolding of events from mirroring the original narrative. That could be addressed later. For now, it was paramount to properly introduce the situation regarding Kawasaki Saki. Aaron gently tapped the table, steering the conversation back on track. My sister, a student at Sobu High, is named Kawasaki Saki. Recently, she has exhibited numerous unusual changes, seemingly transforming into a delinquent, thus prompting me to seek your assistance in investigating the matter. Hikiya still could not recall who Kawasaki Saki was. Observing his bewildered expression, Uebina Yui pouted, saying, honestly, Hikiya, you should pay more attention to the people in our class. Hikiya retorted, I have been paying attention. Since yesterday, I've been trying to remember. I just find the name somewhat familiar. Besides, the only person I converse with frequently in class is Ayaka. At the mention of Hozuki, a faint smile appeared on Hikiya's face. Assisting Hozuki with her practice had brightened his otherwise dreary high school life considerably. Yukino Shida icily remarked, Hikiya-kun, please refrain from exposing your repugnant sexual orientation in front of others. Hikiya's lips twitched at her words. What are you imagining? My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. There is absolutely no way I could like men. At that moment, Uebina Yui gazed at Hikiya with a look of suspicion. Could it be that Hikiya genuinely had an inclination towards men? What would that mean for her? In a pivotal moment, Kamachi stepped forward, affirming with unwavering conviction, brother still prefers girls. Well, whether one believed it or not, if certain truths were to suddenly materialize, wouldn't that spell disaster for the Hikiya household? Ahem, weren't we discussing Kawasaki's situation? What are you all talking about? Airen cleared his throat, utterly at a loss for words. Were these individuals truly so erratic in their thinking? Opposite him, Kawasaki Daiji hung his head in disappointment. I apologize for troubling everyone, but I am genuinely worried about my sister. Yukino pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, I can comprehend your concern for family. Kawasaki-san is a student of Sobu High, and under that premise, we can consider your brother's request as a routine matter. Therefore, we shall accept this commission. Although they had taken on the task, it was already quite late today, and any endeavors would have to wait until tomorrow. As he watched the Hikigaya siblings depart, Airen instinctively shifted his gaze to Yui Yugahama, who was cozily engaged with Yukino Shida. With a resigned sigh, as someone not particularly adept at socializing, Airen felt he had done his utmost, and hoped for a favorable conclusion for them. Meanwhile, Hikigaya Kamachi skipped alongside her brother. Hey brother, Yukino Shida-san from your club is truly beautiful, like she stepped out of a painting. Kamachi feigned casual admiration, eager to see if her somewhat oblivious brother would finally grasp something. Indeed, she is quite lovely, albeit a bit sharp-tongued. Thankfully, Airen can tolerate her. Kamachi felt a twinge of disappointment at her brother's words but pressed on. So, are Airen and Yukino Shida-san a couple? Well, they often say they are not in a romantic relationship yet, but it's evident to anyone with clear vision. And what about Yui-san? Kamachi recalled the way Yugahama had looked at her brother moments ago and suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. She even began to refer to her as Yui-san. With her face alight with anticipation, she turned to Hikigaya Hachiman. For the sake of the Hikigaya family, Kamachi bore burdens that were not meant for someone her age. It was all her brother's fault. Upon hearing Yugahama's name, Hachiman slowed his pace slightly. After a considerable pause, he replied, well, I hardly communicate with Yugahama. I'm not particularly skilled at interacting with girls. Hearing this response, Kamachi lamented. Does that mean you will live out your days in solitude, brother? All you need is Kamachi. You. Kamachi made a face, sticking out her tongue, and quickly added. But even if you become a useless person, Kamachi will never abandon you. Yeah, Hachiman replied weakly. Suddenly, Kamachi seemed to recall something. Brother, I just remembered. Yugahama-san is the owner of that little dog. She even brought you a gift when you were hospitalized. After Hachiman was discharged, she visited their home to deliver something as well. It seems you and Yugahama-san truly are fated to cross paths. Upon hearing this, Hachiman abruptly halted. What's wrong, brother? Did I say something wrong? And no, it's nothing. Hachiman forced a smile and continued walking towards home. Indeed, I prefer gentle girls. Chapter 44. Anki Ryu also has his hands full. The gaming club's chat group had been rather quiet these past few days. Aaron seldom speaks. And Kei Akato is also quite reticent. Recently, Shiyukaza no Oka has been ill, which has considerably diminished her playful banter with Eri Aizawa in the group chat. As for Rintaru Aki, after 3 days of persistent absence, he finally managed to complete the game borrowed from Aaron, despite being utterly fatigued. Consequently, The group chat has been rather quiet this week. Suddenly, Aki sent a significant message to the group. Everyone, I will not be participating in Saturday's event due to an unforeseen matter. Why? Shiyu, glancing at the message on her phone, sprang from her bed. She increasingly looked forward to club activities, for she owed Rintaro a great favor. The sooner she repaid him, the sooner she could extricate herself. Providing Rintaro with a flawless script would assist him in completing his dazzling project, thus sufficiently settling her debt to the romantic metronome. Shiyu was quite exhilarated. Having already accomplished part of the script, and she was determined not to procrastinate any longer. Meanwhile, Rintaro was scratching his head, pondering why he would not attend the event. He had finally cleared the game he had been obsessively playing. What was next? Of course, he needed to review it. As a content creator with a following of 100,000, was it not his duty to publish a game guide promptly? However, using this as an excuse to skip Saturday's event was evidently untenable, especially since he was the one who had established the gaming club. I need to work on Saturday, so I will not be attending this time. Everyone, please fulfill your responsibilities, and we can convene at school next week, he rationalized, believing his reasoning was impeccable and would not disrupt the gaming schedule. At that moment, Eri spoke up. Rintaro, are you really going to work? You haven't been playing too much, have you? What are you saying, Eri? I have several jobs to manage. I have no objections. Although I was designated as the lead actress, I still have no idea what I am supposed to do. Kay, you should study programming this week. The programming for Gal Game can be applied directly, and it won't take too long to learn. Aaron, could you prepare a more detailed teaching material for Kana? Sure. Aaron replied nonchalantly while flying towards Tokyo, quickly typing 2 words before tucking his phone back into his pocket. With that, I have no issues, Kay responded. Then I'm also fine. I still need to gather references from Aaron for modeling. You false noblewoman, are you already shamelessly expressing your desires? What are you talking about? You black-stocking chubby woman. Do you understand? It's purely for reference. Those who understand drawing always claim to be pure. Since you all have no objections, shall we meet at the station on Saturday and head to Aaron's apartment together? Aaron? Rintaro, holding his phone, felt a twinge of unease at Shiyu's address to Aaron. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Aaron seemed entirely out of sync with him. He was completely unfamiliar with the world of anime and had only invested in them to repay Kana. Moreover, they had only met twice. Remembering Kana, Rintaro dismissed thoughts of Shiyu. The thrill of their serendipitous encounter lingered in his mind. As an anime enthusiast, he lacked the courage to pursue Kay. So he contemplated a method to express his feelings through the medium of gaming. The real world was, after all, a thoroughly disappointing game. Meanwhile, in a large villa, Eri was pacing anxiously. That black-stocking chubby woman is maligning me in front of Rintaro again. What is going on? I merely wanted to gather references. After voicing her complaints, she returned to her creative work, only to find that the male protagonist in her current project bore an uncanny resemblance to Aaron, and he was depicted in the nude. Aaron gazed contemplatively at the sky above the Kazanokai household. The idea of running to a girl's home in the dead of night to grasp her hand seemed undeniably peculiar upon reflection. To avert any potential awkwardness, Aaron resolved to wait until after the midnight hour, when Kazanokai Shiyu would be fast asleep, to stealthily enter her room. Ironically, this plan seemed even more bizarre and had escalated to the level of an offense. Yet, how could one deem an act of saving another as criminal? Moreover, today marked the final session of treatment. AI Ran consoled herself. Unfortunately, Shakuzuki Shiyu was entirely different from the orderly lives of girls like Yukino Shida Yukino. She was a quintessential night owl. The night was when she thrived, attending school merely to catch up on her sleep. In this regard, she bore a striking resemblance to AI Ran. As time slipped away, it soon approached 1 o'clock in the morning. Aaron landed quietly outside the window of Kasumi Hill Shiyu and stealthily entered. Fortunately, this woman has a habit of leaving her window unlocked at night. Otherwise, I would have had to devise another means of entry. In the darkness, Aaron skillfully approached the bedside of Kasumi Hill Shiyu, taking her hand to commence today's task. At the moment Aaron grasped her hand, Shiyu's eyelids fluttered slightly. Today, once again, she chose to feign sleep. After 2 consecutive days of this experience, how could someone as astute as her fail to realize that Aaron was attempting to heal her? Thus, she opted to continue the charade, allowing both of them to avoid any awkwardness. As Aaron's energy permeated her body once more, Shiyu let out a soft murmur, unsure if it was due to shyness. But she felt a warmth beginning to envelop her. Over the past few days, Shiyu often reflected on the events of the previous night. In a moment of despair and helplessness, Aaron had pulled her from the abyss. The warmth she felt in his embrace was a sensation she had never experienced before, drawing her in slightly. With a sigh of relief, Aaron completed his clandestine task. Rising, he observed Shiyu, although he could barely make out her silhouette in the darkness. He could ascertain from her breathing that she had fully recovered. Recalling the plot of a side character he had seen in his past life, Aaron murmured, "From a certain perspective, humans are truly resilient creatures. Though physically frail, their spirits remain remarkably strong." With a sigh, he quietly departed. His work for the day was complete. That third-rate deity would not be offering overtime compensation. Was Aaron Kuhn just talking about me? Resilient? It seems I owe Aaron Kuhn a small favor now, but since he came secretly, wishing for me to remain unaware of this matter, how should I repay him? Shiyu murmured to herself, slowly rising from her bed. She turned on the bedroom light and approached her desk. The computer was merely in sleep mode, and with a gentle tap, she awakened it. A partially written document appeared on the screen, the title reading The Love Metronome. Chapter 45, The Delinquent Girl Strategy. During Thursday's lunch break, and during the odd gaze from Hikigaya, Yubihama finally reached her limit of tolerance, blushing as she asked, "Hiki, what does that expression mean? Is there something wrong with me?" Hikigaya promptly lowered his head. "No, nothing is wrong." Yukino Shida Yukino snapped her book shut with a thud. "Hikigaya-kun, if you wish to avoid being reported, I suggest you refrain from teasing my subordinate." "Am I not also your subordinate?" Hikigaya Hachiman mumbled, focusing entirely on the novel in his hands. At this moment, Aaron slowed his eating pace, recognizing Hikigaya's current state. Even he could deduce some matters. However, he was at a loss on how to resolve the present issue. Having a Saiyan act as a matchmaker seemed far from a reliable solution. Nonetheless, every situation tends to resolve itself eventually. With this thought, Aaron chose to continue his meal, while Yukino Shida timely offered him a cup of red tea. "Thank you." After taking his sip, AI Ran gently expressed her gratitude to Yukino Shida Yukino. Yukino shook her head, replying, "It's nothing. Compared to the hardships you've endured these past few nights, this is insignificant." Hachiman Hikigaya and Yui Yugahama gazed at the two in astonishment. Did Yukino just utter something rather bold? What did she mean by the hardships of the night? Could it be? Hachiman quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that knowing too much might lead to dire consequences from these two. Yui's face flushed crimson as she discreetly glanced at Hachiman, an action he keenly noticed. Was Yui truly being kind to him merely because he rescued her dog? Hachiman hoped not. He wished that Yui, much like Yukino for AI Ran, could be genuinely as Yui. This did not imply romantic feelings. Rather, he yearned for her kindness to stem from a pure friendship or camaraderie, devoid of any obligation or gratitude from being saved. Yui, Hachiman, feeling restless, made a decisive move. He stood up and addressed her. "Yui, can you step outside for a moment? I have something to discuss." He refused to evade the issue. He needed to ascertain the truth, even if the outcome might lead to disappointment. Yui was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? Are you implying?" Hachiman strode towards the door of the clubroom, his voice carrying back to her, "Forget it. Just come with me." Should Yui continue to hesitate, Hachiman feared he would lose the courage to confront the situation, especially with Yukino casting a disapproving glance in his direction. Yui was Yukino's only friend, and Yukino could hardly allow Yui to venture out alone with Hachiman. Upon witnessing this, AI Ran began to soothe Yukino Shida Yukino, whispering gently in her ear, "There is no need for concern. Hikigaya will ensure the safety of Yubihama. Moreover, even if an issue were to arise, I would be able to sense it from here." The warm breath that escaped from AI Ran's lips brushed against Yukino Shida Yukino's earlobe, causing her to momentarily weaken, casting a reproachful glance his way. With a blush gracing her cheeks, Yukino nodded slightly. AI Ran felt reassured by this reaction from Hikiya. It seemed that Hikiya had indeed undergone a significant transformation, no longer hastily passing judgments on others according to his personal whims. After all, Yugahama Yui was not like the proud and aloof Iri, who often masked her true feelings. Had Hikiya engaged Yugahama with earnestness from the outset, she might not have uttered "I like you," but surely she would not have miscommunicated and muddled the situation. He savored a sip of the delicious red tea brewed by Yukino Shida, remarking, "Delicious. Your skills are truly remarkable, Yukino Shida. By the way, have you made any progress regarding Kawakami Saki's situation?" Yukino Shida did not respond directly, but instead narrowed her eyes, resting her head on AI Ran's shoulder. "Have you heard of animal therapy? When one is touched by compassion, seeing a pitiful little creature often evokes a desire to take it home." AI Ran replied uncertainly. "Though that may not be entirely correct, it is true that recently, The man of the jungle has been diligently studying. Yukino Shida softly elucidated for AI Ran. If a delicate little blue kitten were to appear, it would surely bring solace to anyone's heart. AI Ran curled her lips in disdain, as if to suggest such a person could only be you. I recall that Kawasaki seems to be allergic to cats. Previously, when Purel's fur clung to me, Kawasaki walked past and immediately began to sneeze, a fit that persisted for quite some time. Yukino furrowed her brow, incredulously gazing at AI Ran. Is there truly such a person in this world? Your affection for cats appears rather excessive. Have you perhaps been brainwashed by Purel? Just as they were deliberating on their feline plans, Hikigaya and Yui Yugahama finished their conversation and returned to the service club. Yukino Shida sat upright, startled, resembling a frightened cat. Yugahama bore faint traces of tears on her cheeks, her eyes slightly reddened, yet she radiated immense joy. Her uncontainable smile made it abundantly clear that she was genuinely happy. Hikigaya appeared somewhat uncomfortable, though he maintained an air of tranquility. AI Ran sensed a shift in his aura, indicating that his inner turmoil had seemingly subsided. Evidently, this was a happy ending, a resolution that could be deemed rather perfect. It seemed that the unfortunate outcomes from last Saturday's gaming session were not a reflection of her own shortcomings, but rather a fault of the game developers. Who was it that claimed Saiyan cannot forge connections? Upon returning to his seat, Hikigaya inquired, "So, how is the matter regarding Kawasaki-saki progressing?" "Currently, there are no viable solutions." Yugahama raised her hand. "What about romance?" Yukino Shida regarded her with a perplexed expression. "Romance? Is it not only love that can transform a girl?" As she spoke, she furtively glanced at Hikigaya Hachiman, then broke into a silly grin. Yukino Shida instinctively looked at AI Ran, nodding thoughtfully. She found merit in Yugahama's words. Eren gazed at Yukino Shida with a look of astonishment. Could it be? Has your intelligence been diminished by Yubahara? This plan is evidently unreliable, isn't it? AI Ran resolutely decided to intervene, refusing to allow Yubahama to continue leading Yukino Shida astray. Ahem, are you familiar with Eagle Ladder? It's that bar near the apartment. Oh. Yukino Shida cast a disapproving glance at AI Ran, silently questioning how he came to know of that establishment. Where are you thinking? I meant that Kawasaki should be working there. Chapter 46. The bar with lingering malice at 8:30 in the evening, at Angel's Ladder. Hikigaya and Yubahama had been waiting on the first floor for nearly half an hour when Yukino Shida and AI Ran finally arrived. Hikigaya remarked with a hint of surprise, "I can't believe the president is actually late today." Yukino Shida calmly acknowledged her tardiness, apologizing. "I'm sorry for making you wait." AI Ran awkwardly remarked, "It's primarily my fault." Yukino Shida had previously advised AI Ran to don formal attire after school, yet he returned home only to wear his battle suit. The Frisia Force Saiyan battle suit. This was indeed the Saiyan's formal wear. The outcome was predictable. Dear AI Ran, could you possibly possess a modicum of common sense? Yukino Shida sighed, exasperated, as she questioned, "Is the cosplay outfit you're wearing considered formal?" She shook her head in resignation, then took AI Ran to a clothing store to purchase a proper outfit, which ultimately caused them to arrive late. "It's all right, hee. Yui Yubahama giggled as she adjusted her posture. Given that this was a formal adult venue, all etiquette needed to adhere to mature standards, as Yukino Shida had instructed her. She glanced at AI Ran and exclaimed, "Wow, today, AI Ran looks just as dashing as Kiyomi." Humph. AI Ran turned his head away in displeasure, feeling that this attire was far from comfortable, lacking the ease of his battle suit. "All right, let us get going." Yukino Shida chuckled lightly at AI Ran's sulkiness, resting her hand on his arm. "Let us proceed." The Angel's Staircase could be described as an exceptionally upscale bar, renowned for its decor and service, unrivaled throughout Chiba City. It served as an ideal locale for relaxation or business discussions, frequented primarily by corporate elites. Guests like AI Ran and his companions were exceedingly rare, almost non-existent. Yukino Shida appeared remarkably composed due to her family standing. AI Ran naturally wore an indifferent expression. Due to her carefree nature, Yubahama exhibited no particular reaction. However, Hikigaya appeared somewhat anxious. AI Ran approached Yukino Shida and said, "Relax, stand tall, and draw in your abdomen. Do not let curiosity lead you to glance around. As long as you refrain from any inappropriate behavior, others will pay you no mind." Hikigaya nodded and gradually began to unwind. "Look, there is Kawasaki over there." Yubin whispered in astonishment. "Yukino Shida, why don't you join them to meet Kawasaki? I have a few matters to attend to." AI Ran suddenly halted her steps. casting a dubious glance around the bar. Once again donning such a solemn expression, Yukino anxiously grasped AI Ran's hand, inquiring, "What's the matter?" "Nothing. You all go ahead. I shall join you shortly," AI Ran replied. "All right, be careful." After Yukino departed, AI Ran ventured into the depths of the bar. She surveyed the entire establishment, but found no clues. Although the atmosphere within the bar was steeped in malevolence, the patrons appeared unfazed, as if untouched by the ominous ambience. Could it be that a host of the Dragon Balls had visited this place? Erin closed her eyes and sensed for a moment this malevolent energy was utterly unfamiliar. Something she had never encountered before. Currently, there were no traces of the evil dragon within Chiba City, and the dark energy here was gradually dissipating. The issue surrounding Yukino's 3-star Dragon Ball remained unresolved, and the 2-star Ball's host was still unknown. Now, a Dragon Ball imbued with an unfamiliar aura had suddenly appeared? Erin felt an involuntary sense of frustration. The Kaioshin of time had persistently claimed that the concentration of positive energy within him was insufficient, inadequate to purify the 3-star sphere residing on Yukino. However, Erin remained perplexed as to how one could acquire this so-called positive energy. It was not something attainable through mere cultivation, rather. He was met with the vague assertion that engaging in romantic relationships and adopting the lifestyle of an ordinary earthling would generate an endless supply of positive energy, which only deepened his vexation. Was he not sufficiently earthly yet? Meanwhile, the conversation between the service club and Kawasaki Saki had commenced. Yukino approached to greet her, saying, "Good evening, Kawasaki-san." Kawasaki Saki had initially assumed a guest had arrived, only to realize that 2 of the 3 individuals were her classmates, alongside the renowned Yukino Shida. Yuahama? And Yukino Shida? Hikigaya gazed with discontent, his dead fish eyes fixed on the one girl who had overlooked him. "Hey, what about me?" Kawasaki Saki replied nonchalantly. "I don't recognize you. You seem to be in our class, but I don't know your name, huh?" Kawasaki Saki nodded slightly, then scrutinized the trio before inquiring. "So, what brings you here?" A few students from Sobu High, clad in expensive formal attire, approached the Angel's Ladder disregarding the time, leading Kawasaki to believe they were seeking her out. As it turned out, she was correct. "Your brother, Yukino Shida," stated calmly. "Kawasaki Daiji has informed us of your situation, and, according to Kawasaki Sanahem, that sounds a bit peculiar. Let us just call him Daiji. Following Daiji's request, we hope to restore you to the gentle sister who doesn't return home at midnight, who is saddened by her studies and has no secrets, Kawasaki Saki." Kawasaki Saki sighed in resignation. Daiji has truly taken unnecessary action. Unnecessary? Yukino Shida softly echoed, offering no further commentary, yet her expression conveyed an unwavering resolve. As Kawasaki Saki wiped a glass, she replied leisurely, "In any case, I don't care what Daiji has told you. It has nothing to do with you. So you needn't concern yourselves with me." Yukino Shida glanced at her watch. "Cinderella's magic is set to expire at midnight, but your magic is about to wear off now. Mermaid Princess. Sobu High has regulations regarding working hours, and time was drawing near. You." Kawasaki Saki glared at Yukino Shida, who remained unfazed and serene. The atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, Hikigaya interjected, "You're working to save up for college tuition, right, Kawasaki-san?" At this juncture, Erin had arrived on the rooftop of the Angel's Ladder bar. Aside from the bar itself, the rest of the building exuded no malevolence. Judging by the dissipating aura of negativity, it appeared that the unidentified host must have reached this bar within the past 3 days. Coincidentally, Erin had been in Tokyo daily during that period, hence his lack of awareness. He then observed the members of the service club escorting Kawasaki Saki onto the street. A smile unconsciously surfaced on his face. It seemed they had successfully fulfilled their mission this time. Suddenly, an idea struck him, prompting him to leap from the building's obscure corner to join Kawasaki Saki and the service club members. "Good evening, Kawasaki. Erin, you came with them?" Erin nodded and inquired. "Kawasaki, may I ask you about something? Have any peculiar individuals visited this bar over the past 3 days?" Kawasaki Saki pondered for a moment before uncertainly replying, "Last night, a young lady arrived accompanied by a blonde maid. They immediately reserved the entire venue, apparently to retrieve her inebriated brother who had been drinking here. This group could be considered one of the few odd visitors in recent days." "I see," Erin murmured to himself, stroking his chin. "A young lady? Affluent? A blonde maid?" Ultimately, he sighed, realizing that this scant information was utterly insufficient. Chapter 47. Is it possible that the host of the two-star dragon is male? In the absence of further clues, Eren ultimately had to concede to abandon the search for the whereabouts of the new Dragon Balls. Given his current solitary state, it would be more prudent to prioritize matters concerning the 3-star and 2-star balls. Soon, Saturday arrived, marking the day of the gaming club meeting. Yukino had returned to her family home the previous evening, as she routinely reported her status to her family every weekend, being part of a prestigious local family. The Yukino household enforced strict discipline. Last week had merely been an exception. With only 3 girls coming over today, Eren decided to meet them at the station. As they were all connected to the Dragon Balls, and any mishap would be regrettable. The apartment was not far from Chiba Station, a mere 20-minute walk. Along the way, Sawamura Eri was unable to contain her excitement, her twin ponytails bouncing with every step. Eren's home is filled with so many wonderful things, especially the food. It's like paradise. There's nothing left. At least the food has run out. If I want to eat, I can only wait until I go shopping this afternoon. AI Ran cast a disapproving glance at Irie, her expression reminiscent of a bandit invading a village. Was the game truly worthy of such excitement? Irie, however, remained unfazed, chuckling as she patted AI Ran's shoulder, asserting that as long as AI Ran provided the game, she could fend for herself, bringing her own snacks. With a proud grin, she tapped her bulging backpack. Meanwhile, Shiyu Kazunokai's attention shifted towards AI Ran and Irie, her brow furrowing slightly as she inquired, Irie, let us not delay important matters. Where's your artwork? Rest assured, it's all prepared. Kato Megumi quietly interjected from the back. AI Ran, why isn't Yukino with you today? Upon hearing this, Kazunokai's frown deepened. AI Ran, walking ahead without turning back, casually remarked, Yukino returned home yesterday. I'm not quite sure of the details. Is that so? Kato murmured softly, her voice barely audible to the others. However, AI Ran sensed something amiss. Indeed, today felt peculiar, as there had been no signs of energy depletion since earlier. Though Kazunokai chose to remain silent, having infused her with 3 days of positive energy, the malevolent aura surrounding Kato and Irie had notably diminished as well. It seemed these two were not the hosts of the Dragon Balls after all. Luin Yu had not attended school all week. And even when AI Ran attempted to reach him by phone, he was preoccupied with gaming. Irie complained as she walked. He didn't even join the club activities today. Oh, Emery has attended school this week? AI Ran seemed to catch a hint of information, eager to glean more from Irie, who could never conceal her thoughts. Indeed, Luin Yi often does this. He is quite clever, managing to maintain decent grades despite skipping classes. Irie rambled on about Henry's situation, while AI Ran instinctively filtered out the more painful comments. What did it mean that he could frequently skip classes yet still achieve average results? I attend school every day and have never ranked above second to last. The derogatory title of perpetual last had begun circulating within the school. As AI Ran analyzed the information Irie provided, a chill crept over him. Previously, Kane had mentioned that Scions could generate sufficient positive energy through love, implicitly suggesting that the hosts of the Dragon Balls were predominantly female. The subsequent appearances of Yukino, Kato, Kazunokai's odd behavior, and even the enigmatic noblewoman along with the blonde made only deepened AI Ran's conviction that the hosts of the Dragon Balls were indeed women, leading him further into a dead end. Yet, could it be possible that the hosts of the Dragon Balls were actually male? Only love could purify the 7 Dragon Balls. Kane's words echoed in AI Ran's mind, and he suddenly felt a chill in his limbs. No way. While Hikigaya has not yet been swayed by Ayaka, AI Ran must bend myself for work. Even if I were to bend, I would prefer someone like Ayaka. Clearing his throat, AI Ran hastily collected his scattered thoughts. AI Ran, are you feeling unwell? Kazunokai's voice called from behind. However, when he turned to look, she deliberately averted her gaze. Not overthinking it, AI Ran calmly replied, I'm fine. Just a bit of discomfort in my throat. After speaking, he hastily resumed his forward march, contemplating the pressing matter of inquiring with the Kaioshin of time. Must purification of the Dragon Balls truly necessitate romance? But what if the partner is a man? I refuse. AI Ran resolved firmly that, if there were no other alternatives, she would return to hell to seek repentance. The line has been drawn. The disturbance has ended. Eren opened the door to the apartment, and after everyone entered, he took out several pairs of paper slippers. Please, make yourselves comfortable, he said. I shall refrain from participating in the game development for now, as I wish to change into another outfit in my room. Eren impatiently darted into her room, softly uttering, I'm back, as she spoke the secret phrase. A soft pink glow illuminated the bedroom. "Hello, little Rain. The god of time, I have a few inquiries to make of you." Aaron fixed a piercing gaze upon Cain. Should this second-rate deity fail to provide a satisfactory answer, Aaron would undoubtedly choose to resign. Cain stared at Aaron, bewildered, before placing her fingertip against Aaron's forehead. In mere seconds, she extracted Aaron's thoughts. Retracting her finger, Cain erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, could it be that the host of the second planet is male? Ha 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 ha." With a dark expression, AI Rand solemnly stated, "Lord Kaioshin of time, I implore you to uphold the dignity befitting a deity. Your current behavior transcends the realm of mere mediocrity. It verges on the utterly insignificant. I, after all, am one of the highest-ranking deities across the myriad universes, second only to the Grand Minister." Kain maintained a teasing tone, yet upon witnessing AI Rand's demeanor, which suggested he might hastily descend into the depths of despair, she quickly added, "Young man, do not act so impulsively. You are currently an intern in the Time Patrol. Once you secure your position, you will attain formal status, with a promising future ahead. Please, do not entertain such dark thoughts. AI Rand is, at this juncture, the sole warrior on this timeline. Should he cease his efforts, Cain would be at a loss as to where to find a replacement to continue the task. Your expression resembles that of a callous employer engaging in psychological manipulation of employees. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Is there a solution? Once the two-star dragon is revived, it can be vanquished with relative ease. Eliminating the accumulation of malevolent energy will naturally lead to purification." Aaron gazed at Cain with a look of skepticism. "Is it truly that simple? Then allow me to lead you to an Eluan, and you can extract the two-star dragon from his body." Cain sighed. "Ah, little Rain, that is not feasible at the moment. Not only can you not ascertain whether an Eluan is the host, but even if he were, I cannot intervene excessively in the purification process of the dragon pearl. You must devise a solution on your own. In the previous incident involving Yukino Shida Yukino, I have already overstepped my bounds. AI Rand, this third-rate deity is indeed engaging in PUA, isn't he?" Chapter 48, The Gaming Club with Hidden Agendas. Aaron was quite upset with Cain. What does it mean to rely on oneself to find a solution? I am merely an intern. Is it really that hasty? After calming herself, Aaron returned to the living room with a handful of books. Ing Lily was engaged in a discussion with Kasumi no Okashiyu about the plot of Shining Girls. Kei Akato sat quietly on the sofa, but for some reason, her gaze flickered upon Aaron's arrival. It is now nearly certain that these three young ladies before her are not the host of Dragon Balls. Aaron also relaxed, as maintaining a constant focus on sensing the atmosphere could be quite exhausting. Cat, these are the current instructional materials for the universal templates of Gao game available in the market. Take a look. There is a computer in the room where you last rested, which you may use freely. Oh, thank you. Aaron placed the books before Katu, briefly outlining some matters before heading to the kitchen to prepare drinks for them. At that moment, Eri perked up. A computer? She was aware that every boy had some study materials on their devices. However, the quantity of those materials was nothing compared to the vast collection on her own computer. Nevertheless, she thought that having more materials could only be beneficial, allowing her to gain insights into Aaron's peculiar tastes. If she could uncover something substantial, she would no longer have to worry about Aaron denying her access to resources. Aha, what a clever little genius I am. With this thought in mind, she stood up, casually stretched, and then made her way toward the secondary bedroom in Aaron's house. What scheme could that pretentious young lady be concocting? Kashiwagi Shiyu merely cast a glance at Eri before redirecting her focus back to the script. Since finding Anki Ryu, the preparations for the Shining Girls project had been underway for nearly a month now. A few weeks earlier, Anki had yet to find a leading lady, causing delays. Last week, he had been too engrossed in gaming, resulting in only a rough discussion. This week, however, Anki, as the department head, had outright canceled the activity. It was indeed challenging to create something exceptional without a well-structured plan. How could one produce a script that would satisfy Anki Ryu without a comprehensive project outline? Taking out her phone, Kashiwagi Shiyu sent a message to the group. Ryukuen, could you send over your project proposal promptly? I need it right away. After a while, Anki Ryu's reply came through. Sorry, senpai, I'm not quite satisfied with the current proposal. Could you draft the lead character's part based on Kanata's character for now? In Tokyo, Anki Ryu had been holed up in his bedroom for 2 days without stepping outside. After replying to Kashiwagi Shiyu's message, he hastily worked on the script on his computer. His creative fire was ablaze. Of course, the focus of his creativity was the guide for a game he had previously completed. He could already envision the surge in his fan base, previously at 100,000, once this guide was released. A profound sense of fulfillment enveloped his spirit. So much so that he failed to notice that Kashiwagi Shiyu had begun addressing him as Ryakuen instead of Rya-senpai. Just then, the notification sound of a new message chimed again, and he frowned as he glanced at it. It was yet another message from Shiyu-senpai in the group. Ryakuen. I posted a draft in the group. This is the latest storyline. Time was limited, so it isn't very detailed, but the outline is complete. Kashiwagi Shiyu was aware of Anki Rya's feelings for Katake, or at least for the imagined version of her. Since the Shining Girls project stemmed from her, she decided to cater to his preferences. With this in mind, she sent another message. I will try to elaborate on some character storylines for you to choose from. This lead character remains a classmate of the male protagonist, and their encounter will be quite dramatic. Take a look. After quickly perusing the draft, Anki Rya's expression brightened, and any remnants of dissatisfaction vanished, replaced by a torrent of praise. This is quite good, Shiyu-senpai. I knew that Kashiwagi-sensei could write a love metronome. How could she not craft an excellent character storyline? I understand. I will flesh out this plot further. After sending that message, Kashiwagi Shiyu set her phone down. Her expression neutral. It was as expected, wasn't it? At that moment, Aaron emerged from the kitchen carrying several cups of drinks, placing one before Kashiwagi Shiyu, saying, You've worked hard. Have a glass of water. Just as Kashiwagi Shiyu was about to express her gratitude, Aaron walked over to Katake, murmuring to herself, How strange. Where has Sawamura gone? Katake accepted the cup from Aaron and, after thanking her, responded to Aaron's query, Thank you. Sawamura just went to the bedroom. I see. Aaron replied, This is the only drink we have at home for now, so make do with it. I will go buy today's ingredients and snacks. You all keep up the good work. Aaron has now clearly defined her role, since the Dragon Ball is no longer with the three of them. She can focus on her responsibilities as an investor and manage the logistics diligently. After sipping the beverage that Aaron had brought, Shiyu Kasumigakaka felt her brow gradually relax. Is this honey grapefruit? And has it been warmed specially? She recalled the note Aaron had left, which detailed a health regimen. For the past few days, Shiyu had been adhering to that regimen, and honey grapefruit tea is indeed beneficial for the stomach. Since Wednesday, Aaron had not appeared in the evenings. In the following days, Shiyu found herself eagerly anticipating the figure that always slipped in through the window. She was uncertain about her feelings, however. One thing was clear to Shiyu Kasumigakaka: she did not have feelings for Aaron. To be able to immediately transfer one's affections from one relationship to another would render her emotions rather trivial. Nonetheless, Shiyu still found herself yearning for that embrace, that warmth. The sense of fulfillment that healed all her inner wounds. As she watched Aaron prepare to leave, an impulsive thought escaped her lips. Aaron, why don't I join you? I have some things I wish to purchase as well. HM? Aaron looked at Kasha no Okashiyu with a sense of bewilderment. In her presence, he always felt a twinge of guilt, as if he were a thief. If it were up to him, he would prefer to avoid solitary interactions with her at all costs. At that moment, Kato Megumi leisurely closed the textbook in her hands and remarked nonchalantly, I shall accompany you as well. Aaron, I presume you are not proficient in cooking? Allow me to take charge of selecting the ingredients and preparing lunch. The thought of Kato Megumi joining them seemed to promise a reprieve from any unnecessary awkwardness, prompting Aaron to nod in agreement. Very well, let us go together. I shall inform Sawamura. That's unnecessary. I wish to join as well. Inuri emerged from the room, her expression one of suspicion as she fixed her gaze on Aaron. There is nothing on your computer? That cannot be. How is it possible for a boy in his adolescence to possess nothing that he would be embarrassed for others to see? Could it be that Aaron is of a traditional disposition? Perhaps he belongs to the type that buys physical magazines only to hide them under the bed after reading? P.S. Special thanks to Homing Zulong for the inspiration capsule and Laughing Sinisterly for the 2 flowers. Thank you for your support. Chapter 49. The impromptu male lead in a CAF near the apartment. Aaron gazed helplessly at Irie Shiro, seated opposite him, and Shiyu Kazanaku. He gently tapped the table and addressed Irie. Pray tell, were we not supposed to procure ingredients and snacks? Could you enlighten me as to how we ended up here? Hentai Aaron. It's for reference, you see. I wish to depict Kato, yet she perpetually wears a blank expression. How can I possibly capture that? Beside Aaron. Kato placed her coffee upon the table and replied in a calm tone, I sincerely apologize for my inability to express emotions. Upon hearing Kato's apology, Irie animatedly waved her arms, exclaiming, Oh, there is no need for apologies. Each person is unique, but why me? Aaron abruptly interrupted Ing Li's spell casting. Regarding her with a displeased expression, I have absolutely no interest in any male protagonist, though she had merely ventured out to procure groceries. Ing Li's thoughts were exceedingly erratic. Halfway through, she began lamenting her fatigue and insisted on finding a place to rest. After cleverly luring everyone into a CAF, she proposed that AI Ran temporarily assume the role of the male lead. It's merely for material. You need not truly perform, Ing Li argued defiantly, harboring her own ulterior motives. Last week, during a conversation with Yukino, Ing Li had mentioned whether AI Ran was her boyfriend, to which Yukino had replied with the same retort, not at this moment. This was their unspoken understanding. Only after gathering all the Dragon Balls would they truly come together. Even if it was a silent promise, she was willing to wait. However, this sentiment took on a different meaning in Ing Li's ears. She interpreted it as AI Ran having a childhood bond or a close neighborly relationship with Yukino. If that were the case, why not find a way to bring him and Katamegumi together? Despite her proud, blonde-haired demeanor, Ing Li sensed that AI Ran also harbored feelings for Katamegumi. Should AI Ran and Katamegumi become a couple, her only rival would be that dark-haired, plump woman. Yet, how could such a gloomy, stout woman possibly compete against her, the childhood friend? Crafting such an intricate scheme, Ing Li couldn't help but admire her own cleverness. Love is indeed a battlefield. Thus, she thought, I'm sorry. Kanzaki Shiyu remained silent, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the milk in front of her. This matter did not concern her. Her current task was to refine the script and repay the favor owed to Anki Rin. Ideally, she would find another opportunity to reciprocate AI Ran's care for her. Kanzaki Shiyu had always been averse to feeling indebted to others. Yet, beneath the table, her leg began to tremble involuntarily. Katamegumi nodded and gently remarked, "If it can assist Zawumura-san, I have no objections. However, it ultimately depends on AI Ran's wishes." Noticing Zawumura Ing Li's eager gaze, AI Ran sighed inwardly. Conceding, fine, just this once. What must I do? Ing Li pondered for a moment, then suggested, you two should sit a little closer. How can the male and female leads sit so far apart? Like this? Katamegumi leaned closer to AI Ran, who caught a whiff of a subtle fragrance. It was entirely different from Yukino-shida's scent, resembling the delicate aroma of locust blossoms. Yes, that is about right. AI Ran, you ought to smile a little for Katu. You're playing a couple now, so why the grimace? Is it like this? AI Ran forced a fierce smile, gritting his teeth at Ing Li. Such a smile offers no sense of happiness. It feels as though you might devour someone. Be more natural. Even the current expression was not acceptable. It appeared as if he were ready to brawl. Following Ing Li's directives, AI Ran was compelled to adopt various smiling faces. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from beside him. Katamegumi had been amused by the comedic interplay between AI Ran and Ing Li. That is the expression. Ing Li quickly captured the moment on her phone. Katu, you look truly beautiful when you smile, Ing Li marveled, then handed her phone to Katamegumi. Gazing at her with anticipation, how do you feel about this? Could I use it as a reference for a drawing? At this moment, AI Ran also leaned in, her gaze drawn to the photograph of Katamegumi. The corners of her mouth turned upward ever so slightly, and a vibrant spark danced in her eyes, elevating her aura and presence to extraordinary heights. AI Ran nodded in agreement with Ing Li's earlier remarks, saying, Indeed, Kato, you should smile more. It would make you much more endearing. Kato K tilted her head in confusion, looking at AI Ran. Is that what you truly believe, AI Ran? Absolutely, AI Ran affirmed. Then I shall endeavor to smile more often, Kato replied, lifting a cup of coffee from the table and taking a gentle sip, the steam slightly clouding her face. Hey, we should hurry and buy the ingredients, Kasa no Okashiyu urged, her legs shaking with impatience. Aren't you all feeling hungry? She cast a peculiar glance at Ing Li, who sensed that something was off about her today. Just as she was about to inquire, AI Ran's voice chimed in, It's nearly noon. We really ought to go shopping for groceries. At that moment, he found himself questioning the meaning of his existence. What was he even doing here? Playing the role of a temporary protagonist while the Dragon Ball host was out of sight? Why had events unfolded in such an absurd manner? It was utterly unreasonable. Tokyo. Anki Ritsune had just finalized his manuscript, feeling quite pleased with himself. This was a labor of passion and dedication, destined to create significant waves in the community. He clicked to upload it and pulled out his phone to check on the progress of the club. Suddenly, he found himself momentarily dazed by the sight of Kato's photo, in which she was smiling with her face partially covered. Just moments ago, Ing Li had shared it in their group chat. This is my fateful encounter from that day, Anki Ritsune exclaimed, pacing excitedly around the room while carefully saving the image. Wait a minute. Why was Kato so joyfully smiling while I was absent today? I should have joined the club activities. He muttered to himself, filled with curiosity about what had transpired. Just then, a faint green light reappeared, lingering longer than before. Its hue more vibrant. Unbeknownst to Anki Ritsune, he continued to gaze at his phone, lost in thought. Meanwhile, AI ran abruptly turned to the three girls from the gaming club, sensing their ominous aura returning. P.S. This book will soon enter the recommendation process. So I kindly ask those reading to provide a 5-star review. It truly means a lot for this book. Chapter 50. The Monster That Feeds on Obsessions, Tokyo. Anki Ritsune's residence was enveloped in a green glow, creating a barrier that separated his home from the outside world. He stared vacantly at the photo of Kato K on his phone, while beside him sat a green-skinned creature resembling a toad. Ha ha ha, love unfulfilled, desires unmet. Thoughts unattainable, humans always cling to their obsessions. The more elusive the desire, the deeper it becomes. You feel the same, don't you, my host? Anki Ritsune numbly nodded, as though his soul had departed his body. That is splendid. It is precisely for this reason that I chose you amid the vast sea of humanity. The 2-star dragon proudly rubbed its belly. You are indeed my most perfect host, filled with powerful obsessions, yearning to transform from a player into a creator. Seeking the very woman before you, am I correct? Anki Ritsune continued to nod. You are already doing remarkably well. I have tasted the obsessions of the other 2 women, and they were truly delectable. You can harness these to achieve your dreams, which is excellent. However, recently, a particular delicacy has inexplicably vanished, leaving insufficient energy for my complete revival. Do you understand? Anki Ritsune remained unresponsive, as if still contemplating the dragon's words. The 2-star dragon, unperturbed, leaned closer and continued to entice him. Why not merge with me? This way, you will not only obtain everything you desire, but also relish the eternal pleasure derived from the whales of humanity, just like us, the wicked dragons. At this moment, Anki Ritsune's previously apathetic expression twisted into one of rage, his body trembling violently. The 2-star dragon sighed, sensing that the timing was not yet right. Fortunately, Anki Ritsune had suddenly developed a powerful obsession, granting him a fleeting opportunity for manifestation. However, his strength was still insufficient. The 2-star dragon placed its large hand on Anki Ritsune's head, a surge of malevolent energy coursing into him, quickly calming him. I was too hasty, my host. Yet I know you better than anyone else in this world. You will eventually choose to merge with me. You are a perfect being, capable of disregarding the feelings of others, relinquishing your own dignity, and even deceiving yourself. All such admirable qualities. You, like me, are a monster that feeds on obsessions. Let us await the unfolding of this destiny together. With that, the 2-star dragon transformed into a dark yellow dragon ball, merging back into Anki Ritsune's body. Be wary of that long-tailed human. He poses a significant threat to us. However, the woman by his side seems to harbor the aura of a 3-star dragon. Seek an opportunity to approach her. The dragon's voice faded along with the green light, and the barrier shattered like a mirror. Anki Ritsune jolted awake, confused as he surveyed his room. Strange? Did I just fall asleep? His gaze returned to his phone, now displaying the time as 10 a.m. Oh no. I'm going to be late for work. If I'm late again, I'll be fired. After returning from grocery shopping, the only one capable of cooking, Kato K, busied herself in the kitchen preparing lunch, while Kasa no Okashiyu assisted her. AI Ran and Ing Lili were banished to the living room for their clumsiness. As AI Ran popped a chip into her mouth, Ing Lili leaned closer and inquired, Hentai AI Ran, you've been daydreaming since earlier. Are you concocting some wicked thoughts? What wicked thoughts could I possibly have? I haven't done anything at all, AI Ran replied, her train of thought interrupted by Ing Lili. She glanced disdainfully at the golden-haired, hands-on-hips Sundra before her, a smirk gracing her lips. You're quite fortunate to possess your own airport at such a young age. Your family must be quite affluent. Although Ing Lili and Yukino Shida Yukino were comparable in stature, AI Ran preferred to describe Yukino with the term unique. As for Ing Lili, well, that was a different story. Indeed, Saiyans are known for their double standards. Ing Lili crossed her arms and took a step back, unwilling to be outdone in spirit, revealing her small fangs as she fixed a fierce gaze on AI Ran. What else with that look? Raising her hands in surrender, AI Ran decided not to continue the banter with Ing Lili and shifted the conversation instead. Never mind that. Aren't you supposed to be working on your manuscript? You just got the photos you wanted. I still prefer to draw at home. I always feel awkward outside. Ing Lili replied. At this, AI Ran S. I twitched involuntarily. Then why didn't you feel awkward when you drew that half-naked portrait of me last week? You were grinning like a maniac. After munching on another chip, Lily's mood brightened considerably. You bought so many snacks. Can you finish them all by yourself? Allow me to help you out today. Sure, eat as much as you like. Just let me enjoy some peace and quiet for a while. AI Ran leaned back and closed her eyes. Humph. Seeing AI Ran concede willingly, Lily let out a triumphant hum. Her combat prowess was rather feeble. In countless confrontations with Kazuya Shiyu, victories were a rarity. Yet before AI Ran, she consistently maintained an undeniable advantage. With a resigned sigh, and in the absence of Lily's interruptions, AI Ran resumed her awareness. The presence of an Eluin had vanished from this realm. The members of the gaming club were imbued with a sinister aura, allowing AI Ran to swiftly detect them, regardless of distance. However, since earlier, she could no longer sense his presence, as if he had completely disappeared from this world. Several times, AI Ran contemplated going to Tokyo. The malevolent energy emanating from Kato Megumi and Sawamura in Lily had intensified. This phenomenon did not manifest in Kazuya Shiyu, likely due to AI Ran's previous interventions. Faced with this peculiar situation, AI Ran initially intended to consult the king of the realm, but the moment that thought arose, she swiftly dismissed it. AI Ran has already discerned that the words of this third-rate deity are largely unreliable. Her level of expertise likely pales in comparison to that of the god of destruction sent from the seventh universe. Initially, she claimed that the Dragon Balls required love to be purified, only for a man to unexpectedly appear among the hosts. Subsequently, regarding the incident involving Yukino Shida, she asserted that all that was needed was to remain quietly for a year, yet it wasn't long before the three-star dragon emerged. Later, she stated that the two-star dragon could not kill until it was fully resurrected, but this resulted in a significant depletion of Shiyu Kasumigakaka's life energy, nearly costing her life. Her words seem as if they were spoken under divine influence. One must cherish life and steer clear of unreliable deities, for one's own endeavors must rely on oneself. Suddenly, the presence of Aki Len also resurfaced within AI Ran's perception. Chapter 51. As expected of you, Saint Hui. Aki Len's aura did not exhibit any notable changes. However, AI Ran felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Her perception of energy had nearly reached perfection. If nothing significant had transpired, it would have been utterly impossible for her to miss such a shift. What exactly has occurred with Aki Len? Erin found herself in a state of confusion, unable to ponder further. This was due to the inexplicable resurgence of hostilities between the feuding pair, Kasumigakaka Shiyu and Denairi. In a moment of resignation, AI Ren opened her eyes, witnessing a standoff not far from her. Kasumigakaka Shiyu, arms crossed, towered over the shorter figure of Iri Shiro. Gazing down with a sense of superiority, have you still not managed to produce a draft? Is your intention in joining this club truly to see the project of Shining Girl through to completion? Classmate Iri Shiro? Don't call me by my name, you black-stockinged overweight woman. Have you accomplished much? Of course. Kasumigakaka Shiyu retorted with a proud smile. The initial draft for the protagonist section is already completed, and Runtakuen has given his approval. Your part is now the pressing matter at hand. Runtakuen? Iri Shiro looked at Kasumigakaka Shiyu, confusion etched on her face. Indeed, this black-stockinged overweight woman seems somewhat off today. The one who understands you best is always your rival, a point that the oblivious Iri Shiro aptly illustrated. What's wrong? Is there anything incorrect about my statement? Kasumigakaka Shiyu settled onto the sofa, occupying the very spot where Iri Shiro had been moments ago. AI Ran silently shifted to the side, urging the two of you not to involve the innocent in your conflict. Why stand so close? TSK. Kasumigakaka Shiyu continued to glare at Lily, her foot involuntarily beginning to tremble. I assure you, I will not hinder our progress. Besides, Kato just commenced her programming studies today, and it takes time to gain proficiency. Indeed, even now, Lily had yet to put pen to paper, and in her insecurity, she quickly found herself at a disadvantage in terms of presence. Nevertheless, Lily clenched her teeth and glared defiantly at Kasumigakaka Shiyu, refusing to yield. Clearly, this woman in black stockings had taken leave of her senses. She had done nothing to provoke her, merely sitting on the sofa and enjoying chips. Moreover, Lewin was not even present today. AI Ran silently observed the two engaged in a verbal duel. Indeed, it was only when facing AI Ran that Iri could gain the upper hand. However, she succumbed to Shiyu Kaza no Oka after merely a few exchanges. At that moment, Keikata quietly entered the living room, announcing, Kaza no Oka-senpai, Sawamura-san, AI Ran-kun, it's time for dinner. The sudden sound startled Iri and Shiyukaza no Oka, who had been engrossed in their sharp-tongued banter, causing them to remember Kata's presence. With a playful wave of her hand, Shiyukaza no Oka declared confidently, I shall let you off this time, golden-haired underdog. Iri, baring her small fangs, retorted. Just a mere Shiyukaza no Oka. Despite being metaphorically pinned to the ground, she refused to acknowledge her defeat before Shiyukaza no Oka. Even though Kata's arrival had interrupted the latter's onslaught, Kata placed the food on the table, remarking lightly, the relationship between Shiyu-senpai and Iri-san is quite remarkable. Who is close to her? Iri awkwardly averted her gaze. All right, let us eat. AI Rankuen, could you help me bring the dishes from the kitchen? There is just too much. It's a bit overwhelming. Sure, I'm quite hungry as well. AI Ran, who had been struggling to contain his hunger, hurried toward the kitchen but suddenly sensed something amiss halfway there. Had Kata's tone just now suggested that she was the mistress of this house? After dinner, Shiyukaza no Oka began refining the plot for the heroine's storyline, intending to incorporate a childhood friend arc and a junior arc, while the senior arc, which she had initially prioritized, had been discarded. Were it not for the fact that AI Ran provided the operational funds for the club, Shiyukaza no Oka might have even considered writing solely about the heroine. The so-called subplots were of little significance, barely serving as basic embellishments. After being provoked by Shiyukaza no Oka, Iri also began to diligently sketch. It was undeniable that the focused Iri was an entirely different person from before. Her serene demeanor compelled AI Ran to steal a few extra glances. What a wonderful girl she was, though regrettably, she had a penchant for speaking her mind. In order to familiarize herself with the mechanics of Gal games, Kata found a game and began to play. With nothing else to do, AI Ran stood behind her, observing as she engaged with the game. The apartment had once again fallen into a rare tranquility. An hour later, I love you all. Yes, Hitomi-kun. We love you too. Yukimi-chan, Kazano-chan, Keiko-chan, Yoko-chan, Yura-chan, Rika, AI-chan, let us live happily together from now on. Under the full moon. On the beach illuminated by a bonfire, a boy made a lifelong promise while holding hands with 7 uniquely beautiful girls. Happy end. The game concluded. Eren blinked, still struggling to comprehend the situation. He then turned his gaze towards Kato Megumi, rubbed his eyes, and looked at the game screen once more. This was indeed one of the most challenging harem endings to achieve in a game aimed at all ages. Was there something amiss? At that moment, Eri, who had somehow sneaked up behind Eren, burst into laughter and clapped him on the shoulder. What could possibly be wrong? See, it's just that your gaming skills are lacking, Batting-kun. Kato cleared the game, not you. So what are you so proud of? Ignoring the blonde-haired underdog, Eren incredulously asked Kato Megumi, Kato, is this truly your first time playing a GA game? Well, Kato Megumi replied calmly, if I recall correctly. It should indeed be my first experience with such a game. To achieve the perfect harem route on a first attempt? Perhaps it was not merely a coincidence. Could it be that Kato Megumi was the reincarnation of the esteemed Kirito? After all, the male protagonist in the game was also named Hitomi. No. It must be Asuna reincarnated. Her skills were simply extraordinary. Could it be that only women truly understand the hearts of women? The moment those words left his lips, Eren immediately retracted his statement. No, typically, those who create Gal games are middle-aged men without girlfriends. Huh? So, Eren-kun, do you think the members of our club are all middle-aged men without girlfriends? Kiriya Shiyu teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Chapter 52. Aniki Ryu was also stimulated. Kiriya Shiyu herself was unsure of what was happening to her. Before lunch, merely witnessing Eri sitting next to Eren began to irritate her. Seeing Eren in animated conversation with Eri, praising Kato Megumi's gaming prowess, only heightened her agitation. Eventually, unable to contain herself, she interrupted the dialogue between Eren, Eri, and Kato Megumi. Though she was certain she did not harbor feelings for Eren, she could not understand why the sight of him with other girls unsettled her. Was this what they called the bridge effect? Perhaps the fact that Eren had saved her was the reason for these emotions? Kiriya Shiyu found herself in a quandary. Feeling he had misspoken, Eren glanced apologetically at Kiriya Shiyu. Our club must be an exception. Everyone here is a delightful girl. Oh. Kiriya Shiyu elongated her response before redirecting her focus to the script she was crafting. She dared not continue conversing with Eren. If everything occurring was merely a result of the bridge effect, Kiriya Shiyu felt she should not be so anxious. Yet, what if it were not? She hesitated to delve deeper into her thoughts. As time slowly passed, Spring was drawing to a close. The arrival of the sunset seemed to come earlier than people's usual perceptions. Having completed a painting, Ari stretched lazily. It was nearly 5 o'clock. Glancing at the time, she announced to everyone, "Let us go out for dinner tonight. I have finished the initial draft of the main character. I can take my time with the rest. But I still lack inspiration for the outdoor scenes and need to gather some materials." Aaron cast a puzzled glance at Irie, then turned to indicate that she should observe the surroundings. As the script supervisor, Kasha no Okashiyu was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable about the necessary scenes. This fundamental notion was clear even to someone as inexperienced as Aaron. Naturally, Irie understood this as well. However, the thought of asking Kasha no Okashiyu for assistance was utterly out of the question. Shiyu took a delicate sip of her honey pomelo and immediately addressed Irie's inquiry. She was more than willing to assist with any task that could advance the game as progress. The nighttime narrative comprises 2 key segments, the male and female protagonists agreeing to shop for clothing, with all scenes set within a shopping mall, particularly in the elevator and clothing section. Of course, considering Ron's peculiar preferences, it would be prudent to include a fitting room scenario as well. As she spoke, a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. Men always seem to revel in those so-called benefit scenes. When her gaze shifted to Aaron, she paused momentarily. Well, it's true that there are indeed some dimwits who do not enjoy such things. She recalled Aaron's critique of the benefit scenes from last Saturday, and an involuntary smile crept onto her lips. Let us hasten to the mall then. We can also resolve our dinner situation in the process. I feel as though I might perish from hunger, Irie exclaimed, patting her small belly with an air of impatience. By the way, didn't you spend the afternoon snacking? How could you possibly still be hungry? AI Rand seemed to have discovered a new world. Could it be that Ing Lili possessed the essence of a Saiyan? With an air of triumph, Ing Lili retorted, "Humph. It's hardly surprising. For girls, desserts and main courses occupy different stomachs. Hentai AI Rand, if you continue like this, you'll surely struggle to find a girlfriend. Very well, let us go out then." AI Rand sighed and rose, making his way toward the door. He had misjudged the situation. Given Ing Lili's demeanor, it was evident that she could not possibly bear the bloodline of a Saiyan. The experience of accompanying a girl on a shopping spree is an arduous one. Even the likes of Goku and Vegeta, who could transform into Super Saiyans, find it challenging to navigate this endeavor with ease. AI Ran was truly at a loss. Ing Lili and Kasumi Kakakashiyu were animatedly discussing the visual representation of the game as narrative, while AI Ran and Katame Gumi, both novices, sat on a nearby bench. Taking a respite, the bench could accommodate only 2 individuals. Katame Gumi appeared composed, while AI Ran had already succumbed to slumber beside her. Inhaling the faint scent of locust blossoms emanating from Katame Gumi, AI Ran effortlessly relaxed. He tilted his head, not making contact with her, yet to an onlooker. It appeared as though AI Ran was leaning against Katu. At that moment, Ing Lili happened to glimpse this scene and hastily seized her camera, capturing the moment. The protagonist's physical contact during their first date. What a rare find. Kasumi Kakakashiyu glanced in the direction of the camera and, upon witnessing the sight of AI Ran and Katame Gumi, her breath caught, and her pupils swiftly constricted. My apologies, I must have dozed off. I hope I didn't touch you. Katu, AI Ran murmured. Katame Gumi responded calmly, not at all. In fact, it seems that every time you come close to me, you instinctively pull away. Zawamura. Ing Lili fiddled with her camera, feeling quite accomplished today, in every conceivable sense. The photos are ready. I'll send them to the group. Wait. The chat group rapidly flooded with messages, the notifications ringing incessantly, swiftly accumulating to 99. The cacophony of 4 distinct notification tones blended into a miniature symphony, drawing the attention of passers-by and rendering them awkwardly self-conscious. Kasumi Kakakashiyu sighed, exasperated with the ineptitude of the spoiled heiress. I said wait. Does having quick fingers warrant an award? Compress the files before uploading them. Zawamura. Ing Lili recognized her blunder, yet accepting Kasumi Kakaka's admonition was out of the question. She stubbornly kept her head down, silent. Kasumi Kakakashiyu refrained from pursuing the matter further, realizing her previous remarks had been rather harsh. However, the scene from earlier lingered in her mind. She exhaled softly, repeatedly reminding herself not to dwell on it. It was merely the suspension bridge effect. Sensing the palpable awkwardness, Katame Gumi interjected, well, since we've finished shooting today, shall we head back? Yes, let us return. I still need to sift through this pile of photos for the best material. In Tokyo, after a long day's work, Aki Len returned home, dragging his weary body. As he settled before his computer, his phone erupted with a flurry of text notifications. What was Ing Lili up to? Aki Lin quickly perused the photos shared in the group, noting that even in his absence, everyone had actively participated in the club activities. Suddenly, a peculiar image caught his eye. In the photo, AI Ran rested his eyes against Kata Megumi's shoulder, while she bore a serene smile, seemingly relishing the moment. What on earth is happening? Katu. She is my heroine. Aki Lin exclaimed, springing up from his chair. P.S. This book is now in the validation phase. If possible, please give the author a 5-star rating. It truly means a lot to me. Thank you. Chapter 53. Wishes fulfilled. Late at night, AI Ren had just completed her training and was soaring towards her apartment. The training location had shifted to a remote island overseas. As AI Ren felt a bit reluctant to unleash her energy blasts daily in the vicinity of Tokyo. With a combat power exceeding 18,000, the force of a casual energy blast from AI Ren could rival the destructive power of a hydrogen bomb crafted by mankind. Should she happen to miscalculate, Japan might once again find itself reliving a scene reminiscent of over 70 years ago. Perhaps I should seize an opportunity to suggest to the gaming club members that our next gathering be held at Aki Renya's home. After all, the absence of the protagonist is not a significant issue. As AI Ran soared through the air, he pondered deeply. He was undeniably inept at social interactions, particularly when it involved 3 women. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Shiyu of the Misty Hill had inexplicably departed from the apartment and was now meandering aimlessly along the street. What on earth could this woman be up to? A low exclamation escaped AI Ran's lips as she quickened her pace once more. Shiyu Zayazahil had once again suffered from insomnia. Perhaps one day I shall become utterly obsessed, she thought with a bitter smile, continuing her forward march. As if this motion alone could dispel the turmoil within her heart. Such sleeplessness first appeared amidst the poor sales and ensuing criticism of The Rhythm of Love Volume 1. Subsequently, Aki Akane engaged in a protracted verbal duel on social media with those disparaging the book, devoting considerable effort to champion what he believed to be a worthy read. These actions resurrected The Rhythm of Love and ensnared Shiyu Zayazahil in its grasp. She believed Aki Akane to be the one who truly understood her, sensing his comprehension through his fervent recommendations of the book. I am indeed a capricious individual, she murmured to herself. Aki Akane's own cunning could be seen as a form of capriciousness as well. She projected herself into the character of Sheo in The Rhythm of Love, foolishly casting Aki Akane as the male protagonist. She transformed her inner turmoil into a kind of willfulness, unwittingly unloading her burdens upon Aki Akane, while her sense of obligation morphed into a rationale for remaining by his side, naively convinced that he would grasp her unspoken thoughts. Thus, a cycle ensued. Regrettably, Aki Akane did not comprehend her at all. Everything aligned with what AI Ren had said. He was merely a figment of her imagination. Shiyu Zayazahil was even certain that Aki Akane had seen her desperate message that day, for the system indicated it had been read. He had fled during her illness. Shiyu Zayazahil suddenly realized that her capriciousness resembled a compromise to remain close to Aki Akane. This was not her desire. She longed for someone to see beyond her obstinacy and understand the true essence hidden within. That very night, in her moment of despair, AI Ran silently appeared at her bedside once more. Reflecting on this, Shiyu Zayazahil softly uttered, I have been willful again. Indeed, in the days following AI Ran's embrace, she had, for the first time, distributed her capricious feelings towards Aki Akane to other boys. With each late-night visit from AI Ran, Aki Akane gradually faded from her thoughts. Yet, this too felt unjust. Deep within, Shiyu Zayazahil reaffirmed her conviction. Regardless of whether it was the bridge effect, if she could so easily transfer her affections to another, what did that make of her previous feelings? Moreover, this was unfair to AI Ran. Although AI Ran appeared emotionally inept, he would surely remain oblivious if she did not mention it. Taking a deep breath, the coolness of late spring filled her lungs. I must return. Striving to craft a perfect script, this is what I owe to Aki Akane. By this time next year, I shall have graduated, departing without any debts. As for AI Ran, the mere thought of his name caused Shiyu Zayazahil to halt. She owed AI Ran as well. Without him that night, she surely would not have endured. The torment of her spirit far surpassed any physical suffering she endured that night. AI Ran's presence had not only healed her corporeal ailments but also mended her emotional wounds. Yet, she had selfishly shifted her feelings onto him. Although AI Ran wishes for me to remain unaware, I cannot pretend nothing has transpired. I must take action, otherwise. A gust of cold wind swept past, prompting Shiyu Zayazahil to instinctively wrap her arms around herself. Tears flowed once again, unconsciously. She stood foolishly at the roadside when suddenly, the blare of a horn pierced the air. A large truck had lost control. The driver desperately slammed on the brakes, but Shiyu Zayazahil remained within the danger zone. Clearly, this truck was not the one that ferried souls to another realm. After all, that vehicle never stopped. Frozen in terror, Shiyu Zayazahil closed her eyes in despair. Her mind consumed by a singular thought, she yearned to feel that warmth once more. The deafening horn persisted, although the truck's speed had diminished. It could not halt before colliding with her. The driver, too, resigned to despair, closed his eyes. Tonight would surely claim a life. Ultimately, the truck came to a stop without a sound of impact. The driver jumped from the vehicle in a frenzy. "What the hell?" he shouted, and quickly scrambled back into the cab, speeding away. Meanwhile, Shiyu Zayazahil had vanished from that spot. "Hey, woman, what are you doing awake at this hour?" Aaron, suspended in midair, cradling Kasumigakaka Shiyu, gazed at the woman in his embrace with a look of incredulity. What is it with these literary girls in this day and age? Yukino Shida Yukino is utterly captivated by cats, insisting on bringing Perura home every weekend. Kasumigakaka Shiyu is even more peculiar, wandering the streets alone in the dead of night. Just moments ago, she nearly found herself under the wheels of a passing vehicle. With her eyes closed, Shiyu clung tightly to Aaron's neck. "Yes, this warmth, this scent, am I dead? It seems that death has unexpectedly granted me my final wish." "Dead? Not at all. Is your last wish merely to be held by someone? Such a simple desire hardly warrants death." "Not dead." Slowly, Kasumigakaka Shiyu opened her eyes, only to discover she was suspended in midair. Unlike Yukino Shida Yukino, she did not exhibit fear. Instead, she tightened her grip and inquired, "Aaron-kun, who exactly are you?" Chapter 54. Please, you must save me. In the air, Kasumigakaka Shiyu resembled a koala tightly embracing a tree trunk. AI Rant's flight was excruciatingly slow. For Kashiwagi, Shiyu had straightened her posture, her chest naturally thrusting forward, thereby constricting AI Rant's already limited field of vision to an almost negligible extent. "Kashiwagi-senpai, could you please refrain from holding me like this? I can hardly see ahead. This is quite perilous." Upon hearing AI Rant's words, Kashiwagi Shiyu tightened her embrace around AI Rant's neck, the softness enveloping AI Ran rendering her speechless. She did not wish for AI Ran to witness the tears brimming in her eyes. "Why is it always you who saves me?" Kashiwagi Shiyu's voice was barely a whisper. AI Ran, taken aback by this statement, momentarily froze. Had her late-night intrusion into Shiyu's room been discovered? After all, we are somewhat acquainted. I can't just stand by and watch you come to harm. Perhaps you should remain silent. Kashiwagi Shiyu murmured, her cheeks flushed, realizing only now how utterly embarrassing her current position truly was. Every time AI Ran speaks, a warm and moist breath envelopes my chest, as if it could penetrate her clothing and reach the heart that has been racing since just moments ago. "Senpai from Zyanzajiu, I truly cannot see ahead." AI Ran struggled momentarily, attempting to control the distance between her face and the chest of Kasumi no Oka poem Feather. Goodness, she almost suffocated. With great difficulty, she steered her way into the apartment. Upon reaching the sofa, AI Ran softly remarked, "Senior Kasumi no Oka, you may release your legs now. There are still 2 people asleep in the bedroom." Even in her own home, AI Ran experienced once more the sensation of being a thief. Gradually, Kasumi no Oka poem Feather uncrossed her intertwined legs, her feet meeting the plush surface of the sofa. Yet, the solid ground beneath her did not bestow upon her much sense of security. All that lingered in her heart was a faint sense of loss. Aaron gradually bent down, gently laying her down on the sofa, nearly reclining beside Shiyu Zayazijio. The heavy breaths of both disrupted the tranquility of the living room. Aaron was overwhelmed, while Shiyu sought to calm her racing heart. "Zayazijio-senpai, you can let go now. Holding onto my neck isn't exactly appropriate." With a flushed face, Shiyu quickly released her grip, turning away to avoid Aaron's gaze. In the dim light, the tears glistening at the corners of her eyes were perceptibly caught by Aaron, who delicately wiped them away with her fingers. Shyness, frustration, sorrow, and deep emotion swelled within Shiyu's throat. Before she could part her lips, Aaron swiftly distanced herself. "Well, it's best to get some rest, Zayazijia-senpai. Everything will eventually pass." At that moment, Aaron suppressed her awkwardness, wishing she could dig a hole to hide in. What had she just done? Striving to maintain a composed tone, Aaron gently stated, "I'll head back to my room now. You should rest early too." With that, she hurried towards her own room. Watching Aaron's retreating figure, Shiyu stood frozen for a long while, realizing that she was increasingly unable to escape the warmth that Aaron provided. Back in her bedroom, she found Lily and Kato K already asleep. Shiyu tiptoed quietly into her own covers. Aaron Kuhn, allow me to be selfish one more time. If possible, please rescue me. With such thoughts, Shiyu gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Kato K, who was resting on her side, slowly opened her eyes. The next morning, Shiyu seemed to have regained her usual vibrancy. Spending the entire morning nestled on the sofa, working on the third volume of Love Metronome. She had felt ready to write the third volume, but when it came time to put pen to paper, the results were still unsatisfactory. However, things were different now. Lily, also a fan of Love Metronome, wisely refrained from interrupting her, retreating to her room to draw, humming an unknown tune. Shiyu's restless legs shook as the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard brought a smile to her face. As for the script for Shining Girls, everyone had temporarily forgotten about it. In the afternoon, just like the previous week, Aaron accompanied them to the Chiba City station. Lily shot a displeased glare at Aaron. Her request for material had been denied once more that morning. Next time we meet, I'll definitely take you to a restaurant that you've never been to before, and don't forget our modeling agreement. That morning, after much persistence to no avail, Lily had made a wager with Aaron. If Lily could find a dish that satisfied Aaron, she would get Aaron to model for her for half a day. Aaron cast a dismissive glance at her, thinking it was laughable. What kind of culinary delights hadn't she encountered? To think that a single meal would entice her to pose nude. Let me know when you've found it. I'm heading back now. You all can wait for the train. Aaron, are you really going to leave us three delicate ladies here waiting for the train? How unchivalrous. I've never claimed to be a gentleman. In response to Lily's accusation, Aaron waved her hand dismissively and turned to leave. Wait. Shiyu suddenly called out to Aaron. Once the third volume of Love Metronome is completed, will you take a look at it, Aaron Kuhn? AI ran. Are you truly expecting a semi-illiterate like me to read a book? A romance novel, no less? Is it really necessary to be so ruthless after just 2 embraces? Aaron instinctively wished to decline, yet just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he caught sight of Kasumigakaka Shiyu gazing at him with eager anticipation. The words he initially intended to utter suddenly felt difficult to express. After a moment of hesitation, Aaron awkwardly turned his head and said, if this book is interesting, then I suppose I shall take a look. At that, Kasumigakaka Shiyu's voice brightened immediately. At that moment, Aaron cast a meaningful glance at Kato Megumi and Kasumigakaka Shiyu, saying, I shall take my leave now. Do take care of yourselves. Observing Aaron's serious demeanor, the latter nodded in understanding. They were now all in the know. AI Ran recounted the entire sequence of events to them. However, Kasumigakaka Shiyu chose to remain in order to repay the debt owed to Akiya Kane. Kata Megumi was unaware of the reasons behind it and had no intention of leaving the club. As for Eri, Aaron cast a glance at a golden retriever, idly observing its surroundings out of boredom, and then let out a sigh. Perhaps it was best to let her be. This child did not seem particularly astute, and it was better for her to maintain her innocent and romantic disposition. P.S. I humbly request a 5-star review. Once again, I extend my gratitude to the esteemed Wei Wuxia Hong for the inspiration capsule and to the notable Bniam for the urging charm. I also thank user 36024344 and the distinguished Egwo Arii for their generous floral donations. Chapter 55. The grand entrance of the colorful feather the following afternoon, after school. Yukino Shida Yukino, with her eyes slightly closed, gently sipped her cup of red tea. Subsequently, she opened one eye and glanced at Aaron beside her, exclaiming, I never anticipated that the great gorilla would begin indulging in romance novels. Aaron calmly set aside the novel in her hands, stating, This is a work by Senior Zianziku. She recommended it to me. The book is quite well written, and although I do not comprehend most of the characters, it is certainly more enjoyable than those textbooks. Aaron's plan for today was to immerse herself in a novel within the confines of the clubroom, seeking solace from the torment of being compelled to study by Yukino Shida Yukino. In that moment, Yukino Shida casually picked up the Love Metronome, glanced at it briefly, and effortlessly tucked it into Aaron's backpack. Then, with a practiced ease, she produced a Chinese exam paper, stating, Before you indulge in your novel, dear Ape Lord, you should first complete this exam paper. How could this be happening? AI Ran lay helplessly on the table. Today's first plan had met with failure. Yui Yugahama, as always, arrived brimming with vitality. She promptly inserted herself between AI Ran and Yukino Shida Yukino, prompting AI Ran to shift slightly toward Hachiman Hikigaya. Shui, yesterday Yumiko mentioned that girls' cosmetics must indeed be expensive. Yukino Shida Yukino interrupted her. Yugahama-san, you were too close. Isn't that how we can strengthen our bond? Observing the unusually close proximity of the two, AI Ran felt a pang of envy. Meanwhile, Hachiman Hikigaya wore a look of relief. A savior had finally arrived. He was nearly overwhelmed by the copious amounts of romantic tension emanating from the room. Oblivious to the fact that the presence of AI Ran and Yukino Shida, Yukino suffused the space with an unmistakable scent of love. AI Ran gazed at Hikigaya Hachiman in silence, conveying a message through her eyes akin to Morse code. What is there for you to be joyful about? Aren't our circumstances equally dismal? Reflect upon it. With Yugahama and Yukino Shida growing closer, what do we even signify? Upon perceiving AI Ran's expression, Hikigaya Hachiman's countenance shifted dramatically. Yet, almost immediately, he regained his composure, flushing slightly as he shot a glare at AI Ran. Oh, has Hikigaya finally come to his senses? Eren gazed at Hachiman Hikigaya with a playful expression. However, it was ultimately impossible to allow Yui Yugahama to continue her unruly behavior, so Eren resolved to take action. Yukino Shida, what about my guidance? Yugahama-san, may I ask you to step aside for a moment? I still need to assist our dear monkey in his studies. Consequently, Yukino Shida Yukino and Yugahama Yui exchanged their seats, placing Yugahama by the window and Yukino Shida sandwiched in between. Yukino Shida felt the warmth emanating from Yugahama on her left, which was somewhat uncomfortable. Yet there was little she could do. Thus, Eren's second plan of the day met with failure once again. Observing Eren's distracted demeanor, Yukino Shida gently remarked, Monkey-kun, your grades are seriously hindering the club's progress. If this continues, I may have to tutor you at your home in the evenings. Yukino Shida's tone was calm, yet her face flushed deeply. After all, to speak of visiting a boy's house in such a public setting was quite bold. Eren, with a hint of defiance in her voice, remarked, and what about the rather foolish Yugahama classmate? Her grades? Well, they are passable. I managed to scrape by the passing mark every time. What? Eren gazed at Yugahama Yui in disbelief, astonished that she could even pass. So what should you do? The unyielding bottom-ranked Sarakuen? Yukino Shida Yukino inched closer to Eren, exuding an imposing aura. All right, my grades are poor. I will diligently tackle the exam paper. Please, do not bring up that nickname again. Eren wore a pained expression, one hand propping up her chin while the other twirled a pencil. In the past, being alone with Yukino Shida Yukino felt akin to sitting beside a tranquil and serene lake, accompanied by a gentle breeze that instilled a sense of relaxation from deep within. Now, with the presence of the somewhat boisterous Hikigaya Hachiman and the lively Yui Yugahama, this lake seemed to ripple with newfound vitality, akin to dragonflies skimming the water's surface. Nevertheless, the essence of that peaceful daily existence remained unchanged, marking the beginning of Eren's gradual integration into this world. Thus, she felt an inexplicable satisfaction with her current state. A colorfully clad figure, Ayaka, made her way toward the service club. A few days prior, she had learned that a certain senior was a member of the club. However, she was uncertain of the route to the service club. Inquiring among the students yielded no answers, prompting her to seek out the faculty room, where her remarkable initiative stood out as her greatest asset. A certain iron-willed teacher, forever donned in a white lab coat, became intrigued upon hearing this and promptly escorted the young girl outside, asking if she had any request for the service club. I wish to express my gratitude to a senior in the service club for their assistance. Senior? Hikigaya? No, it's Eren-senpai. Hiratsuka Shizuka was somewhat astonished. Was it possible that the notoriously aloof Hikigaya would help a junior? Could it be due to matters of the heart? The thought suddenly soured her mood. She herself was still single. Why were all these youngsters falling in love? She had heard that Hikigaya and Yugahama had recently become quite close. She resolved to seize an opportunity to break them apart. They must not be allowed to find happiness before her. Chuckling darkly to herself, Hiratsuka Shizuka unwittingly caused Ayaka to draw back, fearing that this aura of a jaded single woman might affect her future prospects. Hey, Yukino Shida, I'm coming in. As usual, Hiratsuka Shizuka barged through the doors of the service club. Yukino Shida Yukino sighed. She had long since lost interest in reminding this forgetful teacher of decorum. Hiratsuka-sensei, is there a task you wish us to undertake today? Today, I'm primarily here for this little one. Hiratsuka Shizuka shifted slightly, prompting Ayaka to introduce herself. Hello, seniors. I am Ayaka from the first year. Eren, this girl came to thank you for your previous assistance. Hiratsuka Shizuka emphasized the word gratitude, all the while discreetly scrutinizing Yukino Shida Yukino. However, Yukino merely regarded Ayaka with an expression of calm indifference before nudging the nearly dozing Aaron awake. Aaron, wake up. Someone is here to see you. What? Aaron lifted her head in confusion. Ayaka scanned the members present in the service club. Aside from the strikingly beautiful Yukino, she had not heard of the others, thus deeming them less significant. Consequently, she focused her attention on Yukino, only to feel a weight in her heart. The perfection of her features imposed considerable pressure, suggesting that she was not only aesthetically pleasing but also exceptionally intelligent, undoubtedly excelling in her studies. Well then, Ayaka, please have a seat and share your thoughts. Yukino's cool voice resonated, causing Ayaka to instinctively shrink back. Chapter 56, Kato Megumi is upset after Hiratsuka Shizuka escorted Ayaka to the service club classroom. She promptly departed. Although she served as an advisor to the club, she adhered to a policy of laissez-faire. Ayaka took a seat opposite Aaron and addressed her, Senpai. Thank you for your previous assistance. Assistance? When did that happen? Do we know each other? Aaron stared blankly at Isatsuyu, having no recollection of this girl whatsoever. Just 2 weeks prior, on a Sunday, near Chiba Station. Aaron lowered her head and reminisced for a moment. I see, so it was you back then. I have already received your gratitude. There is no need to dwell on this matter, for it is not a particularly pleasant memory for you, is it? AI Ran nonchalantly waved her hand and continued to study the Chinese exam paper before her. Observing AI Ran's indifference, Ayaka hesitated for a moment before continuing. Actually, I have a request I would like to ask of everyone. Yukino handed her a cup of red tea in a disposable cup and inquired. So, Ayaka, what is your request? Thank you. I wish to make some genuine friends at school, she replied. Nearby, Hikigaya Hachiman internally scoffed. Wouldn't it be better for you to seek out the social butterflies? They seldom refuse requests, and with your looks, you certainly fit in with them. Why would you come to our socially inept club? Yukino cleared her throat and asked, Is that so? Can you specify what kind of friends you are looking for? At this, AI Ran tilted her head, looking at Yukino with a bemused expression. Come on, let us be realistic. This request is beyond your capabilities, isn't it? Ah. Then it's my turn to step in, Yui Uebari declared proudly, hands on her hips. I'll introduce you to Yumiko and the others. They are all good people. Hikigaya Hachiman interjected, It might be better to befriend those in your own year. Ayaka promptly interrupted, Actually, seniors would be fine too. Then, she turned her gaze back to Yukino, asking, Could you assist me with this? Yukino pondered for a moment before nodding. Ayaka, we accept your request. Tokyo Toyonoki High School Sawamura Spencer Arari felt somewhat fatigued, having yawned several times during afternoon classes. Were it not for her need to maintain the image of a perfect young lady, she would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. It was no wonder, after all. She had been tirelessly working since Saturday to prevent the game production from stalling due to issues with the character designs. She had not played a single game and had gone to bed only after 4 in the morning today. Frankly, merely arriving at school on time felt like a miracle. Fortunately, her investment of time and energy yielded commendable results. After countless drafts, she had finally sketched the character design for the heroine as she envisioned. For her, it was a satisfactory piece, albeit still a simple rough draft. The heroine's expressions in the tranquil aura portrayed aligned well with the descriptions from Kasumiga Kakashiya's writings, as well as the guidance conveyed by Aki Tomoya. After patiently waiting a moment to confirm that no one was in the second-floor classroom, she hurriedly made her way to the multimedia classroom, where Aki Tomoya and Kasumiga Kakashiya had already arrived. The two were seated on opposite sides of the room, engrossed in their books. Their sense of time was truly poor. They had excitedly called her to showcase the character design, yet they arrived over 10 minutes late. What was going on? Upon hearing the noise, Kasumiga Kakashiya closed her book and casually complained. Who was excited? Arari felt a surge of irritation. This black-haired woman always had the uncanny ability to provoke her anger in an instant. Come on, we're all clubmates here. Let us not be so upset. Arari jumped at the sudden voice behind her, nearly dropping her laptop. Turning around, she found Kato Megumi smiling at her, wondering when she had crept up behind her without her noticing. At that moment, Aki Tomoya spoke up. Right? Let us take a look at your confident creation, Arari. It should be a fantastic character design. Arari nodded, placing her laptop on a table and switching to her design, presenting it to them. She was confident that Tomoya would be pleased this time. So what do you think? Arari crossed her arms, trying to appear less eager. It looks great. An adorable girl that instantly makes one feel fond. I think it's wonderful. If she becomes the heroine, many people will surely love her. Eriri, you are truly impressive. Kata Megumi praised, her gaze leaving the screen to offer her affirmative evaluation. Although it was merely a rough draft, it was far superior to what she had shown at AI Ren's house. Kasumi ga Kakashiya, having brushed her long hair back, did not vocalize her admiration, but her expression spoke volumes. Eriri understood her character well and felt a sense of satisfaction, allowing a smile to curl at her lips. Yet, moments later, she realized her reaction resembled that of a child who beams at parental praise. Quickly, she suppressed her exuberance, clearing her throat and turning her attention to Aki Tomoya, who was still fixated on the laptop screen. Tomoya, what do you think? I think it's fantastic. Eriri's artistry remains impeccable, but, Eriri's brows knitted together, her previously buoyant spirit gradually dampening. Don't misunderstand, Eriri, the heroine you've drawn is flawless. Beyond reproach. As an outsider, I can't find a single flaw. Aki Tomoya's tone grew tense. Unlike 2 weeks ago when he rejected Kasumi ga Kakashiya's script, Eriri's artwork was indeed perfect, yet, observing Eriri's face grow colder, he gritted his teeth and expressed his thoughts. However, this design doesn't resonate with me emotionally. It doesn't align with the image of the heroine I wish to convey to players. Kasumi ga Kakashiya wore a teasing smile as she quietly returned to her original seat. Kata Megumi followed suit, leaving Aki Tomoya and Eriri to continue their discussion about the character design. Eriri took a deep breath. The previously uplifting sentiments from Katu and Shiya had vanished. Suppressing her displeasure, she endeavored to maintain her composure and posed a question to Aki Tomoya. Can you tell me what the issue is? I'm sorry, Eriri, but I can't specify what's lacking. Aki Tomoya shook his head, feeling pressured by Eriri's intensity and choosing not to meet her gaze, instead redirecting his eyes to the laptop screen. However, that character design did not evoke any emotional response in me, unlike when I encountered Katu in the park. It felt like a fateful encounter. Tomoya, Kata Megumi, seated in the corner of the classroom with Kasumi ga Kakashiya, suddenly stood up. Her previously calm demeanor had vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow as she earnestly looked at Aki Tomoya. My name is Kata Megumi, not Kato. Chapter 57, The First Step of Integration Gana. No, Kato. Anri Ryu also seemed startled by Kato Megumi's seriousness, instinctively retreating a step back. After a moment of hesitation, Kato Megumi's calm voice echoed once more in the multimedia classroom. I apologize, Anri-kun, but I'm feeling unwell today, so I will be leaving. With that, Kato Megumi picked up her bag and walked straight out. Anri Ryu's expression turned somewhat dazed, his hands on the desk gradually tightening into fists. In the next moment, he stood up, determined to apologize. Just as he was about to make his move, Kasumi ga Kakashiya slowly spoke. Wait, Ryu-kun, have you forgotten something? Today's primary task was to finalize the initial draft of the heroine with Eriri, and to discuss the club's funding issues, wasn't it? Even with Eriri's funding, you still need to present a reasonable budget plan. However, with Kato, the heroine, absent, it would be best to wait until everyone is present again. When will that be? Kasumi ga Kakashiya flipped a page of the book resting on her legs, her gaze unwavering. Originally, our time was quite limited. It has been nearly 2 months since you first conceived the idea of creating a game, yet many crucial matters remain unresolved. Is your initial intention in establishing this club truly to create a game? Kasumi ga Kakashiya's words were unyielding, not only due to her eagerness to complete the game and settle Anri Ryu's debts, but also based on Eriri's descriptions of the 2-star capability. The astute Kasumi ga Kakashiya harbored further suspicions. Was that so-called evil dragon implying something to Anri Ryu, preventing him from completing the game, while dangling Kato, Eriri, and herself in the process? Faced with Kasumi ga Kakashiya's inquiry, Anri Ryu responded fervently. Of course, I want to share the emotions I experienced that day with everyone. A game is the best medium to express that feeling, and my heart in this matter is beyond doubt. That is indeed commendable. But please enlighten me, since the establishment of the club, how far have we progressed towards your goal? Are we even a tenth of the way there? Anri Ryu momentarily fell silent, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Kasumi ga Kakashiya sighed. There were many matters within the club that could not be delved into, as they did not yield the answer she sought. Forget that for now. Returning to our initial topic, today we need to finalize the draft and address the funding issues. I will go call Kato back. Let's all discuss. There's no need for that. Eriri and I are the primary creators, so we don't need to trouble Kato for now. I believe it would be better for her to have some quiet time alone. Convinced by her reasoning, Anri Ryu sat back down. Understood. Let's discuss the club's funding issues. Arari was not keen on revisiting the original art matters. She completely failed to comprehend what Anri Ryu had just stated. She was not present during the encounter between Ryu and Kato, and even if she were, she would not have been able to discern his inner thoughts. It was just like dealing with those clients before. They always claimed the version was unsatisfactory and wanted to see the next one. Was it going to be like that joke where, after reviewing dozens of versions, the initial one turned out to be the best? The crucial point was, those clients were paying. What was she doing now? Painting her childhood friend, whom she secretly admired, along with another woman's fateful encounter? At that moment, Arari suddenly felt quite despicable. Of course, in this regard, Kasumiga Kakashiwa was no better, as she was the one writing the script. No, that wasn't right. It seemed that Kasumiga Kakashiwa no longer held feelings for Ryo. Otherwise, she wouldn't have. Realizing that now was not the time to contemplate such matters, Arari took a deep breath, calming her mindset and softening her tone. I am merely an original artist, not a psychologist. I cannot deduce correct answers from your ambiguous words. Therefore, please do not make me laboriously think, guess, or attempt to interpret. Instead, provide me with specific artistic directions or constructive suggestions. For instance, in this piece, are you dissatisfied with the heroine's face shape, the size of her eyes, her body proportions, or her clothing? Once you clarify these points, we can discuss the original art. Hearing Arari's words, Kasumiga Kakashiwa subtly smiled, then reopened the book in her hands, resting it on her fully covered thighs. Then let us first address the club's funding issues. Arari previously provided a budget of 1 million yen and also arranged for our weekend meeting place and other expenses. We must meticulously calculate the costs and confirm with him when the game will be completed, how it will be sold, and how the profits will be divided. Even if Arari and I can overlook the financial aspect due to our past friendship, Arari and Kato have no obligation to do so. I hope you understand this, Ryan. Upon hearing Arari's name, Anri Ryu's discontent surged, suppressing his emotions as he looked towards Kasumiga Kakashiwa. Senpai, how much will it approximately cost to produce this game? Kasumiga Kakashiwa felt her composure slipping. Ryu-kun, have you really not considered any of this? I merely wanted to expedite the game's production and did not have time to contemplate so much. While the eagerness to complete the game is commendable, funding is paramount. The script and original art are the responsibilities of Arari and me, and even Kato could learn programming. However, we cannot manage background music, voice acting, or game optimization on our own. Passion alone is not sufficient. Thus, Arari's involvement helps us address these core issues. I estimate that if we want to finish the game before summer break, we will need at least 5 million yen. Moreover, the longer we delay, the more expenses will accrue. I am also a student preparing for exams. I can assist you until summer break, but afterward, I will be unable to help. 5 million. There are only 2 months until summer break. Please consider matters from the perspective of a producer, Ryu-kun. Creating a game is not something that can be accomplished simply by a moment's whim. I expect to see an accurate budget for the club's funding by this weekend. I cannot accept having Arari's funds endlessly poured into a bottomless pit due to your aspirations. Disregarding Anri Ryu's astonishment and lament, Kasumiga Kakashiwa concluded her words and exited the classroom. Arari gently bit her lower lip and followed Kasumiga Kakashiwa out, leaving Anri Ryu alone in the classroom. Murmuring to himself, how did it suddenly turn into this? It's only been a week since everyone last met. Why has it changed so drastically? Anri Ryu felt a surge of panic as events spiraled out of his control. He clenched the desk tightly, growling. The real world is truly a terrible game. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Have you finally realized? Have you considered merging with me? This way, everything you desire can be attained. The Dragon Balls are treasures meant to fulfill the wishes of others. Anri Akihiro shook his head in discontent, replying, I have not yet failed. The 2-star dragon fell silent. Yet the fusion had already commenced, unbeknownst to Anri Akihiro. P.S. In the next chapter, the protagonist will begin to pry into Irie's heart. Watch my maneuvers. Chapter 58. The Saiyan's reluctance to engage in others' romantic affairs in a restaurant in Tokyo. The proprietor's voice boomed. Anri, if you continue to daydream, just settle your bill and leave. You've already messed up several orders today. Anri Akihiro shrank back, bowing to the owner. I apologize. Please do not dismiss me. I still need to save up for the new game release. The owner sighed, exasperated. Fine, it's almost closing time. Tidy up and prepare to leave. Make sure to do better tomorrow, and remember not to arrive late again. Yes, thank you, boss. Anri Akihiro wiped the sweat from his brow. He had indeed been distracted all day. Kato Megumi stormed out of the multimedia classroom, feeling quite disheartened. The heroines in Gal games would never treat the protagonists in such a manner. Reality is truly a frustrating and wretched game. Muttering under his breath, Eri Akihiro began to gather his belongings. Across the street in a CAF, Iri sat by the window, pondering what happened. I can no longer sense Eri Akihiro's presence. Iren finished her coffee in one swift gulp, wrinkling her brow in distaste. Indeed, it was exceedingly bitter, without sugar. It was akin to the water used for scrubbing pots. Penny Iren, did you bring me to work in London merely to indulge in voyeurism here? Ing Lily, clad in a green tracksuit, lightly kicked Iren's calf in discontent. The current Ing Lily appeared to be a stark contrast to her usual self. Adorned with thick black-framed glasses, she wore a somewhat outdated yet impeccably clean green tracksuit. This ensemble, a relic from her middle school days, still fit her surprisingly well. Though she often lamented its continued suitability, nonetheless, it remained one of her favorite loungewear outfits. Iren cast a fleeting glance at Irie, expressing her exasperation. I certainly did not spy on you. I already mentioned that I went directly to the shop where Aki works. It was you who insisted on dragging me here. I am currently dressed like this. How am I supposed to face anyone? Moreover, I do not wish to see him right now. Irie gracefully indulged in a small piece of mousse cake, the sweet delicacy serving to elevate her spirits, a fact she effectively demonstrated to Iren. The moment the cake touched her tongue, Irie's previously troubled expression transformed into one of sheer delight. Once Aki's presence faded, Iren instinctively thought of Irie. For they were childhood friends, Irie undoubtedly knew where Aki worked. However, she was taken aback by Irie's attire, which seemed rather casual. And it appeared that some matter had transpired between Irie and Aki. Could it be the reason behind Aki's sudden disappearance? Contemplating this, Iren cautiously inquired. Did you and Aki have a quarrel, or has something else occurred? Iren possessed a modicum of understanding regarding Irie's temperament if she did not initiate the conversation. This proud golden-haired girl would never divulge her thoughts. After all, Irie had recently aided her, and it pertained to something significant. Perhaps it was worth showing some concern. The original artwork I prepared for the protagonist did not pass, and even now, I remain oblivious to the reasons for its rejection. Irie lowered her gaze, her brilliant golden twin tails cascading gracefully beside her. As she savored her dessert, she recounted the events that transpired in the multimedia classroom. Employing a narrative tone, and even shared the character design on her phone with Iren. As she concluded, Irie gently pressed her lips together. Recalling the bond she shared with Aki during their childhood, and felt a pang of compassion, wishing to defend him. As for Aki, he has been quite diligent lately. At the very least, he still holds the position of producer, overseeing game planning and narrative design. Iren pondered for a moment. Casting a glance at Ing Lili before speaking, I see. Perhaps I do not know much about Aki-kun. However, since you have made such a judgment, it seems your perspective may indeed be correct. This was a falsehood. Aki Ryo also is excessively unreasonable. As a producer, he ought to have adequately prepared for the preliminary work. He should have a clear understanding of the heroine's character and persona. Yet, why is it that when confronted with the illustrator, he cannot articulate even the most fundamental requests? As the person in charge, he possesses the authority to determine the acceptance of all content, but in exercising that power, he is equally bound by the obligations of a producer. Aki Ryo is neither your benefactor nor your patron. Why must you deny your own efforts to accommodate someone so ineffectual, a mere purveyor of empty rhetoric? By the way, I am the patron, am I not? These were the sentiments that Iren truly wished to express. However, the other party held expectations for Aki Ryo. And the original intention behind the establishment of that gaming club boiled down to a mutual agreement. Moreover, there seemed to be no leads related to Dragon Ball in this matter. Thus, Iren concluded that this was a personal issue between the two of them. Not something for her to unnecessarily fret over. It was best to remain a confidant whose secrets would not be revealed. Nonetheless, Iren still found the situation rather frustrating. After listening to Ing Lili's narrative and grasping the sequence of events, even as an outsider, Iren was engulfed by an inexplicable sense of suffocation. At that moment, she spotted Aki Ryo emerging from the restaurant across the way. Ing Lili, it's getting late. I have some matters to attend to. So let us conclude our conversation for today. Thank you for your assistance. I shall treat you to a delightful meal this Saturday. Huh? But I still want to sit here for a while. In response to the anticipation gleaming in Ing Lili's eyes, Iren chose to ignore it. Is that so? Then you may rest here for a bit while I take my leave. However, it is nearly dark. and it is not safe for a young lady like you to remain outside. It would be best to return home early. Aaron rose to his feet, preparing to depart. Just as he was about to take a step, he hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Lily, although you may be foolish, I believe that in this matter, the party at fault is not you. Regardless of your intentions, it is essential to learn how to reject unreasonable requests with words. Who is the fool? Upon hearing the answer she longed for, Lily's spirits lifted, and she reverted to her proud disposition. Aaron flashed her a smile before departing from the CAF. Meanwhile, Annie Lewin had just exited the restaurant when the voice of Xing Long echoed in his mind. Annie, I sense a location brimming with negative energy. We must hasten there. Please, not another mortuary, he protested, feeling a sense of unease. After witnessing the photograph of Kato and Aaron that day, he had begrudgingly struck a deal with Xing Long in his anger. However, that very night, Xing Long had misled him into a mortuary, leaving Annie with lingering trepidation. And now, here we go again? Nonsense. I sense an overwhelming greed emanating from that direction. What kind of greed could the deceased possess? We are collaborators now. Once I revive them, I can surely create a genuine two-dimensional world for you and that girl named Kato. You must trust me. Chapter 59, Kasumigakaka and Eriri. After AI Rant's departure, Lily sat alone in the CAF, contemplating AI Rant's earlier words. However, no matter how much she pondered, all Lily could offer herself was a bitter smile. AI Rant spoke wisely, emphasizing the importance of verbally rejecting unreasonable requests. However, it is Akihito Raya who made such a request. Raya also harbors feelings for Kato Megumi. Iri is well aware of this fact. As someone who has only played the childhood friend route in this Gao game, Iri has been keenly observing Raya's choices. She understands the mindset that leads to such decisions. Raya consistently opts for the choice of his classmate, and within the game club, only Kato Megumi fits this description. In fact, the development of this game can be seen as a veiled confession of Raya's feelings for Kato Megumi. As the daughter of a diplomat, Iri possesses considerable emotional intelligence. Yet she chooses to live carefree. Thus, she is cognizant of everything happening around her. Nevertheless, she still decides to get involved, hoping to restore her relationship with Raya to that of their childhood, or even progress further into romance. Such is the nature of youthful infatuation. At that moment, Iri suddenly noticed a figure clad in black stockings passing by her bed. She rushed out of the CAF to call out, Kazanaka Shiyu. Upon turning around and recognizing Iri, Shiyu revealed a teasing smile. Oh, what a surprise to see you here, Sawamura Spencer Iri. She could likely deduce the reason for Iri's visit. The remarks made in their club earlier were likely a thunderbolt to Iri, shattering her perceptions of their relationships. Consequently, Shiyu had intentionally avoided Iri after school, never expecting to encounter her again here. Shiyu, you've been acting strangely lately. Are you all right? Iri inquired. Oh, I'm perfectly fine. My work is proceeding smoothly. I just enjoyed some afternoon tea and dessert. Today has been rather pleasant, Shiyu replied nonchalantly. Iri, taken aback, felt her twin tails quiver, gritting her teeth. She resolved to be straightforward, for subtlety was not her forte. What did you mean by what you said in the club this afternoon? Literally what I said, Shiyu responded. Exasperated, realizing Iri needed clarity, Iri pouted, finding Shiyu less peculiar than before, as she resembled the annoying person she remembered. What's with the impatient demeanor? Is there something wrong with what I said in the club? My sole intention is to complete the game swiftly. Really? Iri's face reflected disbelief. People change, Sawamura-san. Memories receded like the tide, and Shiyu's gaze became liberated. As they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder. The matters of the past are long gone. It is time for you to update your perceptions, Sawamura-san. Huh? Iri frowned. When I joined this club, I did have aspirations of developing a deeper relationship with Ryukuen. However, I have since realized that what I truly desire is to see this game through to completion. You don't need Ryu? Iri gazed at Shiyu in disbelief, cautiously posing her most pressing question. Shiyu, have you given up? Yes, I relinquished my feelings just last week. Although you may think of me as a fool, I believe my actions this afternoon were quite evident, Shiyu replied. Last week? Iri murmured. The most compelling explanation for giving up on Raya would be that Shiyu had found someone else. Last week, Shiyu had been unwell at home and had not attended school, while Raya had stayed home for 3 days as well. Initially, Iri suspected some entanglement between them, but later realized they had not contacted each other at all. Did Shiyu develop feelings for AI Ren over the weekend? Such a thought made sense of many peculiar occurrences from that weekend. Shiyu, have you Fallen for the hentai AI Ran. Upon hearing AI Ran's name, a flicker of infatuation danced in Shiyu's eyes, quickly suppressed. She still had debts to settle. Now was not the time to discuss such matters, as it would be unfair to AI Rankuin. I can't say it's love. I merely find AI Rankuin intriguing, and I do hold some affection for him. Yet, she had not fully fallen in love. Irie sensed that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. For Shiyu to utter the words some affection was already significant, almost validating the reality of her feelings. Having been rivals for so long, the realization that her opponent had developed feelings for another, particularly someone like AI Ran, whom she had just shared coffee with, left Irie's heart tumultuous with conflicting emotions. AI Ran is quite remarkable, possessing an admirable physique. Furthermore, during our quarrels, she tends to deliberately yield to me. With one less opponent, I should feel elated. Shiyu Kaza no Oka crossed her arms, revealing a smile laden with significance. There was a reason she directly conveyed this matter to Irie. Everyone is fond of good things. Yet when such a treasure pertains to emotions, especially with Yukino Shida Yukino also vying for attention, she cannot afford to neglect her preparations. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Irie felt her sentiments towards Kaza no Oka had soured, especially upon witnessing the unmasked smile of happiness at the corner of her lips, which made her feel as though Kaza no Oka was flaunting her triumph. Kaza no Oka waved her hand at Irie, saying, "Farewell, Sawamura-san. See you at school tomorrow." With that, she departed with a buoyant stride. With one less opponent, I should feel elated. Irie repeated the phrase in her mind as she watched Kaza no Oka's retreating figure. Separating line, Anki-rin also followed the instructions of Urshing Long and arrived at a vast gaming hall. Although it was termed a gaming hall, aside from a few arcade machines adorning the entrance, the interior was meticulously lined with an array of pachinko gambling machines, where a group of middle-aged individuals sat vacantly before these bullet gambling contraptions, mechanically inserting glass balls and pulling levers. Anki-rin stood at the entrance of the gaming hall, his expression somewhat grim. "Is this where you said greed resides?" "Indeed. What a delightful atmosphere. Each individual within carries an abundance of greed. Human desire serves as a conduit for me to absorb energy. Truly perfect. You expect me, a high school student, to enter here? This is even more outrageous than your previous suggestion of visiting the morgue." Anki-rin exclaimed in exasperation. As a self-proclaimed otaku, he could distinctly differentiate between a gaming hall and a gambling den. "Why the rush? You're not being asked to gamble," Urshing Long replied, now deeply attuned to Anki-rin's sentiments. "Aren't there various gaming machines over there? Just find one to play for a while and allow me to quietly absorb energy. You must understand, only when I am fully revived can your wishes be realized. Just a few hours will suffice." After struggling with a grim countenance for a while, Anki-rin finally sighed and walked into the gaming hall. Chapter 60. Rainy night. After exchanging a few coins for tokens, Anki-rin sat before an arcade machine, nervously surveying his surroundings, hoping not to encounter any acquaintances. As a devoted otaku, he had previously garnered infamy at Toyo High School for indiscriminately promoting manga and games to others. The thought of being discovered in such a gambling venue by someone he knew was too much for him to bear. "Try to act natural, Anki. Your furtive demeanor will raise suspicions." Anki-rin retorted irritably. "It's easy for you to say. Relax, I'm merely absorbing some energy. These individuals will come to no harm." Urshing Long's tone was casual. He excelled at concealing himself. Before his true revival, he would never engage in large-scale slaughter that could expose him. Indeed, upon hearing Urshing Long's words, Anki-rin adjusted his black-framed glasses and inserted a coin into the machine, beginning to play. An hour later, what had been a clear night sky began to drizzle lightly. Urshing Long's voice echoed in Anki-rin's mind once more. "Excellent, excellent. These greedy humans are indeed providing me with ample energy. We can depart now, Anki." Seeing that those whose energy was being siphoned showed no signs of distress, Anki-rin exhaled a sigh of relief. After standing up, he lowered his head and hastily blended into the crowd, heading home. On the way, Anki-rin curiously inquired, "How much longer until you can fully revive?" "Soon," Urshing Long replied curtly, then fell silent once more. On the rooftop of the building opposite the gaming hall, Ai-rin held a straight umbrella, furrowing her brow as she intently observed Anki-rin's silhouette, lost in contemplation. Separating line, meanwhile, Irie leaned against her bicycle, standing alone at the entrance of a grocery store. The sky was overcast, and a steady drizzle fell, not torrential, yet not light enough for her to brave the rain home. How long will it continue to rain? It's already dark. Irie turned to glance inside the grocery store, but unfortunately, Although it offered a wide variety of goods, it did not sell umbrellas. If I hadn't spoken to Kazunooka, I might have been home by now. Iri bowed her head, feeling a twinge of fear while facing the rainy night alone. Sawamura-san, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Iri looked up in surprise, exclaiming, Hentai AI Ran? Come on, I'll walk you home. Weren't you looking for Ren? How did you end up here? How did I end up here? I sensed your presence and became concerned, so I came to check on you. I saw you standing here, looking lost. I just happened to pass by. Come on, this rain isn't going to let up anytime soon. You'll catch a chill if you stay here. Iri hesitated, thinking, this is tantamount to sharing an umbrella, isn't it? If someone from school sees us, it would be disastrous. Of course. AI Ran was oblivious to Iri's thoughts. He promptly opened the umbrella and moved beside her. Wait, Iri exclaimed, quickly undoing her signature twin ponytails. Her striking golden hair cascaded down like silk, enhancing her proud and lively demeanor with a touch of gentleness in the rain. She then retrieved a hat from her backpack, a customary disguise for when she ventured out to buy notebooks. Sighing in relief, Iri turned to AI Ran and said, Now it's all right. Let us go. Aaron instantly comprehended Yinglui's intentions, gazing at her in a state of disbelief. It seemed that this girl bore the weight of her aristocratic demeanor far too heavily. Rest assured, you now give off the impression of someone entirely transformed. Come now, it is quite late. Upon hearing Aaron's words, Yamamura and Lily felt a sense of relief. Glancing around to ensure no one was in sight before she swiftly maneuvered her bicycle under Aaron's umbrella. Aaron, thank you. It is a bit chilly today. And having stood here for so long, I find myself rather hungry. I long to return home for a meal. AI Ran rolled her eyes at Lily. Didn't you just indulge in dessert at the CAF over an hour ago? Flushing, Lily retorted, I've mentioned before that girls possess two stomachs, one of which is solely reserved for sweets. Indeed, AI Ran dismissed Lily's whimsical reasoning. Lead the way. I have no idea where you live. Outside, a gentle drizzle fell, while within the confines of the umbrella, they remained dry, instinctively drawn to the only source of warmth nearby. Lily inched closer to AI Ran. Their heights varied significantly. AI Ran towered over 1.8 meters, whereas Lily stood at a mere 158 centimeters. If AI Ran held the umbrella at a normal height, Lily would still be exposed to the rain. Noticing this, AI Ran lowered the umbrella slightly. Lily turned her head, adopting a haughty tone. I didn't expect you, Hentai AI Ran, to show such consideration. What can I say? Classmate Zoom is just too short. I can't let you get drenched. Ugh, fine. I take back what I just said. Hentai AI Ran, you're utterly inconsiderate. It's not my fault I'm not taller. You should drink more milk and get out more often. I do drink milk, but I simply don't grow. What can I do about it? Lily's tone carried a hint of frustration, prompting AI Ran to glance down at her rather modest proportions. B79. 9. As expected of you. Even in AI Ran's past life, her impression of Lily was limited to her blonde hair and proud demeanor, alongside that unfortunate measurement. With a touch of sympathy, AI Ran remarked, Don't be disheartened. Perhaps you might still grow. However, as AI Ran looked down, she suddenly met Lily's fierce gaze, which transformed into that of a small, menacing golden retriever. Hentai AI Ran, where are you looking? A shiver ran through AI Ran's heart, for he had not anticipated that his subtle actions would be noticed by Lily. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of calmness and replied in a nonchalant tone, Please don't misunderstand. I was merely admiring your hair. I believe that after Zamura-san let her twin tails down, she has become quite lovely. Lily's eyes sparkled with delight. Every girl yearns for compliments about her beauty. Yet, she was reluctant to let AI Ran perceive her joy, so her smile quickly transformed into a haughty demeanor. With a soft snort, she turned her head away. Chapter 61. Lily ascended, and then, in the tranquility of the night, only the sound of raindrops pattering against the umbrella filled the air. Beneath its shelter, AI Ran and Lily engaged in light conversation as they strolled. Just as they were nearing home, Lily, after a moment of silence, suddenly inquired, AI Ran, has something transpired between you and Kasumigakaka Shiyu recently? Indeed, a myriad of events had unfolded. For instance, AI Ran had stealthily ventured into Kasumigakaka Shiyu's bedroom under the cover of night and had been discovered. Moreover, he had embraced her on 2 occasions thus far. In contrast, his interactions with Yukino had been limited to merely holding hands and resting his shoulder against hers. as she was a more reserved individual. Despite their mutual feelings, both were striving to maintain their current distance until their relationship was clearly defined. Unlike Yukino Shida Yukino, Kasumigakaka Shiyu was akin to a blazing flame. Once her feelings were confirmed, she preferred to take the initiative. In response to Ing Li's inquiry, AI Ran involuntarily recalled all that had transpired between them the previous week. Shiyu's anguish, resilience, acceptance, tenderness, and tears replayed vividly in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Last week, I happened to assist Kasumigakaka-san a few times, so I suppose we are now somewhat acquainted. AI Ran felt a twinge of uncertainty. Suddenly, Ing Li burst into laughter. Although AI Ran may be a hentai, she can indeed be quite gentle at times. Gentle? Ing Li's self-assessment left AI Ran somewhat bewildered. When had her Saiyan nature ever possessed such a quality? Before a grand mansion, Ing Li halted, placing her hands behind her back as she addressed AI Ran. Well, I've arrived home. Thank you. It's nothing. I merely escorted you back. Besides, didn't you help me locate Aki today? Ing Li shook her head. No. That is not what I meant. The words you spoke to me at the CAF today brought me considerable comfort. I had begun to doubt myself and truly needed a sense of affirmation. Thank you, and don't forget our wager. I will certainly find a culinary delight that will astonish you. Just wait patiently to model for me. With that, Ing Li huffed proudly and swiftly made her way into her family's courtyard. Observing her haughty demeanor, AI Ran chuckled softly before finding a spot to soar towards Chiba City. Mom, I'm back. The voice of Sayaka Zawamura echoed from a distance, tinged with concern. Did it rain on Ing Li? You forgot your umbrella when you went out earlier. No, a friend brought me back. I'm off to take a shower now. All right, dinner will be ready soon. Come straight to eat after you've finished. Sayaka watched her daughter retreat to her room, her gaze lingering on her attire and hair. Growing increasingly intrigued, a friend brought her back? Dressed like that and rushing out, only to return in disguise. It seemed the one who accompanied her wasn't a female friend from school, but rather, was it Ryu? After dinner, Ing Li picked up the manuscript of the female protagonist and studied it intently. She gently bit her lower lip. With Korea Shiyu having withdrawn, this should be good news. Although Ryu seemed to harbor feelings for Kato Megumi, that was merely due to their so-called encounter. They were complete strangers prior. How could they possibly have a foundation for feelings? This was indeed the optimal time to mend the rift from elementary school and pursue a good ending as childhood sweethearts. Resolute, she took out her phone and sent a message to Aki Ryu via line. Are you there, Ryu? Oh, I'm here, Ing Li. Why are you contacting me so late? Must we use Kato as the female lead for our game? If I were to design a protagonist based on my own image, after all, I know myself best. I would be confident in crafting a manuscript that would satisfy you. After sending this message, which was akin to a confession, Ing Li hesitated for quite some time but ultimately pressed send. This time, Ryu did not respond immediately. Ing Li understood. She could afford to wait. She had grappled with this brief message for an extended period, perhaps since elementary school. Sending this text may have been inspired by AI Ran's encouragement to reject unreasonable demands. Indeed, for Ing Li, being asked to draw Kato as the lead was inherently unreasonable. Alternatively, she might have been motivated by Korea Shiyu's decisive moment when the black-stockinged woman found her true love. That resolute demeanor truly impressed Ing Li. After a lengthy pause, Ryu finally replied, and Ing Li took a deep breath before opening line. Ing Li, you still don't understand. What the two-dimensional world seeks is that fleeting moment of emotion. If the original design of the protagonist changes, it would be impossible to convey our creative passion to the readers. If we were to do that, I wouldn't deserve to call myself a fan of the two-dimensional world. Why can't you understand? Ing Li quickly typed a response. Though she harbored doubts about whether Ryu genuinely did not comprehend or was merely pretending not to grasp her meaning. However, her feelings for Ryu ultimately prevailed. She chose to believe Ryu was simply a little slow due to his immersion in the two-dimensional realm. You're the one who doesn't understand, Ing Li. On the other end of the call, sensing Ing Li's denial of his sentiments towards the two-dimensional realm, Ryu momentarily lost control and broached a topic they had both long avoided. The two-dimensional world is absolutely pure. The emotions of that moment must be conveyed authentically to the players. In terms of the two-dimensional realm, you, Ing Li, remain insufficiently pure, which is why we lost contact in childhood. Ing Li opened her mouth to explain, only to suddenly realize that Ryu was not beside her in that moment. It felt as if her heart had been pierced by a dagger, heavy and painful. It was indeed her fault. She acknowledged this. Yet, hearing Ryu express it in such a tone caused her heart to ache profoundly. Let us reconcile, Ryu. Lily sent this message through line with tears streaming down her face. Have we not already reconciled? The past is behind us. Now, we just need to join forces to create this game. This message was like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Lily could no longer deceive herself. Ryu understood the meaning behind her earlier message. Struggling to maintain her composure, she typed out the last segment with trembling hands before finally succumbing to a fit of sobs. I understand now, Ryu. I will do my utmost to collaborate with you on this game. P.S. Today marks the final day of the verification period. I kindly request a wave of 5-star reviews. It is of utmost importance to the author. Thank you. Chapter 62. A series of remarkable events is about to unfold. The time had come for Friday's lunch break. Within the service club, only AI Ran and Yukino remained. While Yokohama Yui had taken Ishikiaki and Hikigaya Hachiman to befriend Miura Yumiko. However, it seemed that Ishikiaki's current aim was Hayama. She had introduced Ishiki to Miura Yumiko as a friend, and had even brought along the socially anxious Hikigaya Hachiman, which was quite a thrilling thought. With a silent scoff, AI Ran stifled a yawn and picked up the bread before her. What's wrong? You look rather listless. Yukino sat beside AI Ran, adeptly offering her a portion of the bento she had prepared. Do I? After accepting the bento, AI Ran yawned again. This is the 4th yawn since you arrived in this clubroom. Is something troubling you? Nothing unusual has occurred, but I haven't been resting well lately. Aaron opened the bento box, revealing small sandwiches neatly arranged within. Casually, she tossed a piece into her mouth, and could not help but wag her tail in delight. Upon returning to this mundane world, Yukino found it impractical to prepare meals for Aaron every day. After all, bringing such a large quantity of bento to school would be rather excessive. Certainly, given Yukino's stamina, it was unrealistic for her to cook enough to satisfy the appetite of a Saiyan daily. Nevertheless, she remained steadfast in preparing a snack for Aaron each afternoon. As for the other 2 Saiyans, they had no such concerns. Sun Wukong's wife, Chi-Chi, was a disciple of the Turtle School and had even reached the quarterfinals in the World Martial Arts Tournament. With her strength, preparing a meal for a Saiyan was easily within her capabilities, even if it were for 3. As for Vegeta, his wife appeared to be the world's wealthiest individual, boasting a household staff of numerous chefs. Aaron savored the delicacies prepared by Yukino, her thoughts drifting back to the evenings of the past few days. From Monday to Thursday, Aaron had been monitoring Aki Otori in Tokyo daily. However, after 4 consecutive days of surveillance, Otori exhibited no peculiar behavior. Although he frequented an arcade to play games after work, such activities were hardly unusual for a recluse like him. Aaron, next week we will begin our on-site internship. Our family's construction firm is part of the school-organized tour, Yukino said, her cheeks flushed, her tone a mix of shyness and concern. My sister wishes to meet you for a meal that day. While it was her sister's desire to see Aaron, it was their family's company, and their mother would likely be present as well. After hastily finishing the last bite of her sandwich, Aaron looked at Yukino and replied, "Oh, that's perfectly fine. I will stay by your side throughout the internship." Yukino smiled slightly, reassured by Aaron's unwavering reliability. Sakamura Spencer Arari, a concealed otaku and renowned creator of popular adult doujin works, was well known in the doujin community under her pseudonym, Kashiwagi Arari. Although still a student, she had already taken significant steps into the professional world, receiving numerous paid illustration commissions. Logically, a talented illustrator like her should swiftly recover from any emotional turmoil. Yet, she found herself grappling with the cruel rejection of the person she had secretly adored for years. After taking 3 days to rest at home, she gradually sorted through her thoughts and began to calm herself. Presently, she was in the multimedia classroom, the makeshift headquarters of their doujin circle. Arari, it's already Friday. Have you come up with any ideas for the protagonist's character design? Someone asked. Absolutely none, Arari replied coldly, her brain feeling as parched as chewed sugarcane. Devoid of any inspiration. Just kill me already. She glanced at Aki Otori, who looked at her with hopeful eyes, but she offered only this chilling response. Aki Otori understood why Arari was treating him this way, yet some matters were better left unspoken, especially since he still needed her contribution at this stage. He mechanically turned his head, seeking assistance from the other 2 to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Kasumiga Kakashiya shrugged, indicating her inability to help. What a joke. I'm about to see Aaron. I have no time to deal with this issue. Shia's breath grew slightly heavier. She had endured a week of torment, akin to someone addicted to cat videos, as she continued to replenish her energy from Eren. She was even contemplating heading straight to Chiba that night. Seeing this, Akio Tori paused for a moment and offered some words of comfort. Eri, it's all right. No one in the club will rush you. So don't put so much pressure on yourself. We can slow down and wait for your character design. However, to Eri's ears, this was interpreted entirely differently. No one will rush me? Who was it that questioned my design progress just now? Don't put pressure on yourself. Slow down and wait for my design? If you hadn't inexplicably dismissed my design last time, if you hadn't pretended not to understand my confession that night, would I be in this state of turmoil now? Bang. Eri shot up from her seat, her eyes wide with fury as she slammed her hands on the table. Her feelings for Akio Tori gradually eroding. However, upon witnessing his retreat, she chose to swallow her anger. After giving Akio Tori a fierce glare, she crossed her arms and slowly sat down, diverting her gaze to the window. Kasumi Kakashiya noticed Eri's unmistakable agitation and furrowed her brow in contemplation. As a novelist, she understood the frustrations of the creative process, so she empathized with Eri. Yet, it was evident that Eri's current emotions transcended mere annoyance. Recalling their chance encounter in the CAF on Monday, Shia felt a sense of suspicion arise. Otori-kun, Kasumi Kakashiya began, drawing the attention of the group to herself. Let us set aside the matter of the character design for now. I sent you the first draft of the game's script via line. Have you had a chance to read it? Akio Tori appeared to still be reeling from Eri's outburst. After a moment, he hurriedly responded, yes. Of course I read it. Really? What do you think? Are there any areas that need revision? The plot crafted by Shia was, as always, engaging. Yet Akio Tori felt it lacked the essence he desired. Kasumi Kakashiya remained silent, unlike 2 weeks prior when she would have probed into the specifics of what was amiss. It seemed unnecessary now. Upon hearing this, Eri, who had been gazing out the window, shifted her attention back to Akio Tori. Another familiar phrase echoed in her mind. It's not the feeling I was expecting. A smile threatened to break through her facade. She glanced at Kasumi Kakashiya, thinking, you stepping aside was indeed the right decision. Chapter 63, Severing Bonds. After a moment of contemplation, Akio Tori stood at the podium in the multimedia classroom. Adjusting his black-framed glasses with his fingertip before declaring loudly, I have decided that we will not stay at Eren's house this week. I have already informed him in the group chat. Kasumi Kakashiya's expression darkened immediately, and she questioned in a hushed tone, why? To rediscover the direction of the game's concept, and to recapture the emotions I felt when I met Kato that day. I would like to invite Kato to my house to play games, and then go out shopping together. A date? Kasumi Kakashiya glared at Akio Tori. Why should everyone's group activity be cancelled for your date? Kato Megumi looked equally astonished at Akio Tori's words, wanting to voice her thoughts, but was interrupted by Akio Tori's next statement. No, it's a club activity for research purposes, Akio Tori corrected Shia's interpretation. Only 2 people for research? Eri's tone had warmed somewhat, yet still carried a hint of hostility. You need to design the character art. And Shia-senpai has a deadline to meet. Considering your workloads, you 2 don't need to participate in this activity. Akio Tori stated earnestly. All right, continue. With a blank expression, Kasumi Kakashiya gestured for Aki to continue. To emulate the scenarios depicted in the game, I envisioned using Kato as the protagonist, strolling through shops, holding hands, exchanging gifts, and indulging in desserts, essentially crafting a series of mundane yet charming dates. The notion that fun and ordinariness are mutually exclusive is a fallacy. What I seek is the mutual affection between the male and female leads in their commonplace lives, where mere proximity brings joy. I aspire to encapsulate these ubiquitous moments through eloquent prose and exquisite illustrations, believing that such a game would resonate deeply with players and emerge as a remarkable masterpiece. As Aki concluded his impassioned speech, Katake, seated at the back of the media room, rose and calmly remarked, I apologize, Aki-kun. Although I agreed to be the heroine of this doujin circle, I do not wish to engage in the activities you described. If there is no club meeting this weekend, I will be studying at home, as my grades have been slipping. I truly need to dedicate some time to my studies. With that, she promptly hoisted her backpack. Kato, Aki called out, hastening towards the multimedia classroom's rear in an attempt to stop her. At that moment, Kasumi Kakashiya positioned herself in his path. Do you genuinely believe that such simple, ordinary romantic interactions can be engaging? Absolutely. Aki replied with resolute affirmation, yet his gaze continually drifted towards Kato. Noticing that she seemed in no hurry to depart, he shifted his focus back to Kasumigakaka. If it were the best-selling author, Shiyoshi, she would undoubtedly create vivid characters and captivating narratives. I have faith in your abilities. Confronted with Aki's expectations, Kasumigakaka closed her eyes, crossed her arms, and contemplated quietly, refraining from an immediate response. To her, the only connection with Aki was a dead ode, a bond that would dissipate once settled. Presently, she needed to consider the feasibility of this script. Ingrid observed the unfolding scene with a sense of déjà vu. It reminded her of an ordinary afternoon before the establishment of their circle, when Aki had unexpectedly appeared before her. Join me in creating a game, Ingrid, if it's you. I know you can produce the most thrilling illustrations. You are the finest artist I know, and I believe in your talent. Determined, he rallied support, fervently offering encouragement under the guise of belief, yet he failed to notice her absence as they moved forward together. I believe in you. I believe in you. Was she merely a cheerleader or a game creator? Ingrid pondered this question. What was the initial motivation for joining the circle? Was it the satisfaction of being needed by Aki, a pride in her talent being recognized, or perhaps a sense of responsibility to someone? It seemed none of these reasons were entirely accurate. It appeared she was merely drawn to her childhood friend, captivated by his seemingly passionate gaze. Ultimately, did he genuinely aspire to create a remarkable game, rather than one he simply found appealing? Or, more directly, a game inspired by Aki and Katu? Recently, Aki had been applying himself diligently, assuming the role of producer, overseeing game planning and narrative design. Ingrid suddenly recalled a conversation she had at the CAF with AI. Feeling somewhat foolish, she realized that Aki had already found his leading lady in life, using the pretext of game development and outings as excuses for intimacy. Meanwhile, she had long recognized this truth, yet continued to deceive herself. No wonder AI had hastily departed after comforting her. To him, she must have seemed like an utter fool. Ingrid, why are you crying? Aki noticed her distress. It's nothing. Haha, just recalling some amusing thoughts. She dabbed her tears with a tissue, and in that moment, she finally awakened from her reverie. Having already committed to the project, she resolved to fulfill his requirements, regardless of any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. It was her professional ethic. Aki, I will diligently complete the heroine's illustrations as you requested. Farewell, Aki. Consider this draft as my way of compensating you for our childhood incident. Once the illustrations are finished, we will settle our debts. Kasumigakaka Shiyu opened her eyes, having witnessed Ingrid's entire reaction. With a gentle sigh, she addressed Aki. I understand, Aki-kun. I will gradually modify my work according to your specifications. Yes, thank you, senpai. In the following days, she would contemplate thoroughly, reaching out to discuss before putting pen to paper. Yes, the affirmations from Ingrid and Kasumigakaka ignited a surge of enthusiasm within him. He was certain he could create a game that would captivate everyone. At that moment, Katu, who had reached the classroom door, spoke softly. Aki-kun, I must take my leave. I apologize for declining your invitation, but I will cooperate with Ingrid's work. For now, I shall depart. After she spoke, she vanished from Chi Luanye's sight like a drifting cloud. Chapter 64. They Gather Here, Part 1. The final outcome of the game club's meeting on Friday was rather disheartening. Following the departure of Katu Megumi, and Chi Luanyi remained silent, lost in thought. Ultimately, he failed to produce a sensible budget for game development as planned, which left Kasumigakaka Shiwa quite disappointed. However, she uttered nothing, merely sighed before saying a soft farewell and hurriedly leaving. As for Iriri, she wandered alone through the streets. Often, when one is disheartened, hesitant, or at a standstill, there is an instinctive yearning for someone to confide in. Yet, Iriri was astonished to realize that she had no one to share her feelings with. The name AI ran suddenly crossed her mind. Was the group gathering not happening this week? Iriri lowered her head. As the upcoming weekend approached, an inexplicable emptiness surged within her heart. The sense of belonging that she had cherished seemed to have vanished, leaving her with an eerie hollowness, as if she were standing in a bustling yet silent black and white street. The world had lost its color, the crowd no longer jubilant. This place, devoid of certain elements, resembled a desolate wasteland. She yearned to rid herself of this distressing urge to weep, even for a moment. Eager to escape, Iriri took action. She sent her mother a text and then entered the station, boarding a train bound for Chiba. An hour later, she arrived in Chiba. Instead of heading directly to AI Rant's home, she found herself at the mall where she had previously taken photos with the game club members, hesitating yet again. I suppose AI Ran and I aren't even friends, so what does it mean to seek him out? After a while, she thought, well, since I'm here. I'll buy some fruit and snacks as gifts and spend the night playing games at AI Rants. Resolute, Iriri purchased some apples and packed some snacks before making her way to AI Rant's apartment. Unbeknownst to her, the sky, once clear, erupted with a sudden spring thunderstorm. The late spring weather, much like a young girl's mood, is often unpredictable. The tremendous sound startled Iriri, leaving her frozen in place, her eyes wide with fear. Raindrops, as small as peas, began to descend from the heavens. Initially a gentle patter, they quickly transformed into a torrential downpour. The rain fell like a waterfall from above, creating a cacophony upon hitting the ground. Passers-by hurried along the street, some with briefcases held above their heads, others clutching umbrellas. Iriri joined the throng, running with small steps. Clutching the gifts for AI ran tightly, her hair completely soaked, and her shoes beginning to fill with water, the relentless rain obscuring her vision. In a moment of distraction, she stumbled over a slightly raised section of pavement. Ouch! The apples rolled from the bag, scattering across the ground. Iriri slowly rose, feeling a sharp pain in her knee and the outer side of her arm. She gritted her teeth against the discomfort, retrieved her backpack, and began to gather the fallen apples one by one. The surrounding pedestrians ignored the scene, instinctively distancing themselves to avoid any unnecessary complications. As she resumed her journey toward AI Rant's apartment, Iriri's tears finally broke free after a long struggle, spilling over due to the pain and her sense of injustice. Upon finally reaching AI Rant's doorstep, Iriri tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, sniffed back her tears, wiped her face with her damp sleeve, and donned her usual proud expression before gently pressing the doorbell. After a moment of waiting with no response, she pressed it again, quietly waiting, yet still received no reply. Is he not home? Or is he asleep? She set down her belongings, pulled out her phone, hoping to reach AI Rant via line, but just then, the phone had taken on water. Undeterred, she pressed the doorbell once more, standing in front of the unyielding door, her head slowly bowing in defeat. Fool, fool, fool. Her murmurs, tinged with the threat of tears, were directed at AI Rant, or perhaps at herself. She leaned against the wall, gradually sinking to the floor. Resting her head on her knees, her sobs becoming increasingly silent. With the thunder growing ever more frequent, the rain outside intensified. At this moment, AI Rant was hovering in the air above an Luanye's residence. This afternoon, he unexpectedly received a text message from an Luanye, informing him that this week's gathering had been cancelled. How could this be? Every Saturday presented a precious opportunity for close interaction with the Dragon Ball hosts. AI Rant gazed irritably at an Luanye's residence, contemplating several times the notion of unleashing a powerful energy blast to send both an Luanye and his abode soaring into the skies. This, he mused, would surely conclude the cleansing of the Dragon Balls. Regrettably, the act of murder was strictly forbidden. The Kaioshin of time had warned him that should he take a life, he would be condemned to the depths of hell. With a resigned sigh, AI Rant propped his chin on his hand. Suddenly, a thunderclap resounded, and torrential rain began to pour. Well, it seems the rain has arrived. Today, there remains no change on an Luanye's side. Perhaps it is best for me to return home now. Erin wiped her face with her hand. The hairstyle of a Saiyan remains unchanged upon reaching adulthood. Thus there was no need for her to tend to it, even amidst the heavy rain. A quick shake upon returning home would suffice. Perhaps a warm shower and a restful evening were in order. Attending classes during the day and working at night, what a life of servitude it seemed. With that thought, Erin dashed towards Chiba. After a brief interval, Erin arrived back at her apartment. As the elevator doors opened, she stepped out, only to find a curled-up figure before her door. Was that her classmate, Zakamura? Approaching with curiosity, Erin squatted down and gently called out to her, Iri. Slowly lifting her head from between her legs, Iri's eyes, now flushed with tears, met Erin's, and the dam of her emotions broke once more. As AI Rant met that gaze, her heart tightened painfully. AI Rant. Inglili slowly rose to her feet, but having crouched for too long, she immediately began to topple in AI Rant's direction. Swiftly, AI Rant caught the frail, icy, and damp form of Inglili. Her attention was drawn to the scattered fruits and snacks nearby, as well as the wounds adorning Inglili's body. Although the situation remained unclear, AI Rant instinctively began to gently pat Inglili's back. I apologize, classmate Zawumura. Have you been waiting long? As AI Rant gazed at the pitiable Inglili, her tone softened remarkably. After much contemplation, I concluded that this approach would effectively bridge the distance between Inglili and the protagonist, dismissing numerous alternatives that simply could not stand up to scrutiny. Soon, Another chapter awaits, leading us to the much-anticipated tumultuous arena for those who have journeyed thus far. I kindly request a 5-star review for this book. Thank you all. Chapter 65, They Gather Here, Part 2, with eager anticipation to confide in someone. What awaited was a disheartening surprise and a poignant weight. The pervasive loneliness and anguish surged through her as she beheld AI Ren standing before her, unreservedly unleashed. The restraints of her reserved self were utterly dismantled, akin to a levee breached by a deluge, rendered entirely ineffective. Zetsuin, please, step inside. As she observed the pitiful figure in her embrace gradually cease her sobbing, AI Ren gently released her hold. Yet, Lily did not let go. She merely nodded imperceptibly. Having initially unburdened her emotions, Lily found herself at a loss on how to navigate the current predicament. Her inherently proud disposition resurfaced, reclaiming control over her thoughts. Why did I suddenly throw myself into AI Ren's arms? How unreserved. So utterly unreserved. Am I a fool? Zetsuin. If you hold me like this, I want to be able to open the door. With a sense of resignation, AI Ren raised her hand. What on earth is happening tonight? Upon hearing these words, Lily hesitated for a moment before slowly releasing her grip. She lowered her head, pressed her lips together, and silently took a few steps back. She didn't need to look in the mirror to know that her face was undoubtedly flushed, for she could feel the intense heat radiating from it. AI Ren casually picked up the items brought by Lily, opened the door, and said, "Please, come in." "I apologize for the intrusion." Lily murmured softly, her head bowed as she stepped into AI Ren's home. Aaron closed the door behind her, effectively shutting out the sound of the rain and the occasional rumble of thunder, which diminished to a mere whisper outside. In this serene environment, Lily felt a wave of relief, yet an unsettling emotion began to creep in. Upon reaching the living room, she stood there, momentarily lost and unsure of herself. She was drenched from the rain, and having fallen earlier, her clothes were speckled with mud. "Please, make yourself comfortable, classmate Sichuan," Aaron said, placing her belongings on the coffee table, her gaze falling upon Lily's knee, where her over-the-knee sock had torn, and a trace of blood had seeped through. "I'm not clean. I might stain the sofa," she murmured. "It's quite all right. We can tidy up later," Aaron reassured her. AI Ren casually spoke as she retrieved a medical kit from beneath the television cabinet and approached Lily. The kit contained bandages and anti-inflammatory medication, essentials that AI Ren kept at home due to her frequent injuries during training. "Wait, AI Ren." Lily's calves tightened, and despite her awareness of AI Ren's intentions, she was overwhelmed by a wave of shyness. "I'm fine. There's no need for you to bother treating me." "What? I never intended to treat you." AI Ren looked at Lily in confusion. "In anime, don't boys always take the initiative to assist girls in such situations?" Strangely, Lily felt a sudden sense of relaxation, and her tone gradually shifted back to her usual tsundere demeanor. She even recalled a comic she had drawn previously, where a queen, cast out into the world, was rescued by a knight. In the process, they developed feelings for one another. Once the queen reclaimed her identity, the knight, conscious of their vastly different statuses, hesitated to assert himself, never daring to take that step. The proud queen, growing impatient, forced her knight to kneel before her bed. The knight could only grasp her foot, leading to rather risky developments. At this thought, Lily trembled slightly, a mix of fear and unexpected anticipation coursing through her as she felt her heart race. However, AI Ren merely placed the medical kit before her and then sat at a distance. "Hentai AI Ren, why aren't you the least bit gentlemanly?" Lily murmured in dissatisfaction, unbuttoning the top button of her blouse to ease her discomfort before beginning to tend to her wound herself. "You can't treat your wound like that." Upon witnessing Lily's clumsy demeanor, AI Ren let out a helpless sigh and swiftly intervened to halt her subsequent actions. "Foolish Lily, allow me to assist you. You are the foolish one, and refrain from calling my name." Lily was poised to retort with a grimace, but a soft whimper escaped her lips as AI Ren grasped her foot and placed it upon his thigh. "I shall commence my treatment now. Please bear with it for a moment." Observing AI Ren, who sat cross-legged beside her, meticulously tending to her leg injury, Lily found her thoughts nearly suspended, unable to engage in rational contemplation as she gazed at the man before her. She couldn't help but envision herself as the queen in that tale. "No, no. Lily, you must compose yourself. Do not let your mind dwell upon such frivolous notions." Yet, this sensation was one she felt she had never experienced before. Placing her hand over her heart, a surge of intense emotion threatened to surface, only to be firmly suppressed. "Hentai AI Ren. May I come here every weekend? I wish for you to be my model. Foolishing Lily, do not forget our wager. Until you discover a culinary delight that satisfies me, do not even think of it. AI Ran carefully affixed a waterproof bandage, and as she raised her head, she met Ing Li's anxious gaze. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew awkward. You should take a shower. Huh? What do you mean? You're drenched, and your clothes are tattered. If you don't wash up, you'll catch a cold. By the way, doesn't this feel uncomfortable for you? AI Ran cast a glance at Ing Li, then continued, after you finish washing up, please change into my clothes. You cannot wear what you have on for the time being, can you? Blushing, Ing Li lowered her head and responded softly before quickly making her way to the bathroom. At that moment, AI Ran's phone suddenly lit up. He picked it up to find a friend request from Kasumi no Okashiyu. Their only previous means of communication had been through the group chat of their gaming club. Why has she suddenly decided to add me as a friend? In AI Ran's phone, there were only 3 contacts: Yukino Shida Yukino, Hikagaya Hachiman, and Yui Yugahama. After contemplating for a moment, AI Ran clicked to agree. AI Ran-kun, I would like to come over tomorrow. Why? Isn't there no club activity this week? But after encountering such events, I feel a bit frightened being alone, and besides, you have done various things for me. Shouldn't you take on some responsibility? Upon reading the message from Kasumiga Kakashiya, AI Ran was slightly taken aback. What have I done? Wasn't it to save someone? Chapter 66. They Gather Here Part 2. This is Hentai AI Ran's clothing. Immediately, Arari envisioned the absurd behavior of burying one's head within it and inhaling deeply. Her cheeks flushed instantly. No. Arari, you must maintain your composure. You cannot go to a boy's house with such lewd thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Arari methodically removed her skirt, followed by her shirt, and gradually lifted each leg to take off her panties, ultimately shedding her bra, neatly folding the garments. She placed them on the nearby hanger before standing beneath the warm shower, enveloped by the soothing water. How delightful. I was freezing after being caught in the rain. By the way, I came here today to chat with Hentai AI Ran. Why am I being cared for instead? Isn't that rather strange? Engaging in such self-deprecating thoughts, Arari closed her eyes. After finishing her shower, Arari emerged from the bathroom and entered the living room. So, what brings you here so suddenly today? Didn't Anki-san say the weekend retreat was cancelled? AI Ran presented a steaming cup of tea to Ing Li, settling onto the sofa with a puzzled expression directed at her. I must admit, I am concerned that you might starve alone at home. I noticed it last week. You seem utterly incapable of preparing a meal, don't you? Ing Li's cheeks flushed slightly, and at this moment, she found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to confide in AI Ran. At this moment, AI Ran found himself momentarily stunned, for he had encountered a completely different Ing Li today. Her golden tresses, instead of being tied into twin ponytails, cascaded gently over her shoulders. Her freshly washed face bore a slight flush, and the white men's shirt she wore hung loosely on her frame, its hemline extended, giving it an oversized appearance. Given Ing Li's naturally petite stature, this ensemble accentuated her diminutive figure further. Curiously, it appeared as though she was not wearing any undergarments. AI Ran felt his face flush crimson, and with a cough, he turned his gaze away. I'll go find something to eat. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Although I can't cook, I have plenty of bento from the convenience store. As he spoke, AI Ran rose from his seat and made his way to the kitchen. The atmosphere was undeniably awkward for 2 individuals of opposite genders. Tea, thank you, Ing Li murmured, watching AI Ran's retreating silhouette. The television was playing a variety show, yet she found herself unable to focus on it. Despite her efforts to appear composed since emerging from the bathroom, the turmoil within her mind was known only to herself. She was currently in the home of a male friend, having bathed and donned his clothing, sharing the same space as him, while the night had fully descended outside. The rain showed no signs of abating, and the persistent thunder added an unsettling ambience. I texted my mother earlier, yet she hasn't replied even now? Is she not the least bit concerned for me? Ing Li's thoughts spiraled into a chaotic reverie, causing her to drift into distraction. A slight dizziness began to envelop her mind, and the urge to sleep grew stronger. As an artist specializing in the genre of humiliation, Ing Li's thoughts suddenly sharpened. This scenario felt eerily familiar. Could it be? Her gaze fell upon the half-consumed hot tea before her. Could it truly be? No way, it shouldn't be, she thought, seated on the sofa, watching AI Ran busily moving about in the kitchen. Hentai AI Ran, you truly are quite perverted. And then, her consciousness faded completely. Hey, silly Ing Li. Aaron sensed that Ing Li's breath was somewhat erratic and hurried over, taking 2 steps at a time. Observing her dazed expression and the rapid, shallow breaths escaping her parted lips, Aaron promptly placed her hand on the other's forehead. How feverish! Aaron hesitated no longer. He swiftly lifted Lily and gently placed her upon the bed in the guest room. Throughout this process, he meticulously controlled his strength, channeling it into Lily's body. As Aaron's pure life energy flowed within her, her complexion grew increasingly radiant, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Gradually, her breathing returned to a steady rhythm. AI Ran gazed at the gradually recovering Lily and sighed, pondering the absurdity of the situation. He quietly stepped outside and gently closed the door to the guest room. Lily, still in a daze, opened her eyes and caught a glimpse of AI Ran's departing figure, instinctively murmuring, "Hentai. AI Ran, you naughty boy." Even now, she continued to indulge in her own imagination before drifting back into a deep slumber. The following morning, early at dawn, Aaron languidly sat on the sofa, gazing at the television with a sense of ennui. Even now, he had yet to regain his composure. Lily had arrived, drenched from the rain, running a fever, and promptly fell asleep, all in one breath. Only Aaron remained utterly bewildered. As expected, it seemed that everyone in this gaming club was fundamentally incompatible with me. AI Ran, in a moment of exasperation, propped her chin up with her hand. At that instant, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. "It's only 7 o'clock. Who could possibly be seeking me at such an early hour?" With a sudden leap, AI Ran sprang from the sofa and swung open the door to her apartment. Upon seeing the visitor, she exclaimed in surprise, "Sister Saiyan, it's me. What's the matter? You seem quite taken aback to see me. Am I not welcome?" Saiyan Shiyu replied with a teasing tone, yet her demeanor belied a restless heart beneath her calm exterior. It had been a week, and she was in dire need of replenishing her energy from AI Ran. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a pair of women's leather shoes placed at the entrance. Saiyan Shiyu's pupils constricted sharply, but she quickly masked her concern and inquired nonchalantly, "AI Ran-kun, do you have guests at home?" "Yes. Lily unexpectedly came over last night for some reason and is currently resting," AI Ran responded. "Lily?" Saiyan Shiyu silently exhaled in relief. Though uncertain of the reason for her visit, it was indeed Lily, which alleviated her worries. "Please, come in, Sister Saiyan." Aaron stepped back slightly, allowing Saki no Okashiyu to enter before he closed the door of the apartment behind her. In that fleeting moment as the door shut, Saki no Okashiyu unexpectedly lunged into Aaron's embrace. The instant their bodies made contact, Aaron was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless, and unable to think. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself pinned to the ground by Saki no Okashiyu. What is happening? Is humanity truly this formidable? Capable of bringing me down so effortlessly? AI Ran felt as though his mind was on the verge of a complete shutdown. He, who was never particularly adept at contemplation, was utterly at a loss as to how to respond in this moment. AI Ran-kun. AI Ran-kun. Kasumiga Kakashiyu called out his name, her cheeks flushed, as if on the brink of awakening some extraordinary trait. Just as AI Ran stood there, bewildered, a sudden shriek emanated from the guest room. "Hentai AI Ran. What did you do to me last night?" Simultaneously, a knock echoed at the entrance of AI Ran's apartment. Kata Megumi stood outside, holding 2 large bags of ingredients, her demeanor vibrant and lively. AI Ran's heart sank suddenly. Who can tell me what exactly is going on? P.S. This chapter feels somewhat lacking. I will revise it after work. I am typing this while slacking off at the office. I humbly request a 5-star review. Thank you. Chapter 67, AI Ran. I wish to escape, yet find myself unable to. Kasumi no Okashiyu is already on the brink of breaking down. Aaron was utterly astonished. Caught between a wolf and a tiger, with a defeated golden retriever in the guest room. What a farcical scenario reminiscent of a harem comedy. Moreover, the girl in his arms, Kazuki no Okashiya, appeared to be in a trance, embodying the traits of a so-called Yandere. Her body, long deprived of exercise, could hardly subdue the scion that was Aaron. Yet, strength arises from the mind. Without the will to resist, one naturally loses the power to do so. Perhaps stunned by Shia's actions, or perhaps unwilling to harm her, or for reasons yet unknown, Aaron spoke in as calm a tone as he could muster. "Shia, please. Calm down. I need to open the door. We do not know what is happening with Arari." Releasing her grip was a request laden with urgency. The girl with long, dark hair perched atop Aaron, her crimson eyes shimmering with mist and infatuation, felt an inferno of emotions raging within her, desperately seeking an outlet. How could she ensure that Aaron would remain by her side forever? Should she consume him now? No, the moment was not yet ripe. She had to endure. With great effort, Shia suppressed the flames of her longing and slowly descended from Aaron's lap, taking a few hurried breaths as the flush on her face gradually faded. Then, with a buoyant step, she made her way to the living room of Aaron's home. Just then, Aaron also rose to his feet and opened the door. Kado? Good morning. Aaron greeted Kado Megumi, carrying 2 large bags of groceries, her expression serene as she gazed at Aaron. She continued, I inadvertently overheard some peculiar sounds coming from within. Has something happened? It's nothing. She had just dropped by, he replied, inviting her in. Aaron felt somewhat uneasy under Kado's gaze and subtly shifted to the side, granting her a clear passage. This gesture seemed oddly familiar, as if she had performed it mere minutes ago. Kado's attire today struck Aaron as remarkably reminiscent, a white beret perched atop her head, wisps of bangs dancing gently in the breeze, a crimson outer garment enveloping her upper body, and a voluminous white lace skirt adorning her lower half. The length of her white stockings was perfectly measured, leaving a tantalizing glimpse of an alluring realm between the skirt and the stockings. Isn't this the limited edition ensemble of St. K? Upon noticing Aaron's scrutiny, Kato K tilted her head in feigned confusion, inquiring, Aaron, why do you keep staring at my outfit? Is it not to your liking? Not at all, Aaron replied, Kato-san, you look exquisite in this ensemble. It suits you perfectly. Aaron silently apologized to Aniluan once more in her heart. Why do I say once more? AI Ran suddenly awoke, exclaiming, Kato, please come in. Just in time, the foolish Arari and Senior Kasumagakaka are also here. With that, AI Ran took the 2 bags of ingredients from Kato's hands and stepped inside first. Foolish Arari? Kato silently repeated the moniker in her mind before politely declaring, excuse me, and followed AI Ran inside. Upon returning to the living room, Arari and Kasumagakaka Shiwa resumed their verbal sparring. With her arms crossed and a proud expression, Kasumagakaka gazed down at Arari, tauntingly remarking, how could a counterfeit young lady like you spend the night at a boy's house? Mind your own business. Arari retorted, revealing her 2 prominent canine teeth as she grimaced defiantly at Kasumagakaka. AI Ran disregarded the duel between the 2 individuals and made his way to the kitchen. He had grown accustomed to it. During the past 2 weeks, whenever the 2 were together, they spent nearly half their time exchanging banter. Upon noticing AI Ran's presence, Inglili abruptly fell silent, gazing at him in a daze. Earlier in the room, she had assessed herself, although her attire was disheveled. There was no discomfort in her body. Had she perhaps had a fever last night? As she calmed her thoughts, Inglili pondered how she had ended up in the room. She drew the curtains, allowing a gentle stream of sunlight to illuminate the space. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. Had AI Ran carried her to the room? Moreover, she had been dressed in such a manner last night? It was inconsequential, entirely so. AI Ran was, after all, a gentleman. What era was this? It was merely a hug, forcing herself to forget the blush-inducing incident of the previous night. Inglili took a deep breath before changing her clothes and stepping out of the room. She then encountered her rival, Kasumagakaka Shiyu, in the living room. Returning to the present, as she watched AI Ran walk past her, Inglili felt her cheeks flush once more. She instinctively lowered her head and took a couple of steps back, her hands instinctively clasping her chest. It felt as though she had been struck in the chest by something tangible, leaving her momentarily breathless and her heart racing. Surely, it was just her recent illness making her feel weak. Inglili reassured herself in her mind. Thank you for taking care of me last night, AI Ran. Her voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to Kasumagakaka Shiyu beside her. Initially intending to express her gratitude eloquently, her words had dwindled into this fragmented utterance. Kasumagakaka Shiyu observed this scene with a look of suspicion directed at Inglili. Suddenly, Kato Megumi, who had followed AI Ran into the living room, chimed in, Oh? So, did Sawamura-san come to AI Ran's place last night? Startled by the unexpected voice, Inglili relaxed upon realizing it was Kato Megumi. Though her anxiety quickly resurfaced, I intended to gather material from AI Ran last night. By the way, why are both of you here today? Inwardly, she praised herself for her cleverness. This was a masterstroke of turning the tables, reminiscent of her mother's teachings. Kasumagakaka Shiyu, visibly displeased, plopped down on the sofa. I'm also here for material. I've written half of the 3rd volume of Romantic Metronome. But there are some plot points I'm uncertain about since I've never been in love and don't know how to write it. Thus, I wanted AI Rankuin to assist me with gathering material. Kato Megumi pondered for a moment before speaking with an air of indifference. Well, In order to better participate in club activities, I thought about playing more gal games. Perhaps it would help with my programming. Among the people I know, AI Ransan seems to have the most experience with games, which is why I'm here for material as well. Kasumigakaka Shiyu unconsciously shook her leg, shifting her gaze to AI Ran. Since we are all here for material, why don't we go out and explore today, AI Rankuin? What do you think? I really do not wish to be treated as your source of material. Aaron resolved to take action and uphold the dignity of the Saiyans. Chapter 68, A Mutual Obligation in a Secluded Park. Ing Lily, holding a digital tablet, addressed Aaron and Kato, exclaiming, "The experience for the female protagonist is about to commence. So let's expedite our efforts." Kaza no Okashiyu, trailing behind her, remarked with a light-hearted tone, truly befitting of a homebody manga artist. Venturing out like a dog freed from its leash. "Hey, keep your voice down." Ing Lily nervously glanced around, acutely aware that her identity must remain concealed, otherwise, she would face social ruin. Once she confirmed the absence of onlookers, she shot an indignant glare at Kaza no Okashiyu. "Next time, I'll use you as a model for my manga. Besides, aren't you always cooped up at home? How dare you criticize me? I am different. I frequently venture out for inspiration. Only those who keenly observe life can craft words that resonate with the heart." However, Kaza no Okashiyu turned to look at Aaron behind her, adding, "Today is the first time I've gone out to gather material with a male companion." "Humph." Aaron sulked, turning his head away. Standing beside him, Kato K offered a gentle smile. "Aaron, do not be disheartened. I shall cook for you as compensation over the next few days. Indeed, it seems the dignity of the Saiyans is worth merely 10 meals." Kaza no Okashiyu, somewhat dissatisfied, seated herself beside Ing Lily. Kato K and Ing Lily were engaged in gathering material for a game, prioritizing their activities, while the romantic narrative would commence the following day. AI Ran felt quite disgruntled. He had perused Kato Megumi's protagonist experience plan no fewer than 10 times. Regardless of the perspective, he discerned 2 words lurking between the lines: devourer. The essence of Kato Megumi's protagonist experience plan could be encapsulated in a singular phrase: the romantic journey of a bashful youth and an innocent maiden. It might be plausible to label Kato Megumi as naive, but he could not fathom how he was in any way bashful. Must one be a Saiyan to exhibit such courage? Naturally, it appeared that Kato Megumi wasn't particularly naive either. With an impassive expression, Kato Megumi addressed AI Rankuin. "Shall we hold hands?" "Huh?" The audacious Saiyan retreated a step, regarding Kato Megumi with confusion. "Kato-san, was there such a scene in the script?" "Well, I find it difficult to elicit a satisfactory expression from Irie, so I thought I might try this. Perhaps it would yield results." "AI Rankuin, do you want to hold hands? We might not complete the first item of the protagonist experience otherwise." Meanwhile, Kasumigakaka Shiwa's gaze was fixed intently on AI Ran and Kato Megumi walking ahead. Her eyes narrowed, the crimson of her pupils exuding an unsettling aura. She had perused Kato Megumi's protagonist experience plan and was acutely aware of the underlying motives. Yet, considering the opportunity to accompany AI Ren alone for research the following day, she endured. However, Irie intentionally lagged half a step behind Kasumigakaka Shiwa, her instinct for self-preservation causing her to tremble, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Shiwa, which almost provoked AI Ran into a frenzy. Had this woman truly gone awry? "Shiwa, Kasumigakaka, you won't suddenly explode, will you?" "Why would I explode?" Kasumigakaka Shiwa incessantly shook her leg, her agitation palpable. Irie gestured forward with her chin, remaining silent, fearful that a careless word might ignite Kasumigakaka Shiwa's temper. "Zawamura-san, don't you think they've been holding hands for too long?" Irie shrank her neck, while Kasumigakaka Shiwa's reference to herself already felt amiss. "I too believe they've been holding hands for an excessive duration." For reasons unknown, a twinge of bitterness surged within her. And even the sight of a couple taking photos in the distance irked her. Those blissful individuals ought to face some calamity. As Irie turned her head again, she noticed Kasumigakaka Shiwa's hair swaying gently in the breeze, her expression darkening. "Shiwa, if you wish to hold hands, just approach him. AI Ran still has one free hand." After all, Irie's words bore a hint of acidity as she found herself utterly perplexed about her own intentions. "It's easy for you to say. Today is your research activity with Kato, while tomorrow is my turn. Who would have thought you, a reckless driver, would display such a side?" "A reckless driver? Have you ever seen a delinquent as stunning as I?" Kasumigakaka Shiwa's attention was momentarily diverted by Irie, pulling her gaze away from AI Ran and Kato Megumi. No matter how beautiful, it cannot mask your inherent delinquency. Oh? So, you merely feign toughness while secretly acknowledging that I surpass you in beauty. The appreciation of beauty is an innate trait of womanhood. They could debate this topic endlessly without weariness. Eri retorted defiantly. Humph, you are quite the narcissist. You are merely a woman fond of wearing black, relying solely on your vulgar physique. Indeed, those lacking substance tend to be overly concerned about appearances. Kasumiga Kakashiwa placed her notebook on her lap, pointing at a certain part of Eri. Look, even middle schoolers have surpassed your development. Kasumiga Kakashiwa, I shall not relent. After a bout of playful banter, Kasumiga Kakashiwa shifted her gaze back to AI Ran, clicking her tongue in dissatisfaction. With a soft sigh, she murmured, Why is it taking so long? Kasumiga Kakashiwa, what do you intend to do about Ankiruri? The term of endearment for her childhood friend had shifted for Eri. Kasumiga Kakashiwa did not turn back, but replied coolly, How should I know? The previous draft was rejected, and without a viable proposal, I cannot resume the writing process. That leaves me at a loss. For now, I can only sketch some female character designs. Without text, I am uncertain what to depict. Eri raised her head, exhaling softly. The sunlight illuminated her hair, which clung to her cheek, rendering her somewhat ethereal. What? Have you ceased calling him Ruri? Are we now on a first-name basis with your childhood companion? After all that has transpired, I have come to terms with it. Nevertheless, I still aspire to excel in this game. If I can successfully complete it, perhaps. Kasumiga Kakashiwa did not catch the latter part of Eri's statement, as her focus was entirely captivated by AI Ran and Kato Megumi. She felt herself on the verge of losing control. Eri suddenly smiled. If I can accomplish this game, will it not erase the debts of my childhood? To have no obligations left is the best form of forgetfulness. P.S. Working while slacking off is truly inadvisable. I've produced 4,000 words of useless drafts for this chapter alone, and the manager keeps popping in to check. It terrified me. If you've reached this point, please consider leaving a 5-star review. Thank you all. Chapter 69, The Complete Disappearance of Ankiruri in the Evening. Upon returning to his apartment, AI Ren lay flat on the sofa, resembling a fish that could not flip. He had spent the entire afternoon learning how to hold the hand of an innocent maiden, which proved far more exhausting than his training. Eri brought Kato Megumi back to the guest room, meticulously examining Kato Megumi's face, making final adjustments to several CG prototype images. This afternoon, she had devoted herself entirely to illustrating everything from the basic female protagonist as prototype to various states of the protagonist and male lead across different endings. Once the modifications are complete, I shall send them to the group. This way, my task will conclude before the text is released, and I can temporarily abstain from participating in club activities at school. In the living room, Kasumiga Kakashiwa had taken a cushion and sat beside AI Ran, softly inquiring, Are you tired? Yes, if possible, please refrain from speaking to me for now. Aaron's head was completely buried in the sofa cushion, his voice muffled and indistinct. Much like before the last appearance of the Samzarong, he had been overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of impending danger lately. Consequently, he spent several hours each night monitoring an Eluan, dedicating the remainder of his time to fervent training. He was even contemplating requesting the Spirit Time Room from Cain. It is worth noting that Cain, the deity of the realm of time, surely possessed such a treasure, as it was an asset even the gods of Earth had. However, after enduring so many days of rigorous training, he could not help but feel a sense of fatigue. Suddenly, he sensed a pair of hands resting on his shoulders, applying a slow yet rhythmic pressure. The sensation was incredibly soothing, almost causing him to moan in delight. Was it Shiyu of the Kazunooka? Aaron found himself in a state of perplexity, uncertain whether he should lift his gaze. After the myriad experiences of the day, even a fool could discern the feelings of Kasumiga Kakashiyu. However, the image of Yukino suddenly surfaced in his mind. Hey, Aaron-kun, have you been keeping up with the love metronome lately? Shiyu's voice interrupted his reverie. Well, although it was a bit of a struggle, I managed to finish reading both the first and second volumes. The character Sayaka seems to be based on you, doesn't she? Indeed, you truly can see through it. Shiyu replied, her features softening. There was a time when the love metronome faced the prospect of cancellation, and during that period, I felt as if my very essence was being denied, which was both painful and despairing. Later, Anki Akihito, who ardently championed this work, appeared before me. In that moment, I genuinely believed I had found someone who understood me. Yet, The subsequent events proved me wrong. Our relationship was merely that of author and reader to him. I was just Kasashiko. Drawing her thoughts back from that night, Kasumigakaka Shiyu continued. By the way, I haven't properly expressed my gratitude to you, Aaron Quinn. Without your presence during those days, I truly cannot imagine how I would have endured those nights. Thank you for being by my side, Aaron Quinn. The living room fell into a profound silence, with only the gentle sound of soft snoring breaking the stillness. AI Ran was unaware that she had turned her face aside and drifted into slumber. Shiyu Kaza no Oka gazed at AI Ran's visage with a dreamy expression, gradually leaning closer. On the other hand, Iri Riri let out a sigh of relief. I finally completed the illustrations. What do you think, Kata? Well, I find it absolutely perfect, especially the background of this good end, replied Megumi Kato, her gaze fixed on the photograph before her, which depicted the female protagonist with her eyes gently closed, wrapped in an affectionate embrace with the male lead. To her surprise, she never anticipated that classmate Sawamura could produce such a flawless original illustration without having seen the specific scene. Iri Riri looked at Kata with a puzzled expression. Although her demeanor remained unchanged and her tone indifferent, Riri sensed a hint of regret in her words. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Since the female lead has also acknowledged it, I shall promptly share these illustrations in the group chat. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, Aki Lin was perusing the latest issue of Jump. There are hardly any noteworthy works in this edition. It's all just recycled content, utterly uninspiring. It seems that true, pure creators of the 2D world are exceedingly rare. At that moment, his phone buzzed. Irritated, he tossed the Jump magazine aside and glanced at his phone. Iri Riri has already completed 5 original illustrations so quickly? After a brief review, Aki nodded in satisfaction. The quality appeared commendable. It seems I must hasten to present my project proposal. I must ensure that a game capable of touching everyone is released soon. What are you so happy about, Aki-Len? Don't suddenly speak when I'm not expecting it. It's quite startling. Ignoring Aki's complaint, Eris Ryu continued. Your female protagonist has been in Chiba since this morning, along with 2 delectable dishes. Look, doesn't he, the male lead in this photograph, resemble your investor? What are you talking about? Kata wouldn't he be in Chiba? Didn't she say she was going to study at home yesterday? A girl like Kata wouldn't he deceive me? I can sense the location of anyone who has absorbed my energy. She is indeed in Chiba, at your investor's residence. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Aki-Len crouched down, cradling his head. Eris Ryu, when will you be resurrected? Didn't you promise to create a perfect 2D world for Katu and me? The absorbed energy is far from sufficient. At this rate, your female lead might already have a child, and I may not even be able to resurrect. With a sigh, Eris Ryu lamented. It could constantly detect Aki's thoughts, realizing that this human had previously regarded itself as a backup option. If he could successfully create the game and unite with the female protagonist, he would no longer need to cooperate with her to absorb negative energy. Naturally, if it didn't go smoothly, he could use the power of the evil dragon to fabricate a perfect 2D world to be with his female lead. Truly, a splendid host. Yet, it seemed the time was nearly ripe. As Aki-Len felt another surge of agitation, his eyes reddened as he murmured, Eris Ryu, tell me, how can I expedite your resurrection? I yearn for that perfect world. All you must do is accept me, my host. If you open your heart to me, you will gain all the powers of our dragon pearl, and thus a wish shall be fulfilled. Very well. I cannot endure this dreary 3D game for another moment. As you wish. A vibrant green light enveloped Aki's room. In Chiba City, AI Ran, lying on the sofa, unconsciously furrowed her brows. Soon, a pair of delicate hands gently smoothed her furrowed brow. P.S. I humbly request a 5-star review. This is a promotional period, and your ratings are immensely significant to me. Thank you all. By the way, based on the current voting results, the majority desires a harem. I shall not alter the outline and will commence the operation. Chapter 70, A Direct Approach in Love. Knock, knock, knock. Aki-Len's room was dimly lit. Despite it being daytime, the curtains were drawn tight, and the room was filled with a murky green mist, creating an inexplicably eerie atmosphere. With a knock at the door, the chilling ambience dissipated, returning the room to its normal state. Donning pajamas, Aki-Len sluggishly shuffled to the door, the soles of his slippers scraping against the wooden floor, producing an unpleasant creaking sound. Clack! The door swung open. Len? I thought I heard something strange. What is happening in here? His parents looked at him with anxious expressions. Having knocked for nearly 10 minutes, they were on the verge of calling the authorities if Aki did not open the door soon. Nothing is wrong. I just tripped and bumped my head. I'm fine. You two should head back to bed. Is this because you've been overworking? I told you to avoid getting lost in the 2D world, but you never listen. Look at this mess. Aki's father's admonition was abruptly interrupted. A cloud of green mist enveloped them, and within mere seconds, both began to dissolve, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. Truly, damn humans. I had contemplated granting you a reprieve. Yet you insist on chattering away. Aki Lin coldly observed the two garments left behind, retreating into his room. Clack. The door closed once more, leaving Aki standing silently behind it, head bowed. After a few moments, he slightly raised his head. The calm expression from before had vanished without a trace. Behind his black-framed glasses, his eyes were bloodshot and wild. Grinning sinisterly, he declared, "At last, I have resurrected. Alas, this body is still too frail. I am not yet a match for that tailed human. However, is that woman beside him the host of the 3-star dragon? If we join forces, we should be able to eliminate him. It appears I must hasten my pace. I can hardly contain my eagerness to hear the wails of humanity in this world." Outside, the glow of car headlights filtered through the curtain seams, casting a faint light on his malevolent, frenzied visage. Yet, Aki Lin's shadow resembled that of a great toad. Simultaneously, in various corners of the world, strange occurrences began to unfold. At the Yukino Shida family's residence, Yukino Shida Yono abruptly sat up from her slumber. Clutching her chest, she gasped for breath. What is this heat? In the adjacent room, Yukino Shida Yukino's expression briefly glimmered with a pale blue light before swiftly fading. Damn monkey. How dare you provide the host with such an abundance of positive energy? Just you wait. I will surely eliminate you. Aaron and Shakuzuki Shiyu entered a quaint CAF. According to their arrangement, today was designated for gathering material for the romantic metronome project. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on Aaron's face as he turned another page of the manuscript in his hands. It must be said that Shiyu's literary prowess was truly remarkable, captivating Aaron to the point of distraction. The dryness in his throat gradually brought him back to reality as he lifted his cup of red tea to his lips. Savoring a sip, the subtle bitterness and the comforting warmth of the tea made him squint in contentment. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Shiyu watching him with a look of nervous anticipation. What do you think of this third volume, Aaron-kun? It's quite impressive, compared to the previous 2 volumes. The most commendable aspect of this one is the protagonist's transformation from a reclusive individual to a strong and independent character. Such a person is truly deserving of Miss Sayaka. Upon hearing Aaron's praise, Shiyu's expression brightened, akin to reaping the fruits of victory. The acknowledgement from Aaron brought her immense joy, a happiness that even the sale of 500,000 copies of her novel could not rival. Time seemed to fly by during their solitude together, and she wished it would slow down. Bringing her coffee cup to her lips, she took a delicate sip of the smooth brew, seizing the opportunity to discreetly observe Aaron's features. Perhaps due to his elevated essence, the boy's skin was flawless, his refined visage radiating a pure aura. His slightly fierce gaze was undeniably captivating. Shiyu's eyelashes fluttered as thoughts that had once eluded her suddenly found clarity in that moment. What if she confessed her feelings, and Aaron-kun rejected her? And what about Yukino Shida Yukino? What if conflicts arose and they parted ways? What of the debts that Aki Akane had yet to repay? So many concerns flooded her mind, yet true affection is often complex. It is not merely a desire to be in a relationship that breeds love, but rather a spontaneous affection that emerges from deep consideration, entangled in a web of care and anxiety. However, at that moment, Shiyu chose to cast aside all her worries, dismissing the chaotic reasons that clouded her thoughts. Love, even for a day, brings its own gentle warmth. She contemplated this. I say, Shiyu suddenly set her coffee down gently, producing a soft clink. Aaron-kun. Aaron's gaze remained fixed on the manuscript, oblivious to her presence. The atmosphere fell into a serene silence before Shiyu spoke again, her voice soft and gentle, a smile gracing her lips, her expression at ease. If one day you find yourself considering the idea of looking for a girlfriend, would you think about me? This was the most courageous moment of Shiyu's life. In the past, she had merely been a master of words. Aaron looked up in astonishment, her expression one of surprise as she gazed at Poem of the Twilight Hills. You need not feel burdened, nor should you be conflicted. My words are not a confession, hence no response is required. Poem of the Twilight Hills composed herself, striving to appear calm and collected. I have always believed that a confession is not a clarion call to battle, but rather a bell tolling for victory. Now, I realize that you cannot provide the answer I seek, be it due to your obligations or that Miss Yukino Shida Yukino. However, Aaron, what I wish to convey to you now is that I hold feelings for you. Today, my words are not a coercive maneuver. I simply want to express that I like you. It was on the night of last Saturday that I came to this realization. Therefore, I shall wait for you, waiting for you to fulfill your duties, to sort through your thoughts, and to reach a point where you feel ready to embark on a romantic relationship. At that time, I kindly ask you to give serious consideration to my feelings. Would you? AI Ran opened her mouth, only to realize that her throat was exceedingly parched. From today onwards, I shall strive to update thrice daily, as I do not wish to keep everyone waiting anxiously. During the day, I ponder ideas while taking a break, and upon returning home at night, I hasten to write. I kindly request a wave of 5-star reviews. Thank you, everyone. Lastly, I express my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed MOG Dome for the grand recognition, and I am deeply appreciative of all those who have supported me with their generous donations. Chapter 71. Lord King Kai. I wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. AI Ran was silent for a few moments before speaking. Sister Xia no Chio. Could you please call me by my name instead? Xia no Chio Shiyu gazed at AI Ran with dissatisfaction, remaining silent, silently protesting against how AI Ran addressed her. Finally, AI Ran sighed and said, Sister Shiyu, you really don't need to be so humble, truly. Then let your conscience weigh upon you. To AI Ran's surprise, Xia no Chio Shiyu interrupted him, then mischievously winked. I want you to feel indebted to me. That way, I will have an advantage in the future. Despite having only met Yukino Shida Yukino once, she understood deeply the formidable nature of her rival, both in beauty and demeanor. Aside from a hint of barrenness, she could find no flaw in Xia no Chio Shiyu. She also realized that Yukino Shida Yukino likely had no established relationship with this man. She had seized the initiative first, making a cunning retreat to gain the upper hand. How despicable, Shiyu, she chided herself inwardly, though a sense of pride bubbled within her. However, that pride soon dissipated, replaced by a growing melancholy. It seemed that Kata Megumi had developed some feelings for AI Ran, and even that Golden Retriever had been casting unusual glances at AI Ran these past few days. The competition was simply overwhelming. Yet, what could she do? After all, she was fond of him. Such is the nature of affection. Unfortunately, their time together was still far too brief. Otherwise, Xia no Chio Shiyu believed she could surely win AI Ran's heart. But there is always tomorrow, is there not? AI Ran fell silent once more for a few seconds. After a brief pause, he spoke, striving to ease any potential awkwardness between the two. I shall certainly contemplate this matter thoroughly, and at the appropriate moment, I will provide you with a definitive answer, unwavering and resolute. Aaron's tone was exceedingly earnest. At that moment, before his eyes stood not merely Shiyu from Kazanaku, but also Yukino from Yukino Shida, and perhaps even more. In any case, regardless of whom he faced, he was unable to provide an answer, for the threat of the evil dragon loomed perpetually. His current combat prowess was a mere 18,000. Even the last encountered fragmented 3-star dragon possessed a combat strength that undoubtedly exceeded 100,000. The mere fact that he had survived was sheer luck. Now, Aaron Cohen, let us continue our exploration for today. The next method of gathering is through an embrace. I long to truly experience the sensation of an embrace, especially since in the story, the protagonists are about to share their first embrace. Shiyu gazed at Aaron with an innocent expression, yet the delight in her eyes was utterly uncontainable. In the next moment, Kazano Okashiya leapt into AI Ran's embrace, her expression one of sheer ecstasy. In the afternoon, AI Ran once more accompanied the members of the gaming club to the station. Kazano Okashiya gazed at AI Ran with a look of utter contentment, feeling that she had absorbed enough of AI Ran's energy to sustain her until the following Saturday. Meanwhile, Kato Megumi appeared somewhat preoccupied today, despite maintaining her usual indifferent demeanor. A hint of worry marred her countenance, a sentiment even Iri could perceive. Ever since her brief outing that morning, she had returned in this state of mind. As for Iri, she too lacked her usual vivacity, her head bowed in silence. So much had transpired over the weekend, and with the current tasks completed, she found herself alone in AI Ran's apartment, inevitably recalling that fateful Friday night. A warm wave of emotion surged within her, though she fought valiantly to suppress it. AI Ran waved goodbye to the three girls, saying, "Let us meet again next Saturday. Farewell." At that moment, the train arrived at the station. The three thoughtful young ladies waved back at AI Ran and boarded the train, returning to Tokyo one after another. In Chiba, at the Yukino Shida residence, Yukino Shida Yukino was playfully teasing Pururu. "Pururu, what do you think our dear monkey is up to now? Has he been eating well these past few days?" Miss Yukino Shida, The boss has surely been doing quite well. Didn't he message you the night before last? Indeed. Speaking of the gaming club, I cannot help but feel a tinge of discomfort. Kashiwagi Shiyu, Sawamura Airi, and Kata Megumi. These are all remarkable girls, each with their own distinct charm. It feels somewhat unsettling that our dear monkey spends his days in their company. What if, although he is reluctant to engage with strangers, he never turns away those he knows well? Suddenly, a figure leaped through the window. Upon recognizing the visitor, Yukino exclaimed in surprise, "Monkey?" Abruptly, she realized her voice had risen a pitch too high, and hurriedly lowered it to ask, "What brings you here so unexpectedly?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just planned to leave for a couple of days, and wanted to let you know." Upon truly seeing Yukino, AI Ran felt an unexpected surge of guilt. Yukino noticed AI Ran's unease and quickly stood up, grasping his hand. "Why the sudden departure?" "It's nothing. I merely wish to go out and train for a couple of days. Rest assured, I will definitely return in time for the practical training." Late at night, Erin returned to the apartment, her expression grave as she settled onto the sofa. Since yesterday, an elusive sense of impending crisis had intensified, and it was evident that something significant was about to unfold. She felt utterly inadequate. Voicing the secret signal she had shared with the god of time, she declared, "I have returned." In an instant, Kyan's ethereal figure materialized before her. "Little Rain," he inquired, "why have you summoned me so suddenly? Has something occurred?" Erin nodded. "Indeed. Lord Kyaxian of Time, do you possess something akin to the hyperbolic time chamber? You mentioned it previously in the icy realm. Why does Zyranian suddenly wish to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber? Wouldn't it be rather dull to train alone? I have been feeling rather distracted lately, and if I do not devote myself to training soon, I may not be able to confront the challenges that lie ahead." "I see. That is acceptable. However, I must return to make preparations, as utilizing the hyperbolic time chamber necessitates your transportation to Kinto. How long will it take to prepare?" "By tomorrow morning." "It shall be ready." "Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Lord Kyaxian. I kindly request that you prepare a few more senza beans for me, as I too must make some arrangements. As soon as your preparations are complete, I shall depart immediately." When Zyranian seeks assistance, her tone becomes remarkably amiable. I hope she maintains this warmth in the future. Erin, meanwhile, the ever-punctual Yukino found herself awake past 11 o'clock for the first time in ages. The source of her unease had seemingly come to fruition. The fragrance enveloping the young man today, was it from one of the members of that club? It appeared that next weekend, she could not allow him to remain alone in the apartment any longer. P.S. There is still one more chapter to write, and the plot is about to quicken. I haven't eaten yet, but once I do, I'll write immediately. I kindly request a 5-star review. Chapter 72. The action of the 2-star dragon. If one were to say that every individual possesses a unique treasure, then Kazuki Shiro's might be a fountain pen, and Aki Tomoya's could be his eloquent tongue. Erin's treasure would surely be his extraordinary stamina, while Kato Megumi's might be her ability to remain inscrutable at all times. As for Sawamura Airi, her treasure could very well be a paintbrush. While it may seem somewhat inadequate to define a person by a single object, in another sense, it reflects a distinctive character that instantly evokes thoughts of them. Airi set down her paintbrush and stretched. Upon returning home that afternoon, she had immediately begun to paint. For inspiration is fleeting and must be captured without delay. Before her lay a portrait strikingly reminiscent of Eren. Naturally, it depicted him in a state of partial undress. Yet in the artwork, Eren was cradling a girl with hair the same color as Airi's in A Princess Carrie. Admittedly, the girl's bosom was as modestly proportioned as Airi's own. As Airi gazed at her creation, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Last Friday, she had sought out Eren to unburden herself. Surely, the hentai Eren would lend a patient ear to her woes, as he had never quarreled with her and always conceded to her wishes. Regrettably, she had never voiced her feelings to him. Stifling a yawn, Airi leaned onto her painting. "Eren, I shall prepare a dish that will astonish you, and then you shall be my exclusive model," she murmured, her voice trailing off until sleep overtook her. In the stillness of the night, Airi's parents returned home. The first thing Sawamura Sayuri did upon entering was rush to her daughter's room and envelop her in a hug. "Airi, wake up. Mommy's back." "Ah, if you're back, then go rest. What is this sudden pouncing?" Airi groaned as she pushed away the overzealous embrace of her mother, signaling her desire for personal space. "Humph." Airi remains as reticent as ever. "You must be quite happy that I've returned," Sayuri remarked, observing her daughter's demeanor. "How was your time at your friend's house?" "It was generally pleasant," Airi replied, her brow furrowing slightly. Before noon on Saturday, it was quite enjoyable. Yet, the thought of the events from the previous afternoon caused her to pout in dissatisfaction. Most importantly, today, Aaron had spent the entire day with that woman clad in black stockings. At that moment, Sayuri's gaze drifted towards the painting, and Arari felt the heat rise in her cheeks as she quickly flipped the artwork over. Was that male figure in the painting one of your clubmates? A friend of the opposite sex? A boyfriend? Sayuri pondered, intrigued. Arari, have you finally had a revelation? After a moment's contemplation, Sayuri suddenly declared, he must be quite handsome, right? Not at all. His gaze is rather fierce, I assure you. Arari blurted, but midway through her protest, she realized her slip and quickly fell silent. It was as if she had instinctively dodged an opponent's strike, only to discover that it was merely a feint designed to lure her into revealing her vulnerabilities. Sayuri, having gleaned the answer she sought, perked up. Who is he? Is he from your school? Do you have a photograph? He is not what you imagine, Arari retorted, her cheeks aflame as she felt the warmth spread to the back of her neck. Finally, unable to endure the barrage of questions, she shoved Sayuri out of her room. The tranquility she had briefly regained was shattered by her mother's inquiries, and her thoughts drifted back to their recent physical closeness and the fantasies of a prince and princess spurred by the drowsy tea. Grabbing a cushion from her bed, she pressed it against her face, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. It seemed likely that sleep would elude her this night. Meanwhile, in Tokyo's 21st district, a series of piercing screams echoed through a shadowy alley. After a brief pause, a figure emerged from within. Aki Tomoya adjusted his glasses, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Indeed, while they may be lowly creatures, their energy is quite pure. It won't be long before I regain my strength. As the most cunning of the evil dragons, he had devoted an entire day to devising a flawless plan to eliminate Aaron. Approaching the three-star dragon directly would be unwise. Not only was he no match for Aaron, but if he aided in the resurrection of the three-star dragon, he might find himself consumed in turn. It is well known that among evil dragons, devouring one another is the quickest method to enhance one's power. I am still too weak. My current state lacks sufficient leverage for an alliance with the three-star dragon. Once I dispose of that human, I shall be able to devour the three-star dragon as well. Then, this world will belong solely to me. Aki muttered to himself, frustration causing him to tug at his hair. How I long to play games, to watch anime. To create that game. Suddenly, he slapped himself sharply across the face. Damn it, you shut in. Has the two-dimensional world infiltrated your subconscious? A single day without gaming has induced withdrawal symptoms? He exclaimed, turning to spit out the blood pooling in his mouth. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved his phone and sent a message to the club's group chat. Aaron, this Friday afternoon, our gaming club would like to visit your school. May we? I feel that the architectural layout of Funakoshi High School may not be suitable for the backdrop of our game. In the group chat, Aaron's response came swiftly. Of course, I will inform Yukino Shida, and we shall consider it a collective activity of our service club. Upon reading the message, the two-star dragon grinned maliciously. Indeed, events are unfolding precisely as I anticipated. With 5 days remaining, if I absorb enough humans, I shall regain my peak strength. Then, I will eliminate you and subsequently devour the three-star dragon. On the other side, Aaron also set down his phone. This time, I shall train in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 days, repeatedly inflicting severe injuries upon myself, and then restoring my health with the Senza beans, surely. I will transform into a Super Saiyan. After all, I was born with a battle power of 500, an elite warrior. My potential is undoubtedly superior to that of a certain Saiyan with a mere battle power of 2. Today marks the completion of the 3rd update. Moving forward, I will maintain this rhythm of updates, and I hope for your continued support. Please leave a 5-star review. Thank you. Chapter 73. What to do if one cannot transform into a Super Saiyan. In another dimension, Kent. AI ran obediently followed behind Cayenne. What a jest. Upon arriving at Kent, he had already sensed over a dozen formidable presences. Even this diminutive god of destruction before him instilled within AI ran a palpable sense of pressure. Although he could not yet perceive the divine aura, the feeling of intimidation was undeniably real. After all, even that lackluster god of destruction from the 7th universe had managed to escape the clutches of Majin Buu, suggesting he was undoubtedly far stronger than AI Rant's current self. With this thought, AI Rant's yearning for strength intensified. Little Ran, the hyperbolic time chamber here is the finest in the universe. Not only can you freely adjust the gravity between 10 times to 500 times, but I also have complete control over the flow of time within. How remarkable is that? The god of time bounced ahead, exuding a sense of pride. Indeed, AI Ran nodded. The hyperbolic time chamber in Kent far surpassed the one on Earth by immeasurable degrees. After walking for a while, Cayenne halted before a small structure that resembled a tent. We've arrived. Little Ran. You may adjust the gravity it will inside, and I have preset the flow of time for you. 1 year inside equates to 12 hours outside. This way, your training time can be condensed into a single day. As for the remaining day, I have prepared a surprise for you. Thank you so much, Lord Kayashin. You are my very first employee, and I truly appreciate it. Just remember to work diligently. However, today's Little Ran seems a bit unappealing. I much prefer the tenacious version of you from before. What sort of masochistic remark is that? AI Ran silently expressed her frustration within her heart. Do not speak ill of the deities in your thoughts. Kane winked at AI Ran and remarked, by the way, you must be the true masochist here. Aside from a few cultivation enthusiasts, most others keep their distance from the spiritual time chamber. While cultivation is indeed commendable, it can be excruciatingly dull and taxing on both spirit and body. Something that few ordinary individuals can endure. Do not underestimate the Saiyans. We are a warrior race, after all. Where are the sins of beans I requested? Oh, they are ready. Here are the 300 sins of beans. Now, I shall enter. Airen opened the door and stepped inside. Upon entering, she inhaled sharply. The air here was extraordinarily thin. Nevertheless, she resolved to become a true Super Saiyan this time. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, an underground casino typically bustling with activity lay in eerie silence, devoid of any patrons, with garments strewn across the floor. Luan, hands tucked into his pockets, approached the central gambling table. Indeed, it is the avaricious humans that are the most delectable, is it not, my dear lady? Luan remarked, bending slightly to observe a scantily clad woman, a sinister smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Please don't kill me. Whatever you desire, even my body. I am willing to offer, just spare my life. The woman was utterly terrified, bowing repeatedly in supplication, pleading for an Luan's mercy. Yet, in the next moment, she was enveloped in a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing without a trace, leaving only a pile of tattered fabric. Bah! Luan spat contemptuously onto the discarded clothing. Can it be that a woman of the three-dimensional realm dared to entice me? However, in an instant, Luan slapped himself sharply across the face. Damn it! This pathetic otaku is still clinging on. This cannot continue. I must eradicate his subconscious entirely. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Luan revealed a calm, malevolent smile as he strode towards the entrance of the casino. Just 10,000 more humans would suffice. Once I absorb that many, I shall revert to my complete form. Yet today, I sense no trace of that long-tailed human. Should I seize the opportunity to seek out Sanqing Long? No, that would be unwise. It could very well be a trap. Moreover, even if he is absent, I am no match for Sanqing Long. It would be prudent to wait until I am fully restored. Patience is paramount. Only a few days remain. The days of cultivation always seem to pass swiftly. Aaron has been immersed in the time chamber for over 20 months. From initially enduring a gravity of 20 times that of Earth, he has now adapted to 300 times that intensity, having survived numerous near-death experiences. His fundamental combat power has soared beyond 3 million. It is time to commence his training to become a Super Saiyan. Taking a deep breath, Aaron pressed his knees together and firmly placed his hands on his waist. Channeling all his energy to enhance his ki, Aaron sensed the golden energy coursing through his body and concentrated it upon his back. Suddenly, as his aura intensified, a tempest swept through the spirit time room. After a considerable duration, rather than achieving the anticipated Super Saiyan transformation, he found himself in a state reminiscent of Vegeta during his battle against the fully empowered Frieza. His aura was robust, yet it had reached an insurmountable plateau. As for transformation, that was a distant hope. How could this be? Aaron sat cross-legged, casually shoving a piece of meat, charred to the likeness of charcoal, into his mouth. His tail flicked restlessly, a manifestation of his mounting agitation. What was the cause of this turmoil? Aaron reflected upon the transformation process of Kakarot and Vegeta. Kakarot prided himself on being a benevolent Saiyan, transforming into a Super Saiyan in the throes of rage. However, his triumph held no relevance for Aaron. Aaron does not consider herself to be a benevolent Saiyan. The number of individuals she has slain could very well surpass the ants that Goku has trampled throughout his lifetime. And what of Vegeta? Vegeta transformed out of an overwhelming disdain for his own weakness. This, however, seems to hold little relevance for Eren, as she does not possess the same profound sense of pride and self-esteem that Vegeta does. So, how does one truly ascend to become a Super Saiyan? AI Ran's tail wagged with increasing fervor. What exactly was she lacking? Clearly, the S cells were sufficient. Could it be that lineage played a role? Yet even a lowly warrior like Sun Wukong could transform. With a sigh, she picked up another piece of charcoal grilled meat and stuffed it into her mouth. AI Ran couldn't help but furrow her brow. It was truly inedible. My culinary skills are abysmal. Even charred vegetables would be more palatable than this piece of meat. It's been over a year, and I long for the desserts crafted by Yukino Shida and the meals prepared by Kato. Huh? Why am I suddenly thinking of Kato? P.S. This is the first update of the day. I kindly ask everyone to leave a wave of 5-star reviews. Chapter 74. Not pure enough outside the Spirit Time House. Cain stood side by side with an elderly man at the entrance, quietly awaiting their turn. Eren had already been here for 24 hours. The elder cast a displeased glance at the door, saying, Cain, why hasn't he emerged yet? I have numerous matters to attend to. Great Lord of the Old Kai, what significant matters could you possibly have? Is it not merely your eagerness to return home and peruse those Riska magazines? Cain retorted, rolling his eyes at the elder Kai. How dare you unjustly tarnish the reputation of an old man like me? At that moment, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open suddenly. Eren, looking disheveled and unwell, slowly stepped out. Another failure, he lamented. Over the past 2 months, Eren had exhausted every means at his disposal. Yet he was unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. His base combat power had already surpassed 4.5 million, yet he could not take that crucial step. Lord of the Time Kai? AI Ran gazed at Cain with a hint of confusion, pondering why she was waiting for him there. Ahem, young man. Why do you not greet me? The old Kaioshin? A sense of perplexity enveloped AI Ran's mind. Wasn't this individual sealed by Beerus? How could he possibly be here? Ahem. Cain cleared his throat and interjected, Little Ran, do refrain from harboring any disparaging thoughts about the deities. This venerable old Kai, hailing from a distant time and space, is quite significant. The gift I intend to present to you necessitates his cooperation, so you must extend him a modicum of respect. AI Ran grew increasingly perplexed. Having never heard of any remarkable qualities possessed by this elderly figure, suddenly, a thought struck her. She hastily adopted a conciliatory tone as she addressed the old Supreme Kai, saying, Mighty old Supreme Kai, do you possess the ability to enhance others' combat prowess? Humph. At least you exhibit some discernment, but your current demeanor is rather displeasing to me. I shall take my leave. Wait. AI Ran quickly interjected, attempting to halt the departure of the Supreme Kai, while casting frantic glances at Cain. Cain sighed. Esteemed old Supreme Kai, he is my only employee at present. I implore you to lend us your assistance, as we had previously agreed. No? Humph. I find him rather unlikable. My abilities are quite taxing on my energy, unless. Esteemed old Supreme Kai, I assure you that my home on Earth is filled with many delightful treasures that you desire. Perhaps I could bring some to you on another occasion? Eren cast a knowing glance at the old Kai. The old Kai momentarily displayed a hint of a lecherous grin, which he swiftly masked. Ahem, you are quite impressive. Come with me. As he spoke, he made his way towards a patch of grass. You have yet to attain the form of a Super Saiyan, have you? I sense that your talent has reached its limits. No matter how hard you strive, you cannot transcend that boundary. At the mention of this matter, Eren's countenance fell. Your potential has not yet reached its zenith. You have a long journey ahead. Do you understand why you cannot transform? I do not. Could you enlighten me? Esteemed old Kai? Because you lack purity. The old Kai halted, turning to fix his gaze upon Eren's eyes. You are unlike the Saiyans I have encountered previously. Whether they were malevolent or benevolent, without exception, they possessed a heart of purity. Yet, in you, I sense none of this. As he spoke, the old Kai gestured towards the adjacent grass. Sit down. I shall once again lend you my extraordinary abilities. However, even so, the enhancement will be limited. Reflect deeply on the reasons you seek power and understand the essence of who you truly are. Only then will you succeed in your transformation. Eren sat quietly on the ground, while the old Kai began to dance around him in a peculiar manner. Eren's thoughts began to drift gradually. What does it mean when the old Kaioshin speaks of something lacking purity? Is it because I am not a quintessential Saiyan? Eren lowered his head in contemplation. Indeed, despite the haziness of many memories, he was a lethargic individual in his previous life, possessing a limited understanding of the world. During his school years, he would spend his days engrossed in anime and video games. Subsequently, upon entering society and facing various setbacks, he entirely abandoned himself, confining his existence to the four walls of his home. If the so-called waifus Yukino Shida Yukino, Kasumada Kakashiya, Katamegumi, and Sawamura Spencer Eriri had appeared before him at that time, he would have certainly felt ashamed and hidden away. Since regaining his memories, Eren has continued to embody the thought patterns of a Saiyan, as if all that transpired in his former life were mere illusions. Yet, deep down, he harbored fear. In this life, he dreaded reverting to the timid version of himself from his past. Surely, the self of his previous life also feared this current incarnation as a relentless machine of slaughter. Suddenly, Eren believed he heard the voices of several individuals. Yuan Kuen, Eren Kuen, Hentai Eren classmate. The moment he heard these four voices, a smile instinctively spread across his face. Indeed, he still yearned to be an unblemished person. In Tokyo, under the embrace of night, the ambience remained as serene as ever. However, the alarming disappearance of numerous individuals had plunged many into a state of panic. Within a day and a night, 4,000 people had vanished from this world. Anki-rin also wandered through a residential area alone, soon spotting Kato Megumi's home. Though martial law had yet to be declared, the streets lay desolate. Kato Megumi had just bathed and settled into her bed. As she unlocked her phone, a new wallpaper appeared, an image of Eren, who had nearly rested his head on her shoulder while asleep in the mall. Eren classmate, Kato Megumi whispered. Though her interactions with Eren were limited, he was the only one who had consistently pronounced her name correctly since childhood. Even now, if she were to stealthily slip away, Eren would surely notice immediately. Was it due to his peculiar ability? Kato Megumi internally dismissed this notion, recalling that initially, Eren often forgot her as well. Even on Sundays, if she approached him slightly, he would still be aware, especially when he was gathering material with Kasumagakaka-senpai. Fortunately, she had hidden in a secluded corner then. If only I could wish for you to always keep an eye on me. With a soft sigh, Kato Megumi extinguished the light in her bedroom. Not far from the house, Anki-rin gradually shifted his gaze away from Kato Megumi's room. All right, have you seen enough? We must move on to our next destination. Time is of the essence, he muttered as he turned to leave. Damn otaku, even in death, this body remains fixated on anime, gaming, and chasing after women. Once my strength is restored, I shall obliterate all your subconscious desires. P.S. Fortunately, I have prepared the protagonist harem strategy in advance. 5-star reviews are welcome. Thank you. Another chapter will follow shortly. The cover collection activity begins now. If anyone has appealing images, please leave a comment as I seek an eye-catching cover. Chapter 75. The field study commences on Wednesday morning. Yukino Shida Yukino, dressed in a flowing white gown, stepped out of her apartment punctually as always. Today marked the day of their field study, eliminating the necessity for school uniforms. She gazed at the closed door of Eren's residence and let out a sigh. Yuan Kuen, why have you yet to appear? As she approached the elevator, she spotted a familiar figure leaning against the elevator wall. Ah, Yukino Shida. You remain as punctual as ever. Yukino Shida Yukino paused momentarily before smiling faintly. When did you return? Just now. Did I not say I would accompany you wherever you go today? As Yukino Shida Yukino walked beside him, Eren took her hand, leading her forward. Today, Yuan Kuen seemed different. Almost cheerful. Indeed, during this training session, I have come to understand certain matters and have significantly enhanced my strength. I should now possess sufficient power to protect all of you. You all? Yukino Shida Yukino inquired, her curiosity piqued as she keenly noted the implication in his previous statement. Eren, feeling a twinge of guilt, turned her head slightly. Yes, including everyone from the gaming club. Is that so? Yukino Shida Yukino lowered her gaze, her grip on Eren's hand tightening ever so slightly. Noticing the firmness of Yukino's hold, Eren smiled gently and led her to the balcony outside the apartment. Shall we fly to school today? Huh. By the time Yukino regained her senses, Eren had already lifted her into the air. She playfully punched Eren's chest. Ape, could you please possess a modicum of common sense? I'm wearing a skirt. Should I go back and change? Don't worry, beneath this sky. It is just the two of us. Eren gazed down at Yukino Shida Yukino nestled in her arms, a glimmer of light flickering in her eyes. You look exceptionally adorable today. It would be a shame to change into something else. Adorable? Yukino froze for a moment, instinctively glancing at the dress she wore, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Girls often care deeply about how others perceive them, especially in the presence of those they cherish. Yukino was no exception. After a brief pause, she lifted her head, remaining in Eren's embrace, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. It felt like an eternity since their last hug, yet she maintained a composed expression and replied nonchalantly. Is it true that the gorilla would deign to compliment someone else today? So, in your eyes, I am only adorable today, is that it? Yukino has always been this charming. AI Ran gazed intently at Yukino Shida Yukino, pondering how she suddenly began to call his name. Yukino's already flushed cheeks deepened in hue, her ears becoming adorned with a delicate blush. Instinctively, she wished to retreat, only to realize that she was nestled within AI Ran's embrace. Yukino, during this recent training, I feel as though I have discovered my true essence. True essence? Yukino Shida Yukino gently encircled AI Ran's neck. In this moment, AI Ran's gaze did not linger on Yukino. Instead, he calmly articulated his thoughts. Though each individual harbors their own interpretation of true essence, whether it be family, lovers, or exceptionally close friends, genuine mutual understanding remains elusive. There exists a multitude of experiences in this world that words fail to encapsulate, particularly after traversing through a series of peculiar events. AI Ran took a deep breath, reminiscing about her 2 lifetimes. In this world, one cannot exist in solitude. Inevitably, individuals will cross paths, transitioning from mere encounters to acquaintances and ultimately to deep affection. Throughout this journey, each person's strengths and weaknesses are laid bare, rendering any attempts at humble appeasement unnecessary. Regardless of the circumstances, this mutual understanding remains unscathed. Perhaps this is the essence of true connection as I perceive it. Yukino Shida Yukino wore a visible smile. Indeed, the impression of the Monkey King in her heart had significantly improved. Presently, Yukino felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. No matter what transpired, this understanding between them would endure. She reflected on the moments they had shared in the icy realm. Though the Monkey King often appeared somewhat dim-witted, he always arrived in the shortest time possible whenever she needed him. Moreover, during awkward moments, he would gracefully provide her with an exit. He understood her preferences and was well aware of his own. After this practical training session, the Golden Week would arrive. Perhaps they could indulge in a barbecue together, as she had recently purchased a sizable grill online. Preparing such a dinner would surely be within her capabilities. How splendid that would be. If only they could add hot pot to the mix. That was the most delightful sentiment AI Ran had encountered in the past 2 years. Her recent meals had been rather lackluster. However, the next moment, Yukino uttered a statement that plunged AI Ran into despair. So, Monkey King, can you now tell me about the individuals who have recently appeared around you? Separation Line Tokyo, within the courtyard of a local gang. A squad of armed officers surrounded a masked man. Don't move. Raise your hands. We suspect you are connected to the recent cases of missing persons. Please accompany us. Oh, how unfortunate, but I'm rather pressed for time, as I have a grand banquet to attend in 2 days. He continued speaking while stepping forward. The next instant, a cloud of smoke enveloped all the officers. They barely had time to scream before vanishing from this world. Humans are truly difficult to consume. I sense no negative energy whatsoever. The man removed his mask, revealing himself to be the recently notorious predator, Anki Ronia. Is that human presence re-emerging? Right next to the 3-star dragon? Yet, it seems to have weakened considerably. Nonetheless, my strength has not met my expectations. Anki Ronia furrowed his brow. I shut tight. Last night, he had indulged himself, playing video games until dawn. It appeared he would need to exercise caution in his movements over the next few days to avoid causing a commotion or revealing his location. P.S. Today's updates are complete. 3 updates in a day is manageable, though I lack ample time for contemplation. Tonight, I will ponder deeply. Tomorrow is the weekend, and I shall see if I can write more. To those who have read this far, please consider giving this book a 5-star rating. Thank you. Chapter 76. Only love can purify the Dragon Balls. Several buses came to a halt at the entrance of Sobu High School. After all, this was an event organized by the school, and it was only natural that students would not be allowed to roam freely. As AI Ran and Yukino Shida Yukino made their entrance, all eyes were drawn to them. The two were astonishingly holding hands as they approached. The esteemed blossom of SBU High had, against all expectations, been claimed by the most notorious delinquent in the school. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Yet, the expressions of the 2 individuals remained utterly unchanged. Standing among the throng, Hikagaya Hachiman muttered under his breath. Are these 2 no longer satisfied with flaunting their affection in the clubroom? Now they are publicly displaying their romance before the entire grade? Hey, Kiyotaka, Yukino, and AI Ran are coming over. By the way, who is AI Ran paired with today? I'm not sure, but given AI Ran's fierce demeanor, I doubt anyone dares to team up with him, replied Adzuki Ayaka, poking her fingers together. Hachiman, why don't we invite AI Ran to join our group? No need for that. Hikigaya Hachiman gestured towards AI Ran, who was making his way to the gathering point for Class 2J. He probably has somewhere else he wishes to be. Besides, I absolutely do not want to endure any more romantic displays. Yui Uebari puffed up her cheeks in protest, Kiyotaka. You're really not concerned about the club members at all. What do you mean? I promised to team up with you, didn't I? As he spoke. Hikigaya Hachiman's face flushed, and he quickly turned away, only to find Adzuki Ayaka gazing at him with innocent curiosity. Oh God. Have I exhausted all my future good fortune today? At the gathering point for Class 2J, AI Ran surveyed his surroundings. Truly, this international class was renowned throughout the school. It was predominantly filled with girls. Suddenly, he recalled something. By the way, Yukino, where's your teammate? Silence enveloped Yukino Shida Yukino. AI Ran scratched her head, pondering. Is it possible that no one has extended an invitation to you? And what about yourself, the simian lord who infiltrated from Class F to Class J? AI Ran blinked. Aren't you my only teammate? Yukino Shida Yukino's lips curled into a subtle smile as she replied softly. The same goes for me. Around them. The students of Class J took a few steps back. What was going on with these two? It felt suffocating to linger in their vicinity. Hikigaya Hachiman observed this scene from a distance, a knowing expression gracing his face. Hiratsuka Shizuka strolled over leisurely, a cigarette perched between her lips. She cast a glance at AI Ran, who was amidst Class J, and said nothing, merely clearing her throat. Ahem, all right everyone, you can board the bus now. The disorganized students received the instruction and, under the teacher's guidance, began to disperse in pairs, boarding the bus that had been warmed up and ready. Wake up, monkey. We've arrived at our destination, and your drool is about to land on me. Stop it, Yukino, I'm eating. Still lost in slumber. AI Ran smacked his lips and drowsily rubbed against Yukino Shida Yukino's shoulder. His breath brushed against her fair neck, the warmth causing her to blush instantly, suppressing her discomfort. She gently nudged AI Ran. Monkey, wake up. Have we arrived? Yes, you fell asleep as soon as you got on the bus. We are now at Yukino Shida's family construction company. Erin finally regained her senses and promptly straightened her posture. I apologize for having leaned on your shoulder for so long. Are you all right? It's quite all right. During this time, I have been preparing dinner for the Gorilla Lord, and my physical condition seems to have improved significantly. Let us go, for my sister is waiting for us in the company lobby. Very well. Erin nodded and followed Yukino Shida Yukino closely. Little Yukino. Little Erin. I am here. Upon entering the company's main entrance, Erin immediately heard the voice of Yukino Shida Yoshino. Yoshino approached Erin directly, gently tapping his face with her hand, exclaiming, Little Erin, we meet again. AI Ran found herself somewhat unaccustomed to the fervent warmth of Yukino Shida Yoshinari, despite the radiant smile that perpetually graced her face. There lingered an unmistakable chill in her aura that pierced to the bone. To be frank, the 3-star dragon is truly a perfect match for you. This time, AI Ran did not shy away. She merely furrowed her brow slightly and offered a greeting. Hello, Miss Yuki no Shida Yoshinari. Why be so formal? Just call me Yuki no Shida Wani-chan, Yoshinari replied, moving closer with the intention of wrapping her arm around AI Ran's neck, exuding an air of affectionate familiarity. AI Ran unconsciously shrank back. Apologies, but I indeed still find it uncomfortable to interact with those I am not well acquainted with. For some reason, AI Ran could not help but maintain a certain distance from Yukinashi Hinata. Moreover, Erin's brows knitted tighter with each passing moment. Today, the aura of Yukino Shida Yukino seemed entirely different from their last encounter. Although she did not exude any malevolent energy, Erin sensed an unsettling discrepancy. Could it be the wicked dragon once more? AI Ran felt a twinge of uncertainty. Yet, he couldn't help but recall what Kane had previously told him. Little Ran. The Dragon Balls can only be purified by love. This thought sent a shiver down his spine. The host of the 2-star ball was a man. And now the host of the Dragon Balls was Yukino's sister? Surely not. Was there any job more troublesome than this? Little AI Ran indeed seemed aloof, lacking any semblance of charm. Sister, I cannot entrust little Yukino to you like this. At that moment, Yukino Yukishida interjected. Interrupting Ayano. Today is the day for our practical internship. I think it would be better if you showed us around the company. I see, Ayano replied, resting her chin on her hand and nodding with a smile. That works. Mother is waiting for you upstairs as well. Upon hearing this, Yukino's complexion paled slightly, and her once composed gaze became fragile. She lowered her head and murmured, "I understand." Her eyes then fell upon AI Ran, and she managed to muster a faint smile. Indeed, Mother was at the company today. However, AI Ran maintained a serious expression as he adjusted his clothing, meticulously smoothing the fur on his tail. As for his hair, well, Saiyan hairstyles require no maintenance. Then, with a grave demeanor, AI Ran turned to Yukino and asked, "Since we are meeting your mother so soon, should I go back and change into my formal attire?" Yukino couldn't help but laugh at AI Ran's seriousness. "Come on, you look quite handsome today as is. It's best to leave that cosplay-style formal wear at home. P.S. I long to go out and play, but I must write. Please give me 5 stars. I'll only go out after finishing 3 chapters. Chapter 77. My parents must be working at the demolition company." Ayano looked at AI Ran in astonishment. Could a mere simple statement truly calm her sister? "Why don't you both take a tour of the company with me? After all, the practical internship is your primary task today. Mother is currently in a meeting, and we will have lunch together shortly." Yukino Yukishida nodded gently, mm. Ayano led the way, providing a detailed introduction to the company while Yukino listened attentively. Contributing to the family like her sister and gaining her mother's approval had always been her dream. AI Ran followed behind, her conversation with her sister holding little interest for him. His sole concern at that moment was the peculiar aura emanating from Yongnai. Aaron gently caressed his tail, silently calling out to Kane, "God of time, I am Aaron. Can you hear my voice?" Before long, Kane's voice echoed in his mind, laced with palpable impatience. "Little Aaron, why are you summoning me again? I am quite occupied at the moment. There are pressing matters at hand." "Occupied? I have been in Kent for 2 days and have yet to witness any of your endeavors," Aaron retorted. Just then, another voice chimed in, "Dongfeng, God of time. Hurry up. Your pace is excruciatingly slow. Are we still playing or not?" Great God of time, is your pressing matter really just playing mahjong?" AI Ran felt a tinge of uncertainty. Although Kane had often proven unreliable, she had nonetheless provided considerable assistance during this trip to Kent. There was, after all, a semblance of divinity about her. Yet now, cough, these are trivial details. "Little Ran, what brings you to me? Oh, by the way, could you assist me in discerning the aura of the woman beside Yukino? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." "Yukino?" Kane's teasing voice echoed, "Little Ran. Have you had an epiphany?" "I knew it. The Dragon Balls are purified through love, and this task is undoubtedly most fitting for a Saiyan. Stop rambling and help me already." Aaron's face flushed slightly as she internally growled in discontent. It seemed that Kane's reliability was merely an illusion. She remained the same third-rate deity. Indeed, I sensed it. She must possess a 4-star orb now. AI Ran's heart sank abruptly. He had no desire to entangle himself with Yukino Shida Yuko, especially since she was Yukino Shida Yukino's elder sister. Was he supposed to tell Yukino, "In order to purify the Dragon Balls, I must pursue your sister"? "Oh, Supreme Kai of Time. Hurry, for time is of the essence. Please make your move." A voice, tinged with impatience, interrupted AI Ran's thoughts. He opened his mouth, ready to decline the offer, when Kane's voice came through. "Little Ran, I'm participating in the once-in-a-century Supreme Kai Mahjong tournament, so please refrain from contacting me for a while. By the way, I made quite a sacrifice for your training in Kent, so in the days to come, I will be assessing your KPIs. I'm hanging up now. Make sure to put in the effort." With that, Kane abruptly ended the call with AI Ran. Aaron hurriedly grasped her tail, urgently calling out in her heart, "Lord Kaishin? Kane, a third-rate deity." Yet, this time, there was no response. Darn it. At noon, Yayoi led the already tour-finished Aaron and Yukino Shida Yukino to a French restaurant. It was only at this moment, after a morning of distraction, that Aaron finally emerged from her daze. "French cuisine, is it?" Aaron murmured softly. Yukino Shida Yoshino leaned closer to Aaron, questioning with curiosity, "Does little Aaron not enjoy French cuisine?" As Aaron caught a hint of Yoshino's fragrance, she subtly edged closer to Yukino Shida Yukino. However, the scent emanating from Yukino Shida Yoshino seemed reminiscent of the delicate aroma of Edelweiss. Aaron let out a helpless sigh and then remarked, "That is not the case." At that moment, Yukino Shida Yukino interjected. "What Unja means is that the portion of French cuisine is too small to satisfy his appetite. Indeed, I have witnessed Aaron's enormous appetite myself. But fret not. After our meal with Mother, we shall have a little gathering of our own." AI Ran shook her head gently, expressing that there was no need for any inconvenience. They would join their classmates for activities in the afternoon. Upon entering the dining hall, AI Ran swiftly identified her target, a young woman clad in a kimono. her hair elegantly arranged in an intricate updo. The resemblance among the trio was striking, as if they were mere replicas of one another. Could Mrs. Yukino Shida's genes be that formidable? However, in terms of appearance, Yukino seemed to possess a slight edge over the other two. Certainly, from a genetic standpoint, her future held promise. Yukino's sister, Ayano, approached Mrs. Yukino Shida with brisk steps, introducing her. Mother, this is the AI Ren I mentioned to you earlier, and this is Yukino. Well, they share a friendship. Mrs. Yukino Shida watched as Yukino timidly stepped forward to greet her mother, her demeanor noticeably reserved. Mrs. Yukino Shida nodded in acknowledgement and then turned her gaze to AI Ran, offering a warm smile. I have heard your name from Ayano, she said. Please, take a seat. There is no need for formalities. Today, I am simply here as Yukino's mother to meet her friends. Consider me just a regular elder. Aaron nodded gently, and the four of them settled into their seats by the window. Is there anything you would like to eat? Mrs. Yukino Shida inquired in a soft tone, reminiscent of a mother tenderly caring for her child's friends. I am not particularly particular about food, so anything casual would suffice. Mrs. Yukino Shida nodded and summoned the waiter. After placing their orders, she casually continued their conversation as if discussing everyday matters. I heard from Yano that you are a foreigner. What do your parents do for a living? Aaron blinked momentarily. Throughout his life, he had never known his parents. The first memory he held was awakening within a nurturing pod. For the following several years, he had not contemplated this matter at all. After all, Saiyans of the 99th lineage do not place significant value on familial bonds. As for his previous life, he had meandered through over 20 years without ever inquiring about the occupations of his parents. He had merely taken without question until fate intervened with a tragic accident. However, since Mrs. Yukino Shida posed the question, he resolved to answer earnestly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Aaron hesitantly replied, if I must say, my parents were likely involved in demolition work during their lifetime. P.S. This is the second chapter for today. There is one more to follow. I am experiencing a bit of writer's block, but I will endeavor to write it swiftly. I kindly request a 5-star review. Chapter 78. Yukino Shida Yoshino. Mrs. Yukino Shida paused slightly, then spoke softly. I apologize. I did not realize your parents had. It is of no consequence. In truth, I have little recollection of them. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat awkward. Fortunately, at that moment, the waiter presented the first course. All right, let us eat. I am starving. Yoshino exclaimed with a carefree tone. This morning, I took you on a tour of the entire company, so hurry and eat. Aaron, could you please refrain from calling me Little Aaron, Miss Yukino Shida? He replied, noting that the Supreme Kai of Time referred to him as Little Ran, and now he was being called Little Aaron as well. Aaron felt an overwhelming urge to grasp their collars and question them about their apparent shortcomings. Moreover, the burden of the 4-star ball resting upon Yanai had left Aaron in a state of despair, nearly rendering her unable to eat. For a Saiyan, the inability to consume food was akin to receiving the direst of news. Oh, are there 3 of you here from Yukino Shida? To whom is Little Aaron speaking? Yanai picked up the spoon before her, a sly smile gracing her lips as she regarded Aaron, effortlessly dismissing her earlier protests. Miss Yanai? Aaron tentatively called out, sister. Yukino Shida Yukino furrowed her brow as she glanced at Yono. Hey, I won't say anything more, but it's surprising how much little Yukino cares about her friends, isn't it? Little Aaron? Yukino Shida Yono deliberately elongated the last syllable of friends. Sister, please do not act overly familiar. You are not actually well acquainted with Aaron. Upon witnessing this scene, Madam Yukino Shida tactfully tapped the table. All right, everyone, let us eat. Yono, Yukino, and Aaron as well, stop the commotion and partake in the meal. Yono widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at her mother as if she had misheard. However, a moment later, she revealed a relieved smile, though it faded so swiftly that no one truly saw it. On the other side, Yukino Shida Yukino wore a similarly incredulous expression. What is mother doing? Only Aaron dutifully placed the food before her into her mouth, unable to help but think how small the piece of meat was. Subsequently, the lunch proceeded in an unremarkable manner. Madam Yukino Shida and Yono maintained cheerful expressions, complimenting Yono's exceptional social skills. The atmosphere appeared quite pleasant, making Aaron feel that this gathering was rather enjoyable. However, Yukino's demeanor remained perpetually icy. She had seen this so-called social maneuvering countless times before. She detested this feeling, the insincerity pressing down on her, making it difficult to breathe. Of course, She understood that this was also why she could never gain the same recognition within the family as her sister. This is quite delicious. Yukino, you should try some too. AI Ran placed a piece of dessert onto Yukino's plate, her face adorned with an expression that seemed to implore, "You must believe me." As Yukino took the treat into her mouth, her countenance transformed, akin to melting snow, revealing a serene smile. Indeed, it appears she truly prefers to be in the company of her beloved. Is this reality? Even the beloved can occasionally utter words of profound significance. After dinner, Eren and Yukino took their leave, as they were scheduled to visit another location in the afternoon for a school-organized activity. It would be impractical for everyone to wait for just the two of them. Once they departed, Mrs. Yukino Shida's smile gradually faded, and the lively demeanor of Ayano beside her also dissipated completely. If Eren had been present, he would have undoubtedly noticed the change. At that moment, Ayano appeared even more aloof than when she first met Yukino. Mrs. Yukino Shida softly remarked, "Yukino's friend seems rather pleasant. Have they formally begun dating?" "It appears not yet." Ayano returned to her usual self, as if the earlier chill had never existed. Observing her daughter's transformation, Mrs. Yukino Shida sighed inwardly. "I can see that Yukino has genuinely developed feelings for that boy, which is quite wonderful." At this moment, her formidable image as a strong woman vanished, replaced by a faint sadness enveloping her. "I have always been a stubborn person, thus taking it upon myself to dictate Yukino's future from her studying abroad to her current enrollment in Sobu High. I initially believed that, given Yukino's disposition, she might never develop feelings for anyone. However, the appearance of that boy today took me by surprise and brought me solace. If only you also desired." "Mother." Ayano interrupted her mother's musings. "I am different from my sister. The Yukino Shida family requires my contributions. My sister's temperament is not suited for managing the company. It is better for her to remain as she is." "Is that so?" Mrs. Yukino Shida sighed once more, as an overwhelming sense of helplessness filled her. Being born into such a family is both a blessing and a curse. The weight of familial responsibilities and inexplicable pressures can be suffocating. Yet Yukino is fortunate, for her sister has stepped forward to bear the burden. The price Ayano pays is donning a mask of pretense, as she too will seek a son-in-law capable of supporting the Yukino Shida family. As for love, it remains a beautiful yet illusory concept. P.S. I have been struggling with writer's block. After drafting nearly 6,000 words, I still cannot satisfy the author. I initially planned to introduce Ayano's storyline around chapter 150, as these past chapters served merely as a prologue. Yet today, my mind feels as if it has crashed, making it impossible to write well. I shall take a moment to rest, and after waking, I will gradually revise. I kindly request your 5-star reviews. Thank you all. Chapter 79, The Reunion of 4 Women Friday, after school in the service club. Eren has yet to arrive today. Previously, he ranked last in the examinations, and as soon as the class ended, he was dragged into the small room by Hikiya Hachiman, commencing a grueling session of supplementary lessons. In the corner, Hachiman and Yui Yugahama instinctively retreated. Although the clubroom remained as quiet as usual, the atmosphere today felt overwhelmingly oppressive. They all struggled to maintain their composure, resisting the urge to flee. The typically vivacious Yui swallowed hard and cast a furtive glance at the 4 women in the room. Yukino Shida Yukino. After serving several cups of red tea to the guests, settled by the window, engrossed in a book titled Romantic Metronome. Opposite her, Kasumiga Kakashiwa scrutinized Yukino Shida while her plump thighs quivered restlessly, a telltale sign of her discontent. Whenever she encountered bothersome or vexing matters, she exhibited this behavior as a means of venting her frustration. Iri Shiro sat beside Kasumiga Kaka, her twin tails drooping, exuding an air of lethargy. Meanwhile, Kato Megumi sipped her tea nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed. Kasumiga Kaka felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. Why did it seem as though someone had already reached their limit? Moreover, what was the source of this regal aura emanating from Yukino Shida, who appeared utterly composed while reading her novel? A peculiar sensation washed over Kasumiga Kaka. Ningenkuin is mine. Regardless of what schemes you concoct, he shall not be taken from me. Perhaps this was the sentiment she was experiencing. Say, Iri, has Ryun contacted you? How much longer until he arrives? How would I know? Ryun hasn't reached out to me at all during this time. If Kato hadn't informed me today, I wouldn't have realized he hasn't been to school for an entire week, Iri retorted, rolling her eyes at Kasumiga Kaka. Clearly, you're feeling down. But what do you want from me? She had known Kasumiga Kaka for quite some time, having been incessantly compared to the dark-haired girl who had dominated the school for a year since her own arrival. No one enjoys such comparisons. especially when the two are of entirely different styles. Seeing Kasumi Gakaka initiate conversation, Airi recognized that the latter was attempting to mask her own discomfort and embarrassment. Ironically, Airi herself felt quite awkward, particularly when recalling last Friday night. Kasumi Gakaka inquired, "Ryun hasn't been to school for a week?" "Yes. I suppose he's just been playing video games at home. It's not the first time," Airi replied, resting her head on the table, sighing despondently. At that moment, Kato spoke up. Aki mentioned to me via line this afternoon that he would arrive later, but he didn't specify a time." Just then, Yukino Shida closed her novel after reading the final page. "It's fine. We can stay later at school tonight. Ningen-kun has already requested permission from the guidance counselor." Her gaze shifted to Kasumi Gakaka. "Kasumi Gakaka-senpai, your novel is truly remarkable, especially the portrayal of the protagonist's emotions. It's no wonder it sold 500,000 copies. I eagerly await the third volume." Kasumi Gakaka's lips curved into a smile, her forte. The third volume was nearing completion and would be released after the Golden Week, thanks to Erin's assistance, enabling her to write it so smoothly. She hinted at this, but Yukino Shida merely nodded earnestly. Just moments ago, Yukino Shida had confirmed something significant. On Sunday, Ningen-kun's scent was identical to that of Kasumi Gakaka standing before her. Though Ningen-kun had a somewhat awkward personality, he never neglected those in need, especially when their troubles were related to his work. Kasumi Gakaka understood the implications of Yukino Shida's words and the deeper meaning behind them. However, placing a finger on her lips, Kasumi Gakaka revealed a knowing smile. "I look forward to Ningen-kun and Yukino Shida becoming the first readers of Romantic Metronome Volume 3. Even though Ningen-kun has already seen my draft, Yukino Shida did not grasp the significance of the draft, but simply nodded, replying, "Certainly." Although unsure of the progress between Yukino Shida and Erin, Kasumi Gakaka felt confident that she was currently at the forefront of the situation. At that moment, Kato placed her disposable teacup on the table. "Speaking of which, Yukino Shida, this red tea is delightful. No wonder Erin praises your skills. Would you mind teaching me?" "Of course. Kato, your culinary skills are already quite impressive, so you should learn quickly." Yukino Shida never declined reasonable requests. As Yukino Shida and Kato engaged in an animated discussion about tea and cooking, Airi's twin tails drooped even lower. She surveyed the others present. Aside from the unfamiliar Hachiman and Yugahama, it seemed her domestic abilities were utterly lacking. Even that stout woman in black stockings could manage in the kitchen. In this world, there exist 60-year-old princes and even 16-year-old princesses like her, the adorable Sawamura Spencer Airi. She was accustomed to being catered to, having little prowess beyond her studies and art. Discontent. Utterly discontent. "Hentai Aaron, why are you still not here in the clubroom?" Aaron emerged from the office, his face etched with frustration. After receiving a call post-school, Hayaka had hastily departed, leaving him to tackle 3 examination papers alone. Now, as the sun began its descent, a pale green barrier suddenly enveloped the entire school. Akiryu stood by the school gate, hands plunged into his pockets. Cackling, he surveyed the gathered crowd, noting their feeble combat prowess with a smirk. Tonight, the world would inevitably reshape itself into its rightful form. With that thought, he strode purposefully toward the direction of the 3-star dragon he sensed. Meanwhile, Aaron had reached the classroom door, poised to enter when he abruptly halted. Had the 2-star dragon truly been resurrected? 10 minutes prior, Yukino Shida Yukino and Katamegumi had concluded their discussion on the tea ceremony, plunging the clubroom back into silence. In truth, the sole connection between the service club and the gaming society was Aaron. Without his presence, the unfamiliar members were unlikely to bond. Furthermore, the presence of a certain individual had rendered their relationships even more intricate. Since earlier, Airi had been frowning, and after much hesitation, she gently nudged Kasumi Gakaka Shiwa. "Have you truly shown the draft of Volume 3 to Hentai Aaron?" Of course, Kasumi Gakaka Shiwa did not lift her gaze. Entirely focused on her notebook, the screen displayed nothing but a blank page, save for the title, "You, Volume 3, freshly completed," while inspiration for Volume 4 eluded her. "Then let us start a new book." Airi's brow furrowed even deeper. "It's such an important manuscript." Kasumi Gakaka Shiwa chuckled at Airi's incredulous expression. "No matter how significant, it doesn't concern you, does it, Airi?" At that moment, Yukino Shida Yukino began to piece things together. Katamegumi had reacted strongly to this manuscript earlier. Though her demeanor remained calm, she keenly sensed Megumi's emotional upheaval. The disparity in information seemed to have caused her to overlook something crucial. Pondering this, Yukino Shida Yukino queried, "Does this manuscript hold any special significance for Kasumigakaka-senpai?" Kasumigakaka Shiwa appeared genuinely surprised. "Didn't he Aaron-kun mention it to you later?" Yukino Shida Yukino felt increasingly perplexed, but the subsequent words from Kasumigakaka Shiwa left her utterly bewildered. "It's nothing. I merely confessed to Aaron-kun while showing him that manuscript, and he didn't refuse me." The confession was genuine, and his lack of rejection was also true. However, Kasumigakaka Shiwa had obscured some critical information. Her aim was to destabilize Yukino Shida Yukino, ideally driving her to sever ties with Aaron-kun. In the game of love, only one emerges victorious. The winner takes all, while the loser is left in the dust. Kasumigakaka Shiwa, now unperturbed by the intricacies, sought to proceed. Yukino Shida Yukino stood frozen, at a loss for how to convey her feelings. Was it disbelief or anger? Meanwhile, Katamegumi's hand faltered momentarily in her work, but she quickly resumed her studies. In a corner of the classroom, Hikigaya Hachiman and Uebari Yui were left speechless. What on earth is happening? We need to go home. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Eri Irie slammed her hands on the table. Rising to her feet, she directed her voice at Kasumigakaka Shiwa. "Kasumigakaka Shiwa. Ah, you shameless liar. If what you said were true, you would have boasted about it to me long ago." Eri Irie vehemently denied Kasumigakaka Shiwa's claims. In that moment, she was oblivious to her own thoughts. Yet, even if Kasumigakaka Shiwa's words held truth, she was determined to twist them into falsehoods. Instinct triumphed over all. At that moment, propriety and friendship had to yield to her resolve. Following this outburst, Yukino Shida Yukino's expression visibly softened. Meanwhile, Aaron, unaware of the unfolding drama within the clubroom, encountered Aki Ryu on the playground. Aki Ryu greeted Aaron politely. "Long time no see, Aaron." Not far away, Aaron had already entered a battle-ready stance. Something felt amiss with Aki Ryu. The overwhelming aura emanating from him was far beyond that of an ordinary human. Aaron surmised that Aki Ryu's combat prowess now rivaled that of his former superior, Frisia. A power level of 12 million? No, it was even greater. Aki Ryu now seemed comparable to Goku in his first transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, that still wasn't enough. "You are not Aki Ryu. You are the two-star dragon?" Before he could finish his sentence, Aaron sprang into action without hesitation. He was neither Vegeta nor Son Goku. The identity of the person before him was inconsequential. What mattered was to subdue him. With unwavering resolve, Aaron launched a powerful punch towards an Iluinye's face. Simultaneously, an Iluinye retaliated with a punch of his own. The collision of their fists produced a resounding explosion, causing the ground to tremble violently beneath them. Due to the sonic boom, every window in the school shattered into 1,000 pieces, and inside the servitude department, screams erupted. Everyone gazed in horror out the windows. Yukino Shida Yukino, undeterred by the seismic tremors shaking the classroom, struggled to reach the window. "Is that Renyi?" exclaimed Eri, her expression akin to seeing a ghost. "Regardless of whether it's Renyi or not, we must ascend at once. This place is perilous." Kariya Shiyu voiced her concern, casting a worried glance at Aaron, who was battling on the playground. Upon hearing her words, Hikigaya Hachiman flung open the servitude department's door and shouted, "Everyone, hurry outside." He then pulled the terrified Yui Yubin up from the ground. The scenes from anime were unfolding in reality, driving Hikigaya Hachiman to the brink of madness. Yet, there was no time to dwell on such thoughts. Survival was paramount. Despite having prior experience, Yukino Shida Yukino's complexion turned pale as she urged, "Let us flee further away. The battle involving Renyi will have far-reaching consequences. We must run." Aaron also recognized the gravity of the situation. This battle could not be prolonged, nor could it be fought on the ground. With this thought, Aaron silently delivered a powerful punch to an Iluinye's abdomen. The immense force instantaneously propelled him into the sky. "How is this possible? I have always sensed that your energy is inferior to mine. You are indeed not an Iluinye." AI Ran had already harbored murderous intent, and he was all too familiar with the scent of blood emanating from an Iluin. How many lives had this fellow taken in recent days? A roar of fury erupted, enveloping AI Ran in a golden glow. How could this be? An Iluin cradled his head, disbelief etched upon his face. In his perception, AI Ran's energy had multiplied several times over. Chapter 81. The revived 3-star dragon Kent hesitated for a moment before tossing out a bet of 80,000. "I've won," Kyan exclaimed, revealing his entire hand. "Old Supreme Kai, hurry and pay up. You've been making a fuss all day." You're over 1,000 years younger than me, and yet you show no respect for your elders, the old Supreme Kai grumbled, reluctantly pulling a finely crafted chip from the drawer of the mahjong table. Speaking of which, your little employee is set to perish today, and you've callously severed all ties with him. Isn't that rather excessive? If he dies, I'll simply retrieve him from the King of Hell. It's not the first time I've done such a thing. Kaiyan snatched the chip from the old Supreme Kai's hand, continuing, some things inevitably come at a cost. Our assistance in making him a Super Saiyan has already significantly altered the timeline, and he isn't even the most primitive Super Saiyan yet. However, I believe the current little Ran can prove to be a competent time patroller, albeit his inclinations are rather peculiar. What is so peculiar about it? The old Supreme Kai shot Kaiyan a glare. Is it strange to fall for a girl he liked before losing his memory? Only a Saiyan who comprehends love can generate positive energy. If all else fails, you could have him work for me. There aren't many Saiyans left in the 7th universe. Dream on. You want little Ran to work for you. You're just hoping he'll bring you some Riska literature from Earth. How despicable. From now on, you are forbidden from approaching little Ran. After just a few hours of conversation, you've already led him astray. If you don't want to, then don't. Let us just play cards, humph. The golden light gradually dissipated. Having transformed into a Super Saiyan, AI Ran slowly materialized before an Eluan. The silhouette of a Super Saiyan began to emerge, characterized by golden hair and blue eyes, with arcs of lightning flickering around him. AI Ran clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within him. This was the Super Saiyan beyond the Super Saiyan, the Super Saiyan 2. After 2 years of rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had his latent potential awakened by the old Kai, ultimately mastering the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Although he certainly could not compare to Vegeta during the Buu saga, nor could he rival Gohan's initial transformation into Super Saiyan 2. He was more than capable of handling the current situation. No, he must swiftly conclude this battle. The bloodlust that accompanied his transformation into a Super Saiyan was simply too intense. AI Ran murmured softly, then turned her gaze towards the visibly terrified and Eluan Yi. Oh, could it be that even an evil dragon is capable of experiencing such a sentiment as fear? AI Ran unconsciously revealed a cruel smile. Tear him apart. Tear him apart. Tear him apart. Even AI Ran abruptly shook her head, dispelling the thought of tearing him to shreds from her mind. Heh, do you truly believe you can defeat me? No matter how powerful humans may be, they are merely my sustenance. The panic on an Eluan's face gradually faded, as a thick plume of green smoke began to emanate from behind him. Poison. Eren possesses an intimate understanding of the two-star dragon's capabilities and would naturally refrain from recklessly charging into battle. Huh. AI Ran raised a hand, unleashing a powerful wave of energy from her palm. As it traversed the green haze, a portion of this energy was absorbed. Yet the remaining force struck an Eluan Yi squarely. Accompanied by a piercing scream of agony, an Eluan Yi plummeted from the sky. Although the acrid scent of charred flesh enveloped him, he did not succumb immediately. Eren extended a finger, aimed at the entire visage of the green-skinned Anki Runai. A surge of energy began to coalesce, preparing to deliver the final blow, for this body belonged to Anki Runai. There was no need to prolong his suffering. Just then, an unforeseen event transpired. Anki Runai's figure suddenly vanished before Eren's eyes. Meanwhile, Yukino, who was close to reaching the school gates, found herself once again immobilized by ice, along with others who were similarly frozen in place. However, this time, the freezing did not prove to be overly effective. They were merely numbed by the cold. Near Yukino, the fearsome Samsung dragon gasped violently. Damn Saiyan. Damn monkey. I was so close to being purified. Yet, regrettably, the Samsung dragon turned to Yukino, a sinister grin adorning its face. Humans are so easily consumed by fear. Negative energy flows abundantly. Wouldn't you agree, my host? Yukino struggled to turn her head, utterly ignoring him. What kind of monster is this? Inori was so frightened that her words stumbled. Kato Megumi and Kasumiga Kakashiwa, although aware of some underlying truths, turned pale upon witnessing the evil dragon in reality. And as for Yugahama Yui and Hikigaya Hachiman, their fear was palpable. Seeing that Yukino disregarded him, the Samsung dragon, unfazed, shifted its gaze skyward and continued. While your fear is quite delectable, there is something else that suits my palate even more. As the words left its mouth, a dim Dragon Ball emerged from the Samsung dragon's body, shooting a pale blue beam towards the direction where Anki Runai had fallen. With the resonance of the two Dragon Balls, Anki Runai instantaneously appeared before the Samsung dragon. Grasping Anki Runai by the throat, the Samsung dragon wore a mocking expression. "Oh, isn't this the two-star dragon? You always claim to be the strongest among evil dragons. Yet here you are, reduced to this state." "Runai," Inori exclaimed in shock. However, Anki Runai paid her no heed and instead pleaded with the Samsung dragon. "Do not consume me. Let us join forces to eliminate that human. Otherwise, you too will perish. Your strength has returned swiftly. You must have devoured many humans. But such power is wasted in your hands. Fear not. You shall relish the cries of humanity alongside me within my being." The Samsung dragon plunged a hand into Anki Runai's chest, stirring within until it extracted a dragon ball. "Runai." Inori was utterly bewildered. What were these two discussing? What did it mean to devour humans? What did it mean to kill that person together? She could not comprehend it all. "Damn Samsung dragon. You too will be slain by that human." Anki Runai managed to utter these words with great difficulty before his form shattered like glass, ultimately disintegrating into dust. Even in death, such needless chatter. "Yet by consuming you, I shall be fully resurrected." The Samsung dragon tilted its head back, swallowing the two-star dragon ball. With a gulp, a terrifying power erupted from its body. "Haha, this is the sensation. The feeling of a complete revival is simply magnificent." Next, the Samsung dragon turned its gaze to the sky, where Yukino Shida Yukino and the others lay on the ground, and Aaron was utterly infuriated. The blue of his pupils gradually dissipated, ultimately turning white. Every hair on his golden tail stood on end. "Samsung dragon, I shall surely slay you. P.S. This is the third chapter for today. I believe Runai cannot perish at the hands of the protagonist. I shall take a brief respite and continue writing at midnight." Aiming to finish the segments regarding the Samsung and two-star dragons in one go. Disjointed thoughts are too chaotic. I must transition into the chapter of Kagaya soon, otherwise everyone will be anxious. Please grant a 5-star review. For those who have already reviewed, an additional comment would be appreciated. The book is currently rated 8.3. Chapter 82. The day before Golden Week, Subu Hai was obliterated. As Aaron rushed toward him, the Samsung dragon chuckled ominously. "Hee, Saiyan monkey. I told you I would slay you." With that, it gently flapped the wings on its back. In the next moment, it appeared directly before Aaron. So swift. A sense of dread enveloped AI Ran as, before he could muster any reaction, a swift and powerful punch, resembling a fleeting shadow, struck him fiercely in the abdomen. He expelled a mouthful of blood. Samsung Long, with a sinister grin, grasped AI Ran by the head and hoisted him aloft. "Well, Saiyan monkey, do you have any final words before you meet your end?" "To hell with your final words." Bang! AI Ran swiftly rolled over, delivering a powerful kick to the face of the 3-star dragon, and then quickly distanced herself from him. Almost immediately, a burst of energy shot from her hand, striking the dragon squarely on the head. However, this blow merely caused the 3-star dragon to sway slightly. Observing the dragon emerge unscathed from the explosion, AI Ran furrowed her brow. It seemed that Cayenne's words were indeed accurate. The 3-star dragon in its prime was undoubtedly far superior to the Super Saiyan 3. This implied that the 3-star dragon was now at least 4 times stronger than herself. AI Ran was acutely aware that her current state, supposedly that of a Super Saiyan 2, was merely a mockery of the real form. Faced with such a predicament, she found herself momentarily indecisive. The 3-star dragon twisted its neck and revealed a derisive smirk, declaring futile resistance. With that, it lunged fiercely towards AI Ran. Though her mind was fully alert, her body failed to respond in time. She could see the rapidly enlarging fist approaching her, and soon, pain surged to her brain. Almost immediately, a violent agony gripped her abdomen, accompanied by a deafening crash as AI Ran plummeted from the sky, landing heavily within the school building. With a terrifying roar, several teaching blocks of the SBU high school collapsed. Lord Ape, AI Ran, Hentai AI Ran, classmate AI Ran, Yukino Shida Yukino and others exclaimed in unison. In the next moment, AI Ran sprang up from the rubble, gasping for breath. "Damn, this cursed school is finally gone. Who would have thought that a single battle would fulfill my lifelong dream?" Thick blood streamed from her nostrils, her nasal bone fractured, even piercing the skin and becoming exposed. Aaron gasped for breath, as though her lungs had been shattered. The lack of sufficient oxygen caused her vision to blur. The disparity in strength was simply overwhelming. Transform into a giant ape? AI Ran instinctively recalled her old tactics. No, that would not suffice. The giant ape had merely enhanced its fundamental combat power tenfold. Her training was far from complete, and the notion of transforming into a golden giant ape or even a Super Saiyan 4 was nothing short of a fool's dream. The three-star dragon hovered in the air, exuding an air of nonchalance. Heh, does it hurt, Saiyan monkey? Do you wish to beg for mercy? Given the vast disparity in their combat abilities, she did not recommend engaging in a cat-and-mouse game with this beast. AI Ran spat out the blood from his mouth, exclaiming in frustration, damn, to suffer misfortune at the hands of the same individual twice. The three-star dragon, witnessing AI Ran's silence, felt an increased sense of triumph. It had been so close. Had it not been for the appearance of the two-star dragon today, he would have nearly been purified. Enduring the positive energy emanating from AI Ran daily was driving the three-star dragon to the brink of madness. However, at this moment, he cast a wordless glance at AI Ran, his gaze akin to that of a predator eyeing a defenseless insect, ready to crush it at any moment. Enough of this. A monkey that doesn't even know how to beg for mercy has truly lost its appeal. Perhaps it is time for you to descend into the abyss. Once I have dispatched you, I shall relish in the slow extermination of humanity in this world that will surely be far more entertaining. Raising his right hand towards AI Ran, a blue energy orb materialized in his grasp. As AI Ran's pupils constricted, the sensation of impending death intensified. With a thunderous roar, the energy sphere descended, illuminating the sky with an explosive blaze. As the smoke dissipated, AI Ran, along with the educational building of Subu High, vanished from the spot, leaving behind a deep crater of several meters. Witnessing this scene, Yukino nearly fainted. The others shared her shock, with Kasumiga Kakashiyu even biting her lower lip until it bled. Haha, that damned monkey is finally dead. This world is now mine, Samaseng Long exclaimed, clutching his forehead and laughing heartily. Suddenly, he caught sight of the seething hatred in Yukino and the other's eyes through his fingers. Fear not. I shall ensure that you reunite with me in hell. What a thrilling performance it has been. With that, Samaseng Long gathered another sphere of energy in his hand. At this moment, Hikigaya Hachiman and Yuobin Yui finally embraced, desperately closing their eyes in despair. Yet, Yukino and several members of the gaming club did not falter. Though their faces remained pale from fear, they fixed their vengeful gazes upon Samaseng Long suddenly. AI Ran's figure reappeared behind Samaseng Long, the injuries he bore having completely vanished. In an instant, he had restrained both of Samaseng Long's arms. Struggling fiercely, Samaseng Long shouted, "How can you possibly be alive? And how have your wounds healed?" AI Ran remained silent, as he needed to summon all his strength to temporarily confine the three-star dragon. Fortunately, he had learned a bit about teleportation from Kai-In and had brought back a few celestial beings. Otherwise, he would have truly been reduced to ashes just moments ago. Of course, the ensuing events would not fare much better. Erin directed her gaze towards the individual sprawled on the ground and uttered two words, soft yet laden with meaning. "I'm sorry." Upon speaking, an intense surge of energy coursed through her being, enveloping the two figures in a magnificent orb of light. "Are you truly going to self-destruct?" The three-star dragon struggled with increasing fervor. "Fortunately, you are not Majin Buu. Otherwise, I might genuinely hesitate to employ this tactic." AI Ran's tone was exceptionally calm. This was not the first time he faced death, and he had nearly become seasoned in the experience. With a sigh, he silently murmured, "Third-rate deity. Remember to rescue me from King Yin, or else if I truly reincarnate, it will be too late." He wondered if that third-rate deity could even hear him. After completing all that, AI Ran summoned all his strength, soaring with the three-star dragon towards the higher skies, then unleashed all his power in one breath. "Ah, damn monkey." In a mournful wail, the three-star dragon gradually evaporated, leaving only two pristine Dragon Balls to gently descend from the heavens. As for AI Ran, he had completely transformed into a white stone. Upon hitting the ground, he shattered into countless fragments. AI Ran. Yukino could no longer hold on. After calling out AI Ran's name, she lost consciousness entirely. Kasumiga Kakashiwa and Katame Gumi crawled desperately towards the remnants of AI Ran. Lily was utterly stunned, tears streaming down her face, yet her gaze remained vacant. At the same moment, a boy with pink hair and green-framed glasses stood suspended in midair. "Oh, these aliens truly know how to create trouble for others. You should understand that altering the memories of so many humans with superpowers is exhausting even for me." He then shifted his gaze towards Yukino and the others. "Forget it. There's no need to tamper with their memories. They wouldn't want to forget that alien named AI Ran. Would they? As for that school, let it be. Regardless, the altered memories are just a gas explosion. I should head home and rest. Today has been quite exhausting thanks to those rascals. P.S. The protagonist is about to embark on a day trip to the underworld. Please give a 5-star review. If you've already commented, another follow-up would be appreciated. Thank you. Chapter 83. AI Ranch Journey to Hell. At this moment, the ruler of Hell, King Yin, was rapidly reviewing the documents before him. After a brief moment, he looked towards a white specter at the other end of the desk and spoke. You haven't committed many evil deeds in your life, but your excessive indulgence has led to immoral offenses. You shall reside in the Pillar of Embrace Hell for 2 years before reincarnation. The white specter seemed somewhat unwilling. Lord King Yin, I haven't done anything wrong. Why must I be punished? Impudence! I have conducted a strict judgment in accordance with the laws of hell. If you do not comply, I shall extend your sentence by 3 more years. With that, King Yin waved his hand, and a blue-faced little ghost in formal attire escorted the white soul away. Proceed. The sudden influx of vengeful spirits on earth has made my work increasingly burdensome. Just then, a blushing little ghost in formal wear appeared before King Yin, raising his head and exclaiming, Lord King Yin, I have sent that Saiyan to hell. He is currently in the Sea of Blood. Is that so? He is among those we must pay special attention to. Let him experience our hell services thoroughly. Do you understand? Yes, Lord King Yin. On either side of the winding snake path lay endless yellow clouds. Beneath the clouds was hell itself. In the bubbling sea of blood, AI Ran had only his head above the surface, a halo resting atop it. The temperature of the Sea of Blood is quite pleasant. It's far more comfortable than a warm bath on Earth. Indeed, Lord AI Ran, this is the most renowned therapeutic hot spring in our hell. After his training, Lord King Yin would often choose to soak here. Upon hearing AI Ran's sentiments, the little ghost by the shore hurriedly presented a wooden basin filled with neatly arranged eggs. These are freshly boiled eggs we just retrieved from the Sea of Blood, sourced from our hell's most famous roosters. Each one undergoes more than 2 years of refinement to produce only a few eggs. Would you care to try? Aaron skillfully cracked the eggshell and promptly tossed a chicken egg into his mouth. This egg is delightful, as long as you enjoy it. The little demon wiped the sweat from his forehead, as it was exceedingly hot beside the scalding Sea of Blood. This morning, he received a command from King Yin, instructing him to properly entertain this Saiyan. Failure to do so would lead to immediate dismissal. Although he was uncertain about the significance of a Saiyan like Aaron, the orders from his superior must be followed without question. Such is the plight of a worker. Moments later, Aaron leaped from the water, shaking his body off. If I stay in any longer, I might faint. Are there any more activities planned? Indeed, replied the little demon, producing an unopened knife from behind. After the Sea of Blood, the next trial is the Blade Hell, which involves incessantly scraping this knife against your skin until extensive erythema appears. This is a mandatory experience following the Sea of Blood, and it is rather brutal. AI Ran stroked her chin, pondering for a moment, before leaning over the bank and declaring, Come on, let us proceed. Indeed, we have prepared a lavish feast of torment for you, along with an 18-layer tour of hell. The force is still too gentle. Apply more strength. Yes. The little demon wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. And this time, he exerted greater effort. Subsequently, AI Ran continued to experience various attractions within the depths of hell. For instance, in the fiery hell, alcohol was smeared upon her back before being ignited. Immediately, a robust and fearsome demon began to relentlessly strike her back with its massive hands. It was both searing and agonizing. The sound of AI Ran's moans could make even the female ghosts in hell blush with embarrassment. Furthermore, in the gluttonous depths of hell, hundreds of green-faced, fang-bearing little demons relentlessly presented him with platters of roasted meat, compelling him to consume every morsel. Towering like a mountain, the heap of meat seemed intended to suffocate the Saiyan. Truly, such is the terrifying nature of hell. In this realm, there exists neither day nor night. Aaron was uncertain how long he had lingered in this place. Nonetheless, he had certainly experienced every aspect of the infernal realm. He even took the opportunity to visit the garden filled with dolls. In a little over 20 years, his former employer, Frisia, would be suspended from a tree here, enjoying opera each day. After partaking in all these activities, Aaron reclined on a patch of grass, a blade of foxtail grass held delicately in his mouth. How dreadfully dull it was. Had that third-rate deity's mahjong tournament concluded yet? Why had no one come to retrieve him? As soon as AI Ran's voice fell, Kane's figure materialized right before him. Little Ran, I'm here. Why is it that every time I mention you, you appear immediately? You don't actually have a penchant for voyeurism or anything of the sort, do you? AI Ran gazed at Kai-En, her expression tinged with wariness. How can you unjustly tarnish someone's reputation without basis? Is it considered spying when a manager routinely monitors the work status of employees? Otherwise, how would I be able to ascertain your progress? Wait. AI Ran keenly sensed something amiss in Kai Yin's words. Check it anytime? What does this anytime entail? You aren't spying on me while I bathe, are you? Kai Yin feigned innocence, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. Oh, not at all. I merely witnessed you soaring through the sky while embracing a girl and being pinned to the ground by another girl, not to mention the instances of forced handholding. With each of Kai Yin's utterances, the crimson hue on AI Ran's face deepened. Finally, he could no longer contain himself. Stop, stop, stop. You third-rate deity. You are forbidden from monitoring me any further. Otherwise, I shall resign from this position, and dwelling in the depths of hell would suit me just fine. Well, if I didn't greet the king of hell, you would have long since become nothing but a wandering soul, discarded like a tattered cloth. Cast into the soul purification device to have all memories and sins washed away, subsequently reincarnated. But then, what would become of your little girlfriend? Kai Yin feigned a charming demeanor, though it was evident that AI Ran could not perceive her allure. Humph. Hurry and return me to Earth. I have already perished once for this job, and yet you still resort to spying on me. What kind of heartless enterprise is this? It's not as if it's my first demise. They say practice makes perfect, and this is your third time already. As Kai Yin spoke, she conjured a wand from thin air and gently tapped it against AI Ran's forehead. Immediately, a blinding white light erupted from AI Ran's body. Once the radiance subsided, the halo above his head vanished as well. There you go, little Ran. You have been revived. You did splendidly this time, purifying 2 Dragon Balls so swiftly. You must continue to work diligently. With that, Kai Yin vanished once more from AI Ran's sight. She was in a hurry to return to her mahjong game. Wait, aren't you going to send me directly back to Earth? Even if you've mastered instantaneous movement, you must at least indicate which direction Earth lies. Yet, all that responded to AI Ran was an overwhelming silence. P.S. Chapter 2. I will write the next chapter when I return home from work. Please leave a 5-star review. Thank you. Chapter 84. Just how brave is Ingli Li? Another day as dusk descended. The AI Ran household exuded an unsettling tranquility, punctuated only by the rhythmic chopping sounds emanating from the kitchen. Yukino Shida Yukino and Kasumiga Kakashiya sat in a daze on the living room sofa, maintaining their stillness throughout the day. Since the previous night, Aruri had secluded herself in AI Ran's bedroom, and when Kato Megumi called her for lunch, there was no response. The atmosphere within the apartment was stifling, nearly suffocating. After a moment, Kasumiga Kakashiya's hoarse voice broke the silence. Did you truly mean that AI Ran might still return? She gazed quietly at Yukino Shida Yukino, her eyes reflecting an abyss of despair. Yukino Shida Yukino hesitated. Before continuing, I'm not entirely certain. She longed to provide both herself and Kasumiga Kakashiya with a definitive answer, yet rationality rendered such hopes improbable. Despite the extraordinary powers of the Ape Lord, he had disintegrated before her very eyes. The notion of resurrection seemed utterly fantastical. The only glimmer of hope lay in the possibility that AI Ran's divine master could conjure a miracle. However, at that moment, Kasumiga Kakashiya's emotions spiraled out of control. Did you not say that AI Rankuin might return? Why do you now express uncertainty? I genuinely cannot be sure. Yukino Shida Yukino erupted. But I absolutely refuse to believe that the Ape Lord has perished. Her outburst abruptly ceased, and in a fragmented whisper she added, I believe. There must be a sliver of possibility for the Ape Lord. Lowering her voice, she recognized that venting her frustrations toward Kasumiga Kakashiya was not appropriate. This was neither correct nor what the Ape Lord would have wished for her. Kasumiga Kakashiya seemed to surrender all her strength, reclining sideways on the sofa, her face resting where AI Ran had lain the previous week. In the kitchen, upon hearing the commotion, Kato Megumi's chopping momentarily faltered. She bit her lip and resumed her task, a single crystalline tear cascading down her cheek. In AI Ran's bedroom, Ingli Li once again awakened from her slumber. The lingering scent of AI Ran still enveloped her within the covers. She tightened her grip around AI Ran's school uniform, cast a glance at the ceiling, and then closed her eyes once more. Surely, this was all but a dream. As soon as she awoke, Hentai AI Ran would return to her side. She buried her head deeper into the quilt, her body gradually curling up in a protective cocoon. Just then, AI Ran's figure unexpectedly materialized upon the ceiling of the room. Before he could even react, he plummeted freely onto the bed. Taking in the familiar surroundings, AI Ran couldn't help but voice his frustration. Damn. That third-rate deity sent me back on my own. I wandered through the cosmos for ages before finally locating Earth. I nearly perished. It was far too perilous. That planet collided with a comet and was on the brink of exploding. Just as the catastrophe loomed, I managed to sense the remnants of my essence on Earth, which allowed me to barely teleport back. Still shaken, he patted his chest, only to suddenly realize that two smooth arms were wrapped around his neck. Inglili? What are you doing in my room? Although he could not see her, he could distinctly feel her presence. Hentai AI Ran? You truly have returned? Inglili's voice brimmed with elation, her grip tightening around him. Yes, I have returned. Could you possibly let me go? What are you doing in my room at this hour? Has all that drawing finally driven you to madness? AI Ran had just narrowly escaped death and was still recovering from the shock. Now, he found himself enveloped in the embrace of Inglili, and this relentless stimulation was momentarily overwhelming for him. Upon hearing AI Ran's words, Inglili fell into silence. Could it be that she was indeed dreaming? After all, the hentai AI Ran had never spoken to her in such a manner. Yet, this dream felt so vividly real, his warmth, his voice, his scent. Slowly, Inglili leaned in closer. Yes, if it were merely a dream, there was no need to dwell on such concerns. In the next moment, she pressed a kiss on AI Ran's nose. However, in the darkness, Inglili was relying solely on sound to locate AI Ran, and her initial attempt was a failure. But AI Ran was left bewildered. What are you doing, Inglili? Less chatter. Do you really think you can resist in my dream? Just a mere hentai AI Ran. Inglili removed her arms from around AI Ran's neck and mounted him, holding his face firmly in her hands. Another kiss followed. This time, it landed perfectly. The warm sensation of her lips left AI Ran momentarily dazed. They were so close, and Inglili's heavy breaths echoed in his ears. Wait, Inglili. AI Ran turned her face away, yet Inglili promptly pursued her. What are you waiting for? In my dreams, everything must obey my commands. You wait a moment. Don't. Why are you still sticking out your tongue? Has become utterly numb. Are all the women on Earth so assertive? Previously, it was Poem of the Twilight Hill, and now it is Eri Shiratsu. Gradually, Eri herself seems to sense that something is amiss. This dream feels too vivid. She quickly sits up and pinches her thigh forcefully. The next moment, she exclaims, "Ah, hentai AI Ran. How could you?" Taking the opportunity, AI Ran leaped off the bed, choosing to disregard Inglili's retaliatory remarks. I'm heading out. It seems Yukino and the others are outside, she said. That Inglili, there's quite a difference between her illustrations and reality. Inglili abruptly pulled the blanket over herself and shouted, You go out. All right. Aaron hurriedly opened the bedroom door, only to find Yukino Shida and two other girls already standing at the threshold, alerted by the commotion. Aaron chuckled awkwardly. Oh, I'm back. The esteemed Yuru jumped into Aaron's embrace, exclaiming with delight. Noticing the lack of space in Aaron's arms, Shiyu Kasumagakaka firmly grasped the hem of Aaron's garment. Megumi Kato smiled gently. Welcome back, Aaron. I apologize for causing you concern. I have returned. AI Ran let out a gentle sigh. Indeed, she found herself quite fond of this world. As her emotions gradually settled, Yukino Shida extricated herself from AI Ran's embrace. With Kato, Megumi, and Kasumagakaka Shiyu present, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Kato Megumi tilted her head, her expression one of perplexity as she inquired, AI Ran. We just heard Eri scream. What transpired? Well, I just teleported into the room and startled Eri, which prompted her scream. Yes, that's the whole story. Aaron, feeling a twinge of guilt, turned her head to the side. Kasumi no Okapoemu, with her arms crossed, fixed her intense gaze upon Aaron. Oh, is that so? P.S. Today I have completed 3 updates. I will catch up on the manga of Lady Kagaya in the upcoming series featuring several female protagonists. I kindly request a 5-star review. And for those who have already rated, please consider adding further comments. Chapter 85, The Longest Night, Eri's Transformation. Outside the bedroom, the voices of AI Ran and Yukino Shida. Yukino gradually faded away. Inglili slowly emerged from under the covers, tears streaming down her face. It is truly wonderful. Just as Yukino Shida said, that perverted AI Ran really did not die. Time passed, and eventually, Inglili's sobs subsided. Her trembling fingertips grazed the bed as she slumped onto AI Ran's bed in a disheveled manner. With every breath, AI Ran's scent enveloped her senses. Yet her mind was a chaotic whirlwind, revisiting the events of the past, a wave of inexplicable panic washing over her. That kiss seemed to be a key, unlocking the shackles of her muddled existence. Did I truly take the initiative to kiss that perverted AI ran? Lily instinctively gripped the sheets, whispering to herself. Though she was a tsundere, she was no fool and certainly not lacking in the courage to pursue love. She couldn't pinpoint when it began, but she had developed a slight fondness for AI Rand, something beyond friendship, akin to the romantic affection she felt for Aki Akane. Did it start on that stormy night? That seemed off. Perhaps it began even earlier. Yet she had never considered expressing it openly, for that would be a disgraceful act. To harbor feelings for another man right after being disappointed by Aki Akane, wasn't that a disgrace? Lily reaffirmed this notion within herself. Regarding these unusual feelings, she dared not acknowledge or deny them, remaining paralyzed by indecision, for any action would reveal her inner turmoil. However, when Kasumi ga Kakashiyu mentioned that AI Ran had not rejected her confession, she could no longer contain herself. The subsequent events shattered her last defenses. In less than 10 minutes, Aki Akane and AI Ran both succumbed before her eyes. It was only at that moment that Lily fully recognized her feelings. She truly liked that perverted AI Ran. Liked him deeply. But at that time, AI Ran was already shattered into pieces. For an entire day and night, Aki Akane's image, pleading for mercy from the three-headed dragon, and AI Ran's desperate sacrifice to save everyone replayed relentlessly in her mind. That torment suffocated her. Aside from hiding in this room, numbing herself with sleep, she could do nothing. Forcing herself to calm down, she contemplated for a long while. Kasumi ga Kakashiyu. Like a revolving lantern, Lily recalled Shiyu's words at the CAF. I have a bit of a crush on AI Ran. Then she remembered yesterday's line. After showing AI Ran the manuscript, I confessed to him. AI Ran did not refuse. She pressed her hands to her chest, compelling herself to cease her thoughts. A bitter wave began to spread, engulfing her heart. Lily let out a soft sigh, slowly recalling the various moments spent with AI Ran. Suddenly, her phone rang. Was it her mother? She quickly answered the call. Hello, Mom. On the other end, a voice feigning tears chimed in. Lily, you have someone you like now, and you don't even call your mother when you go out. It truly breaks my heart. What are you talking about, you silly mom? By the way, I must remind you, even if you have someone you like, kisses and hugs are fine, but you mustn't tea. I would do that. Lily exclaimed, indignantly flustered. It seems Mom is overthinking. Our Lily doesn't have that kind of courage. If she really liked someone, she probably wouldn't even be able to talk to them properly. Given that she is a tsundere. Who said that? Just a moment ago. Lily suddenly realized she had almost fallen into her mother's trap again. Oh, what happened just now? Nothing. I'll hang up now. Goodbye, Mom. Aren't you going to chat a bit longer? No. Bye. With that, Lily abruptly ended the call. What does this Fujoshi think of others all day long? She muttered, instinctively touching her lips. So, that's what a kiss feels like. Quite pleasant. But, Kasumi ga Kakashiyu, Yukino Shida, and Kato, bowing her head. Lily softly uttered their names, before recalling the face of Aki Akane, twisted in agony. Akane, farewell. With that thought, Lily hugged the blanket, opened AI Ran's bedroom door, and quietly slipped into the guest room. She lay on the familiar bedding in the guest room, curling up within AI Ran's blankets. It's time to sleep. Tomorrow brings a fresh start. Meanwhile, in the underworld, King Inma frowned as he reviewed a report. How should the human named Aki Akane be dealt with? Although he did not personally kill 10,002 humans, the report indicated he had been collaborating with the evil dragon. Beneath the enormous desk, a well-dressed little demon respectfully stated, Your Majesty, for such a low-level world, it would be best to completely erase all traces of this person's existence. After a moment of contemplation, King Inma nodded slightly. Indeed, this is the most prudent solution for that world. Handle it. Understood. Saying this, the little demon retrieved a laptop from his pocket. After entering Aki Akane's name, all his life's details appeared on the screen. The little demon skillfully operated the device, sending the information to the recycle bin before clicking to delete it permanently. Instantly, memories of Aki Akane began to fade from the minds of everyone on Earth, even at schools, government offices, and on the internet. All direct records related to him swiftly vanished. It's all taken care of, Your Majesty. Even those who were close to Aki Akane will forget his existence after a single night's sleep. I understand. We must keep a close watch on that low-level world, especially regarding the activities of the Time Lord's employees. Who knows, that planet might explode one day. I can only imagine the additional workload that would entail. Yes, I understand. P.S. In today's first chapter, I kindly request a 5-star review. For those esteemed individuals who have already bestowed their praise, I would greatly appreciate your follow-up 5-star endorsement. Thank you. I am also grateful to the generous benefactor who has recognized my efforts. Thank you once again. Chapter 86, The Longest Night, The Ape Lord. You may kiss me now. Since the night of AI Rant's demise, Yukino has not rested for a moment, merely sitting on the sofa in a daze. The possibility of AI Rant's return was her only sustaining belief. However, upon witnessing AI Rant's resurrection, the tension that had held her taut suddenly relaxed. Leaving Yukino utterly spent. Eren gently carried Yukino into her room, carefully placing her upon the bed. I apologize for causing you concern, she said softly. Yukino shook her head, replying, You have already expressed your apologies that night. As long as you return, I am utterly content. Observing the pallor on Yukino's face, Eren's brow furrowed in worry. With a gentle touch, Yukino smoothed Eren's furrowed brow, her delicate features illuminated by a tender smile. It's nothing. I simply haven't rested well. A short nap will suffice. Would you be so kind as to massage my legs? I've been seated all day, and they feel rather numb. Eren sat beside Yukino's bed, placing her long legs, ensnared in stockings, upon her own thighs, and gradually began to massage them. Yukino gazed at Eren, her head bowed, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. The sensation of the massage emanated from her legs, although the movements of the muscular figure known as the Ape Lord lacked gentleness. The physical contact offered her a modicum of reassurance. Ape Lord, I am. Yukino softly exhaled, calling out once more, Ape Lord, I am. Eren lifted her head and gazed at Yukino, declaring, I have always been here. In that moment of their shared gaze, all the unease in Yukino's eyes swiftly faded away. Eren gazed intently at Yukino, who, at that moment, radiated an unparalleled beauty. Inhaling the distinctive fragrance that enveloped Yukino, Eren's gaze instinctively drifted downward, where the exquisite, jade-like skin of her neck subtly unveiled the allure of her youth. Is it beautiful? Yukino's face flushed an even deeper crimson. Indeed, it is quite beautiful, Eren replied earnestly, nodding in affirmation. A fleeting expression of satisfaction flickered in Yukino's eyes. Occasionally, when the gorilla prince beheld me, he would don such a dazed expression. Could it be that he is enamored with me? It has been so for quite some time. At this, the joy in Yukino's eyes became impossible to conceal. She slowly closed her eyes, whispering, Then, Gorilla Prince, you may kiss me now. Her voice was barely audible. This emotion, one of rediscovery, transcended verbal expression. Yet, Yukino understood that something had to be done in this moment. Only then could her heart find solace, allowing her to sleep peacefully that night. Eren's Adam's apple bobbed nervously. The space between them diminished, and at last, their lips met in a fleeting touch. Yukino felt her heart race, as if it were on the verge of leaping into her throat. Eren, still savoring the moment, smacked her lips together. This sensation was truly delightful. Although Yukino's actions were rather inexperienced, they contrasted sharply with those of a certain golden retriever who only knew how to wildly lash his tongue against Eren's lips. Should we indulge in another round? Gazed at Yukino with an expression of eager anticipation. Hentai, he exclaimed, but Yukino once again closed her eyes. This kiss lingered for an extended moment, only breaking when Yukino found herself nearly breathless. With a shy glare, she shot a look at him, her cheeks flushed. The latter chuckled softly, ruffling his hair. By the way, Sarukuin, I have something for you. With that, Yukino turned to her bedside cabinet and retrieved 2 shimmering orbs. Dragon balls. You brought them back? He inquired, astonished. Yes, purifying them is your task, right? I thought if you didn't return, these might be your last hope for revival. As she placed the Dragon Balls into AI Rant's hands, Yukino's complexion paled slightly. She dared not revisit the events of the previous day. Had she not glimpsed the Dragon Balls and considered AI Rant's potential revival, she might have been tempted to follow him into oblivion. Sarukuin, can these truly grant any wish? Gazing at the fully purified Dragon Balls, AI Rant mused, well, not exactly any wish, but desires akin to rejuvenation, resurrection, or world domination could indeed be fulfilled. By the way, the King of Time once promised me that upon completing the purification of the 7 Dragon Balls, I would be allowed to make a wish. Yukino looked at AI Rant with a hint of confusion. So, what wish does Sarukuin wish to realize? Well, it's not something I cannot share. My wishes. AI Rant leaned close to Yukino's ear, softly whispering her wish. Upon hearing it, Yukino shot AI ran a glare before burying herself under the covers, revealing only her adorable little head. You should leave now. I'm going to sleep. Huh. I wanted to stay here a little longer. No, it's already quite late, and I'm very tired. All right. Then you should rest early. As AI Ran emerged from Yukino's room, he caught sight of Purulu eavesdropping at the entrance. Seizing the nape of its neck, AI Ran fixed it with a fierce gaze and demanded, "Did you overhear anything just now?" And no, boss, I didn't hear anything at all. At that moment, Yukino's protective voice echoed from the bedroom, Yuan-Kun. With a huff, AI Ran tossed Purulu aside and retorted, "Keep a vigilant watch. If even a single mouse appears in this apartment, I shall feast on cat meat." The entire building? Boss, I am not merely a cat. Is it too much to ask that I catch mice every day? I possess many talents. What use are they? Your combat prowess barely registers above 5. Yuan-Kun. Do not bully Purulu. Return to your rest immediately. All right. I understand. After casting one last glare at Purulu, AI Ran returned to his own apartment. Inside the bedroom, half of Yukino's face was buried in the blanket. As she recalled AI Ran's earlier wish, her cheeks flushed deeper. Hentai, she murmured, fully sinking into the warmth of her bedding. Soon, she drifted into slumber. She had been exceedingly weary these past few days. P.S. This is the second chapter of the day. I kindly request a 5-star review. If you could also leave a follow-up comment, I would greatly appreciate it. The rating has reached 8.5, and though the data is dismal, I can find solace in the score. Chapter 87. This night feels interminable. Upon returning home, AI Ran was taken aback by the sight of the dining room. In the pitch-black apartment, a solitary light flickered. Sitting quietly at the dining table was Kato Megumi, cradling a cup of red tea. Kato-san, you haven't gone to rest yet? What about Shiya-senpai? Aaron took his seat at the dining table and was struck by the sight of it brimming with an abundance of food. The senior had already retreated to rest, and these dishes had been prepared in advance. However, it seemed that Kaza no Oka, Yukino Shida, and Sawamura had little appetite, leaving him in a quandary about how to handle the situation. With a slight tilt of her head, Kata displayed a hint of concern, her eyes momentarily glinting with mischief before it vanished. "Leave this to me," exclaimed Aaron, patting his chest confidently as he reached for the tempura before him. Kato. This tempura is exquisitely crisp, and this fried ball, the mackerel, the octopus. I truly relish all of these delights. AI Ran's mouth was stuffed with food, rendering her words somewhat indistinct. Although the dishes appeared rather unremarkable, it was only upon tasting them that one could truly appreciate their exquisite flavors. Much like the enchanting Kato Megumi before her, who, despite lacking overtly striking features, revealed her gentle beauty upon closer inspection. Kato Megumi did not mind AI Ran's exaggerated manner of eating. She merely rested her chin on one hand and casually remarked, "By the way, AI Ran refers to Kasumigakaka-senpai as Shiyu-senpai and calls Sawamura by her first name. Yet, I wonder why she consistently employs honorifics with me? How peculiar." AI Ran paused his actions. Within this gaming club, it seemed that his interactions with Kato Megumi were the least frequent. No. There was another person with whom he communicated even less. What was their name again? And AI Ran lowered his head, pondering for a long while. Yet he could not recall the individual's name. What is AI Ran thinking about? Kato Megumi's voice interrupted his reverie, swallowing the meatball in his mouth. AI Ran earnestly replied to Kato Megumi, "No, it's nothing. From now on, I will call you Megumi." Although they had not yet grown that familiar. It was Kato's presence over the past 2 weekends that had spared AI Ran from the plight of consuming those unpalatable cold bento boxes. After reviving, AI Ran had spent a considerable amount of time in the cosmos before finally detecting the essence of Earth. By then, he was already famished. Once again, it was Kato who had prepared food for him in advance. For this, he felt profound gratitude. With this thought in mind, AI Ran continued, "Megumi, thank you for these meals. If you ever need anything from me, please do not hesitate to ask." Upon hearing AI Ran's address, a flicker of something unusual sparkled in Kato Megumi's eyes. "Oh, it's nothing. I genuinely enjoy cooking. However, since AI Ran wishes to reciprocate, I will let you know when something comes to mind." Speaking of which, Kato Megumi's voice captured AI Ran's attention once more as she delicately sipped her red tea. "Shall we continue with the work of the gaming club?" "Of course. Although that student is no longer here, it is precisely because of this club that we have all come to know each other. I believe that Eruri and Shiyu-senpai would not wish to give up either." At that moment, a noticeable shift appeared in Kato Megumi's expression for the first time. "Is that so?" Then I have already thought of something I would like to ask of AI Ran. What is it? It is to continue being the temporary male lead for this game. After all the effort we have put in, I am somewhat looking forward to the day this game is released. Aaron hesitated, contemplating a refusal. The purification work on the second planet had been completed, and it would suffice for him to assume the role of a mere investor. Yet, merely 2 minutes prior, he had uttered the words, "If there is anything you need from me, please do not hesitate to ask." Observing the unmistakable glimmer of anticipation in Katake's eyes, Aaron exhaled deeply. "I understand, and I look forward to your guidance, Kay. Likewise, I am eager for your guidance, Aaron-kun." In the stillness of the night, as Aaron lay ensconced in slumber, he was suddenly enveloped by a wave of warmth. Just moments ago, a figure had silently slipped into the room, deftly burrowing beneath the covers and nestling into his embrace. "Aaron-kun, Aaron-kun," the person murmured, repeatedly calling his name, their softness pressing intimately against his chest. Almost immediately, a few tears fell onto his neck. AI Ren suddenly regained consciousness. "Sister Shiyu?" he called softly. There was no response. Instead, as the pressure intensified, the two drew closer together. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto AI Ran, pressing her face against his neck. Shiyu Kazakiri's cold voice carried a hint of sobbing. "Hold me." This was not a request. Her tone was resolute and left no room for denial. "All right," AI Ran replied, wrapping his left arm around Shiyu's waist, while his right hand gently stroked her silky hair. As he felt his warmth enveloping her, Shiyu completely lost control. AI Ran, "You scoundrel. How could you die before responding to my confession? You mustn't die." With that, she bit down on his neck. "I'm sorry, at that moment, I could do nothing but self-destruct." Clearly, this answer did not satisfy Shiyu Kazakiri, but eventually she relented with a heart full of sorrow. "Sister Shiyu?" AI Ran called gently. "Let me stay like this for a while," Shiyu Kazakiri replied, holding tightly to AI Ran's neck. After a time, her breathing gradually steadied. "Sister Shiyu?" AI Ran called softly once more. Still, there was no answer. Has she fallen asleep? Aaron cautiously turned her body to the side, attempting to gently lift Kasumigakaka Shiyu off herself. However, even in slumber, Shiyu clung tightly to Aaron's neck. In a villa in Tokyo, Kageyama Natsuo suddenly awoke. Drenched in sweat, he gasped for breath. Was this a precognitive dream? Indeed, precognitive dreams foretell impending dangers through visions. Yet, the events that transpired in his recent dream surpassed his comprehension. A menacing alien, characterized by golden hair, devoid of eyebrows, and a formidable golden tail, threatened to obliterate this planet with a colossal energy sphere on New Year's Day. This was dire. He anxiously rose from his bed. Wait, wasn't he that alien, the one named Aaron? Hadn't he perished? P.S. This is the third chapter for today. I kindly request a 5-star review. The data over the past few days has been rather disheartening. Currently, I am still at the office working overtime, and once I finish this, I shall continue my work. I hope for your generous support. Chapter 88. Are Saiyans afraid of choppers? The romance war begins. Her lips parted and closed, beautiful lashes quivering, while she unconsciously murmured. It had been ages since she experienced such a restful sleep. Kasumigakaka Shiyu slowly opened her eyes, her gaze sweeping across the unfamiliar room. She recalled that she had sought out Aaron-kun the previous night. At this thought, her cheeks flushed, and she glanced at the pillow she had been tightly embracing, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. Clearly, she had been holding on to that fellow before drifting off. When had he slipped away? Releasing the pillow, she propped herself up and assessed her condition. Kasumigakaka Shiyu chuckled softly. How amusing. It turned out Aaron-kun was rather adorable. She tidied her hair and scrutinized her reflection in the bedroom mirror. Her skin radiated a healthy, rosy hue, and the dark circles that had once been concealed by makeup had vanished. Shiyu was inherently a captivating woman, and in this moment, free from fatigue, she appeared even more enchanting. She pressed her lips together, beaming with satisfaction. This night, she had replenished her energy from Aaron quite well. As she turned to exit the room, she suddenly overheard a conversation between Aaron and Katamegumi. Aaron-kun, when I woke up this morning, I didn't see Kasumigakaka-san. Do you know where she went? Noticing Katamegumi still clutching a kitchen knife, Aaron instinctively took a step back, inadvertently blocking the doorway. Megumi. I caught a whiff of something delicious from my room. Were you preparing breakfast? Yes, I was making breakfast with Yukino Shida-san. Coincidentally, we both have a habit of rising early. Yukino is up too? Yes, didn't she come to wake you just now? You weren't aware? Yukino came by? A touch of cold sweat began to beat on AI Rand's forehead. This statement seemed to carry considerable weight. What could have caused AI Rand to suddenly perspire? Although May had arrived, the morning still retained a chill. Perhaps he was feeling unwell? Kata K tilted her head, regarding AI Rand with a look of perplexity. It must be an illusion. AI Rand noticed that as Kata K spoke, the blade of the knife in her hand appeared to be pointed directly at him. Ah, haha. As practitioners of martial arts, a mere trickle of cold sweat is utterly trivial. No need for concern, K. I shall take my leave to freshen up. I eagerly anticipate today's breakfast. With that, AI Rand turned sideways and slipped into the bathroom. Observing AI Rand's hasty retreat, the corners of Kata K's lips curled upward slightly. She cast a glance at the door to AI Rand's bedroom, humming a tune of indeterminate origin, before making her way to the kitchen. Splashing cold water on his face, AI Rand leaned against the wash basin. Goodness. The women on this planet are quite fierce. If it weren't for the absence of any murderous intent just now, he might have believed Kata K intended to harm him. But wait, I am already a Super Saiyan. What is there to fear from a mere kitchen knife? Humph. Humans are truly foolish. Aaron gazed at himself in the mirror, engaging in a quiet soliloquy, although he appeared somewhat lacking in confidence. After completing his morning routine, he entered the kitchen with a heart full of trepidation. Clearly, the self-hypnosis he had practiced earlier had not produced the desired effect. Yukino Yukino was setting the dining table with dishes, and with the assistance of Kata Megumi, she felt considerably more at ease. Upon noticing Aaron, Yukino's cool voice resonated through the air. Mr. Monkey. Indeed, Aaron instinctively stood at attention. I will go and call classmate Ziching for breakfast. It is already prepared. Oh, all right. I shall go now. Aaron's gaze inadvertently settled upon the food in Yukino's hands. Surely there is no poison in this. Why has anyone left yet? Meals cannot commence until everyone is gathered. Surely, Sarakuin should possess some common sense. All right, I'm going now. Just as he turned away, Yukino's voice echoed behind him. Sarakuin, please don't do anything bad to Eri. How could I possibly be that kind of person? The word no lingered unspoken on Aaron's lips as he hastened his pace, feeling a twinge of guilt. What began as a rhetorical question had transformed into an undeniable assertion. I had assumed that Yukino would surely be angry with Aaron. Suddenly, Kata Megumi appeared behind Yukino. How could she not be angry? Yukino sighed, however. Some matters cannot be resolved with mere anger. I would never push away someone I cherish in such a manner. Kata Megumi lowered her head, murmuring, Is that so? I feel the same way. Time to eat, Eri. In the guest room, Eri was leisurely tending to her twin tails. Upon hearing Aaron's voice, she instinctively sprang from her seat. Intai Aaron. Don't come in yet. I didn't plan on entering. Hurry and come eat. I know. I'll be right there. With her hands clasped before her, Eri's petite chest rose and fell with her breaths. You can do it, Eri. I believe in you. After silently encouraging herself, she flicked her twin tails and confidently opened the door. However, her vigorous movement caused her to collide directly with Aaron standing at the threshold. As Eri stumbled backward, Aaron quickly steadied her by grasping her shoulders. In that moment, the confidence Eri had just mustered seemed to evaporate. Why are you standing so close to the door? Were you eavesdropping? Intai Aaron. I would never stoop to eavesdropping, silly Eri. Now hurry and wash up. Yukino and Megumi have already prepared breakfast. Fine, but you're blocking the way. With your size, I can't get out. 20 minutes later, everyone had finally gathered. As the host, Aaron nonchalantly took the seat of honor. Yukino and Kasumigakaka Shidoji occupied the seats on either side of him, while Kata Megumi and Eri sat to the right of Yukino and Kasumigakaka respectively. Aaron-kun, if you're free today, could you accompany me for some research? I've submitted Volume 3 of the Love Rhythm series and am preparing a new book. I could use your assistance. No way. Yukino swiftly interjected, rejecting Kasumigakaka Shidoji before Aaron could respond. Why not? Kasumigakaka Shidoji fixed her gaze on Yukino, her legs trembling involuntarily. Because today Sarakuin is coming with me to school. Following the battle the other day, the school was destroyed, though I'm not quite sure why it was labeled a gas explosion. We received a notice yesterday instructing us to gather at the ruins. It seems they're determining our next school location. Ugh, I understand now. P.S. I returned home after working until 2:30 in the morning. My boss is truly inconsiderate. I think I'll write another chapter before sleeping. And if I can slack off at work tomorrow, I'll hastily draft 2 more chapters. Please support me. 5-star reviews are greatly appreciated. If you could leave a follow-up review, I would be grateful. Thank you. The next chapter will introduce several important female characters, and I'm certain you want to guess who they are. Here is a hint. Besides Kaguya, 2 other white-haired characters will make an appearance. Chapter 89, 2 more Dragon Balls discovered. Today's breakfast looks quite sumptuous. Aaron sheepishly smiled and took a bun, directly stuffing it into her mouth. Quite delicious. I never expected you 2 could make buns. Yukino nodded slightly. Only the filling was made by me. The subsequent tasks were all completed by Kato. Actually. I can cook too. I'll take charge of dinner tonight. In Airi's eyes, Shiyu Kanzuya's earlier remark seemed rather shameless. She cast a disdainful glance at Shiyu. Come on. I remember you can only boil instant noodles, right? Didn't you try it last Saturday? What do you know? That was merely modesty. Modesty in your knife skills? The way you cut potatoes, you might as well fry them into fries. At that moment, Shiyu began to regard Airi with newfound seriousness. Why was this girl intent on undermining her today? Kanzuya-senpai, Sawamura-san, please cease this quarrel. We're all friends, aren't we? Kato's tone conveyed a hint of exasperation. Humph. Airi also picked up a bun and took a bite. Ah, this is truly delightful. After consuming another bun, Airi showered Yukino Shida and Kato with compliments. Yukino Shida couldn't help but laugh. She appreciated such genuine people and relished the affirmation from others. Kato nodded slightly. It's wonderful that Airi enjoys it. Shiyu scrutinized Airi with increasing suspicion. Something seemed off about her. As long-standing rivals, they were always keenly aware of each other's changes, though she couldn't yet ascertain the reason behind Airi's transformation. After the meal, Yukino Shida and Aaron headed out together. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Yukino Shida unusually called out his full name. AI Ran was momentarily taken aback. Being called by her full name at this moment felt like an ominous sign. I do not wish to walk to school today. Carry me, please.